Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and this is the day 2 of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by San Gervasio. Great to have you on board this morning. Apologies from me right from the get-go. The voice is a little bit croaky to start off with, but I'll try and push through and trying to keep you entertained and informed as we get ready for the first event, which is going to be amateur second round open men's slalom. That starts at 8 a.m., followed by the remainder of our predetermined schedule, which is the U17 Radar Junior Challenge, featuring the girls and the boys in the first round, the seeding round, which will determine the 2 skiers in each of those events in the head-to-head portion of the competition. And then we'll go into the pro women and pro men. And then afterwards, it's the junior head-to-head challenge presented by Radar, and that will determine the champion among the junior skiers, and then the second and final elimination round for the pro women and pro men. All right, then we've got a whole bunch of skiing to come, and we've got our little pre-show to present to you. So we'll be back after that, and so enjoy.
Well, here I am, Tony Lightfoot, and I'm here in Italy, in San Gervasio, the home of Jolly Ski, and it is the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am. And it's great to have all of these international skiers from all across the world, all across Europe, and this competition is absolutely brimming with slalom talent, and we look forward to some great performances in this event as we typically get here in San Gervasio. So let's get super pumped and let's get it on. Well, here I am with Ali Nicholson, who's decided to travel Europe into pretty much all of the stops, including San Gervasio this time around. How's your experience been skiing in Europe? You've gone to Spain and you recorded a high finish. Looking to do similar here in San Gervasio?
Yeah, definitely looking to do similar this time. Fell a little early in the head-to-head at Botas, so hoping to get a little bit more this time. But overall, pretty happy and excited for the rest of the trip.
Okay, so what kind of score are we looking to expect from you, given what you've done out here in practice and how that's manifested itself?
It's been feeling pretty good. Practice has been going well, so hoping to get pretty far down that 39, maybe even through it.
Excellent stuff, and that is Ali Nicholson hoping for a high finish here in the San Gervasio Pro Am. Well, here I am again, Tony Lightfoot at the San Gervasio Pro Am with the organizational team. We've got Matteo Lazzeri here to your left and my right, and we have Michela Lazzeri on my left and to your right. And Michela, I ask you first of all, how difficult is it to organize and to prepare this event on an annual basis?
It's difficult, but it's amazing, because we are now at the 8th edition of this tournament, and we're super excited.
Super excited to have all of these sponsors back with us year after year. You'll see them festooned about the site and also on this webcast during the broadcast. But Matteo, it just shows a sign of the loyalty of the sponsors and how this event really helps to expose their products.
Yeah, I think we bring good value, We are at the 8th edition, and so far we haven't had a lot of people dropping out. Over the years, you have one coming, one going, but we're very excited this year. We have a presenting sponsor, which hadn't happened in a few editions. I hope they see the value in what we bring here, which I think is good for water skiing in general, for the skiers that are here trying to compete and do their best.
Excellent stuff. And Michela, you are responsible for a lot of the social media and everything that pertains to that, and not only for San Gervasio and also for TWBC as well. What's been the reaction around the world to an event like this on an annual basis?
Amazing. They loved it. Yeah.
Short and sweet, and also Matteo Lazzeri, you are skiing in this event as well. How challenging is it for you to switch off one from the other, being an organizer and being the point person here for the event, and then also skiing?
Well, I've learned, you learn over the years that you need to take your 5 minutes away from the world, headphones on, and take some time for yourself. But I gotta say that in the last 2 or 3 editions, a lot of our club members, our regular skiers, stepped it up. As you'll see a lot of red t-shirts around the weekend. Those are the people that make it happen. Michela is the main one. And that allows me also as a skier to take a few minutes off and focus on my performance.
Excellent stuff, and we look forward to a great event coming up, the 2022 San Gervasio Pro Am. We're super pumped. Tony again here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, and as important as it is to focus in upon the professional skiers that will be competing in this event, there is an amateur aspect to this event. We actually have whole families coming here to compete in this competition. So let's introduce just one of them from Sweden. What's your name, sir?
Stellan.
My name is Ted.
Leo.
Linnea.
And they've all come to us from Sweden, and the question that comes to my mind is, why have you decided to come here and to compete here?
Yeah, great conditions and yeah.
Great conditions. And what about you? Are you looking forward to a great score here under those great conditions?
Yeah, it's a beautiful lake.
What are we hoping to expect from you score-wise?
I don't know, probably some 13s, maybe like 4 or 5.
Okay, so some 30-meter runs. So what about you? You're looking for something similar, or maybe a little bit more?
No, I'm looking at some scores as 11 here at this event. Beautiful lake, beautiful conditions, nothing to complain about.
And we're definitely not leaving you out of the picture, so what are you looking to ski?
I will be happy if I can run 13, and it feels nice to start competing again and at a bigger event, and we have some European coming up, so this is a great practicing for bigger tournaments for us.
Excellent stuff. And what about you? A little bit early for him, but that is a whole family here competing at San Gervasio, coming to us all the way from Sweden, and we look forward to seeing them ski out here during the live webcast. Well, at a venue in Lake County in Florida, these two competitors are training buddies, but they'll be fierce competitors here in San Gervasio. We got Will Asher here on my right and to your left, and on my left and to your right is JT, Jonathan Travers. So, Jonathan Travers, you skied here before. How have you liked it previously?
Yeah, the last few years we've been coming over. It's been great. It's a fun place to come. The food's amazing. The water's nice and warm like home. So, yeah, it's gonna be a fun weekend.
And what about you, Will? You have a different assessment, or is that pretty much the same?
I come here for the pizza and the coffee. It's no, we get to ski here. I mean, Matteo is one of our good friends, and when we get to come to his home site and ski here at San Gervasio, it's always an amazing experience. Yeah, we're excited for the weekend.
One quick hit of espresso, and basically you are flying. But Jonathan Travers, what kind of score are you expecting to throw out there?
Looking at the past, it's always going to be in the 10-2, 41. So just see how far we can get down it and just have fun.
All right, and referring the same quick question to you, will you be looking for a deep excursion into 41 for a possible win?
Yeah, I mean, you hope that that's what it takes, because that means that everything's going well and everyone's skiing well. So, I mean, we get a good feel for it on Saturday. When the first round's done and finished, we'll kind of have an idea how the weekend's going to go.
Will and JT, they're both members of Team Syndicate, and they are super pumped to be at San Gervasio. Well, here I am with Pedrini, who's skiing in a second event in Europe this season, and looking for a top score and possibly a high finish. How have you been training here so far?
It's been really fun being here in Italy. I love the little town of Brescia, and it's just super fun being here and training.
So what kind of score? What kind of score will we be expecting you based upon what you did out there?
I'm hoping deep 39, and that's always my goal. So I'm just gonna do my best and try as hard as I can. So.
What do you think it's going to take to win in the head-to-head?
I'm guessing deep 39, so I think that's the goal.
Excellent stuff. That was Pedrini, and this is the San Gervasio Pro Am for 2022. Get pumped. Well, here we are at Jolly Ski in San Gervasio, and a skier who's no stranger to this site or anywhere else in Italy for that matter. Here's Alicia Bagnoli. How are you doing?
Good, thank you, Tony. I'm definitely excited to be here in Italy. San Gervasio is a great site. Everyone skis great here, and I love it. So I'm definitely pumped for the weekend.
Yes, you certainly mentioned that you're pumped for this weekend, and you've been to a number of tournaments in Europe and skied a number in the United States, but this one must hold significant affection for you.
Yeah, definitely. I've been skiing here a lot in the past, and I actually did my very first PB here, so it definitely has a place in my heart.
Okay, so what kind of score would we be looking from you?
So actually, I've not been skiing very well, so I think I'm going to take the weekend kind of as it goes. I'm going to try to ski my best and hopefully get a decent score out of it.
She's super pumped and looking to turn things around. Alicia Bagnoli. Well, here we are at the San Gervasio Pro Am for 2022, and a skier making some last-moment adjustments before his competition runs. Benjamin Stadelbauer. So tell us, what's going on here?
We're down here in Italy, stop number 2 of the European stretch, and beautiful conditions, beautiful site, and looking forward to the event.
Excellent stuff. And I see you got your ski, your syndicate ski, and I believe you've got your rear toe plate. Just making one or two adjustments. You could making it tighter, a little bit looser.
Life on the road, you got to fix stuff as you go sometimes. So yeah, just making sure everything's tip top for the event.
All right then. And what kind of score would we be expecting from you this weekend?
Well, we'll see about the score, but I think running 39 and getting to that 2-3 ball at 41, I think is pretty much what it's probably going to take to make the top 8.
All right, straight on to our first skier of the day, open men's, Andrea Schonauer of Italy. Right next to me here is Aaron Davies, also from England.
How you doing there, Tone?
Well, I wish I could say I'm fully healthy, but you're just going to have to play the cards that you dealt with.
Right there. Got to get that voice rested up for these pro skiers later in the day, huh?
Yeah, I could do with a banana right now.
Top banana. I just think we saw Andrea go through 16 meters there. Looked like a nice, easy pass for him. I just see this on the instant replay here at San Gervasio, presented by Santos Dassault. Look just how early he is on these early passes. They were expecting to ski their second round yesterday evening, but when they times change, things like that, everything is under subject to change. So these guys have been told to ski this morning, and they've going out to do it.
Absolutely, getting through the opening pass, 16 meters. And our driver, Claudia Benatti, taking one or two style hints from our crew member there, Ricky Ward.
Yeah, you see, looks like a good boat driver, like proper boat captain there.
Looks like one of the missing band members from Mumford & Sons.
Yeah. It looks like another good pass there from Andrea. 14 meters, the 28 off foot line. He'll be coming back in on the 13 meter line, the 32 off line length. So how strong and composed he is all the way through the wakes. You can see the amount of effort he's putting in, just like right there. You see in his face, everything being nice and strong, just letting his ski finish.
Yeah, almost losing traction with the fin off number 3.
Yeah, it's a little larger for like 13 meters, but he might just be getting prepared for what's coming in the next pass or two. There you see a two-handed turn on 6 there. I didn't actually see that first time, so it's a tool that he might use to just relax up a little bit. We see Joel Poland doing all the stuff he does. I think that helps some of these guys relax, just having a bit of fun with it usually.
All right then, skiing with full view of the slalom course. The sun is behind him, so let's have a look and see.
I look like a bit of a narrow gate, if I do say so. See how he copes with it down this pass, this 13 meter pass. He's looking like just getting down course just a little bit. Just slow turn off 4 there, and unfortunately not quite getting out to 6. I think he just slowly was getting a little bit more down course each buoy, and just not quite able to get around all 6 buoys on that 13 meter pass.
Scoring half a buoy at 12 meters yesterday. Not quite getting to that line length for today, but it's going to be a 5 buoy count on 13 meters.
You just see here how he does that little double pump. He looks really strong and through the wakes. He's just waiting that little bit too long, waiting for the buoy to go past him, and then trying to make his turn. He could just do with seeing if he could make that turn a little sooner. There you see getting on the back of the ski and just not quite making it outside of 6 ball there. So that'll be 5 buoys there for Andrea on the 13 meter line.
Right you are. So that is the 5 buoy count on 13 meters. Halfway decent start off buoy number 1.
Yeah, it looks good. He just seems to just be turning a little bit late. You see there out of 2. You see the buoy go past right there. You see his turn is just a bit that bit late. He could do with just bringing it back, 5 feet or so, and he'd be on time. Really nice. He just gets a little bit disconnected after the second wake, and I think that's what's causing him to go a little long after the buoy before his turn.
All right, then, just enough time to quickly tell you about our event sponsors. When the Junior Challenge takes the water, it'll be presented to you by Radar. The tournament ropes are provided by HO Syndicate with their knotless mainline for slalom. Santa de So is the title sponsor of this event, along with Veronini Coffee, Barker, Jolly Ski, Punto, and OMB. And our webcast event sponsors consist of Vild, Wake and Ski Cable Park, and Emka Pharmacy. And speaking of Vild, that's who we have next, Tim Vild.
Yeah, Tim Vild from Germany, part of the Vild family out there. Doing it for Vild Wake Park, and I'm not quite sure what he's going out on. I believe it'll be 16 meters. Oh, it's 14 meters, sorry. 58 kilometers per hour, the max speed there for the open men. A little bit of a large one there. Just trying to settle down this morning, find the groove he got into yesterday. Making it look nice and easy now. A little hand drag there at 6. Another one of those tools, the psychologists might use to help calm himself down.
Yeah, indeed, and not only that, but I'm sure he's quite a useful exponent on the cable system as well.
Yeah. Well, just getting his shoulder down a little bit out of 1. Having said that, it makes himself nice and early for 2. Just trying to settle down throughout the rest of the pass, feel everything out, and just getting it done on that opening pass on 14 meters.
Right, you are on the opening pass. There's the hand drag round buoy number 6.
It's always good to see something like that. A little bit of showboating, Just got to be sure that you can do it and not fall off. That would not be good.
I did that round number 6 at one time. Didn't work out so hard.
No. Well, here comes Tim Vild back in out 13 meters on the 32 off line length. Look how strong he is through the wakes there, especially on his 135 on his offside turn. He is a right foot forward skier, so 135 is his offside turn, and making that 13 meter pass look easy. We might see some passes that look that easy from the pros later as well. So, Tim just on the verge there of, between the open category and the pro category by the looks of it.
Let's have a look at this again.
So you just across the wakes, his upper body doesn't move at all, and one could say he's like slightly on the back of the ski, but he seems to make it work for him, and making that pass look good, nice and easy and nice and smooth. Smooth is one of the key things in slalom. You don't want to be doing anything too sudden, just to let the ski finish its turn, get across the wakes and rinse and repeat.
Let's take a look once again at Tim Vild.
Okay, Tim Vild coming back in on 12 meter line length. Boat speed 58 kilometers per hour. Just getting that shoulder down a little bit on that 135. There was really big there. He's making himself nice and early for the next buoy, but I think when he comes down to the shorter line lengths, he's got to be careful that the boat doesn't get him. But that was another early pass there for Tim. He will have a go on the 11.25 meter line length. This is now the crucial point in slalom where the rope officially doesn't make it outside of the buoy line, even if you are perpendicular to the boat. Obviously, the rope being 11.25 meters long, and the distance between the boat pylon and the buoys is 11.5 meters. So you have to make 25 centimeters. That's about a foot in your reach and your stance on the ski.
Right, you are. And there we go. That is the 6 buoys on that pass of 12 meters.
That was a really nice pass there from Tim, nice and early.
And this is where the resistance really has to be on point now. As soon as you make that turn for number 1, you got to get on it.
So here we go, through the gates, and he's just come forward out of 1 there, and he's just thrown the ski out to 2. Did he get around it? I'm not sure, but he can't take the slack. We'll see what the judges say in terms of whether he got round 2. Let's see it on this instant replay here. He just gets, you see right here, he just gets pulled up a little bit and comes a little narrow. He breaks forward out towards 2. Does he get round it?
No.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that. We'll see what the judges have to say. Obviously, everything we do say here on the webcast is unofficial until the judges have decided. See here how he goes so aggressive so soon. He just gets pulled up a little bit after the second wake, and it just causes him to come a little bit narrow on this 11.25 meter line length. And in my opinion, I'm not sure whether he got round it, but we'll see what the judges have to say.
From my perspective, that's 1.
I would agree with you there, but remember, we're not the officials, so we confirmed there for Tim. Confirmed score from the judges of 1 buoy on the 11.25 meter line on the 38 off line length.
But it is 4 buoys more than what he scored yesterday.
Which is, it's 4 buoy improvement on yesterday. That's a really good skiing there for Tim, especially since that 12 meter pass looks so nice. So he definitely has the ability to ski way further down that pass, having looked at his previous pass. But on the water now is Ted Cederqvist from Sweden.
Absolutely right. Let's see what he does. I surmise that this is going to be 14.25 meters.
Yeah, so here's Ted on his opening pass. I'm not sure what he's going out on, but whatever he is going out on is making it look nice and easy. Using that passage as that opening pass, that warm up, that get used to everything. Probably wake up a little bit this morning. It's still a little early, but Ted getting it done there.
You're absolutely right there on the opening pass. I believe that is 14.25 meters. At least certainly looks like it anyway. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah, so we just had that confirmed. That was 16 meters, and he will now be coming back on the 14 meter line length. They're 20 off that 75 foot main line.
Mm-hmm. Which should leave him with approximately 47 feet to work with. Dockside, we see Greg Desfont.
He's one of the main men at Waterski Nation, bringing that quality content to us on social media and the internet. But here on the water now is Ted Cederqvist on 14 meters. Oh, just getting pulled up a little bit there out of 1. He's on the back of the ski. Oh, unfortunately, that's all she wrote there for Ted. I don't think he's going to be too happy with that, unfortunately. We'll see what happened here. Goes really hard with his shoulder a little bit out of the gate. And what happens here at 1, I think he clipped the buoy a little bit maybe, and just couldn't quite get that ski back under him properly. And he tries to crank the turn there. So I think, I would guess that was 1.5. Whether he got back to the wakes with the handle or not, I'm not sure. We'll see what the judges have to say. But unconfirmed, I would say that would be 1.5.
Okie dokie. So our next competitor to take to the water, representing France, and the executive vice president of San Gervasio, our title sponsor for this competition. This is Greg Desval.
So yeah, Greg being one of the main guys at Waterski Nation. Waterski Nation is an incredible, organization that was set up a few years ago, bringing quality waterski content to the masses on social media. During COVID, when no tournaments were happening, there wasn't really much to talk about in the water skiing world, and they brought out the trick contest. Who could do the coolest trick? So we had Dorian and Joel and Eduardo Morenzi, Rob Hazelwood, all of those guys, all the trickers, and also non-trickers as well, doing something cool on a trick ski, and it was all public popular vote on what do you think. So they brought good quality ski content even in the dark days of COVID. Just had some information there on Ted's run. The judges actually scored him 0. He obviously did not go through those entry gates. So
Or actually clipped the inside of buoy number 1.
Or he went inside 1. I thought he hit the buoy or something, but here's Greg's first pass. A nice easy first pass here. He went down a little early yesterday, and so he's looking to get a little bit further down this 14-meter pass that's coming up for his second pass.
So 14.25 meters now for Gregoire Desval.
So that boat speeding up to 58 kilometers per hour, 36 mile an hour for these open men. Maximum speed for the open men, and through the gates. He's around 1. He's got a good start on this pass so far. Just needs to keep working. They're making this pass look nice and easy there. Getting that ski under the line, that D3 Neo. New ski there for D3. Oh, just getting pulled forward a little bit towards 6. But getting through that pass is good to see from Gregory.
Yeah, been certainly looking better than he did yesterday, where he got about a third of the way down, 14.25 meters.
Yeah, he looks a lot more relaxed this morning. I'm not sure what he did this morning. Probably, I don't know, he seems way more relaxed on the ski. Just getting pulled forward a little bit there out of 1, but he manages to stand nice and tall by the time he gets to the wake. And, standing nice and tall, nice and strong. See how his hips are just a little bit behind him, his shoulders come a little bit forward on that 135 turn, that being his offside turn since he's right foot forward. So this is typically the more difficult turn for a right foot forward skier.
And definitely seems to be carrying the handle a little bit longer off the second wake into each turn, and a result of having increased back arm pressure, which is the thing that I commented on him yesterday, and actually did a little bit of coaching with him earlier on the season, and I made that discovery for him as well.
There you go. So man of many talents there, Tone. Coach, commentator, an all-round good guy. But here comes Gregory on 13 meters. Good start there on 1. Oh, he's big 2, gets pulled forward. He's around 3. Can he make this work? Oh, he's around 4 as well. Just dropping the handle at 5. Can he get round 6? Oh, I don't know whether he made it round 6. We'll have to see. So we'll see whether he got round 6 or not. But that was a fine effort there from Greg Desval. And you look at this start. He just gets that ski under the line there, and he's nice and early out towards 2. He just gets on the back of it a little bit. Gets pulled forward by that Malibu response. And now he knows he needs to work. Just trying to get going as early as possible, but without pushing the ski. You see here, he just gets pulled forward, flat ski, gets back on the edge again, and pushing it around 6. So he does get around 6 there from our perspective. Does he get a quarter in this instance? Does he get a half? We're not sure. We'll wait for the judges to confirm that. Look at this. Just look at this one though. Like, he turns, he gets, gets the ski under the line. You see how he just comes up a little early towards 2. I think that's why he gets pulled forward out of it, and just that shoulder just coming down slightly out of 3 ball there. Now he knows he's going to have to work, and watch this 5. This is not quite the 5 he needed, but he does manage to get outside 6. So, you know, that's a tough call there for the judges, whether they give a quarter or a half. Wait for the judges to confirm that. Obviously, a quarter is if you don't get back inside the line of.
If you're not
2, 4,
actually
6.
Physically on your way back towards the next wing, yeah, it is 5 1/4.
So that's a quarter confirmed there from the judges.
But a darn sight better than yesterday.
Yeah, I think what's that, about 9 buoys better than yesterday. So a good improvement there for Gregory Desfond.
I think about 8 3/4 buoys.
We're getting a bit technical now here, Tone. My math isn't that good.
Well, neither's mine, but at least I tried. Okay, so let's go with Fabian Horsch from Germany.
All right, so here comes Fabian on his first pass. This will be 16 meters. You know, as all the skiers here today, the amateurs and the pros, they'll all be using this first pass just to get a feel out of the conditions this morning, all throughout the day. Feel how the boat is, the driver, working in harmony with each other. A nice pass there.
All right, so Fabian Horsch. Opening run, just trying to settle into the conditions here. Sun is behind him, which means he should get a pretty darn good view of the course. And by contrast, the even numbered passes will mean that he will be skiing into the sun, which means that he'll be to quote a phrase, blinded by the light. Manfred Mann, Earthband.
And there's a song about that somewhere, isn't there?
Yes, that's what I did. That's what I quoted. Manfred Mann and the Earthband.
Oh, there you go. Nice flip there from our next skier. That was Eduardo Amalfa there you saw doing the backflip. But right now on the water is Fabian Horsch going 14.25 meters. He does have the sun. He is looking towards the sun a little bit, but I think the sun's come up now just enough so it's not too much of a hindrance. But making this pass look nice and easy so far. Could say it was just a touch late, but just running it nice and smooth there.
Nicely done. Not affected too much by the light in his eyes. But then again, it is 14.25 meters a pass. He should be able to run day in and day out, starting with this gate shot and nice and loose on that line with the turn, not exactly trying to edge away to stay wide.
Yeah, he just pulls his hands in just a little bit on there at 1. Could do with relaxing a little bit out the turn. Try to let that ski finish and then get on the handle and start moving out. So a nice pass there from Fabian. He will be coming back on the 13-meter line, the 32 off that 75-foot main line. Sorry.
Not looking bad, Fabian Horsch.
So he's just pulling that handle in just a little soon. Oh, just getting pulled up into 3. Just going down there around 4 on the 13-meter line. Just going down a little soon, I think. Unfortunately, we'll see what happened here on the instant replay. You see here, he just gets pulled up a little bit out through the gate and around 1. Just pulled his arms in a little bit, not a bad one. You see how he's just got his skis a little bit at the buoy, and you see that he just had that aerial edge change. That obviously we call that an aerial edge change when the ski changes edge all the way while you're in the air. So the judges have confirmed 3.5 there for Fabian. Not quite the score he was looking for, but nevertheless, some good skiing there from Fabian.
So there was a momentary gate review on this particular run, but it is confirmed as 3 1/2 on the 13-meter line. 3.5 on 13 meter for Fabian Horsch. And our next competitor to take to the water will be Edoardo Lamalfa of Italia.
Yeah, Edoardo being a local boy here, so I think he's skied here many times. He's very comfortable with this site, and we'll see what he can do today. So you see Edoardo, he'll be coming in on the 16-meter line length. Using that to help warm himself up a little bit, get acquainted with the beautiful conditions we have out here at San Gervasio in Italy this morning. He's going out at 58 kilometers per hour, maximum speed for open men. Making this pass look nice and easy, nice and smooth, going from one side to the next, no hesitation, just getting the job done.
Right you are. So, opening pass, that was 16 meters, was that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Tony. That's 16 meters. He'll now be coming back on the 14-meter line length. So, nice easy pass there from Edoardo.
All right, looks like we've got a few people watching, including Connor Pauly.
Hey Connor, we're missing you here on the team here at TWBC. But we'll look forward to getting you back on the team shortly when we
return stateside.
Of
course, we have a whole long slew of events coming up. Qualifiers next weekend in Greece. Then we take a little bit of a break before we go on to cover a whole bunch of tournaments, including the U.S. Nationals, the Hilltop Pro Am, and all the major events that take place stateside. Here we go. This is Edoardo Lamalfa.
This is 14-meter pass. He's just looking a little bit late. There you go. He makes it back on 3 there. That's a really good turn there. Making it look nice and easy at the end. Not quite sure what he did at the start, but whatever. Minor mistake he made at the start, he definitely made up for it at the end and came out the pass nice and early.
Right you are. So, Edoardo Lamalfa through 16 and 14.25 meters. We'll get to see the instant replay again. Just struggled a little bit with the skate shot, I found.
Yeah. That was a good one, though. He came out of it nice and early. There you go. That's what happened there. He just was a little impatient, just pushed a little soon. That's what happened. And on 3 there, he made a really good turn. And it just, nice letting his ski finish. He learned from his previous mistake and just getting the job done on that 14-meter pass.
Certainly being able to think on your feet is something that slalom skiers prize above most other aspects of this event. Being able to make the right moves at the right time, no matter what comes your way. This is 30 meters now for Edoardo Lamalfa.
Yeah, he just needs to drift back a little bit on that gate. He could do it. He's just getting a little bit narrow now, but he's just going forward a little bit on 4 there, and just making outside 6 there, making it work. See if we can correct that gate a little bit, making it nice and wide. You got to start that pendulum from a wide position. See here, just how he drifts back a little bit before his turn.
Good extension and staying in contact with the boat. Not much slack at the end of that turn on buoying number 1. Not surprising, really, considering he's left foot forward.
Right, yeah, that'll be his onside turn. Obviously, the easier boy to turn for a left foot forward skier. Just getting pulled forward a little bit there out of 4. You know, he needs to get a good turn here at 5. He gets it and manages to get all the way around 6 and back to the exit gates.
All right, so continuing to rock along. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and my compadre here from South Louisiana is Aaron Davies.
Yeah, originally from England. Study now out in the States in Louisiana for the Raging Cajuns at UL Lafayette. But right on the water right now is Eduardo on his 12-meter pass. Let's see what we can do here. He gets good turn out of 1, gets pulled forward a little bit. I'm not quite making it out to 2. You know, seems a little annoyed with that. I think he has the ability to get further down this pass. Let's see what happened here. It looked like a better gate this time. Let's see. Yeah, nice gate there. He just comes up a little bit early out of 1. Just has that little bit of slack, and that Malibu Response Monsoon engine just getting him out of 1 and pulling him forward towards 2. So
It's still his best score of the weekend, though. He got half a buoy on 12 yesterday, and he got 1 today. And he is the only person to have gone through 30 meters in this round of amateur open men's slalom.
Well, there you go. He's in the lead now. So good skiing there from Eduardo. It looked like he wanted a little bit more. Yeah, you see his frustration there. But still really good skiing there from Eduardo. All right, and the next skier on the water you see there on your screens is Guglielmo, he's also from Italy, and another local skier, I believe, skiing here at San Gervasio.
All right, here we go. Skier on the water now is Guglielmo Sirocco.
He'll be going out on 16 meters. You know, a lot of the guys today have been going out on the 16-meter line length. It seems to be the comfortable first pass for a lot of these open men. So nice first pass there from Guglielmo. And he'll be shortening the line to 14 meters, the 28 off line length.
Nicely done. Don't see too much wrong here, especially with this view, but gotten broken over a little bit off buoy number 1, but able to maintain his posture.
Yeah, you see, he does break forward a little bit, but he manages to let the ski keep moving, let the ski come under him, and so as long as you can keep the ski moving, that's a really good sign there for him, and nice easy first pass there from Guglielmo.
All right, nice.
Prossima volta tu spingi.
All right, looks like on the dock, getting ready to take his turn out there is Harvey Dyson.
All right. On the water now, we have Guglielmo. He's on the 14-meter pass. He seems to be getting a good start right there. Nice, smooth pass so far. Just getting a little down course, I think, but nothing he can't worry about too much, and just gets out of 6 and out the exit gates there. So I think that's something he'll be looking to do in the next pass, the next coming passes. Trying to make that ski turn a little bit faster. Be a little bit more patient out the turn, so that he can run the next passes as early as possible, like the 12-meter pass that's about to come up. Sorry, the 13-meter pass.
Yes, only one person so far in this open men's competition in this round has gotten through 13 meters, so he's going to try and become the second person to go through that pass in this round.
You see here, he's just a little bit disconnected. He's just got his hips behind him very slightly, and then when you're on these short line lengths, the that can really kill you, especially when you're being pulled by 350 horses out of a 6-liter engine.
All right, and there is Claudio Benatti looking rather spiffy there behind the wheel. He's certainly the best dressed driver of the season.
I'd say he's the best dressed person here at the moment, I would say.
Well, but then let's not forget Ricky Ward here. He was the best dressed person last night, I know that.
Well, on the water now, we got Guillermo on the 13 meters. He seems to be running this pass okay. Just a little bit disconnected from 3 to 4 there. He's making it work, getting the ski around 6 and back through the exit gates. That's 13 meters completed.
Certainly the best looking 13-meter pass that we've seen so far from Guillermo Sirocco. Looking good, looking strong, I would say. Not too much to pick apart here. He seemed to be early enough and using the distance down course to actually complete a lot of his angle around the turn to backside each buoy.
Yeah, you can see he's really trying to correct what we said before about just his hips being back slightly. He seems to have corrected that a lot between the passes and looking good there on that 13-meter pass. So he'll be coming back on the 12-meter line length.
All right, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Aaron Davies, and welcome here to San Gervasio for Day 2 of competition. This is the event that got carried over from yesterday, the Open Men's Amateur Slalom Round 2. And this is Guillermo Sirocco in the Open Men's. This is 12 meters, the second time we've seen this pass today.
There's a really good start there from Guillermo, just making it outside 3. So I think that's an improvement on yesterday's score. So I think that's a good score for him. Let's see what happened here. I thought he got a good start. You know, he's nice and wide on that gate there. Gets that ski under the line, gets going. But you see just how he's that disconnected just a little bit, especially out the turn there. Just waiting there for the boat to get him. And the ski's not quite coming under the line before he gets going, and just not quite getting the angle, all of the angle. Just getting his ski around 3 and back to the wakes there. So that'll be a 3-buoy count there from Guillermo.
All right then, and 3 buoys on 12 meters compared to what he did yesterday. It is actually a bit of an improvement. He scored 4 1/2 buoys on 13 meters yesterday.
Oh, there you go. So that's a 5.5 buoy improvement there for Guillermo. So good skiing there from him.
Nicely done. All right, here we go. Next competitor up, Harvey Dyson. 55, 14.25 meters. The bold strategy here, Cotton. Let's see whether it works for him.
All right, so Harvey taking advantage of the recent rule changes the past few years. You can actually go out at a slower speed even though you are on a shorter line, so he'll be going out at 55 kilometers per hour on the 14-meter line. That's 34 mile an hour on the 28 off. Making this first pass look good, you know, getting his eye in. I spoke to him earlier. He said, you know, actually glad that he's skiing this morning instead of yesterday. He was able to get some rest in last night and raring to go this morning.
Good, and continuing to roll right along. And let me tell you about D3 Skis. They are the audience prize sponsor for the men's event. Make sure you enter for the audience prize to be in with a chance to win either a Connolly or a D3 slalom ski, depending on how accurately you predict the podiums for the pro women and pro men's competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Let me tell you about D3 Skis. They are the audience prize sponsor for the men high-performance skis for all 3 events. And their new slalom products consist of the Neo and the Ion 2. And also presenting prizes for the audience prize in the women's competition is Connolly skis. They have the DV8 and the Carbon V, both skis with the patented Versatile feature. So check out those 2 ski companies. They are the audience prize sponsors, D3 and Connolly. Here we go. we have got on the water Harvey Dyson. He went in at 55k, 14.25 meters. Now he's at max speed on the same line length shortening and taking advantage of zero-base scoring.
Yeah, Harvey making that pass look nice and easy, nice and relaxed there. I think he could do it cranking it up a few notches when he comes down to the next couple of passes. Nice and relaxed throughout that pass. Let's watch it on this instant replay. He gets a really good gate here, Harvey. He comes through the wakes there, nice and connected, letting that ski come under. See how he just pulls in the handle a little bit out of 2 there. Just needs to let the ski come under before he gets on it. But still really early. But as the line gets shorter, that's something he'll probably want to be thinking about altering, increasing the intensity a little bit. But good skiing there for Harvey, and he'll be coming back on the 13-meter line length.
All right then, so just sent a message out on the comment section, playing a game called Ask Aaron. Haven't gone much back yet, except from Peter James asking if I imbibed too much last night and contributing to my hoarse way of speaking. Didn't imbibe anything except Jaeger to try and calm the hurt in my throat right now.
Yeah, he didn't really have any cough syrup, so he tried to use the Jaeger. But on the water now, Harvey Dyson making light work of this 13-meter pass. Looking really good there, letting the ski finish. I think he did, in fact, crank up the intensity a little bit and making that 30-meter pass look easy.
Indeed. He got himself into good shape, and the way that he's skiing right now, the way that his strategy looks, I mean, it is definitely viable, because I mean he could have decided to go in at 58k, 14.25 meters if the wind direction was going opposite, to set himself up for a 13-meter pass that would have been, I would imagine, with the tailwind, and just so happens that by starting on 14 and coming back at 55 and came back at 58.14, that the 13-meter pass is with the wind behind him.
Yeah, I believe Harvey usually goes out on that 55 kilometer speed,
regardless of where the wind's blowing.
Yeah, I believe so. It gives him a little bit of time. That 16-meter pass can sometimes be a little long for him, because he gets down to a short line length, and that's a lot of the line to the difference. But here we go, Harvey on 12. I know he's looking to try and get deep down this. He's got a good start here. Come on, Harvey. He's out towards 4. Oh, he's just got on the back of the ski. He's out towards 5. Can he get the ski? Oh, unfortunately, just going down there. Oh, that was a really good start there for Harvey. Good skiing. That's unconfirmed as 4.5. Let's see on this instant replay. Just look at this, coming out to 1, nice connection, lets the ski finish, just gets a little bit of slack line, but he doesn't panic. He comes out towards 2, letting the ski finish again. Look, just nice and strong across the wakes. Now he's like, oh, okay, I've had a little bit of slack line on both buoys, I need to get going. And just pushes a little bit on 4. Just trying to crank a turn at 5. And
it was so close as well, and he knows it.
He knows how close he was there. So good skiing there for Harvey. He should be happy with that score. I know he's looking to run it. When you're that close to running it, it's always hard to take, but that is 4.5 confirmed there for Harvey.
Right, you are. So that is 12 meters. It's going to be 4.5, and that actually represents the lead score. And yesterday, Harvey scored 1.5.
Yeah,
12 meters. So there seems to be a trend here of improving scores in round 2 compared to round 1.
Yeah, that's a good score there for Harvey. But our next skier on the water will be Julius Auer from Germany. He'll be starting on the 14-meter line length on the 28 off. Making this pass look nice and easy. He is at 58 kilometers per hour max boat speed. Making that pass look nice and easy there.
Oh, nicely done for Julius Auer. Come off the hour. come off the skier.
There we go. Yeah, nice skiing there from Julius. He nice and smooth, just getting, you know, as all the skiers are today, they're just getting their eye in on that Conley DV8 there that you can also win if you correctly predict the women's podium.
All right,
waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
Oh, whoa, hang on a second. That one looked to be inside buoy number 5 there for a moment. We might want to re-rack that and take a look on that particular view. I mean, I just saw something there. I don't know whether that scheme actually made it outside number 5. But if we can get that view again, if at all possible. However, Julius Auer is coming back into the course on 14.25 meters, but the judges seem to be satisfied that opening pass of 60 meter, he was outside on of number 5 on 14.25 meters, 13 meters.
So yeah, Julius coming back now on the 30 meter line length, having completed the 14 meter pass. You know, things can sometimes look a little different on camera as they did in reality. So we you know, it's incredible technology these days. But the judges were really happy with what he did there on the on that 14 meter pass. But now looking on this 30 meter pass, he just a little bit narrow, I think.
Maybe he couldn't see number 2 because the sun is actually being projected towards him.
Right. So he, you know, the boys are still in the same place, but if you can't see, it's really hard to trust where the boys are, and but still making it work. Just running it a little bit down course, but making that work for him, and that was 6 boys completed, and that's the exit gates.
Right, you are. Here we go. This now is Julius Auer, 12 meters.
Yeah, he seems a little bit wider now on this pass.
And he goes down at 1.5.
2. So yeah, that'll be 1.5 boys, I think there. I would say that I thought that was actually a better start on that pass than his previous pass. Let's see what happened here.
And he scored 2.5 in the previous round, so won't get anywhere close to that. Actually, a full buoy down from what he did yesterday, but he does have a third and final round of skiing tomorrow, which will be our first set of event categories. Tomorrow we have a full third round of amateur skiing before we go into the head-to-head portion of the pros between the pro women, pro men, and all of that.
You see how he has actually got good connection out of 1 into 2. I think he comes a little bit narrow actually, and tries to get the ski turned, just stepping on the front slightly, and just the fin popping out slightly, and causing him to come over the front and fall in the water, unfortunately.
All right, then. And a few messages through Peter James, messaging Go Harv, and solid skiing there from him. Harley the skier, hi from Hazelwood Ski World in England, over there in Lincoln. And KL throws in top banana.
Top banana.
Yes. Okay, next competitor up is going to be Leo Cederqvist of Sweden.
Yeah.
There we go. On the dock there, face of fury there.
Yeah, it looks like a man ready to get it done. You know, he's just trying to stay focused, looking at the conditions out there, just seeing which way the wind's going, thinking about his strategy.
And watching live at 2 a.m. in Louisiana is KL, and I don't know what those initials are.
Kerry Lee?
Maybe. Though I very much doubt whether she would be applying with the moniker Top Banana.
Well, we'll see. If you are KL, let us know who you are. And while we watch Leo here on that 14.25 meter line.
Oh, there we go, opening pass. Was that 14 or a 16?
I believe that was 14 meters. Looking good there from Leo part of the Cederquist family here from Sweden. It's great to see some representation from Sweden. We'll be up in their neck of the woods in a few weeks. The Pro Tour stops in Norway, obviously not Sweden, but it's
in Scandinavia.
It's in Scandinavia, so not too far for those guys to travel. But nice first pass there for Leo.
That's certainly one part of the world I'd really love to go and visit one of these days. Sweden, maybe at Gothenburg or Stockholm or Carlsbad.
Yeah, you know, I've got a few friends up in Sweden as well, like Patrick Oman and Jakob, who we'll see skiing later here today. So definitely have the ability to go over there if we wanted, didn't we, Tone?
Yep. All right, there on the dockside from Italy, there you saw the rather intense and pensive look there of Alberto Gysi. But on the water on 13 meters, this is Leo Cederquist.
Leo looking good. Sorry. Leo looking good throughout that 13-meter pass. Just making it look easy, nice and smooth. As we said before, that is the aim of slalom, just try and make it smooth and as easy as possible.
Right you are. So, Leo Cederquist looking very strong there on 13 meters.
You see there how his hand goes down a little bit on the handle. See here, his hand goes down, it goes up. That's something that you might want to think about, just altering when it goes back to training. Just it helps when you plant the handle in one place and come back to it. But it's still really good skiing there from Leo. We'll be coming back on the 12-meter line length. There's only one person so far that has ran it, and that was Tim Veald earlier in the round. So he needs to get through this pass to have a chance of getting on that leading pass. And here we go. Good start here from Leo, making this pass look nice and easy so far. Look at this. This is textbook skiing right there. Moving back to the handle, staying strong through the wakes, moving out with and just rinse and repeat, and nice and even on both sides. Really good skiing there from Leo.
Yep, the super Swede out there on the water, and a little bit of a double pump into buoy number one. That what they called back in the day called a split radius edge change.
Yeah, I mean, you see on his 2-4 side especially, he has that overarm reach. You see something similar from Rob Hazelwood. But you know, we've seen the scores that Rob can get, and that overarm reach is never necessarily a bad thing. It works for them, and really good skiing there from Leo.
And the whole thing about the split radius edge change is you kind of do that to prevent the ski from actually rolling in and turning before you actually get out to buoy's width. You just try and get it to run on a little bit, and then when you're ready to go, then you switch out from your stance on that edge, and then allow the ski to pop round, and then you hook up to the line, and then you're off to the races.
Right. So here we go. Leo coming back on the 11.25 meter line. Let's see what we can do here. Comes around one, gets pulled forward a little bit. He's coming out to two. He's pulled forward again, but he's trying to make it out towards three. Just goes inside three. But that is the leading score so far. Let's give him a round of applause there. Doing really good skiing there from Leo. Let's see again on the instant replay. Really good gate there. Just double pumping again a little bit at one. Just gets pulled forward. And that means he has a little bit of disconnection. Comes around two, he pulls forward again, and he tries to get the ski around, but just going inside three there. But good skiing there from Leo. What did you get in the first round there, Tone?
2 on 12.
Oh, there you go. So that's a 7-buoy improvement. Sorry, a 6-buoy improvement there for Leo. So that's a really good score for him. I think he'll be happy with that.
Well, your former teammate from Louisiana Lafayette having a little bit of a chuckle there with your math there, but
I know there's not not like I've graduated anything.
But there you go. Right then, our next person to take to the water, a skier from San Gervasio. His name is Alberto Ghisi. You know much about him?
I don't know too much about Alberto. I know he's a local skier here. You know, here at San Gervasio, he's got loads of experience here at this lake. So good to see him. Good to see him here in the open men category. He'll be starting on 14.25 meters. He'll be, you know, just getting his eye for the conditions out there. Nice and easy pass here so far for Alberto.
All right, so Alberto Ghisi out there now from Alberto Ghisi to right the way towards the end in the previous round. All of those skiers ran into 11.25 meters. So Alberto Ghisi in the round previous to this has scored half a buoy at 11. Lars Voltop, who would be next, has two buoys at 11.25 meters. And Vincent Stadelbauer, our final skier out in this second round of amateurs, he scored 2.5. So yeah, those scores are potential targets for each of our final three competitors, Alberto Ghisi included.
Yeah, so we'll definitely be looking to push up that score a little bit and take up the lead in this round 2 of Open Men's Slalom. You see there the towboats for this tournament, the Malibu Response TXI being powered by the Monsoon engine, the 6 litre, that's powering up to 36 mile an hour. As Alberto Ghisi pulls out for his gates, he's 13 meters now. Oh, big one there. He gets pulled forward a little bit out of one, but gets nice and comfortable again. Just turning a little bit late, I think, but he's making that work, and nice pass there for Alberto. You know, staying nice and calm, just getting the job done.
Absolutely right there on that pass for Alberto Ghisi. Started at 14, that was 13 coming back.
I just see what happened at the start. I think he just got pulled forward just a little bit out of one. You see there, he just got, that was what it was. He dropped the shoulder a little bit, just got a big turn, just had to compose himself around 2. And just gets the job done there.
Seems to be very, very non-committal with the reach, I fancy.
Yeah, you know, he looks like a tall guy. He looks about 6 feet or over. You know, I've not met him personally, but looking from the screen there, he does look like a tall skier, and 13 meters for him. He's got plenty of reach there. He doesn't want to stretch out too far on these early passes. He wants to preserve his energy for his later passes, I think. But here we go, Alberto Ghisi on the 12-meter line. Let's see what he can do here. He needs to get through this pass to have a go on the lead-in pass. Big one there, big out of 2, gets pulled forward. Unfortunately, just coming inside 3. See what happened here on this instant replay. Looks like a good gate. He just gets pulled up a little bit. He gets on the back of the ski there again out of 1. And coming into 2, yeah, as we said on the previous pass, just not quite reaching out a lot, and coming a little narrow, I would say, into 2, and the ski coming up in front of him, not being able to get the full angle that we've seen him get before.
And you know, I mean, with the opening passes of 14 and 13 meters, you know, a little non-committal with the reach. You know, I mean, it becomes habitual. I mean, because when you start out on doing that on 14 and 13 meters, when it gets time to where you really have to commit yourself to actually extending outside the buoy line, you know, you haven't really put yourself in a good position just by the sheer fact that you're just not being committed to actually extending and allowing the ski to fully rotate so you can hook up and go.
Yeah, you need to really make sure that you extend out, you know, and then come back. If you're getting the most extension out with the reach, you're probably going to have more time and more width around the buoy. And
I think it works for him if the conditions are not ideal. I mean, if he's in a situation on an open water lake like Spelunga or so on and so forth, and the conditions are a little bit tough. Obviously, you don't want to expose yourself too much. You want to try and ski with a little bit of caution. That works in those conditions. But in these conditions, which are absolutely ideal, where you're looking for like the top higher echelon performance, not so much.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tone. We'll see what he can do in the third round. See what we can do for Alberto tomorrow before we see the head-to-heads from the pro skiers. But on the water now, speeding up to 36 mile an hour, is Lars Ola Valstrop. He, I believe, he'll be going out on 14 meters, 58 kilometers per hour, from Denmark.
Norway.
Sorry, from Norway. Don't know my flags, but.
Thankfully I do.
But nice easy pass here. Yeah, good pass there. And he'll be shortening up to 13 meters.
All right then, so this is Lars Ola Valstrop coming to us out of Skarnes in Norway. And his club, the Slørstad Vanski Club, will be hosting a pro-level slalom competition in about 2 or 3 weeks' time from now.
Easy for you to say that, Tone, isn't it? That ski club.
Slørstad Vanski Club.
There we go. What do we? I wonder if get any of the guys at that ski club. Was that the correct punctuation? Do you think? Or
I've been there a few times. I think they've set me straight on more than 1 or 2 occasions. And that club actually just outside Oslo in Norway, they have their own projector screen in the clubhouse, and where they have their officials during those tournaments. So I think 1 or 2 of them will actually be watching it from that location. And matter of fact. That ski club, probably one of the most connected of ski clubs in terms of networking, because they sit right on top of the main internet hub in Norway.
Yeah, so they think they've got good Wi-Fi speeds to be watching the TWBC broadcast. And another nice pass there for Lars. That was 13 meters, nice and early, textbook skiing there, and he'll be shortening the line to 12 meters at 35 off line length.
Right you are, so 14, 13 and 12 for Lars Ola Valstrop.
His head just goes back a little bit on that gate, but he regains his posture again coming into one, and starts skiing.
And I think
nice and
that sunlight kind of got to him a little bit on number 2, because he was searching for the buoy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just got slightly on the back of the ski, you could argue, but you know he corrects that when he needs to, and gets the job done there on that 13-meter pass. So something he might want to look into going into this 12-meter pass.
All right, let me tell you a little bit about Flow Point, created by Marcus Brown and Jenny Labar. Online coaching and nutritional support, all you need to ski your best. FlowPointMethod.com, FlowPointMethod.com. Lars Ola Valstrop, take it away.
Here he is on 12 meters. He's round 1. He's got a good start so far. He's just on the back of the ski a little bit out of 2. Good out of 3. He knows he needs to work now. He's out of 4. Nice out of 5, and is nice and early towards 6 and out the exit gates. Good skiing there from Lars. Really, really good quality skiing. Just stayed calm when he needed to and just got the job done.
All right then, 11.25 meters comes up. He got 2 yesterday. We'll see what he can do here, but so far on 12 meters, looking at the instant replay and not having any problems finding the buoys this time around as the sun is behind him. You saw him silhouetted for the first third of the course, and keeping hold of that handle there for a little bit longer into number 4.
Yeah, I don't know whether he saw a little bit of a gust in the wind or something like that, but he's managed to bring the ski back around in time and looked really good towards the end of that pass especially, and just got the job done.
And for those of you that are looking for some help getting over a skiing injury, Summit Orthopedic is for you. Summit will get you back to your peak again. So check out Summit Orthopedic. All right, so here we go.
So here we go. Lars Olavaltrop on 11.25 meters. Big one there, great one. Comes out at 2, just on the back of the ski. What can you do at 3? He's just inside 3. So
same score as yesterday.
So that's the same score as yesterday, and also equaling the current round, the best score of the round. Just being pulled forward a little bit at 1. He actually managed to get the ski round really nice at 1. See what happens here at 2. Just gets on the back of the ski there out of 2. Just tip rising up. Doesn't quite get out to 3. But still, good skiing there. Equals his score from yesterday.
And visibly annoyed with that performance, but his score of 2 at 11.25 meters currently ties the lead. That is currently held by Leo Cederquist. So the Scandinavians are back in town.
Yeah, right. I think you can see his frustration after he gets out of 2. When he's trying to get out towards 3, you see his frustration there. He knows he had a good start on 1, so I think he's more frustrated with the situation than his score. But that's good skiing there from Lars. But the next skier out in the water, skiing out of Claremont in Florida at Swiss Waterski School, is Vincent Stadelbauer. One of the main men here at TWBC. He bringing this broadcast to you guys all over the world, and as well as finding the time to do all of this for you guys, he also finds time to ski and ski in these tournaments. So he'll be going out on 14 meters. Making it look easy so far. Nice first pass here from Vince. His hips back a little bit slightly, but nothing too much to worry about. He did have a little bit of a crash yesterday. Spoke to him afterwards. I think he bruised his ribs a little bit coming out of 3 on 11. But I think you can just see that, like when he comes out of 1 here across the waist, his hips are just back a little bit. I'm not sure whether that's just soreness from yesterday,
and also residual soreness from the fact that he actually injured himself a few weeks ago. Actually sustained a back injury prior to the Lake 38 competition. Was barely fit enough to be able to do the webcast for that tournament, and only really started practicing again, just starting this previous week before this competition. So just trying to get into the flow of things once again. Vincent Stadelbauer.
Yeah, so that's another thing to consider when watching Vince ski, that he has been injured. This is only his first week back skiing again after injury. So a busy man, but he enjoys it. I know he does. Everyone sees him stressed out, but he loves it. Just loves the sport. Great ambassador for our sport. So here he comes now, back on 13 meters. Looking good, looking nice and early. Making light work of this 13-meter pass, the 32 off pass. Nice there from Vince.
Top banana. There you go. Good effort there from Vincent Stadelbauer on that second pass. Started in on 14.25 meters. And now getting ready for 13 meters.
No, I believe he's getting that was 13 meters there, Tony. I believe he's getting ready for 12 meters now. Just look how he turns his head over out of 1 there, searching for the next buoy right there. Just making sure that his head comes around, looking where he needs to go, and seems
to be using a lot of energy off 2, 4, and 6 to keep that handle close to him. Going into his. His offside turn, and seems to be skiing rather cautiously on that side of the course.
Yeah, it might be something to do with the sunlight there. I think we're late enough in the day where it's just gone above, where it's blinding you, but it's still very bright out there here at San Gervasio. Well, let's see what he can do on this 12-meter pass. pulling out nice and wide for his gates. Gets pulled back a little bit, I think.
Nicely done.
He's
Round
around
buoy number
there.
one.
He's a little bit back on the ski.
Oh, getting broken over. This is 12 meters.
He's still in it though. He's got plenty of experience behind him where he knows what he needs to do, and gets round 6 there, nice and easy through the gates. So.
And just like James Brown, he got back on the good foot there.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he knows what he had to do. When he came out of 2, got pulled forward a little bit. You know, he's just like, oh, stay calm. We'll just run it slightly on the later side. You know, he wasn't late by any chance or any meaning of the word, but he just ran it a little touchdown course. No big turns, nothing like that. Just getting it done when he needed to.
Stance over his ski into his onside turn, which is 2, 4, and 6, kind of like a snow ski slalom, where the weight distribution is right over their feet, and squaring up to the fall line of a hill, for example.
Yeah, you know, one could argue that you want to push his knees a little bit further forward, you know, just stand a little taller on the ski, but still being... Oh, what's happened there? But here we go, Vince coming back on the 11.25 meter line, seeing what he can do here. He actually ran this pass in the World Championships in October last year. He's looking good right now. He's going out to 4. Oh, he's just on the back of the ski. Can he get round 5? He does get round 5. Does he get back to the wakes? No, I don't think so. So that'll be 4.5 on the 11 meter line. That was a good start there for Vince.
And that represents the best score of this round and in any round in the Open Men's Amateur Slalom competition. Let's take a look at number 1.
He gets a really good connection there out of number 1. He just gets pulled forward a little bit towards 2. You see that the ski just rising up very slightly, and those slight hindrances happen on 11.25. That's really just got to stay calm. He actually gets a good turn out of 3. 4, his ski comes up a little bit. Can't quite get the ski to slow down enough at 5. Tries a little bit of an S turn, but gets pulled forward and just misses that boat guide you see right there. That's the finish line, as you would say, to get back for that full buoy.
So looking at Vincent Stadelbauer once again getting buffeted off buoy number 1, halfway expected there.
Yeah, you just see that slight hesitation, and those hesitations at these short line lengths, you know, they're killers. And you see there at 4, that same hesitation just exaggerated a little bit. And does he get around 5? I think he did. I did see buoy inside, I think, but you see his shoulder just going down, not quite able to go back for the full buoy. We'll see what the judges give him.
So from our perspective, it's 4.5.
Yeah, I would say 4.5. We'll see what the judges give him, but good skiing there from Vince. He did improve his score from yesterday.
All right, so that concludes the second round of amateurs with the Open Men. Our next skiing action will consist of the seeding round for the Radar Junior Challenge in both the junior girls and the junior boys. Thanking Aaron Davies once again for his assistance here in this portion of the competition. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we will be back very, very soon after these messages for the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am presented by Santo Dassault.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
So returning back to action and just in time for the Radar Junior Challenge, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and sitting to my right and to your left on the screen is Matteo Yanni. How you doing, sir?
Hi, Tony. Very good, and you? Nice to be here.
Yeah, I'm a little under the weather so far as my throat is concerned, but I'm trying to push through it.
Kind of have the same thing. Not at your level. I still have my voice.
Yes.
I can speak properly, but I might get to your level in a while. So
it's just that mid-range, from where I speak, rather subtly to, I can probably project out, but I won't be able to sustain that kind of level for that long. So I'm looking for that kind of mid-range.
This is probably a reminder for people watching at home that you are human. You are capable of losing your voice sometime.
Sometimes, yes, but not very often. Okay, so let's have a look at the names that will be on the list for the junior girls.
Now we will have the junior girls, the junior qualifiers. So 4 women and 4 young men competing for the final tomorrow.
Okay, and those 4 girls are going to be Philippa Antonsson, with Nelly Allah, Alexis Mishler, and Elena Jones.
Yeah.
And the boys consist of Demir Floritov, Vincenzo Marino, Jaime Palomino, and Lucas Cornell.
Oh, that's a nice tournament right there.
Yes, absolutely. Glad to have those skiers. Starting off with our first competitor from Austria, Philippa Antonsson. And it's going to be a 16-meter start.
Good. There is a slight headwind for the first pass, so that means 16, 14. They're going to have a 12 tailwind starting at 16, which is unusual for them because obviously 12 is going to be the run that's going to make the difference for junior girls.
All right, so let's see what Philippa Antonsson can do on that Ion 2 from D3. For those of you who are curious enough about the audience prize competition, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to be in a chance to win either a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski, depending on how accurately you project the podiums for both the women's and the men's competition. And the qualifiers for those competitions will begin after the conclusion of the Radar Junior Challenge in both the girls and the boys. And speaking of which, we've got our first competitor out on 16 meters. It is Philippa Antonsson.
Pulling out here at 16. Quite a centered stance on the ski. Not far back. She's quite in control of the ski in the turn, which is important.
Not looking too bad for the most part. Getting
number 5
and number 6, not bad at all.
That was a good start, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's nice and easy, comfortable starting with a headwind. So getting dialed in and settled in the lake with nice conditions is always important to have a good and healthy approach.
I think she pulled out a little early for the entrance gate, so she was battling to maintain a width into number 1, but she more than compensated.
Yeah.
And to me, what I see from Philippa Antonsson is she's a very methodic slalom skier. I mean, she's deliberately keeping those arms locked out and skiing to a certain point hooking up and then going directly afterwards. There doesn't seem to be any movement that strikes me as being
everyone finds
natural.
Yeah, everyone finds their own stance on the ski. The most important thing is making the ski do what it needs to do. And everyone has a different balance on the ski. Somebody has a stance that looks like they're farther back, but they're actually putting the weight in the right spot. She's putting the weight in the right spot, at least so far.
All right, this is 14.25 meters or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. For those of you stateside, that's the equivalent of 47 feet of rope, round number 5, and I don't see much wrong with that there, Matteo.
Not really. I see her being stuck there pulling a little too long than she needs to, especially tailwind. She needs to be more dynamic if she wants to run 12 tailwind.
And it almost seems to me that she was more preoccupied by seeing her position at the buoys off the gate shot than she was actually getting angle through the gates.
She's not incrementing her pull through the wakes, which is important. If you want to get free from the boat and exchange edge early, you need to be dynamic. You cannot rely on the pull that you got right after the buoy and stay there, because you'll never get free from the boat afterwards. So you have to increase your pull. As Jack Travers always said, hard pulls, easy turns. You have to have hard pulls.
Yes, indeed. And not only is the fact that the rope getting shorter makes it harder to get outside the buoy lines, but the angle of deflection from one side to the next is more and more dramatic.
Exactly.
Here we go. This is Philippa Antonsen of Austria. Let's see what she's got on 13 meters. A little slow out of number 1.
You see here, pulling a bit too long, going to 2 and 4. And going headwind, this is not a big problem because the wind stops you and you reach the buoy with at the right speed. But tailwind, this could be a little problem. It's not a hard wind, but still you feel it.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at this. A little bit of a long pull into number 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look here, the changing edge too late.
But still maintaining contact with the boat, yeah. I would say. I mean, if you were turning late and he didn't have the boat to at least help you out a little bit, then that might create some problems you might not necessarily be able to get yourself out of. But she's run 3 passes so far, 16, 14, and now 13. 12 meters is a different kettle of fish because the resistance behind the boat becomes ever more critical.
Yeah. And she's having this problem, but 13 was relatively easy. It was actually very easy. Let's see what she does at 12.
All right then, so let's have a look and see. This is now 12 meters, setting the stage for the remaining 3 skiers to try and match, if not exceed.
This is important going to do. She pulled a bit too long, and that was too long. She had way too much speed in number 2 to be able to turn it properly and reach number 3.
All right, so that is Philippa Antonsen with a 2 buoy count. Her approach into number 1 was okay, but just didn't get enough off number 1 to maintain her posture.
She reconnected way too late to be efficient in that pull.
Yeah, indeed. So 2 on 12 meters. That represents Philippa Antonsen's score in this round of the event.
I have a question. How many people from the U.S. are watching right now? I mean, it's probably mostly European.
It is mostly European because it's about 3 a.m. right now in the United States.
You might have some people that watched the final 2 episodes of Stranger Things tonight. They binged and they are awake now.
Maybe.
Right in the comment section of the feed. If you watch Stranger Things and you're awake watching the tournament now.
And Stranger Things seems to be getting a lot of attention right now, especially the song that goes along with it, from Kate Bush, who who scored like a #1 hit single 35 years after that song's original release.
It's a good song, man.
Yes.
And the finale of the first 6-7 episodes, that was precious. That was really good. Did you like it?
I haven't seen it, and please do not spoil it.
Okay. But it was really, really good. I mean, you struggled through the first like 4 episodes. It's not great, but the last one, oh, that was amazing. So we're back. Who's skiing?
It is Nelly Allard.
Nelly Allard.
She's from Canada.
Starting at
16 meters.
16 meters.
Says Maître Lacour. Looking good.
But she's an active puller. Those are actually quite efficient pulls. She's a bit on the back of the ski. That skiers we'll see skiers with very drastic and different stances on the ski. There are skiers that are more comfortable pulling on the back of the ski, like she is, and also depends on the ski they're using. Because based on the rocker, you can actually take advantage of a ski that has a more pronounced rocker with a flat tail, and you can ski on the back of the ski and be efficient in the turn as well. With a radar, for example.
Well, the ski that she's riding is a Conley DV8 with the patented Versatail. So
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of tail she's using. Do you reckon you could determine whether she's on a square tail or a rounded tail?
No, I couldn't tell. I'm not very familiar with this ski. And I haven't skied in a while, so I've never skied with this particular ski or with the 2 different tails. That I'm really curious to have feedback from other skiers.
I'm thinking she's probably riding on the rounded tail. Possibly. The ski seems to be coming round very, very efficiently so far. Here comes 14.25 meters. All right, looking good at 14.25 meters and the fantastic skiing. And all right, and as she runs 14.25 meters, let's check in for the first time at this event with Lorenzo De Alberto.
All right, welcome to the dock. We're here with Filippa, first skier of the Women Junior Challenge. How was your set today?
It was okay. I mean, I was very nervous, but I mean, yeah, it was okay. It would have been better if I skied like 3 at 12, but I'm happy.
Well, this is only the first round, so you got another chance later. So you're looking to improve and do much, much better?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. I think that you're from Austria, so you're basically home or close to home. How does it feel to ski here in Italy? Is it fun? Do you like the site?
Yeah, I like it very much here. Very fun to ski. I haven't skied here since I think the last time I skied here was 5 years ago, but it was fun to ski here again. I like it very much.
All right, thank you very much, and best of luck to you for the next round.
All right, getting a few messages in our comment section. People watching from South Africa, from South Louisiana.
AJ saying, in Louisiana, no Stranger Things though.
Okay, all right then, fair enough. We won't spoil it from. This is Nelly Allard, 13 meters. Getting a good start though, and maintaining some good course width on number 3 and number 4. Trying not to put too much of a foot wrong down round number 5, and gets it done round buoy number 6. So skiing stride for stride now with Filippa Antonsen as she gets ready for 12 meters.
That was a nice pass. See, she has a very distinctive stance back on the ski, which is actually efficient for that ski, because it accelerates very easily. There's not much drag, because as you move forward on the ski, more ski touches the water and it can create drag. It's not big, the amount of drag you can create that way, but it's still noticeable. Look at this. That was good. That was good.
Very, very nice indeed on that deviate from Conley. Let me tell you a little bit about USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, who continue to work hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining the halls of fame for both the United States and also the IWWF, and also providing scholarships to promising young athletes. Go online to find out more about the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. All right, let's have a look and see what Nelly Alar can produce here
There's
on
the money
12
pass.
meters.
Money pass.
Absolutely. Let's have a look and see.
Number 2 struggling on that number 1, too late to actually manage to turn it and get number 3, and we have another 2.
Yes, we do have another 2, and that means that the top 2 advances through to the head-to-head, so that is basically the target now. Anything more than 2 on 12 will see the one or both of the next 2 female competitors in the Radar Junior Challenge advance through to the head-to-head final, which will take place a little bit later on this afternoon.
They both took a very conservative approach. I mean, starting at 16, the wind is very slight, but there is some wind. And they know that 12 is where the final is made. You have to run as many buoys as possible at 12. So running 12 tailwind has put them in not in a great position to advance into the final. I'm curious to see what rope length the other 2 athletes will start at.
All right, so good effort there from Nelly Alar. It puts her in a tied position for first place, which could be quite intriguing if that score is matched again. But we do know that a clear score beyond 2 on 12 meters will guarantee either of our next competitors a passage through to the Junior Girls Challenge Final, head-to-head, presented by Radar. Here we go. Next competitor, Alexis Mishler from the United States.
Number 2, she's starting at 52.14, which is unusual. Probably she's more comfortable starting at 14 at a slower speed than at 16.
All right, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Neely. She just got done with her set as well. How was your set, Neely?
It could have gone better, but I mean, I'm pretty happy with the score I got for first round, so.
All right, perfect. And did you enjoy the side? Was it fun? The water is nice. How do you feel on the water?
Yeah, the side is amazing. It's really fun to ski here. The water's warm and I don't know, it's really nice. One of my favorite ones for sure.
All right, so is it your first time in Europe or you already been to any tournaments around Europe?
No, it's my first time in Europe, which is amazing. I love to see the culture here and everything, and yeah.
All right, perfect. So best of luck to you for the next round, and back to you, Tony.
Fantastic there, Lorenzo, and there's no other place in Europe or Italy, you know, with such diverse culture. Wouldn't you agree?
Here, right now?
Yes.
Absolutely. And we have people from all over the world watching. In the comment section, you can see Jamie Palomino from Mexico, and there's Pamela Appleton from Australia, United States, Louisiana, all over the world watching. Right now, our athlete coming back at 14.55. So basically, it's the same approach as the other skiers, because the other skiers started at 16.55. She started 14.52, but in reality, it's the same thing, because the second pass is 14.55, which she ran right now. Quite well, actually.
All right, then. So this was a similar approach that her sister actually took in one of the previous rounds, going in at sub-maximum speed and then going at the maximum speed on the second pass with the same line length shortening. Now, do you think that she would have seen something out there that necessitated the need for this kind of strategy?
I don't know. I'm an advocate for that, for starting at a shorter rope length but at slower speed, because it's actually a different way of skiing. So kids learning to ski at 18 meters and going up and up and up with the speed, don't actually develop the skills needed to ski at 28 off 14 or 13, because it's a different way of skiing. You're coming much higher on the boat.
And I'm thoroughly with you on this, because in the way that I coach a little bit with slalom, I'm very much an advocate of going at incremental speeds on a shorter line length. You know, instead of having to worry about slowing down and just trying to use braking power on 18.25 meters to make it all the way through that pass, why not go straight ahead onto 16 and 14.25 meters and work that way?
Absolutely, and we see her coming back at 13, struggling a little bit, but she still manages to complete the pass.
Indeed she does, and that was 13, and now she'll come back on 12. So she needs a piece of 3 buoys on 12 meters.
Yeah, two and a quarter, a piece of 3 to be in the lead and have a chance to qualify for the final tomorrow.
All right, then, getting viewers from across the world. We've got some folks watching in from Australia, and a couple of folks that left messages, Linda Jones and Jaime Palomino. They're saying that they are watching from Mexico and from Louisiana. You don't fool me, because I saw Linda Jones here getting her daughter ready, and she's on dockside. And Jaime Palomino, he's skiing also as well in the junior men's section of the Radar Challenge. So you don't fool me whatsoever.
Probably they're using their accounts at home.
Quite possibly, yes, but...
So 2 and a quarter to advance in the final. Turning in for the gate, quite early approach in the gate. It's paying off. No, she was early in number 2. What
All right,
there?
then. Now we have a bit of a tricky situation, because that score was less than 2 when we've got a tie for 2 for the lead. So there's only one potential scenario that would allow the two, Philippa Antonsen and Nelly Allard, to make it through to the next round of the competition. Otherwise, if those scores are exceeded by our last competitor, then there would be a potential runoff between Philippa Antonsen and also Nelly Allard.
Yes. I'm not well aware of the results that Elena Jones achieved in the past tournaments. I don't know the level of skiing at the moment, so I'm not able to speculate on what's going to happen next.
All we do know is at this stage of the competition, Alexis Mischler has basically eliminated herself from future contention, unless an unthinkable situation arises between now and the end. So now we got our next competitor, Elena Jones, coming to us out of Scott in Louisiana in the United States.
What rope length is she starting?
I would surmise that this will be a 16-meter opener.
Let's see. This is important.
Oh, 14-meter opener and a 55K.
55K. It's actually a smart strategy. All the other girls approached 12 the other way around, which is slightly harder, and it's gonna be easier. A slightly trickier pass coming back to the dock at 13. But let's see what she does. She's skiing very well at 14.
All right, so a piece of 3 on the 12-meter line would see her advance through to the head-to-head Junior Girls Challenge Final presented by Radar. As we look at the instant replay, let me tell you about the 2U bars. They are the official Skier of the Day sponsor, available online and at great local stores around Florida. They are nutritional bars in a variety of different flavors. Find out more online about 2U nutritional bars.
She's very light on this game. I really like the way she skis. There are 2 main different approaches to skiing. One is strength, creating angle and pull to create speed, and the other is being light with a very small angle of attack on water, small drag, and that's what she's going for. here. Very well balanced out there. It's a very nice gate, I have to say. Number 2, very easy. She's able to be on top of the ski and totally in control of the ski during the turn. That is what is crucially important to be comfortable in the slalom course.
All right, not bad at all. So she started on 14, that was 13. Now, here's the deal. She needs to get outside buoy number 3 in order to advance through to the next round of the competition. She's going to approach it from a different direction to the previous 3 competitors. She won't have any impedance from the sun, and with a slight headwind to work with as well. So everything is set up here. The question is, will she be able to execute?
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but judging from how she skied now, I think she can run 12 quite easily with a headwind.
All right, then. So the situation is starting to present itself, and for those of you that enjoy listening to podcasts, the TWBC podcast is the place to go for interviews with the top women and men pros. So check that out on your favorite podcast platform. Here we go, Elena Jones, round number 1. Piece of 3 is necessary to see her advance. Yes, she gets it. She's through.
She's early.
Yeah, she is, and she's still there. She's wanting to run it, and she does. 6 buoys, 12 meters, Elena Jones.
Well, she skis very well. That I was saying. I mean, she's super light on the ski. She never gets low at the buoy. The key part of slaloming is not really accelerating.
Take a look at her handle, though, how she holds it.
I'm not super interested in what skiers do with a particular part of their body, because that's very personal. Some skiers with the handle higher, lower, their shoulder one way or another. The key part is how fast the ski is going, what's the stance of the ski on the water. And the key part is having the highest possible minimum speed at the buoy. So it's not really about acceleration or deceleration. The best skiers, like a Nate, for example, are the skiers that are able to turn with the highest possible speed. That means that they don't have to work a lot to regain speed and accelerate for the next buoy. Let's see what she does at 11.
Probably one of our lighter skiers on the water, Elena Jones. Round number 1. 11.25 meters will get 2 buoys, and we'll see her ski later on in the head-to-head junior girls final.
That was a great result. 2:11 for a junior girl skier. That's a great result.
Indeed. Little broken over off buoy number 1, but I think she was basically skiing with house money at that time. So there we go. It's a 2 buoy count, 11.25 meters. She advances. And now we're going to be in a runoff situation between Filippa Antonsson and Neely Alar. So we'll double check with our officials, but looks like we're going to go straight on to the next division, which will consist of the boys. So whilst we okay, so all 4 girls advance. We get the official word, so there is no cut. So that means that we're pairing up the first versus 4 and second versus 3 in the junior girls radar slalom challenge. So no cut for the girls, and I assume that for the boys, I believe that will be the same thing as well to keep it all equitable. All right, our first skier in the junior boys
challenge presented by Radar is Damir Flaratov.
Skier from Ukraine. We're so very happy to have him here at the tournament. Starting at what rope length at the moment? 14?
Yeah, I believe 14.25 meters. That doesn't look anything like 16.
No.
Certainly from a dynamic point of view, because there is a discernible difference between 16 and 14.25 meters in your approach and how aggressively you have to ski off the turns.
Well, one other reason why I advocate for kids shortening the rope with a slower speed, it's actually the wakes. The wakes make a big difference. They break your pull and actually prevent you from learning well how to pull, how to be efficient in the middle of the wakes.
Okay, and just confirming that all of the skiers advanced through to the head-to-head finals this afternoon for our juniors. Let's have a look at the starting list for the juniors, the Radar Junior Challenge. Damir Flaratov on the water right now. Vincenzo Moreno will go out second, and then Jaime Palomino and Lucas Cornell are the 4 skiers. No cut. We pair them off, and this is purely a seeding round. Here we go. This is Damir Flaratov.
Coming back at 13. It's quite comfortable. Coming back. The wind has almost died down. It's barely noticeable, and then we can actually tell that it has no influence whatsoever on his skiing.
All right, so looking at that from Damir Flaratov, would ordinarily be skiing at the Sentosa facility in Ukraine, but...
Have you been there? I've never been there.
I have never been there myself.
Beautiful.
Yes, I mean, over there in Dnipro.
Yeah.
But unfortunately right now, the current situation precludes them from having the ability to actually train there. So a lot of skiers are kind of scattered between Rockbrunn, between San Gervasio and a number of other spots in order to keep training.
In Recetto as well.
Recetto as well, of course.
Yeah.
Just a sad situation that's going on right now.
It's a terrible situation. We're happy to have them here and ski and continue skiing their season in this unusual and tragic situation. So coming back at 12, I'm gonna say that 11, the 11 for the boys is gonna be the 12 of the girls. So this is gonna be a must pass. Not for now, because all 4 skiers are gonna qualify, are gonna pass to the next round. But actually, to qualify after for the top 2, you will have to run the most amount of boost at 11 to advance.
All right, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here with Alina, our junior top seed so far. So how was your set?
It was really good. I was really excited to be here. Skied really well. I'm excited for the next round.
Well, you just told me that today you just skied your personal best. I guess you're getting very pumped for the next round right now, right?
Yes, sir. I'm really excited. It was really cool.
All right, perfect. And you were also telling me this is the first time you come to Europe, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you like it? How are you enjoying it? What are you going to do after this tournament? You're going to hang around a bit in Europe? Are you going to tour? Are you going to do some other tournaments in Europe? What are your plans for the future now?
We have a couple days of touring. Really excited for that, and then we're going to go home. But we'll be here till Thursday.
All right, perfect. So congratulations on your personal best, and best of luck for the next round. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and extremely polite and well-spoken there, Elena Jones, a part and parcel from being from South Louisiana in the United States. And here we go. This is Damir Flaratov coming in 11.25 meters.
Number 1. Broke a bit at waist, but is in it on 3, no problem there. 4, 5, he manages to run it.
Oh, nice. Some great skiing there for Damir Flaratov, and now getting on to 39.5 off 10.75 meters. He made that one look really, really smooth and easy. One wonders if they'd
actually shorten the rope.
Yeah, it wasn't effortless because he was working through it, but it was easy.
And seems to carry the handle and his leverage all the way out to the buoy on his 135 side, like right here.
Yeah, but probably puts him in a comfortable position to turn the ski. I cannot tell from here what ski he's skiing on. Can you, Tony?
Not at this moment, but we'll see. Yeah, the sunlight kind of makes it a little bit difficult, but
but that was great skiing. Like, we'll see what he's gonna do at 39, but
he's on a syndicate ski.
Syndicate ski. It's working great for him.
All
so
right.
Coming back at 39, pulling out. Nice stance out there. A very soft turn in the gate. Didn't give me probably the right speed at number 1. Struggles on 2, so 2 buoys at 39.
2 buoys at 10.75 meters for Damir Flaratov of Ukraine. Already got behind the boat and got superb leverage and speed, but unfortunately dumped everything on that one.
I said 2.
Yeah, you said 2.
I'll take it back.
You take it back?
I take it back, yeah.
I'm still going with 2 because I think the center line of the ski actually got outside the buoy.
The screen is a bit far from me, and I'm short-sighted, so I cannot really tell. But I think it's inside.
But as Aaron Davies told me yesterday, in terms of deciding whether the ski actually made it on the outside of the buoy, it's basically the center line of where you stand on the ski.
Yeah, it's where your front foot.
Yeah, and I think that ski actually made it on the outside of 2. I could be wrong, of course, but from my perspective, it looks like it is going to be 2. The judges are reviewing right now.
I'm not a judges waiting type of guy. I make my statement. I say 1, whatever the judges say.
And the judges seem to agree with you with 1.
Okay. So they did a good job.
1 at 10.75, 1 at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off for Damir Flaratov. All right, well, got a little bit of time to tell you about Le Guapa. And we'll tell you a little bit more about that after we check in with Lorenzo.
All right, we're here live on the dock with Jaime. It's going to be after Vincenzo, our 3rd skier of the day in the Junior Challenge. So how are you feeling? What's going on through your head? Are you feeling pumped?
I'm feeling really pumped. Obviously this year it's really going to be a hard competition. The Junior Challenge is great skiers, but looks pretty flat, pretty good conditions. Boat is nice, everything's nice. Hopefully I can just be consistent and do what I do.
All right, perfect. So I'm not going to keep you here for long. I'm going to give you best of luck. Enjoy your set, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo De Alberto, and we've got a whole slew of sponsors who follow us for this webcast and the others this season. La Guapa, based in Tequisquitengo, just outside Mexico City. They are a luxury villa resort with all-inclusive amenities, including water skiing. Check them out online. It is La Guapa. All right, in this Radar Junior Challenge in the boys section, our next competitor to go is going to be Vincenzo Marino from Italy.
A young, great skier from Sicily, Italy. Quite disputable whether you can actually say Sicily is Italy. Actually far from here.
Yeah, I mean, because
different culture.
It's certainly very, very different.
No, I'm kidding. He's a great skier, 3-eventer, great slalom, great tricker. It's actually funny. He's the only other skier apart from Joel Poland that I know of that skis with 1 foot 4 in slalom and the other foot 4 in tricks.
All right, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, we're here with Damir, our first junior man in the Junior Challenge. So how was your set? How did you ski?
Yeah, I really like it. I finally ran 11. That was my first goal for this competition, so I'm happy for that.
So you're getting ready to run it again, second round, and go deeper into 10.75?
Yeah, of course. If I want to do first, second, third place, it's going to be 2-3 on 10.75, so I'm ready for it.
All right, perfect, Mister. So you enjoyed the side, you enjoyed the driver, you enjoyed the boat. Was everything fine for you? I guess you didn't have much problem today.
Yeah, today was everything perfect. Firstly, I saw the wind. It was, for me, not really good, but when I skied, it was perfect, so I'm happy for that.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Damir. Best of luck to you for the next round, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much there, Lorenzo D'Alberto. As we see on the dockside, Jaime Palomino. On the water, we got Vincenzo Marino. So, 30 meters.
30 meters. Skiing with A2. This is another interesting thing to see the letters and the numbers at which each skier is skiing, because it gives you an insight of what they want the boat to do while they're skiing. So A2, it means that he wants the boat to wait for him to get settled at the end of the turn to be in the right position before actually pulling him.
And then obviously at the extreme opposite end, if you select C, you want the boat to hit you immediately.
Yeah, that appeared to be the most comfortable setting for people that were used to ski with perfect pass, because it was very unusual for people like old skiers like me that skied most of their life. I skied only with perfect pass actually.
Yeah.
And when I started skiing with zero off for the first time, the C was more comfortable because A was unusual. I mean, you have nothing at first, and then you have the boat pulling you afterwards. And it was weird to me, but people that learned to ski for the first time with zero off, they can actually take advantage of that layer pull because it whips you out. It allows you to get wider on the next buoy.
And obviously, if you're a real glunt for punishment, then you'd select C3, which hardly anyone does.
Well, it doesn't really change much. There is a big misconception between 1, 2, 3. It's basically a cap on the reaction of the boat. So if you don't solicit the boat enough for like little kid, light kid, if you don't solicit the boat enough, 3 is not going to change anything compared to 2 or compared to 1. It's just a cap on the reaction of the boat. And the reaction is based on how much you slow it down.
Mm-hmm. All right then. So Vincenzo Marino from originally Sicily. Actually, my first tournament in Italy many years ago was in Sicily in that site that's situated right in the middle where there's a dam on the end. You're probably Siaca de Sicily, I believe.
I void in my head. I can't recall the name. But it's a very beautiful place to ski in, but it's a dam. So what I've heard, it
fluctuates.
The water level fluctuates so much that the conditions change a lot between the beginning and the end of the season. Actually, sometimes at the end of the season, it's almost very hard to ski.
And also ask Stefan Wild, who just passed us behind, the kind of fun that he got up to jumping off the top of the dam in a jumpsuit.
What?
Yes.
There is a video? There is evidence of that?
This was in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
There's no video of that.
There was no video in the 80s. So he needs to run this past 11, struggling on number 3, but still keeps on going. Let's see on 5. He runs it.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And now it comes down to 10.75 meters.
So they wanna be seated properly for the next round. So they want that extra buoy at 10.75. They want that 2 or 3. And that's what he's going for. So he's a left foot 4 in slaloming and a right foot 4 in tricking. What do you think about that?
Well, he sounds like Joel Poland.
Yes, that's probably the key to great overall skiing.
Being able to switch feet.
Yeah.
And you know how Joel Poland knows what foot to put in for tricks and what to put in for slalom. Do you want to know what he did?
But a coin toss?
No, actually, he put a tattoo of a pineapple on his right foot for tricks.
Basically, like in the U.S., when they have surgery, when you have surgery right on your leg, which one is to operate on? To remember, it's like to make sure.
Exactly. And you can find out more details about that by going to the TWBC podcast. I interviewed him recently, and that was Joel Bonin. But right now, Vincenzo Marino gets round buoy number 1. I'm not too sure whether he got round number 2.
He wasn't happy, so I don't know. He wasn't happy with his result, so maybe that means he didn't get number 2. We'll see now with the
we'll have a look
slow-mo.
here. Gets around that number. Oh,
number 1, he goes
slides out the back.
Yeah, but he goes around it, actually. That's a full 2. Goes back in time.
He's taken the lead, therefore.
Yeah. Great skiing.
All right, then. So now in order to, I think the seedings are a little bit up in the air right now, but so far as the top seed is concerned after 2 skiers, it is Vincenzo Marino with 2 at 10.75 and Damir Flaratov now relegated to the second spot with 1 at 10.75 meters. So now Jaime Palomino and Lucas Cornell know that in order to break into one of the top 2 seeds and kind of be in a position to qualify through to the head-to-head finals, a slightly easier route there, then they have to get more than 2 at 10.75.
Yeah. But, they seem to be all there, running 38, running mid 39. So no matter what they do now, it's going to be decided, in the next round. Jamie.
Well, actually, Jaime.
Jaime, yeah, sorry. Yeah, and I know Jaime. He skis very often at Tigas' place in Florida. I see him all the time. He's a great skier.
Yes, absolutely. No two ways about that.
Skiing with a good.
Yeah. Not too sure what model of good that is because I have like several models to choose from.
It's hard to tell from here. But it obviously changes a lot, whether it's the slightly wider, slightly narrower, longer and shorter.
And in a few moments we'll get to hear from Vincenzo Marino, but not before we bring Jaime Palomino into the course. I would imagine that this is 14.25 meters, and I know this much about the ski that he's on. It is a current year model because the Good Ski Company actually updated and refreshed their graphic look on their skis starting this season.
Pulling out for his first pass. I like how he skis. Look how quickly he releases the ski on the other side, going to 135. That's the key to getting.
Let's check in with Lorenzo
early. Let's check in.
All right. Thank you very much. We're here with Vincenzo. Just got done with his set. So Vincenzo, how did you ski?
I ski really good. Feeling was okay. Perfect condition right there, and we'll see in the semifinal.
So we heard earlier that some skiers were a little concerned about the wind. Did you feel that the wind helped you or disadvantaged you in any way?
No, I start 14 for my 10.75 headwind, but was really nice headwind and was good.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Vincenzo. I'll let you go now, get rested and get ready for a second round, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And just a correction on the ski that he was riding, obviously not a Syndicate, but a D3 iron, which is now in the current year is now called the Neo. There is an Ion 2, which is released for this season, also to complement their other ski, which is the NRG.
I'm not well versed anymore. I mean,
we'll get you scored up, certainly.
Thank you.
All right, there. This is Jaime Palomino on that good slalom ski. looking strong on 13 meters.
It's a very dynamic style, paying off very well because this pass was effortless.
And you know, one of the things that strikes me about Jaime Palomino is his water speed. You know, he comes across the weights into the pre-turn, lets the ski ride out, and you know, the ski doesn't really bleed off too much speed.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. I mean, the key to slaloming is maintaining the speed. It's not really being as fast as possible or accelerate as much as you can, is maintaining the speed. And skiers are able to do it in different ways. So whenever somebody says to have a particular position, to emulate some other skier, it doesn't really pay off all the time because people have a different stance on the ski, people have different skis, people have different settings, people use different boat settings, different letters and numbers. So it's different for everyone. What is important is the speed. And he's managing speed very well.
All right then, seen on the dock right there, a skier out of Brisbane, Australia. That is Lucas Cornell. We saw his father compete a little bit earlier on in one of the amateur rounds of the competition. Let's have a look and see what Jaime Palomino can do at 12 meters.
Oh!
Or when he's gone down.
He probably chewed more than actually needed on that number 2. He was super early. I don't know why that happened, why he tried so hard to turn that buoy.
And if nothing changes about the results between now and the end, whoever comes out of this round, the seeding round in the first position, will at this stage be paired up against Jaime Palomino because his score was less than the 6 buoy count on 12 meters, thus putting him in the bottom spot right now.
I mean, it's not good, but it's not a tragedy because he advances no matter what. He surely wanted more than that. But let's see again. The number 1 was good. The pull was okay. Pulled a bit longer than the pulls before. He engages the tip too much, and that's a lot of unnecessary drag.
And swimming into shore, that was Jaime Palomino. Now, so far as setting up for cool water and for soft and warmer water, you know.
Yes, there are so many variables and so many factors that can influence your ski, and that's what drives slalomers crazy all over the world. No matter the age, the skiing capabilities. I mean, it's tough. There are so many variables, and you have to be aware of all of them. Some people are gifted and can go out and adapt automatically, and some people think through them quite a bit, and they can drive you crazy.
And some people can actually mount a binding on a piece of 2x4 wood and still be able to get around the course.
Yes. In slaloming, it appears that. Well, I think that the best skiers of all time are the ones that they're able to think the least while they ski, and that's not an insult, but actually it's an ability to clear a head and go out and ski no matter what, and ski great. And that's what is needed. If you actually think through every movement of your body, there are so many variables that you're gonna be penalized somehow.
Yes, I mean, and that goes along for some of the best athletes in the world, you know, I mean, in a number of different sports, in football, and I'm talking about the actual real football that involves actually kicking the ball, basketball, I mean, tennis, all that kind of stuff. You don't see a tennis player like Roger Federer think his way through a shot.
The thinking is something you have to do a lot before the actual tournament. There is no thinking here. The work is done, you just have to go and do it. So, at 13 meters, I cannot see well the rope length right now.
I think that's 13. I think that's actually 14.25 meters.
Okay.
We'll get a confirmation on the line length very, very soon, but I very much doubt that that's going to be anywhere longer than 14, and certainly it might be 13. We'll find out for certain. But that's Lucas Cornell Comes to us out of Brisbane in the state of Queensland in Australia on the east coast there.
Very, very clean, stacked position that allows him to use leverage against the boat to accelerate properly when he gets the pull of the boat. That was a clean pass.
Beautifully executed on the opening pass. We'll get confirmation of the line length. Already getting ready are our pro women. Featuring among those competitors is Alicia Bagnoli, who we see on dockside getting ready. A few of our men are starting to think about what they're going to be doing out in the water. Here we go. This here now is Lucas Cornell.
He started 13, so this is a 12. So it's slightly different approach from the other guys. Number 3.
Okay, and by the sheer fact that he scores more than 1.5 on 12 meters, that means
nothing
at this time.
Yeah.
But that does mean that he doesn't finish. He finishes in a seed higher than number 4 right now. So the only seed that we know of right now is Jaime Palomino. Because he's finishing at the foot of the table right now, he has the 4th seed.
Yeah. He is not last, at least. But he obviously wants to be first, so he's aiming for that number 3 at 39.
And what does he need in order to get first is more than 2 at 10.75 meters, which will necessitate him running the next pass and more than 2 on the pass afterwards.
Piece of 3. And it's going to be slightly, I mean, talking about wind right now, it doesn't really make sense because it's so slight at the moment. It was stronger before, and now it's almost non-existent. But if there is a slight wind, it's going to be headwind for this 38 and slightly tailwind in the 39. I actually don't know whether it make any difference.
So here we go. 13 and 12 meters run successfully back to back. Here we go. Lucas Cornell of Australia.
So a bit hesitant number 1 and ruined his pull to number 2. Where even if he has a wrong foot forward, he's first. Very unusual. But actually, all people skiing left foot forward are wrong foot forward. Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I guess. Okay, Lucas Cornell scores 1 at 11.25 meters. Still doesn't affect his seeding. He's still the number 3 seed. He will go up against the number 2 seed, which is Damir Flaratov. Vincenzo Marino, still the number 1 seed coming out this round. He will be paired off against Jaime Palomino in the head-to-head challenge, which is the next time we will see these competitors this afternoon. All right, then. The continuation of this event will involve the pro women in this, the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santos Dassault. Thanks a lot for watching, and we'll be back right after these.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The junior challenge just got done. Now we're about to start with the pro women. So today in the pro women, we're gonna have 9 skiers, but only 8 of them are gonna get in the head-to-head final. So one girl will be missing out the head-to-head final, and it's gonna be based on best result at the 2 scores. The condition out at the lake look absolutely amazing. Everybody already skied quite good. And we're excited to watch the first round of pro women and then following first round of pro men into the next couple of hours. So stay tuned, keep staying with us, keep watching, and back to you, Tony.
Fantastic there, Lorenzo De Alberto, our guy on the dockside for this event. Matteo Ianni, who is on my right and your left on the screen. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have you on board. So let's take a look at the running order, shall we? Celine Detry from Belgium will get things up and running, followed by Gina Kruger, then Brooke Baldwin, Alicia Bagnoli, Pedrini, Patrizia Yanni, Ali Nicholson, Ali Garcia, and finally the world champion, Jamie Bull.
I thought we had it dialed in, the spelling of Beatrice, last year. You kind of lost it.
Like kind of the pronunciation.
In a year, you lost it. It's not Beatrice, it's Beatrice.
Beatrice.
With too many vowels at the end. Beatrice.
I'm going to go with Bear.
Yeah, that's better. So, yeah, basically what we can take away very easily, looking at the running order, that only one skier is going to be left out. It's going to be a very lonely place.
Mm-hmm.
So... first skier, Detry Celine from Belgium.
Yes, Celine Detry.
Starting at 14, I guess. Most of the skiers in this round, apart from obviously the very best, they're going to start at 13. They're going to start actually at 14. The seating... It's actually the seating from the tour. I mean, from the seating of last year, a combination of last year and the first tournament of this year, which was Madrid. That's why we see this actual running order with Ali Nicholson last third, Ali Garcia second, which she skied great in Madrid, and Jamie Bull last, who won the tournament last week.
So, looking at the dockside, our second skier out is Gina Kruger.
Recently got married, so congratulations to her.
Yeah.
Driving the boat is Mario Pigozzi. Before it was Manuel Domini. I think we have to, inform who's watching, who's driving, because that's an important thing.
Yes, indeed.
They have an important role in the tournament. They can make or break a tournament. I mean, a bad driver can ruin a tournament. They're actually great drivers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very, very consistent, and the reason why they're here is because of their performances, which are continually being monitored throughout the season. I mean, we got the shore path thing going on for the last season or so, more than the season now prior to this.
It's such a shame. Well, it's not a shame. It's such a shame that it's the case that Mario cannot drive the men's tournaments, because usually Robert is competing in them, so he's precluded from actually pulling the guys. He's always pulling just the girls, but he's an exceptional driver.
Indeed, you are right. So Celine Detry, skiing on a current year model, a good slalom ski, so she's obviously been training and is current with her for her equipment setting. We got the Malibu TXI Response, 400 foot-pounds of torque there from that tournament towboat, and now we're going to get Celine hooked up. Is the best score of 2 rounds, the top 8 advance into the head-to-head in both the women and the men's competitions.
So let's let her know that Peter says go Celine from the Beckers family. So people watching, cheering for her as she's starting her tournament.
Indeed, indeed. So getting a little bit of support online, and I'm sure that there's more than one or two Belgians along the shoreline here in San Gervasio. Let's have a look and see. Celine Detry, the opening pass is 14.25 meters. It is the minimum starting line length for our ladies in this competition.
Pulling out.
Nice hook up off buoy number 1.
Very relaxed stance. Skiing with A2, that means that she has time at the end of the turn to find their position and then pull.
Nicely done. Celine Detry getting through the opening pass. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, thank you, Tony. We're here with Brooke. She's going to be our third skier in the water today. We saw her earlier warming up. Let's talk us through your warm-up. Let us know what you do for warm-up, how you get pumped for the tournament.
I don't know. I normally try to eat a good breakfast and then just stretch a little bit and then go for a little swim. I like to swim before I ski and then put myself on and go. It's nothing too intense. It's just kind of what I feel like in the morning.
All right, perfect, perfect. So we saw earlier the conditions are perfect. Do you think that there's going to be anything that will worry you about the condition, the water, the wind?
No, I'm not too worried about it. Those are all things I can't really change, so I'll just try to worry about myself and do what I need to do.
All right, perfect, perfect. So we're going to give you best luck of you in your first round, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
Why, thank you there, Lorenzo.
It's nice. It's nice to see Brooke here. She managed to come here. She rented a car.
Yeah.
She got here. It was stick. She's usual to an automatic, gear car, but here they just rent stick cars.
Yes.
So it was kind of tricky. She told us the experience she had the time she rented it, and she had to go at Mario's place, and she parked the car in like an underground parking. That must have been tricky this morning to pull up a car, start uphill with a stick. It's not easy. So I'm very glad she's here.
Yes, indeed. There are a lot of skills, a lot of things to learn about life in Europe. Totally different to our existence in the United States, and as we focus in on Celine Detry getting through her first two passes, 14 and 13 meters back to back.
Yeah, we like to make things more difficult here in Europe for some reason.
Just more challenging.
Yes. What's the fun of having easy things your whole life? It has to be tricky.
Yes, indeed, and I personally prefer a driving stick.
Oh, I don't.
You don't like driving stick?
No, I'm too lazy for that.
Oh, come on.
I know. I'm an odd Italian.
All right, then. There on the starting dock is Gina Kruger, and getting ready for her turn. Whether it occurs sooner or later, it's going to be determined by what Celine Detry goes out there and produces on the water.
So, 12 is obviously a must pass, no matter what. I don't think this is going to be a determining factor in who qualifies or not. It's going to be all done at 38. But let's see this 12 meters for Celine.
Nicely done, round buoy number 1 on 12 meters. Good start. Continuing to roll. And look at her go. It's 12 meters, a pass that she knows she realistically needs to run to stay in contention. And there you go. Good skiing there from Celine Detry, our first skier out in the Open Women's first round of qualification.
Very conservative 135. She wants to make sure she's there without abrupt turns, and it's paying off because she managed to be sure of not doing anything weird and fall, but at the same time she managed to arrive early, nice and easy on number 2 and 4.
I like the way she feeds the handle out.
It's the aesthetics of skiing are actually nice, and I enjoy them, but these things, I don't know how functional they are in mimicking them when you try and ski yourself. So, when you skied, did you shape your skiing based on the aesthetics of other skiers? or tried to have the ski functionally do the same, which might require you to do completely different movements on the ski because you have a different body and different shape.
I look for consistency, and I go with the latter rather than the aesthetics.
That's the right way to go about it. So coming back at 38.
Here we go. This now is Celine Detry, 11.25 meters. If she can make an impact on this run, then it will really set the cat among the pigeons here. Inside 3, I would surmise.
Yep. 3 at 38.
That looks like it's a gate review, apparently.
Oh, unfortunately.
Let's have a look. This is a clear shot here.
I don't know. Will we be able to tell? No,
or maybe not.
We can tell from here. Because 3 is a result that might be like the cut to get in the first 8. So it's going to be very important for her to see if the gate was good or not.
Well, she gets round 3, so if a gate is fine, then she should get 3 buoys for that effort. But we've yet to find out for certain whether she gets 3 at 11 or 0 on that effort.
While we're waiting for that result, we have Gina Kruger.
All right, and as Gina Kruger gets ready to ski, let me tell you about wrapped skis created by Jody Fisher and built in Cyprus. Try one at Jody Ski School in Lake Gifford, and also check out the wrapped skis gate guide system. So check out wrapped skis online, and looks like we got a confirmation on 3 buoys. 3 buoys there. 4.
That's a good score. That's a solid score. That's a floor for our next skiers, because they know they have to run a bit more than 3. That requires pulling for 4, which is different than just trying and aiming at 3.
All right. About to take to the water. You're wearing that checkered flag hair clip. Here's Gina Kruger.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I like the checkered flag. Gives off a little bit of an F1 vibe.
Yeah, it's nice. I would want one of those. I don't have hair anymore, basically, but I would want one of those.
Trying to draw upon the support of the local Tifosi, who love their F1. So much so that there's more
F1 is having a resurgence at the moment, right? I mean,
of course.
It was big in the 90s, beginning of 2000, and it kind of died down a bit, and now,
because of an American company.
Yeah, probably. That's probably the reason. So having no problems at her opener.
And looking pretty good on that opener. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. We're here with Alicia. She's going to be our 4th skier on the dock. So, Alicia, how do you feel? How is your day going and getting ready for this tournament?
I had a good night of sleep, and I'm honestly feeling pretty good. I'm a little nervous, I think, because I'm in Italy, a lot of that stuff, my family being on shore. But I'm confident, so I think I'm just going to go out there, get a good feeling on my ski, and hopefully get a good result.
All right, perfect. And how have you been skiing? Have you been skiing good? Have you been how has been your season so far?
I think my season hasn't started as good as last year. I've been struggling a little bit on and off the water, but so not much consistency. But I think I'm getting a little bit better with the time. So hopefully it's gonna be good enough for today.
All right, perfect. So slowly getting there, building up confidence, and getting ready for this tournament and the next ones to come.
Exactly. Next weekend is going to be Greece, and then World Games coming up.
All right, perfect. So best of luck to you, Alicia, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so that was Alicia Bagnoli. Just enough time to tell you about Drew Ross Realtor. If you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, check in with
the ski, then going for it at 38 off. Funny, Alicia said, basically, I'm a bit more nervous because my parents are here. But with TWBC, your parents are always there with you. They're always watching. So why should you feel more nervous? I mean, everybody's watching you anyway, at every tournament, all the time, thanks to you guys.
All right, so Gina Kruger getting ready to come back into the course. It's is going to be 12 meters now. So the only score that we've gone so far is Celine Detry with 3 at 11.25 meters, and Gina Kruger about 9 buoys away from getting to that proximity of scoring. There's the Malibu towboat accelerating up to 55k in this opening round of pro women skiing with A2.
Yes, that seems to be the prevalent choice for pros. They have adapted to this style of having the boat pulling them a bit later and using that later pull to be whipped out for the next buoy. So letting the boat do the work for them rather than actually pulling on the backside of the buoy and create speed yourself physically.
All right, and just looking at the dock and seeing Brooke Baldwin. She's been largely absent this season so far, so a welcome return to the pro skiing scene. And we'll see her ski in just a few moments. In the meantime, we still have Gina Kruger out there on the water. A quick reminder to vote now for your matchups at bplayfuel.com. bplayfuel.com. Go out there and vote now for your competitive matches in this event. So, the San Gervasio Pro Am right here. We're about a little over half an hour away from starting the pro men's slalom competition in round 1.
So the next year is basically, it's 3 at 11, 3 at 38.
Yeah, that will definitely help them along. May not be enough to put them towards top seed, but puts them in the head-to-head matchups for starters.
That's the first thing to think about, like getting qualified, and then if they can go past that, yeah, of course, you see if you can get a better seating. But right now, 3 is the score to beat. Running 2,
horrid number 2.
3 a bit late. She manages to turn it and get number 4, and now she's relaxed and she doesn't care if she runs it or not because she's, for now,
tries the S-turn round buoy number 6.
How can you do the S-turn number 6? It's impossible to get in time. So it's going to be 5.5.
Yes, because the gate buoys are actually located closer to the boat guides than the boat guides are to themselves.
Yeah, 27 meters instead of 41.
Mm-hmm.
You knew it, right?
Yes, I did, yeah.
How far is the pre-gate from the gate? Come on.
41, I guess?
No, 55.
55, yes.
Jeez.
Trying.
You got to be on top of these things.
I know. But I've got greater concerns right now, especially where it comes to my voice. Anyway.
I know. Dude, you're human. After all, you're human. You lose your voice like everybody else. It takes longer, actually, but you do.
So we're just trying to get confirmation on that score. I believe it's going to be 5.5 at 11.25 meters, at least 5. 5.5, which means that Gina Kruger has, at this moment in time, unless her score is surpassed, the lead score and the passage through to the next round of the competition. So there are a number of moving parts and a number of things that can potentially happen. But for the moment, let's check in with Brooke Baldwin, who will be coming into the course at 14.25 meters for her open and pass.
Brooke coming in, she has a style that is, as I was talking before about the junior skier Jones Elena, she has a very light stance on the ski, which is key to ski efficiently because you don't have to accelerate a lot on the backside of the buoy because you have the right speed.
Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Paige. She's just been telling me that she's seen super good and she's really pumped for the tournament. So what are your expectations? How's your mindset?
Everything's good. I just want to run 39. That's always my goal. So I'm just going to take it buoy per buoy and go for it. So.
All right, perfect. So we just saw with everybody. Everybody told us the conditions are perfect, nothing to be worried about. And what do you think is going to be the outcome of this tournament for everybody? Do you think it's going to be a nice tournament?
Yeah, I think everyone's going to ski amazing. The site and the setup is perfect, so it's the perfect chance to do good. So.
All right, thank you very much, Paige. We'll let you get ready and get focused really well. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo and Paige. Paige will be skiing very, very soon. And let's see what Brooke Baldwin can do with pass number 2. She's gotten through 14 now. This is 13 meters.
Her 13 meters pass.
So 13 meters under a belt. Obviously using a rear toe.
Is she using a hard shell or a rubber binding?
I think she uses a hard shell binding, but definitely uses a rear toe loop.
Yeah. That's another thing that is very important. There was an increasing number of people in the beginning of the 2000s starting to ski with hard shell and double hard shell, which was very beneficial before because the more angle you had on the backside of the buoy at the end of the turn, the more you can actually slow down the boat and get to the other side quicker. But right now, with zero off, that's not beneficial. If you slow down too much, then you have to regain that speed, and the boat is going to punish you for it. So, two hard shells force the ski in a specific angle on the backside of the buoy, and punishes you for it. Rubber bindings and rear toe plates allow you an extra wiggle room between the angle of your leg and the angle of the ski on the water. So more and more skiers are realizing that and skiing with a rear toe plate and sometimes even a rubber binding. Look at Dane. He's skiing with a rubber binding.
Indeed, and looks like Brooke Baldwin on 12 meters is making light work of this particular one behind the boat.
She's very centered, very stable stance on the ski. You see how far forward she is? From that position, you can make the ski do whatever you want. If you're back on the ski, that's harder, but she knows what she's doing there.
All right, so that is Brooke Baldwin getting through all 6 buoys on that pass, and be sure to play for the audience prize. Whether it be a D3 or a Conley Slalom ski, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Conley Slalom ski based upon how accurately you predict the podiums in the women's and men's pro competition.
So next pass is going to be 38 off. As we said, 3 is the score to beat. You need a piece of 4, 3 1/4 to actually be placed at least 8th. So getting in at 38. Number 1 was good. Manages to turn a bit late, number 2. Just 3 at 38. It gets in your head. I mean, when you know the result, you have to ski to get in the final, to get in the top 8. It kind of screws with you. I mean, it's there. You know it's 3. If you do less, you're out. If you do more, yeah, obviously you're in. But it makes you ski in a conservative way that doesn't unleash your potential. I mean, number 1 was good, but she was probably afraid of doing something stupid on 2, so she was very conservative in the turn.
And seemed to be very conservative there with the S-turn, because there was at least one occasion in a previous tournament where she actually got the rope wrapped around her at a previous pro event. I think it was either last year or the year before at the Malibu Open.
Oh.
So she's...
in an S-turn?
Yeah, in an S-turn round buoy, I think it was buoy number 6.
Wow. The S-turns are funny. Did you like S-turns? Were you able to do S-turns? some people struggle, especially on
I
the
don't
one
think
side.
I skied to a high enough level to where making an S-turn was altogether beneficial.
If you ski bad enough, you might need an S-turn even at 18. Well, at 18 meters.
I just had broad enough shoulders to take
The hit. Oh yeah, I'd like the good old times.
All right, here we go. Next competitor up is Alicia Bagnoli.
Yes. She struggled a bit at the first tournaments this year. She skied great last year. She qualified for the finals at Worlds, skiing 2 at 39 last year at Jax. She seems to ski good in this opener.
Right, Alicia Bagnoli checking in with a 6 buoy count on the opening pass, and checking in dockside with our next skier is Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Beatrice Ianni. She's gonna be after Paige. How you feeling, Bea? You feeling pumped? You feeling excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited. The conditions are great, so I really can't wait to jump in the water.
All right, we've seen you skiing very, very well in the last pro event. Get ready to confirm your score.
I hope so.
Podcast wherever you choose to listen to there, and she among our many of our female competitors appearing on that episode of the TWBC podcast that dropped a couple of days ago.
So our next skier,
a skier on the water right now is Alicia Bagnoli.
Coming back at 13.
Yes, indeed, and using those Pro Gear gloves, the original Pro Gear gloves created by Clint Stadelbauer and now managed by Alicia Bagnoli herself. You can buy those gloves at skiprogear.com, skiprogear.com for more details and to purchase those wonderful gloves courtesy of Pro Gear.
Nice 13 pass. She has there's a stark difference between our previous skier, Brooke style, and Alicia's style. Alicia digs in the turn and accelerates a lot on the backside of the buoy, having all the speed she needs to reach the other buoy. So her stance is slightly back on the ski, but if you're strong, it's a good enough style to ski. That's why I say skiing is very personal. I mean, not everybody can emulate everybody. Everyone has their own style. Everyone has their own body that moves in a certain way, their own bindings. If you have a different binding, one skis with a RTP, with a kicker in the back, and one doesn't, it's gonna limit you.
To be quite a common setting among our female competitors in this competition thus far. Round buoy number 3 and number 4, and a little bit delayed off number 4, but still able to get around buoy number 5, and now has a chance at 11.25 meters, and I think actually growing in a little bit of confidence, because up until this stage of the game she was very, very pessimistic about her chances of doing well here in San Gervasio.
Looking at her skiing, I'm quite optimistic actually. She skied very good here. I saw her ski at the previous tournaments, and she wasn't really dialed in. She wasn't. It looked like she wasn't comfortable in the water. I mean, right now she's comfortable. She's skiing good, and I'm looking forward to this 38 off.
So in order to provisionally advance through to the next round of the competition, she would need more than 3 1/4. Now, a lot of things can change between now and the end of the second round of this afternoon. All we do know is that after the second round this afternoon, whoever has the lowest score will be eliminated, leaving 8 skiers to compete in the head-to-head competition. We don't really know what that bottom score is going to be or who it's going to belong to, but that's...
It's a lonely spot and nobody wants to be in it.
Absolutely right. 11.25 meters. Now, Alicia Bagnoli can potentially take the lead here if she can get her deep enough into this pass. Look at her go. She's round number 2. She's still there. Good to go round number 3. If she can tack number 4. And I don't know whether she made it round number 4. She's trying to sell us on 4.
Yeah, she did. Come on, don't be that pessimistic. She was around 4.
I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being realistic.
No, that looked like 4. 4. Alicia got 4. So that's good enough. That's a good score. That's probably above the cut. I mean, if I had to wager, if I had to bet, I'd say that 4 is enough to get in the final.
Yeah, and I think she actually skied for that one, it would appear, because, I mean, she was fronting up on number 4. She knew that it would take something more than 3 to realistically put her in a good spot to make it through to the next round, and she skied for 4 buoys, so she at least plants that flag in the sand, and we'll see if she can ski better in the next round.
She skied well and smart. Let's watch the replay. The start of the pass was good. Number 2 was good. But she probably could have gone a bit. She put a bit late to number 3. That's probably what broke her stance on number 3. But 4 is a great score.
Yes, it's a good safe total there for Alicia Bagnoli. As we now look for our next competitor. This should be Paige Reaney from Canada, and she skis at A2.
A2. I more and more, I'm thinking, obviously, everybody's different, but more and more I think A2 is kind of the correct setting, because you can use the boat more. You can have the boat do more for you. So let's go to the dock.
With Lorenzo.
All right, thank you, Tony. We're here back with Alicia. She just got done skiing. So, Alicia, are you happy about your set?
Catching my breath first. Definitely super happy. Felt great. Just took the first 2 passes to get used to the boat and the wakes, but then I was just going for it. I was like, it feels good. You know, be central on your ski, just turn and trust it.
All right, perfect. You just told me that this is one of your best results this month so far. You ready to go to get better and better in the next round?
Yeah, it's definitely a boost of confidence. So as you just said, the next round I'm just going to go for it. I did my result in the first round, so I'm going to push it.
Good, Alicia. We can't wait to see you back in the water. Go get rested, go get charged for the next round, and back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you there, Lorenzo, and also Alicia Bagnoli, who, as I said, put her a good result out there in the first round with 4:11.25 meters. Now it's up to the other skiers who have scored less to exceed her and to bump her towards the bottom at this time. But Alicia Bagnoli doing what was expected of her at this time. 13 meters. This is Paige Reaney.
Paige skiing great this season. She got 4:39 if I recall correctly. She's well capable of running 39 off. She has a different stance. Compare with Brooke. Similar age. They started skiing pretty much the same era, same period. Brooke is very far forward on the ski, and she controlled the tip of the ski in the turn by being forward with her center of gravity. Paige, having a very different ski, is able to do everything the same by having her center of gravity further back on the ski. It's an interesting thing. You know, whenever you try to compare two skiers, you have to take into account the fact that skis work differently. So there is a ski that works best when you're back on the ski, because they allow you to turn well, given their rocker, and they allow you to accelerate better because less surface touches actually the water. So you kind of compare apple with apples in slalom.
All right, dockside, and getting ready for her turn is Bea Triciani, getting ready for her go out there on the course. But let's see what Paige Reaney can do, coming to us out of Lake County in Central Florida. We'll see what she can do. 12 meters.
Number one. Very easy. Very confident and smooth. That was a beautiful 12 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked very, very nice indeed, and skiing very, very similar in style to another great skier that we know of from Canada. That's Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Yeah. And that's what the ski does. That ski allows you to ski that way very well, very efficiently.
Yeah, it's the radar vapor.
It allows you to do that very efficiently because there are a lot of variables in slaloming and that affect your skiing. So you cannot generalize too much. But one thing that you can say is that having a small portion of your ski touching the water reduces drag and allows you to accelerate better. But that's not the case for other skis that have different rockers, because different skis with different rockers don't allow you to turn if you are using just the tail.
Yeah, right you are. I mean, I know of some brands of slalom skis that border upon the extreme, you know, so far as their rocker profile and stuff like that. And you know, they all have their little eccentricities. They all have their little features, both pro and con. And it's just finding that right mix for what you're able to stay
one.
There we go. That's number 1 and number 2. Round number 3, 11.25 meters. She's not just going for the qualification through to the next round. She's looking to take the lead, and she has done.
She has done it. Oh, that was a beautiful 38. Effortless. It's beautiful, always in control. Never had a doubt throughout the pass that she could miss it. I mean, it was really nice. She's one of the few skiers still doing a one-handed gate. It's unusual now, but these one-handed gates that you see are far from what they used to be in the beginning of 2000. People started using them because it allowed them to turn abruptly in the gate. And
to try and replicate the 2 and 4 side.
Yeah, because you could slow down the boat with parapet pass, and it was advantageous for you. Right now, that type of one-handed gate, it's not usable anymore. A big difference was the fact that people that did one-handed gates started very late at the pre-gate, when the skier was at the pre-gate. Her one-handed gate, it in timing resembles a two-handed gate. So it's more a preference on how your upper body can move and be free with a one-handed gate for her, rather than actually resembling an actual turn.
All right, let's see what she can do. 10.75 meters, the first time we've seen this among our female competitors thus far in this competition. Round number 1.
Oh, that was a
decent start, and we'll get 2 buoys as a result.
That's a good result. That's a solid result for being in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would take a really monumental performance from our earlier skiers to dethrone Paige Rini enough to eliminate her out of the competition. But so I would say, for all intents and purposes, Paige Rini has probably put herself in about mid-order right now.
Oh yeah,
at the very least.
I think I'm not speculating by saying that she's in the final with 2 at 39, but I could speculate and say that 2 at 39 is enough to be in the top 4, which is a key position to be in, because you don't want to do a head-to-head, the first round of head-to-head against Jamie or against Ali. You want to be in the top 4.
All right, and we're looking at the latter portion of this instant replay and seeing Paige Rini get 2. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, thank you, Tony. We're here with Ali. She's just telling me that she's the second stop today. How was the first stop so far?
Yeah, so first stop was in Spain. Went all right. I ended up in 5th place, so hoping for a little bit higher finish this weekend for sure.
All right, you trained here already, or you haven't skied here since the last time that you were here?
No, yeah, I practiced 2 times this week, and then I was here before in 2019, so very happy to be back.
All right, perfect. So did you enjoy the lake? The water is fine, feels good, too warm, too cold? What do you think about the water?
No, I thought it felt great, and I mean, it's looking perfect for today.
All right, perfect. Then I'll let you get ready because you're going to be next year in the water. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, and Ali Nicholson among our skiers towards the top echelons on the Waterski Pro Tour. You can find out more by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. and just enough time to tell you about New Dimensions Fitness and Nutrition. They're located in the Millennium Mall outside of Orlando. Online training and nutritional programs trusted by the pros such as T-Gas, Alicia Bagnoli, Freddie Krueger, Whitney McClintock-Creaney, and Petrini. So check out what the pros already know. New Dimensions. And our next skier to take to the water.
Just try the name.
Bea.
Oh, that's too easy. Beatrice, my sister in the water. She's been skiing very good in this beginning of the season. Since her injury a few years ago, she found a renewed interest in skiing, in training properly, and then she's been skiing very well lately. So.
And one of the things about Bea is the fact that in order to keep skiing with her shoulder injury that she sustained a few years ago, she actually changed her handle grip.
Yes, Jeff Rogers style. Actually, a lot of people back in the day skied with a reverse grip.
Actually, I did as well because I was left foot forward and had left hand up.
Well, that's the recipe for great onsides. Oh, it's so cool, the onsides of reverse grip people.
Yes.
Jeff Rogers had the most epic onsides. His 135s were like amazing, but obviously it penalizes you on the other side.
All right, our crew, and behind the scenes there's Vincent Stadelbauer with the ones and the twos and the fly swatter. Next to him is our replay official, Barbara Caton, and our graphics operator, I believe, is Tim Vild. All the way over towards his left is James Timothy, keeping an eye on the shore path and all that kind of stuff.
A shout out to them. They do an amazing job week in, week out at all these tournaments.
All
and
except
a shout
the
out
flies.
to you.
All except the flies.
The flies, well, it's a local thing.
Yes. All right then, dockside Ali Nicholson getting ready, and at the helm of that towboat Mario Bugazzi.
Yes. Beatrice coming back of the owner, who is actually a driver here. Great driver, I should say.
Yes, indeed. And whilst Bea makes her way through that pass, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, we're here on the dock with Matteo. Matteo not only is going to be a skier in the men's pro event, but he's also the organizer of this tournament. So, Matteo, tell us, how's the tournament going? Is it smooth? Is it running nice?
Yeah, everything is going well. People in the amateurs kept skiing great scores yesterday, so we had to start with amateurs this morning, wrap it up, and now we wrapped up the seeding round of the junior girls and boys, and now we are on the pro women. Everything is running smoothly. Weather is supposed to stay as nice as it is now. Let's hope it continues that way.
All right, perfect. I'm pretty sure that seeing all the amateurs skiing this well yesterday, it get you pumped up even more, right?
Yeah, I've been skiing all right. Seeing good scores yesterday helped. Obviously, you think it's good conditions and good driving and everything. So, no, I'm ready to give it my best today.
What about, do you feel any pressure about the fact that you're home in front of your home crowd and your big friends?
No, I've learned to manage that one. It's more about the cut. Today the cut is going to be huge, so I have to ski very well to make it, and rest assured that I plan to do that.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Matteo. Go get ready. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, continuing right along. This is Bea.
Coming back at 12. This is a clear must pass for all the skiers that want to get in the final 8 and compete in the head-to-head event tomorrow.
Maybe that's the last thing.
There's a bit late pull on 4 to 5, but no.
And even later from 5 to 6.
Yeah, but with something I found out, the worse she skis at 12, the better she skis at 11. She needs that wake-up call to go like, okay, now I remember what I have to do.
Skiing right hand up and being right foot forwards.
Yeah.
Opposite grip there. And as a help to so far as her longevity within the sport.
And it was just like, I felt like I
Good extension round number 4.
Have you ever tried to ski with the regular grip?
Yes, I have.
And?
Oh, it's so uncomfortable. It's not even funny.
Well, I think you get used to it quite easily.
Probably could, yeah. And Chris Sullivan from back in the day actually encouraged me to actually hold the handle the correct way, so to speak, being right hand up and left foot forward. But I could never get used to it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just didn't want to sacrifice that beautiful number 1 turn that I had.
Yeah.
Just whip the ski around and just go to the races.
Because we remember people that you were a lefty.
Yeah.
The wrong way of skiing. Kidding.
All right, here we go. This is Bayer. This is now 11.25 meters now.
Yes.
Currently, our bottom score is 3. So anything
narrow in that gate.
Anything more above a 3 would put her in a good position here.
A bit long on number 3. She struggles to turn number 3, but she gets 4. That's good skiing. I mean, she didn't reach number 3 with the wrong speed. She was actually kind of good there. She probably got, worried about falling there, so she fell on the back of the ski in a conservative position that allowed her to get 4, which is a comfortable score, but not a sure score to get in the final.
All right, and guess who she ties with?
She ties, well, that's the Italian score then.
Yeah, the Italian, yeah, absolutely, which means that as things stand, both of them are through into the head-to-head portion as they stand right now. But the score that each of them produce in the second round is going to determine who is seeded higher than the other.
Exactly. It is crucially important to advance to the second round of the head-to-head to be in the top 4. Being top 4 is very important because you don't want to ski in the first round against Jamie. You don't want to ski against Ellie. So by being 3rd or 4th is going to make a world of a difference.
Okay, so the top score right now is Pedrini with 2 at 10.75 meters, 2 at 10.75 meters. Then the next best score is Gina Kruger with 5.5 at 11.25 meters, and Bayer and Alice currently share 3rd place right now with 4 and 11.25 meters. Those are your top 4. Ali Nicholson, 13 meters. Let's see how she goes.
First skier starting at 13. She's used to that. She started every turn at 13. There is a stark difference between 14 and 13. At 13 starts to be a new rhythm that has a lot in common with 12 and with 12. So I don't know if you had the same, but rope lengths have usually pairings. Like 13 and 12 feel kind of similar.
Yeah.
11 and 1075, they're different, but they feel kind of similar.
Mm-hmm.
And when I used to ski, I found out that if I tried a new ski and it worked great at 13 and 12 and said, oh, this work was great, then when I started skiing 11, 1075, it worked in a completely different way. That's probably the angle of attack of the ski based on how high you have to be relative to the boat makes the ski engage different spots. So 13 and 12 are similar. 12, 13 and 12 are similar. 11, it's a different story, and that's why we're seeing all these girls struggling a bit at 11.
All right, you are, and just enough time to tell you about Wake House. They are an online water sports pro shop where you can find the products to suit your needs. Check out wakehouse.com. Wake House online water sports pro shop. And be also, whilst you're online, check out the opportunity for you to win a D3 or a Conley slalom ski of your choice by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Here we go, Ali Nicholson, 12 meters.
Going back to the narrative of being light on the water, Ali takes advantage of that. And so she never has to dig deep in the water and slow the ski down and then regain the speed. She's always healthily fast on the backside of the buoy. That allows her to waste less time to regain the speed to get to the other side.
All right, so we're a good few minutes away from starting the pro men's competition. We've still got 2 skiers to go after Ali Nicholson, Ali Garcia, and Jamie Ball, namely. And here I am in the center. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Matteo Ianni on my right and to your left on the screen. Great to have you on board here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santo de So.
It's great to be here with you, Tony, as always.
Absolutely. So, still getting messages coming through from all areas of the world. We've had messages come through from Australia and also from closer afield.
We have messages from Silvia Terracciano. You remember Silvia Terracciano? She was a superstar back in the
1970s.
Yes. She won European Championships. She won probably, I think, a silver medal at Worlds. So she was the real deal back then. And she has joined us on YouTube, and she's watching the tournament like all of you guys. We're back here at 38.
Nicely
Number
done.
5. No problems there.
No worries at all there with that pass, 14, 13, and now 12. And just seems to have a real ease about her technique out there.
It's a different style. I mean, she's light, but she manages to do something that other skiers struggle, which is she's able to keep the pulling edge for longer than everybody else, but still maintain her balance on the ski right at the buoy, which is hard. Usually when you pull and you don't change edge early, you tend to fall on the back of the ski and you're unable to control the turn. And she's perfectly okay with pulling long because she's right where she wants to be at the turn, and she turns.
So I can imagine a little bit, so far as the ski setting is concerned, she probably runs with a relatively deep fin, so the going from one edge to the other isn't quite as active or as quick as some other setups, and maybe run with a slightly deeper wing as well.
That's pure speculation on our part because there are so many variables that can change that. But yeah, that might well explain why she's able to do that.
And now has the bottom total of 2.5 and 11.25 meters. So now she's got some work to do in round number 2.
She's checking the ski. It's very clear the handle hit the ski, so she was checking the tip for any problems. She still is, if it's broken or not. She's not happy with it, so there might be a problem, but I'm not sure. We'll hear from her later.
We'll see a little bit of a closer look here with this instant replay. Now watch that handle.
Yeah,
oh yeah. I mean that handle gripped on the ski for quite a significant amount of time, and I mean she was very, very quick to inspect her ski. So I think it might have something to do with her with a binding attachment.
Yeah, you hate to see that. You really hate to see that. When I used to ski, I'm kind of obsessed that way. So I used to go to every tournament with 2 identical skis. For whatever reason, anything might happen to it. Apparently she snapped the ski. We hope somebody, either she has a backup ski with her or she finds one here to be able to continue the tournament because she's she has the leading score at the moment. So she has a big shot at winning this tournament. She has to find a ski.
Okay, so all right then, so that is Ali Garcia running through the opening pass. And just to clarify what Matteo said, she got 2.5 at 39.5 off because she started in on 13 meters.
Yep, exactly.
Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. We're here with Jamie, our last girl in the water. So how you feeling? Did you warm up well? Did you sleep well? How's the day?
I'm feeling all right. I've never skied before, so looking forward to getting on the water. And didn't sleep well, but it's okay. I've slept nights before, so we should be all right.
All right, perfect. So you're saying that this is the first time that you ski here in San Gervasio?
Yeah, first time ever.
All right, I'm pretty sure you're gonna love it. This is an awesome site to slalom, and best of luck to you. Keep getting ready, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, and also to Jamie Ball, the current world slalom champion. Won that title last season in Lake County in Florida, and had a few other professional wins last season as well. Set in numerous records, especially at the under-21 level, and has also just graduated from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. A skier also from that same school.
Ali Garcia.
Ali Garcia, yes. 14 and 13 now.
She did great last week.
Oh yeah.
In Madrid.
Absolutely surprised, and a lot of people with her performance last weekend at the Waterski Pro in just outside Toledo in Spain.
With Paige and Brooke, she's that generation of skiers that skis. You can tell she skis kind of differently from the others. They are lighter on the ski. They're efficient. Obviously, she's young, so she has a lot of time ahead of her to improve and run 38 consistently, but she's capable of running 38 and running a couple of buoys at 39, which is more than enough to get in this final and probably get in the top 4.
Now, I don't know what the rule is, and we're going back to a little bit to Ali Nicholson. Now, if she decides not to do the second
2.5, and they have a second score.
Just for the purposes of the pairings and the seedings.
Ellie would be third.
Yeah. All right, then. Here comes Ali Garcia. 14 and 13 now, 12 meters, going with the lower schedule of passes. Bearing in mind, of course, that 14.25 meters is the minimum starting line length. And Ali Garcia doing a fine job there with the opening three passes.
With her distinctive 135 turn when she gets in with the hips in the turn. Like this. She was a bit on the back of the ski there, so not the best of ones, but still no problem. I mean,
and I'm
she can run 35 with her eyes closed.
And I'm sure that that members of her family are watching from their residence in Central Florida.
Shout out to her parents.
Yes, indeed, Dana Garcia and also Steve Garcia. I'm sure that they're watching very, very intently indeed, and watching her get through the opening 2 passes with immaculate ease behind that Malibu TXI.
Violet 1-1.
La stega è anche un disastro, quest'anno non è arrivata niente. Sono stato a giugno su 2 giorni, ma...
All right, Jamie Ball from Canada, our final skier to take to the water in this women's opening round.
È sempre stato così.
She's coming back at 38. She's capable of running it. But all she has in mind right now is the 3 ball. She has to run more than 3 to have a shot at advancing.
All right, so there we go, Ali Garcia, all through 11.25 meters, doing a fine job there.
We got lost right now. We saw Ali's ski completely snapped, so the ski is unusable, and so we couldn't comment on the great score, running 38.
Yeah, absolutely, but well, it's going to be all hands on deck, emergency services there for Ali Nicholson, and at the same time we're watching Ali Garcia just absolutely stomp on that 11.25 meter run and produce a great performance.
That's great skiing. So at the moment, 2 buoys get you in second spot tying with Paige. In order to be in the top 4, you just have to do 2. You have to do well. Actually, now that I'm seeing the scores again, she's guaranteed a 4th spot. If Vince doesn't shout me in my headphones, that I'm probably correct.
So far, so good at this time, but a lot of things can change. But I mean, for the purposes of reality and being realistic, you know, Ali Garcia is currently right now at this time in about 4th position, and she can ascend higher based upon how deeply she gets around 10.75 meters, and I think that puts her in 4th place at this time.
There's something similar to what we said on 12. She's great at moving her hips, her center of gravity in, keeping the upper body kind of in an upright position, but that leads her to falling a bit back on the ski sometimes, and so you lose speed, and it's hard to grab the handle and start again. I mean, it's but still a great score by Ali. Shout out to her. Half at 39. She's right now 4th, which is a great spot to be in for the head-to-head.
Yes, indeed, and getting through 11.25 meters, which for a number of our skiers proved to be a bridge too far. I mean, there are skiers such as Alice Mbea, who scored into 11.25 meters, about 2/3 the way down. A pair of skiers got halfway down, Brooke Baldwin and Celine Detry. And Gina Kruger was above all of those, just half a buoy short of actually running that pass. So there are a whole bunch of skiers that have gone through 11.25 meters, but a number of skiers are coming up a little bit short, but there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah. We remember Ali Nicholson has to find a ski now to continue the tournament. I didn't have the time to ask her whether she has a backup ski. I'm assuming she doesn't, and if she doesn't, she has to either get one here on the spot or borrow one from someone. You hate to see that. You really hate to see that.
Well, if she could find a similar ski model with in the same size, you know, I mean, it would just. I mean, it's relatively simplistic to say, but to move the bindings, to move the rear toe plate, to just take the fin off the ski and then put it on that ski, you know, I mean, it's relatively simplistic to say that you can go from one to the other, but these skis are actually produced and modeled with their ski's specific eccentricities in mind.
It's true, but there are brands and brands. There are some brands that are actually very good at being consistent in providing skis that are reliably similar from one to the other. HO produces great skis, so I'm sure if she manages to get an HO here, it'll be very, very similar to her own ski, her own setup.
Now, if she was a skier and the model of like Susie Graham back in the day, I mean, if she'd have broken that ski, it would have been curtains for her, because Susie, for the good portion of towards the end of her career, actually skied on one ski and didn't change for about the best part of a decade.
Well, or Tigas has
that T-Gas model, which we'll see later on. But here comes Jamie Paul on the Syndicate model, a slalom ski, the current world champion. And looking in good shape here.
She has an energetic, she has a very physical style. She's very powerful, so she digs in with the ski more than skiers like Ali or Paige or Brooke. She digs in, Jamie digs in with the ski, produces that pull, that thrust, that speed that she needs, and it's working great for her. I mean, world champion. Last year she ran 39 almost at every tournament. She with university she wasn't able to train properly during the off season, I hear, And
yeah, I mean, she visited a number of facilities and tried to train as much as she could, you know, between Airport Lake and Jack Travis's place and so on and so forth, you know. So it got a little inconsistent, but amongst that inconsistency in finding venues to train, she found a certain level to where she was able to maintain, and even at that maintenance level, she was still head and shoulders above a lot of her competition.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, all of them by the time the season ended with that World Championship win.
Amazing skiing by her.
All right, here we go. This now is Jamie Ball coming back in. She started in, I believe, what was it, on 14.25 meters? We'll get confirmation.
No, 13.
No, 13 meters. That's to be halfway expected from Jamie Ball. Consistently starts on 13 meters. And this is 12, which means she'll have 11.25 meters in the opposite direction to a lot of our competitors. And again,
piece of cake.
Yeah,
that was easy.
There's definitely cake out there for Jamie Ball. Just enough time to tell you about Hope Lake Ski Club, created by Ed Hickey and located close to Jupiter in South Florida. They claim they can cancel winter. And why not? With their location close to the south of Florida, that is Hope Lake Ski Club, created by Ed Hickey. Find out more by going online.
I'm not a big fan of winter, are you?
Not really.
Yeah.
I do like to, well, I haven't really gone snow skiing that much, but I wouldn't mind trying, or a little bit of skeleton.
It's bad for your knees. It's better. Water skiing is better for your knees, unless you jump. I mean,
unless you go ski jumping, yeah, and I'd never want to try that.
You never jumped?
No, actually Nordic snow ski.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, who would? Well, actually, Bruce Neville.
Yeah, he tried.
He attempted to make the team and go to the Olympics.
Yeah, for Australia.
Yeah, that's a nice story.
Yeah. All right, then, here we go. Switching gears a little bit, we've got Jamie Ball, 11.25 meters, running with A2, which seems to be a common feature.
Seems like the consensus. Struggling a bit number one, but she made up on number two for the space lost and time lost. She's where she wants to be on 5 and runs it very easily.
Immaculately, I would go so far as to say. 13.12, 11.25 meters. That puts her above about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 competitors.
So she's in the top 4, at least for now. This is the first round, you know? So
yeah.
We have a full second round later that might change everything we're talking about here. So for now, she's in the top 4.
Looking all right. Jamie Ball skiing for the very first time here at San Gervasio.
Very easy place to ski in. So she was very comfortable in this 38. And I suspect she's going to be very comfortable in the next 39, no matter the result.
So, Jamie Ball, 10.75 meters. One of the very few skiers in the world that's capable of running this pass at 10.75 meters. Was actually part of that 4-skier battle at the Malibu Open. But I would go out on a limb and say that's probably one of the best scores that you'll ever see here at San Gervasio among our women competitors.
I'm pretty sure that Whitney or Regina, probably they skied 1 or 2 at 41 off. Like, we'll ask Vince.
Well, it's going to be a case of how deep she feels like going down 41 off. See how frisky she is out there on the slalom course.
Well, she has to test it. She has to test it out in case, other competitors run 39.
I think it's fair to say she's through to the next round. Well, the head-to-head round at least.
Coming back at 41 off.
All right, so 41 off, 10.25 meters. Let's see what Jamie Ball can produce right here and now. She is the lead skier. Let's not gloss over that fact. Round number one, stalls and we'll get one.
Yeah,
buoy.
she probably didn't have the right intensity, and she got stuck pulling to number one, having excesses.
Significant play on two that would be better than what we've seen right now from Jamie Ball. So it's in that same region, I would say.
We'll ask Matteo. We'll ask Matteo Luzzeri for confirmation if that's the site record.
And whilst we do that, we'll take a quick break before we go into the men's slalom first round of competition. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, and it will show that Jamie Ball is your leader with 1 at 10.25 meters, ahead of Ali Nicholson with 2.5 at 10.75 meters. Pedrini with 2 on that same line length. Ali Garcia with half a buoy on that same line length. The only 4 skiers to have gotten past 11.25 meters, because in 5th place is Gina Kruger with 5.5. A two-way tie for 6 between Alicia Bagnoli and Bea Ayani with 4 at 11.25 meters. Celine Detry and Brooke Baldwin both tying with 3 at 11.25 meters. And that's significant, that last one, because if there is a tie for the final spot to go in, then it will be run off.
If there is a double tie.
A perfect tie, so to speak.
Yeah, double tie.
All right, and with that in mind, we're going to take a little bit of a break here at the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santa Tissot, and we'll be back in a few minutes right after these.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi. per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, returning to action here at the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santo De So. I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Matteo Ianni. And
Nice to be here with you, Tony.
Absolutely. So we've got the men's slalom competition about to take place, and the names of the skiers will take more than a single page to resolve. So let's go through them one by one. We got Nicholas Nelson from Mexico about to take to the water first, then Nicky Antonsen of Austria, Thomas Paul from Great Britain, Alex Baroni from France, Aaron Davies, Great Britain, trio of Italians with Eduardo Morenzi, Carlo Alais, and Matteo Lazzeri. An American in the form of Corey Vaughan is next, and number 9 on your list. Then Nicholas Benatti, the surprise of last season in the San Gervasio Pro Am. And he's from Italy. Callum Heath from Great Britain and Florian Paff. Those are the first 12 that will hit the water. The next sequence consists of Dane Meckler from the United States, Nick Parsons also of the USA, then Jacobonia of Sweden, then Benjamin Stadelbauer, Switzerland, John Travers, United States, Sasha Descone of France, Rob Hazelwood of Great Britain, Brandon Caruso of Italy, Nate Smith, United States, Will Asher, Great Britain, and your defending champion from last season, Thomas de Gasperi.
Well, what you can tell by looking at the starting list, full of young people, full of young new skiers entering the Pro Men division, and it's very exciting to see, actually. We have Atatam Nicholas, we have Nelson Nicholas, we have Thomas Poole, Aaron Davis. I went down to the Junior Worlds in 2017, it was, I want to say, with Marina, who was coaching some girls there, and Aaron was there. So they're very young, and they have quite a good shot at entering the top 8. Great skiers.
And it's going to be a little bit more complex to determine who would be in the top 8, and we certainly won't know for certain until we completed round 2.
Pure speculation. What do you think is going to be the cut? Like looking at the starting list.
Shall we go? Top 8?
Yeah.
1.5 at 41.
1.5?
Yeah.
I think you're. I think it's too low. I think it's going to be a full 2.
Next, first skier from Mexico.
Yes. Well, it's second generation of an important family.
Yep, the Nelson family in Mexico. Nicholas Nelson.
Shout out to Arturo.
I'm sure he's watching. even though it's relatively early in the morning for those viewing from central Mexico.
Yeah. What's the time zone there?
Central time zone, which is 7 hours prior.
Ouch, that's early.
Meaning that it's going to be about 4:50 in the morning a.m.
So getting in at 13, well, like his stance on the ski.
Starting line length, minimum starting line length for our male competitors in the pro slalom is going to be 30 meters.
Another differentiating factor between younger skiers and older skiers that used to ski with Perfect Pass and skiers that learn how to ski with zero off, is how compressed or not a skier is on the second wake. Perfect Pass skiers used to change edge actively, but shooting the ski out, and so that forced them in a very compressed position on the back of the ski. Younger skiers have learned to exchange edge using the boat, so their back leg is not as bent. So they are taller on the ski, which is actually a smarter way to ski.
Yes, because back in the day with Perfect Pass, there was only really one setting that you could really affect, and that was basically your weight setting.
Not only that, it was the fact that before you turned and burned, so you were generating speed at the end of the turn, and that's all the speed you got. Now you are accelerating as you're pulling, because it's the most efficient way to ski, with the boat reacting. And it's like a half pipe, basically. You want, on the bottom of a half pipe, you don't want to get compressed by gravity. If you want to be shot up on the other side, you want to resist with your legs.
Yes.
That's the smartest way to ski, using the pull of the boat to get to the other side. So don't compress with your legs in the middle of the wakes or on the second wake. Resist with your legs, being in a centered stance, centered position on the ski. It's something you can look out with all the skiers, and it's going to resonate with you if you see some older skiers that have a harder time doing that, because their muscle memory. They learn that ski in a different way, so they struggle with that.
All right, and Nicholas Nelson doing a grand job in that regard. Getting around all 6 buoys on the opening pass. So Nicholas Nelson, grand job there. Opening 2 passes, 13 and 12. Now, and skiing with A2, this is Nicholas Nelson on 11.25 meters.
It's an okay with number 1. A bit slow to turn. He had no problem up until number 4, and he manages to run the pass without major hiccups.
No worries there for him. And Nicholas Nelson on 11.25 meters now. Now comes the crunch. 10.75 meters. And these pros here on dockside know what each other is capable of. So they'll be looking to get relatively deep into 41 off, 10.25 meters. But in order to get there, at least for so far as Nicholas Nelson is concerned, he's got to realistically run the next pass coming up.
I'm not familiar with his best scores. I don't know if he ever ran 39 off or not, but that's what he has to do if he wants to advance to the finals.
All right, be sure to put yourself in with a chance to win a ski of your choice, whether it's a D3 or a Conley, based upon how accurately you predict the podiums for the women and the men's competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and find out how to quite possibly win the ski of your choice. Here we go.
39 off. That was a good start.
Oh.
Struggled there on number 2. He's fine. 2.5 at 39 is going to be his final score.
2.5 at 39.5 off. Score number 1.
Well, I wasn't familiar with his skiing before, but from looking at him skiing, I can totally tell you he runs 39 in practice.
Championships in the U21s. And I think actually scored a European under-21 men's slalom title not too long ago. So he's got some form, and he's got some skills out there on the slalom ski as he approaches the course. It is 13 meters for the opening run.
So I encourage people watching to put comments in the comment section, ask questions. We'll do our best to answer them. We'll talk to people. We'll just give us feedback. Ask questions.
Absolutely. We'll try and get to them the best we can. As we see on the water, Nicholas Antonsen.
That was a good opener.
Oh yeah, encouraging sign going forward as the 0 off timer counts down to 45 seconds prior to that boat returning to the slalom course.
Driving Manuel Domini, an awesome driver. So that was 2 from Nelson?
Yes, 2.
So we are hearing that the confirmed score for Nelson was 2 at 10.75.
2 at 10.75 meters, and the ski just rode over the buoy apparently. Of course, the major news of the day that from the women's previous round, actually a couple, Jamie Ball making it onto 10.25 meters, 41 off and scoring 1.
And Ellie Nicholson snapping her ski.
Yes, and getting 2.5 at 10.75 meters, currently in second place with that score.
It'd be nice to hear from her, from Ellie, here later, actually see what's going through. I mean, what's going on? If she has a ski, if she has found one, if she's buying one, or whatever.
Well, from the word that I'm getting from Rob Hazelwood, that I spoke to a little bit earlier on, he confirmed that a ski has been located for Ali Nicholson.
Oh, that's great.
And she'll be able to basically. All right then. So that was Nikki Antonsen getting through the 12-meter line and getting set up for 11.25 meters. Okay, so there is Ali Nicholson pointing at that ski, and there's quite a visible crack.
There's actually no ski that can withstand handle getting through the tip and with the full force of the boat.
Yeah, actually the ski went through the handle, and when it tightened, it basically broke the ski away from the skier.
So Nikolaus coming back at 11. That's a nice one. He has a further back stance than other skiers, but it's working well for him.
Nicely done. Seems to be in very, very good shape for that pass. Going through 11.25 meters and getting ready for 10.75 meters.
So let's reiterate. If a skier skis on the back of the ski, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because if you ski with a bit more force, being on the back of the ski, I know it implies you have a higher angle of attack on the water, the angle of the ski compared to the water flow of the lake. But at the same time, there's less surface area touching the water. That lends itself to accelerating quicker. So yes, being on the back of the ski can be disadvantageous for the skier, but it can be an advantage in the sense that he can accelerate more if he happens to be in a bad position throughout the slalom course.
And there are a number of skis out there that are definitely suited to skiers that ride on the back of the ski. The one obvious one is the Denali slalom ski, which doesn't turn so much. It more like it pivots on the back.
Yeah, and it goes down to preferences in style and how to ski. Well, let's talk about that later because Nicolaus is coming back at 10:75. Got through the gate. Bit late on number 2. Still manages to turn number 3. 4 is way too late.
Look at this, and I would.
That's going to be 4.
Yeah,
4
I
at
believe
10:75.
4 at 10:75, which will put him in the lead and won't end up being the top scorer from this vantage point.
Yeah.
But 4 at 10.75 meters, good enough for the lead. Whether it stays lead for very long, or yet to be determined.
So as we were saying, there are skis that feel more comfortable when you are on the back of the ski, or that you have to ski more on the back in order to make them work properly. But unfortunately, there's not one design fits all for all body types, for all slalom styles. So it comes down to preference. Some people prefer one ski over the other. But it's very nice that new ski manufacturers are putting a lot of thought in how to design a ski. And so confirmed 4 buoys at 10:75.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So it's nice that more and more ski companies are putting thought in the actual physics and the hydrodynamics of how the ski rides in the water. But it's a hard conundrum to figure out all the variables that get into designing a good ski, because we'll name them later, but there are a lot of variables. So in the water now, Thomas Poole.
All right, Thomas Poole is a 13-meter start.
From your native country.
Yes, indeed, skis at the Oxford Waterski and Wakeboard Club, just outside the old city of Oxford towards outside the western portion of London. And there we go. That is Thomas Poole. He's been suffering a little bit in the last season or so with travel restrictions and injuries and Lord knows what else. But eager to make up for lost time here on 30 meters and doing a fine job in the process. Just enough time to tell you about the Travis Grand Prix that involves slalom, go-karting and shooting. It's on the weekend of October 7th and 8th, broadcast live by TWBC. Make sure you get your entry in quick for this unique event. So in Tom Poole, 30 meters seems to make very light work of that, as is expected.
So no matter what their PB is, either there are skiers that run 39 consistently, or they ran it only once, or they never ran it, they're not gonna be satisfied unless they run 39 off in this tournament, because that's what it takes to get in the final 8 for the head-to-head tomorrow.
All right, there he goes, Tom Poole. Quite a tall slant skier, which has its advantages, especially going down onto short line. However, there's always a trade-off, isn't there? Because if you are tall on your slalom ski, you may not have total control over it because your center of gravity
is higher.
It's
I think the perfect balance, the perfect trade-off is between 6 foot and 6'2".
6 and 6'2".
That's the perfect height for slalomers, because you are not too tall, so you don't have a disadvantage in how tall you are and how high your center of gravity is. Okay. But you're tall enough to run 41 off easily with your length. And that's pretty much how tall Nate is. How tall are you?
All right.
One quick interview with Nate.
All right, then, and joining us here at the announcing point is Nate Smith. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. So how's things going for you here in Italy?
Pretty good. I got in here a couple of days ago and stopped by Thomas de Gaspri's place in Trento 2 days ago. And
How was it?
It's amazing.
It was your first time there?
Yes, it's one of the nicest places I've ever been.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like up in the mountains.
Yeah.
The water is chilly, which for the season is great right now.
I thought it felt pretty good. I thought it was really nice.
And Tom Paul going down early there on 11.25 meters. And
that was unexpected.
Yeah, just shaking his head there and not getting the best of starts. So let's have a look here at Tom Paul once again, Matteo.
Well, no, bring it to Nate. Nate.
I wasn't even watching, but, I thought really it wasn't too bad here at the start. A little bit loose line out of one ball, but, for the most part, back in it here at 2. Just taking a look here. Got a little bit deep there. Probably had to go long and hard here to 4 and just pushed it a little bit hard. And it looks like maybe the ski got on the rope or something there.
Yeah, you hate when that happens.
Yeah. I mean, he looks just as confused as we are, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, a little miffed at that performance, which is going to be 3.5 at 11.25 meters. So you mentioned you skied over with Thomas de Gasperi. Did you try the double course?
I only saw one course. I heard there were 2 at one time.
There were 2 at one time, yeah.
But I only saw one right off the dock, and it was awesome. I mean, the conditions were perfect, and you walk down the stairs there, and you see the mountains in the background, and the reflection off the water, and it's just one of those sites that you walk into, and it's just a good day.
Indeed. So, getting ready for this competition. Obviously, walking around, just trying to get a feel for the site, feel for the conditions and everything. Anything you plan on changing for this site, ski or anything like that, settings?
I don't think so. I've been here a couple of times before. It has been a few years since I've been here, but looking behind us, the conditions are perfect, so there's nothing crazy going on here. So just go out and ski and see how it goes.
All right, then. Best of luck to you going forwards, Nate Smith.
Yep. Thanks, Tony.
Have a good one, Nate.
Thank you.
All right, then. So, about to take to the water, representing France, it'll be Alex Baroni. Know much about him, Matteo?
Of course. Pretty much my age.
Yeah.
So, it's a skier in my era. Great skier. Well capable of running 39 and running 2 or 3 at 41 off. So he's potentially a contender for the top 8.
Right, let's see if he can get to that point and maybe a little bit beyond. Let's have a look and see. This is Alex Baroni.
Alex Baroni. In French, like you have to emphasize the end.
Bit of an inside slam there on buoy number 2. I think that's going to get a little bit more aggressive for the next run. Took a little bit of an inside elbow slam on number 2. So that's Alex Baroni. We're going to take a look at the instant replay, I would imagine, and as Manuel Domini gets ready to bring him into the course. We'll also check and see what's going on the dockside area with Aaron Davies, our next competitor to go.
He doesn't on beer, he doesn't know that, yeah.
Let's wait for the replay. Okay.
No.
So we wait for the 12-meter pass.
Absolutely, and it's going to be critical now to get through the passes of 11.25 meters and establish a decent total deep into 10.75 meters at least. There's your leaderboard after 3 competitors. There's still 20 to go, including Alex Baroni.
Another warm-up pass. I'll say something controversial here.
Yeah.
I wish they changed the gate rule for the first passes. I mean, going through the gates at 13 and 12, if you miss the gate at 13 or 12, or even at 11 for these guys, does it really matter? Do we care if they get the gate at 13, 12, and 11? We don't. We want to make sure that everything is right for the 39 and 41s, but like stopping an athlete from competing just because they missed the gate at 13, it sounds unfair to me. It's unfair. it doesn't take away from their potential. I mean, it doesn't take away from what they do afterwards, passing through the gate at 39. What do you think about that?
I think Candido's head just exploded.
Well, he should think about it. You know, it takes away from the tournament.
All right, so yeah, there's food for thought, and for those of you that are watching online, what do you agree? How do you agree or disagree with Matteo's stance on this?
Right on the comment section.
Yeah, right in the comment section. So up until 13 and 13 and 12.
The rule could be very easily that you have to go through the gate in the last pass you run. So, for example, you miss your gate. In order to continue ski, you have to run the next pass. And if you don't, then it's a no gate.
All right, let's take a look at Alex Baroni coming in on 11.25 meters, having gone through the opening two passes of 13 and 12. All right, not looking too bad. 11.25 meters, getting a little bit stalled there on number 3, making it up on 4, 5, rearing up on 5 into 6, and certainly made a meal out of that one. So, and joining us as a guest here at the announcing point is Jamie Ball. So, what's been happening in your world?
Just got into Italy yesterday and skied this morning, and it went really well, so I'm super excited.
So yeah, I mean, you don't seem to be off your game or anything like that. I mean, you're straight into the course, no practice, nothing like that. Seemed to be in the groove. And how did it feel out there for you?
It felt really good. I came in with no practice. I haven't done that for a while at a site, so was a little more aware about my first set, I think, than usual. But got out there, had a bit of a rocky 38, and then had a little more confidence at 39, and it felt really good.
Sounds good. So you've graduated from Louisiana Lafayette with your degree in biomechanical engineering, and so what's the plan from here on out, at least for this summer?
I think for this summer I'm going to try and just ski the tour. I go to Greece next week, and then I'm going to go to World Games and then go home for a little bit, and then finish up the rest of the tournaments in the fall.
Sounds like a plan. And then are you looking for a position that would utilize your degree at some time after that?
I think I'm going to take a year off and just go and try and play in the mountains a little bit, snow ski some, get a job that's not in my field to start, and try and look around and see what I want to do. And then after that, I will be looking for a job, likely in the biomedical field, or be going back to school.
And whilst we're talking there, Alex Baroni getting real deep at 10.75 meters. So getting in a little bit deep off number 2, and it was still looking pretty good around buoy number 3. And I believe his score is going to be either 4.5 or 5 at 10.75 meters. But we're looking at the tail end of this instant replay.
That was hard work, but it paid off.
Certainly makes it look like hard work too. Got broken over off 5.
That's how we used to ski, man. That's how water skiing was, like back in the days.
Yeah, with perfect pass and everything.
Turn and burn.
Tony cutting people no slack out here.
Well,
why should we? Come on.
All right,
Jamie,
let's have a look at 39.5 off your last complete pass in the first round of the women's competition. Take it away.
Yeah, I had a better gate than at 38, strong 1, was able to move up into 2, and kind of once I got out at 2 and was able to move through 3, was feeling pretty good. Had a bit of a slow 4, I think. We'll see here. Yeah, a bit of a hitch there, but still was able to get the ski back down and carry a lot of speed, and was pretty calm into 5, a little bit of a safety check, and then was able to pull all the way to 6 and just finish off the pass.
All right, and you're watching Jamie Ball there with her last complete pass at 39.5 off. At the same time, you're watching Aaron Davies get through the opening pass. And here is that final effort, 41 off. What was your mindset here?
I haven't had very many starts at 41 yet this year, so kind of just feeling it out. 41's a bit of a different gate for me, so.
What are you working on?
Anything?
Honestly, I haven't been working on 41 at all. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start for me with school, and then I've switched skis.
Okay.
So it's a new ski for me this year, and just trying to dial that in this spring, and work on some of the basics and get everything ironed out. So. Haven't had many starts at 41, so it was nice to get one there, and then I just need to kind of carry the gait that I had from 39 into 41, and things will go a little better.
You don't want to change anything. In general, people try to overdo things when they go at 41 off, or
sure.
it's not good because you start working extra energy in it, and sometimes you get stuck pulling too long.
Mhm.
It's like quicksand.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
just got
quicksand,
popped
yeah.
off the other side
You have-
there into one and got my
have
width
to
a
do the
little
same
too
thing.
soon. So
All right, then we're taking a look at Aaron Davies. This is a former teammate of yours at Louisiana Lafayette.
Yep.
Yeah, so getting behind him, and this is the 12-meter run, looking in pretty good shape there. And Jamie, we thank you very much indeed for coming over and talking to us, and best of luck next round.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. There's Aaron Davies through that pass at 12 meters. Thanking Jamie once again, the current world champion, and nice to have the opportunity to talk with her son. Oh, looks like we got our first person commenting in on your controversial subject of missing gates on the earlier passes.
What are they saying?
They're professional skiers. If they miss the gate, it's over.
No, come on. No. That's like cancel culture. You after the first strike, you're out. No, it's not. That's not how we roll.
Do you agree with that assessment? Do you agree with Mateo's assessment? Should the skiers be allowed to miss the opening gates on their opening passes?
Absolutely, you should. I mean, it's an arbitrary rule. It's okay. It's okay, the rule at your 39 or 41. Absolutely fair. But the passes before are warm-up passes. They almost shouldn't count. At least in these tournaments. I'm not talking about Worlds and European Championships or Pan American Championships. I mean, people are here to watch pros do their best.
All right, here we go. This is Aaron Davies, who's been kind enough over the last couple of days to assist me in announcing for the amateur section of the competition. Looks like Leander or Leonard seems to agree with Chris.
Well, I'm the silent majority.
Right, you are. So there we go. I'm going to see if I can put a flash poll up and try and gain a little bit more of a voting perspective on that. This is Aaron Davies that on 11.25 meters. And doing a fine job. 10.75 meters comes up next for the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Slalom Champion. Won that title last year at Tri-Lakes.
The UK has produced fine slalomers throughout the years. And Aaron Davies is no exception.
Right you are, here we go, Aaron Davies.
Oh, rough two, still in it? No.
Oh, and collapses on three there.
Number 3.
So it's going to be 2.5 at 10.75 meters, and he knows full well that that's not going to make too much of a positive impression upon the competition here. So he's got some work to do in round 2 there, Mateo.
He has a very forward stance, especially on that 135, which is good to keep the ski running, like on a surfboard, you know. The thing is similar. As long as the angle of attack of the ski, like in surfing, is parallel to the water flow, which is the water surface, the ski tends to have less drag. But sometimes this position lends itself to blowing out the tail. And that's
that's what has happened here. Especially if you ski with force and with power, like if you have the body structure of Aaron.
All right, and the poll is up. So check that one out and participate in the poll that's in the comments section of the webcast. Should skiers at this level be allowed to miss the entrance gates for early passes such as 13 and 12? Here we go, next competitor on the water. Who do we have, Matteo?
So in the water is Edoardo Marenzi, a great Italian overall skier, capable of jumping around 60 meters, tricking over 10,000 points, and slaloming into 1025. He can run 1075. He's a great athlete, living in the U.S.
Yes, skiing for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, a university learning institution that's dear to my heart. I skied there.
It's an institution. I mean, in water skiing.
Yes, indeed. Alongside the University of Louisiana at Monroe, which is the other school towards the northern part of that state, who have won multiple national championships over the years. A little bit off form right now and are in the process of rebuilding, the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe, but they're not going to stay
Monroe,
where they are.
Is Monroe the Jokers to Lafayette's Batman?
Maybe.
Yeah?
Maybe.
Yeah? It's a fair comparison?
More like the Penguin.
The Penguin, okay. More like the Penguin. So, Eduardo ran 32 off. Again, 35 off. I would give him the freedom of missing the gate if he wanted in this pass, but apparently 2 people in the comment section, which are just 2 people, the silent majority agrees with me actually, don't want him to miss the gate, even at 12. And he should go back home, back in the United States, after just missing a gate at 35 off, which actually means nothing.
All right, looks like we've got our poll right now saying 64% say no.
How many?
64% say no.
They shouldn't be able. I didn't read the.
Yeah, the question is, should the skiers at the early stage of their slalom run be able to miss the gates on passes like 13 and 12?
But exit polls are never accurate, you know.
You wanted me to put the poll on. I put the poll on.
Yeah. Let's wait a bit longer. People will agree with me.
You should run for office. All right, we just seen out there on the water, Edoardo Marenzi get through the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12 with the gate.
With the gate, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I will. We have to remind the skiers, my rule is not in effect yet, so you have to go through your gate.
Yes.
Please do.
Okay, it looks like the percentage has changed to be nearer to what you're saying. 54% say no.
Of course. That's the right thing.
All right, then. Here we go. Edoardo Marenzi.
Ooh, deep on number 1.
Oh, yeah. Huge turn on number 1. Edoardo Marenzi, a medalist in the World Overall Under-21 Championship last season over in Santa Rosa Beach.
Apart from that number 1, it looked effortless afterwards.
Yes, I mean, he got a good start, and Edoardo Marenzi, a left foot forward skier, and a skier with his right hand up, so skiing in the correct posture for a left foot forward skier.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. It's right foot forward. But apart from that, he can get away with things that heavier skiers can't. He can be super aggressive on the backside.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, he can be super aggressive at the end of the turn on the backside of the buoy and still manage not to throw the boat off too much. So we are hearing that on his practice set 2 days ago, he cut his head and he needed stitches. 2 stitches on his head. He fell badly and the ski hit his head.
Well, that's got to ruin your evening.
It must. So, but I tell you, he's an aggressive skier. So
yes. So maybe that was a wake-up call.
So, coming back at 39, this is the money pass.
So here we go, Eduardo Morenzi.
It seems like
10.75. Oh, look at this. Keeping his back up straight off number 1. A little bit of a delay around number 2. And he goes down around
what he
number 3.
Could get away with at 38. He didn't get away with at 39. So what I was saying is, lighter skiers can get away with leaning very hard at the end of the turn on the back side of the buoy because they're not applying the same force to the line, and the boat is not reacting the same. It's reacting lighter. So in order to do the same as a heavy skier, you have to be disproportionately stronger. It doesn't scale well, the physics of slaloming.
All right, so that was Eduardo Morenzi, and still out in the lead at this time is Alex Baroni with 5 on this pass. No one has been able to get through 10.75 meters thus far in this competition among our pro men as we work our way down towards the end of the first half of the order. We have 23 skiers altogether. We are on skier number 7, and a skier who has excelled for Italy for so many years and wanted to try and roll back the years. And now here comes Carlo Alais.
Carlo, like an institution in Italy, great slalom skier, well capable of running 3 out of 4 went off. He ran it countless times in the past. He's one of those skiers that skis with C1, you know, from a different era, because he needs that pull from the boat very early to feel comfortable and be strong on at the end of the turn on the back side of the buoy.
So basically take him immediately off the turn with minimal intensity.
Yeah, exactly. And we remind people that might not know it, the 1, 2, 3 settings of 0 off are simply caps to how much the boat with how much power the boat reacts to your pull, to your pull. So basically, let's say you pull like a big amount, like Carlo does. 3 is gonna react quite quickly and it's gonna stop pulling earlier. 1 instead, the boat is going to be on you for longer. Probably he likes that. He likes the pull of the boat on the backside of the buoy, and he likes the pull of the boat a bit later in the pull. That's why he goes C1. He goes C1, right?
Yep. He went with C1 on that opening pass. However, for at least the last couple of seasons, as far as I recall, in the rules now, you can actually change your 0 off settings between passes.
I wouldn't advise anybody to do that.
Well, you wouldn't? Why not?
Because it changes completely the rhythm that you have from one pass to the next. Some people do it at the very last or after one pass, but it's tricky. You really have to be used to changing it, in tournament.
No worries there so far for Carlo Alais. Beautiful stylist out there, architect by trade.
Yeah, he has one of the strongest 2.4s that ever wear. I'm curious to see the pull. Do we have the pull statistics?
We don't have the rope tension statistics, but
okay.
But I would imagine that Carlo Alais with that setting would probably be on the higher end.
Percentile, yeah.
Yeah. And then you get the likes of Chris Parrish and Nick Parsons that want to use the plus.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Chris Parrish wants to use plus. Plus was invented because with the introduction of 0 off, a lot of people didn't ski well with it because they wanted a passive pull, and 0 off was not passive, was reacting, and you had the boat on you up until the change of edge. So heavier skiers who pulled more didn't allow the boat to react quickly and finishing pulling before the next buoy. So they had a particular disadvantage because when lighter skiers were free after the wakes, heavier skiers aren't, because the boat is not capable of regaining that speed in the same amount of time. So the plus was introduced because the gains are higher, so the boat reacts more to the pull of a heavier guy.
All right, right you are there as Carlo Elias gets through 11.25 meters. Right, let me end the poll, and we'll get the final results.
Wait, that's too early. No, don't end it. Keep it there. Keep it until I win.
All right then, so far, should skiers at this pro level be allowed to miss the gates on earlier passes such as 13 and 12? 62% say no, 37% say yes out of 30 votes.
How many? I missed that. How many?
30 votes.
30 say yes. No, how the percentage?
37% say yes.
Oh yeah, that's, well, keep it there. Keep it there. We'll get to it with bigger numbers.
Alrighty, so we'll continue to roll right along.
So my father is writing me a message saying, "You should thank that I don't speak English because you're surely saying stupid stuff." He's probably right.
Was that to you or to me?
To me.
Okay.
He's probably right.
Yeah. All right then, so here we go, 10 point. Oh, look at this, good start there for Carlo Elias. He's run this pass on a number of occasions. He's trying to get in deep here. Look at him go around buoy number 4 and getting close to running this and inside buoy number 6. So that puts him at 5, and that puts him in, what is it, a tie for the lead with Alex Baroni.
Yeah, that's bad. Too bad. You see how he resets the speed at every turn? Like with stronger guys and older style, you want to, they tend to reset the speed at every turn. That takes a lot of effort. That takes like a different body structure to be able to do that. So he was able to reach number 5. Unfortunately, he didn't get number 6.
All right, so now in a tie with the lead is Carlo Elias with a 5 at 10.75 meters. And now our next competitor coming to us from right here at San Gervasio Pro Am.
Yes.
It is Matteo Lazzeri.
The bearded sensation. Matteo and I have skied together since we were kids. From our very first tournament, I remember in Idroscalo in Milan, it was called Trofeo Topolino, which was international Mickey Mouse.
The Mickey Mouse competition.
Yes. Yeah, we skied together. And no, we're great pals, and we skied together our whole career. Obviously, I quit very early, and he went on to become Matteo Lazzeri, the organizer and great skier, and the organizer of the best tournament, arguably in Europe.
Maybe.
Like I'm Italian, I can say that. You probably can't, but I can.
Okay. All right then, here we go. This now is Matteo Lazzeri. Certainly knows his way around this course as he trains here pretty much every day.
Can you believe the amount of stress organizing a tournament for all these people coming from all over the world? You're getting everything ready for the tournament to be flawless, but at the same time you have to compete in the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And he's also producing his podcast, the Waterski podcast, which is available on Spotify. I don't know how many episodes he's done so far, but I know for my part on the TWBC podcast, we're up to episode number 92.
He's close to 100.
He is, yeah. But he had a two-year head start, though.
Yeah. Well, He's a one-man show.
So am I with the podcast.
It's just you?
Just me.
Oh, well, congratulations to you then.
I try.
Yeah, but yours are shorter. Come on.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, it's like Matteo's podcasts are like 2 hours, like 3 hours.
Like I say or like my good friend Kevin Gallagher says in the intro for my podcast.
Less is more.
On point and to the point.
Yeah, less is more.
There you go.
You can do more with less.
Yeah. All right, then, here we go. This is Matteo Lazzeri, podcast aside. Let's see what he can do in the real world.
12 meters. Simply a formality for pros.
12 meter. 12 meters.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't understand what you said because you
pronounced it
butchered
horribly.
it.
Yes.
12.
12. There we go. 12 meters, 2 metri.
El quinto recorta. Este es el quinto recorta. Well, we have to use all the languages, man.
We try. All right, then. So Matteo Lazzeri through the opening passes of 13 and 12 meters.
Yep.
Looks like your suggestion isn't gaining much traction there, Matteo.
It's too early in the U.S. It's mostly conservative European people commenting.
Why do you instantly assume that once they get past lunch, they change their opinion?
Because Americans are more open-minded than us Europeans, you know? I can see that because I'm European. So you know what? There's a psychological...
I mean, it's the difference between eating cornflakes and having prosciutto and melon.
Yeah, but there is a psychological difference between Europeans and the US. You know, it's a different gene pool. Europeans are pessimistic by nature. Americans are optimistic by nature because they travel there hoping for a better world in the future. So the genetic pool of Americans is optimistic. Us Europeans, we want to take people down and back. So let's see Matteo at 38 off. Well, he's in it. I mean, it wasn't a perfect 38, but there was no point.
But it's 6 buoys, no matter.
There's no point at which I said, well, he's risking it.
But I mean, at this stage in the game for these skiers, I mean, they're less impacted by the actual terminology and like saying, oh, it's 11.25 meters. Oh, I've got to step it up in the mindset. It's just, it comes down to what you do in training and how much it bleeds into your intuition.
Well, at this point, at the tournament, it's all muscle memory. I mean, skiers are not thinking about anything in particular at this point. You can think about like a one thing in tournament, just the one thing. But more than an actual help in your skiing is more concentrating on one thing, which is like meditation kind of thing, when you focus on your breathing. And that's the same thing when you think about your shoulder or your arm or whatever, in whatever specific point of the slalom course. Here, it's just muscle memory. What you've built up in training is going to show up here.
Let's see if it manifests itself here and now for Matteo Lazzeri. Here he comes from Italia. Gets a good start. Look at him go.
Oh,
round.
good.
Oh, here we go.
Breaks a bit on number 3.
Breaks at number 3. He's set for 4. He's good for 5. Can he make it round number 6? And
yeah, that's good.
So far to get through 10.75 meters. The first, but by no means the last.
It wasn't the prettiest 39 I've seen Matteo run, but congratulations.
Fantastic. I've seen him in so many situations where he had the chance to run through 10.75 meters and he comes up short, but he's seems to be getting more consistent with age.
Well, I'll give him an unfair advantage if he hears me. The left shoulder. It helps him on 41 off. Feeling the left shoulder and the left arm going through the wakes, going to number 1, which is counterintuitive. Usually coaches and people advise you to feel the tension on your front arm, but for right foot-forward people, having the tension on that left arm in the gate allows for a smoother transition to number one in this change of edge.
So that's a bit of a change from implementing back arm pressure so much.
Well, by back arm, the left arm going to number one.
The back arm being the right arm.
The right, yeah, no. On the actual front arm, even if it doesn't really make sense to say, well, on the left arm, having your pull on the left arm here allows, especially at 1025, for a smoother transition to number one. And he managed to do that. Oh, unfortunately, he falls on number two. What did we say? The cut was 2, but he was more ambitious than that. He wanted to get to number 3.
My suggestion was a cut at 1.5.
I hope you're right, for Matteo's sake.
But he is in the lead, and
He's in the lead, yeah.
we've got skiers such as Corey Vaughan and Nicholas Bonatti, and we've got so many skiers. And I think halfway down this list, we may even have to put some fuel in the boat with that many. But Matteo Lazzeri, your lead skier, with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. Looking at this once again, gets a good snap of the line from the gate shot. A little bit of a delay off number one to be expected, of course. And just trying to make up for lost time, and unfortunately time just ran out on him around round 2. But he knows that the opportunity is open for him. You know, I mean, if he can get a better score in the next round and use 1.5 as purely as backup, could be game on.
Yeah. So in the comment section, well, you kind of expect the comment section of YouTube not to reflect real life. Usually comment sections on YouTube are, you know what they say about them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't detract from my point.
Okay, so what's the 2 rules now? No. Matteo Yanni is right, rule 1. Number 2, if he is wrong, refer
We're
to
just
rule
having
number 1.
fun here, come on. Let's lighten up.
We try.
Thank you.
All right then, next competitor up, Mr. Peace, Love, and Waterski himself. It is Corey Vaughan.
We haven't seen a lot from him.
Not so far this season. He's had responsibilities around the ski school, 1-year-old kid, you know, so a lot of time has been detracted from his training and competing. But if anyone can fire up this slalom competition, it's Corey.
He's the first skier until now that is capable of running 41 off.
Yeah, absolutely. His personal best is into 9.75 meters.
So not only capable of being in the top 8, capable of winning the whole tournament if he skis well.
Absolutely right. Corey Vaughan, out of Bumpus in Virginia. Hasn't practiced at all here. Just arrived just a day or so ago.
Look how well he uses his height in a stacked position.
Oh yeah. And a hop, skip and a jump through the exit gates. And that is a good looking opening run there for Corey Vaughan on 13.
We have on the screen right now last year's sensation, our own team. Well, no, what was his name? The Australian.
The Australian?
The Australian ice skater.
What do you mean, Stephen Bradbury?
Bradbury, our own Bradbury.
Yes.
Nicholas
Bonatti.
Who skied amazing last year.
But I mean, it's an unfair comparison because in the 2002,
it's an unfair comparison. Even to both, they're great. They're both great athletes.
I know
it's the perception that they went there just because they were lucky.
Yeah.
Nichols wasn't lucky last year. He just skied great.
Yeah.
And so the same with Bradbury. They're both great athletes.
Well, just in case you're not aware of what we're referring to, 2002 Olympics, Salt Lake City, 1,500 meters, men's short track speed skating final. Basically, Stephen Bradbury was at the back of the field. The 4 skaters in front of him all fell before the finish line, and then he crossed, and then he got the Olympic gold medal.
But not only that, in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, he did the same thing.
Almost.
Yeah.
He did win his first heat, and then got lucky with the quarter and semi-finals to make it through to the finals. But enough about short track speed skating from a bike on time, 20 years or so. We're here in the here and now at the San Gervasio Pro Am at the 8th edition, presented by San Gervasio, and that is Corey Vaughan having run his second pass of 12 meters.
That was an effortless 12 meters.
Yes, it was.
As you would expect from Corey.
Oh, absolutely. So, Manuel Domini at the wheel, doing a fine job. One of our younger drivers on the pro scene at this time, behind that, at the helm of that Malibu TXI. 400 foot-pounds of torque, more than enough power for these skiers to work with.
He's a great skier as well. I mean, he can run deep mid 39 off.
Mm-hmm.
So he could compete.
So he has an enhanced appreciation for what his driving skills can offer skiers at the professional level.
Absolutely. So Corey coming back at 38. Something that is not noticed often is where skiers start when they pull out for the gate. If it's inside the foam, in the middle of the foam, on the wider side of the foam of the boat, that changes a lot how free you feel out there when you're waiting for the gate.
All right, then we'll take a look and see if we can pick up the instant replay there a little bit further along with that than we wanted to, but we'll continue on nonetheless. This is 11.25 meters. Corey Vaughan working his way smooth, and one of the smoother 11.25 meter passes that we've seen so far is safe for that to turn off number 3.
He's capable of creating a lot of leverage with his height. Tall stance. His legs, as we were discussing before, his legs tend to stay straighter in the change of edge, which is helpful in maintaining speed and width.
So welcome back. My name's Tony, and here's Matteo. And this is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented to you by Santo de So. Just a quick reminder about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters. Jumpsuits for the more discerning Waterski jumping athletes. WatersWetsuits.com, find out more.
Coming back at 39. Oh, that's very unusual for him. I cannot tell you exactly what happened. We'll see the replay. From here, you cannot tell whether it's too wide or too narrow compared to his usual pull out. What I can tell is that
he just didn't have enough grip on the handle.
That was, yeah.
Maybe some oil on the gloves or on the handle. I'm not too sure.
Not the right speed, probably too slow for his usual turn on number 1. The key is maintaining the right speed. It's
and
a
not
speed,
getting bogged down.
It's a speed game. Slaloming is a speed game. It's not about who's the fastest or who's the slowest. It's about who maintains the right speed at the end of the turn to get out of it with the correct speed to reconnect with the boat without effort and to build speed off of it from there.
All right, then, continuing right along, and this was our surprise package of last season, skiing on that SP Bronco. This is Nicholas Benatti.
Nicholas, goes without saying, he's a great trick skier, so his trick isn't the best probably 10 trickers, 12 trickers in the world, capable of skiing over 11,000 points. And he's a very good slalom skier, especially for his height. He's one of the short skiers out there. And even the body type, he's one of the lighter skiers out there as well.
And there is Nicholas Benatti. Does he jump?
No, he doesn't jump.
Well, which is a bit of a shame considering that he's got great slalom and tricking talent. I mean, if
he would have been an amazing three-eventer. Unfortunately, he hurt his shoulder. He broke, I don't know what tendon, the rotator, probably.
Yeah, the rotator cuff.
The rotator cuff. And so during that was before Worlds, and so he wasn't capable of skiing Worlds last year. So he took all the winter for rehab, and he's restarting in skiing well. He skied well last week in Madrid, skiing over 10,000 points, and I wish all the best to him in this slalom tournament.
And he only competed in the tricks event last week over in Spain. Didn't slalom in that event, so
he didn't.
So he is switching from pure tricks to pure slalom for this competition.
Have you ever trick slalom?
Yes, actually, I have.
What's your best?
Well, my tricks is about 5,200 points, and my best slalom was
no trick slalom, like
you mean slippery slalom?
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't even remember.
Come on, what speed?
Well, probably not even touching 30 miles an hour or anything like that. Probably in about the mid-20s, but probably into 10.75.
Yeah, that's about right. I was a horrible tricker, but I was an above average slippery slalomer. So coming back at 12, he ran it effortlessly, as you would expect. And we'll see at 38 now.
Okay, and whilst we get ready to bring him into 11.25 meters, let me tell you about Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community with 5 lakes and 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites. It's located in Palm City towards the southern part of Florida. You can find out more by going to pantalago.com. That is pantalago.com. So, got Nicholas Benatti
concentrating before his 38 off pass.
So great skiing so far from Nicholas Benatti through 13 and 12. Now this is where the
look where he starts.
Yes,
he was starting right there, right behind the boat. Not every skier starts there. Some skiers start a bit wider. But what allows you to do? Look at that intense number 2. Number 4 digs deep there as well. Manages to run it.
Yeah,
afterwards.
Nicely done on that Cypriot-built slalom ski, the SP Bronco.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, being so far behind the boat, and when you pull out, it allows you to get freer from the boat when you're out there. If you pull out from the middle of the outer edge of the foam of the boat, of the wake of the boat, it's harder to get free because you're pulling from a wider position. So it's harder to create that momentum that allows you to be free and turn properly in for the gate.
It's like a pendulum swing, isn't it?
Yeah.
To a certain extent.
But at the same time, starting so far behind the boat, it's harder to actually see where the pre-gate is. So it's harder to be more accurate in deciding where to start when you pull out for the gate.
And certainly requires a great deal of practice and training to actually make that intuitive leap from being outside the wake to starting from inside the wake. As we have a look at Callum Heath, our next skier from Great Britain, about to take to the water after Nicholas Benatti.
39 off. This is where finalists are decided. Oh, that was not a good one. Tries to...
He's still there, though.
Oh!
and going down around about 2.5 at 10.75 meters.
He did a quite okay number 2. I thought number 3 could pull it off, but it looks like the rope went under his ski. Let's look at the replay to actually appreciate what has happened. So, yeah, the rope went under the ski. And he couldn't do anything about it.
And he just looked really rushed from the beginning. But
what can you do when the rope goes there? You can knit. Can you knit like a sweater?
Not very well.
It's hard.
Yeah. So, as far as I recall from last season, Nicholas Bonetti didn't exactly have the most auspicious of starts either, but he clawed his way back out of the hole that he dug for himself and made his way through to the next round of the competition. So anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tenet of quantum reality.
Mm-hmm.
We just experienced one thing, though.
All right. While we let that stew in our minds for a few minutes, let's have a look and see what Callum Heath can do. A plumber by trade, and he skis over at the Gosford Lake facility, a resident of Amersham in Buckinghamshire, England, little ways outside central London. 30 meters, looking very, very smooth out there. That is Callum Heath.
That was good. Going back to your past skiing, did you jump as well?
Yes.
What's your PB?
Personal best, about high 160s, I would say. Well, actually,
that's good.
Actually, the low 160s, I would say. But then prepping for one season, basically tore my meniscus in the right knee, and because it was the late 1990s, knee surgery wasn't very well advanced, or at least I didn't have access to the most advanced surgery. So
like surgeons weren't invented yet.
Well, at least by today's standards, anyway. But yeah, so I just got myself the old NHS fix and just scoped out the knee, and that was pretty much that so far as jumping was concerned.
But at 160? That's
yeah, around on 74-inch jump skis.
That's wild. When you see those old footage of jumpers with short skis, it's wild.
Yeah.
So coming back, 12 meters. Very soft approach in the gate that works well for him.
Looking all right though. Or a little bit narrow on number 4. They're a little more comfortable into 6 that time. Took a big old risk going into number 4. We'll see what Callum does with the next passes beyond this point. Callum Heath.
What is beyond me, it's how precise are these drivers? I mean, they're out there for hours and hours, and they have
they get into a zone
at the top of their game, because SurePath tells you if you're off by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 centimeters off the center line. And so you have to be at the top of your game. And skiers ski differently, so you have to kind of know the skiers to drive well. And I'm barely able to speak for this long, let alone be concentrated enough to pull off what they're doing. It's remarkable.
So here comes Callum Heath through the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Good start into buoy number 1. Excellent stretch.
It looked a bit wider there at the gate.
Certainly. Round number 3.
Bit on the back of the ski there, here as well.
Having to barrel his way into number 6 to get the ski outside, and gets the job done for the moment at least. That is Callum Heath.
He's wasting a bit of time when he's reconnecting to the boat. It doesn't really matter if you don't turn perfectly at the buoy. What matters is what you do in the time between you not turning perfectly and reconnecting with the boat. For example, Charlie Ross is really good at it. Before reconnecting to the boat, he travels the most space possible going towards the wakes than any other skier. So you have to use your speed to do something. If you just turn and wait for the boat, the pull of the boat, you're just wasting time and valuable space to get to the other side. So we don't want to see that from him. We want to see his speed be used more usefully to get to the other side. Coming back at 39 off. Number 2. Oh, 4 buoys. 4 buoys. He's not happy with his score. He obviously knows that 39 is a must pass to be in the top 8 and ski in the final head-to-head tomorrow. What do you think about this?
Well, it certainly had a decent start, I do beg your pardon. Just didn't hold too much of what he produced off number 4, and then just got strung out into 5, then to the wakes, and then that was it. And the 4 buoys is not going to make too much of an impression upon the leaders at this time.
Absolutely not.
All right, as we get ready for the remaining skiers, there you see on the list our remaining skiers to come. Going to take a quick fuel break, and once we do, then we'll return to the remaining half of our men's slalomers. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented by Santo Dassault.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on the dock. We're here with Dane Meckler, ready to get on the water. So how are you feeling, Dane?
Feeling really good. I'm just so happy to be back in Italy at San Gervasio. I guess this is, I don't think I've skied here since 2018, so it's been a few years, so I'm happy to be back with Matteo and his crew. Have done a ton of work, so site's ready. I'm ready to go.
So you haven't been here since 2018, but have you practiced in the day before the tournament or not really?
I actually didn't. I got to take a ride up at T-Gas's place in Trento, which was pretty cool, but I didn't get a set here. I know it's pretty good out there, so no surprises.
All right, perfect. We'll let you go and get warmed up a bit more. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Well, good afternoon and welcome once again to the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented by Santo Deso. To my right and on the left-hand side of your screen is Matteo Ianni. To my left and your right on the screen is Freddie Winter. How are you doing, Freddie?
I'm doing all right, mate. How are you?
Wish I could say that I was okay, but I'm far from it right now.
Oh, you poor chap.
Well, no sympathy, please. I mean,
Never. We're gonna start like a GoFundMe page for Tony's rehabilitation.
I actually started it.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me
We're
reach
probably
round behind
in
the
the
desk.
thousands, I would imagine by now.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Tony Speak Less. It's called.
Tony Speak Less. Okay.
Yeah.
Buy him a beer.
Yeah.
Help him out. Make him feel better.
Go and GoFundMe.
Let me reach behind the desk and see if I can find a violin.
Well,
Preferably a Stradivarius from Cremona.
When did you get here? Yesterday?
This morning, actually. Yeah, I flew. I had a 7:05 flight.
This morning?
Yeah, 7:05 flight. I was on the way to the airport at 4 a.m.
Wow.
So yeah, I couldn't miss it. You know, I'm not going to ski this year. Unfortunately, I've got a bit of an injury, but hopefully next weekend.
You're back. Shoulders.
Yeah, I'm afraid. Yeah, something you know about. Maybe I'll get some tips from you on how to.
Well, don't follow my don't follow my lead on this subject. At least.
The way we're going to have enough for a string quartet.
I know. Yeah, we're all kind of crocked.
You flew from England. You were
from London.
You were in the US.
Yeah, so I was. I've been in Europe for probably 3 or 4 weeks.
Oh, nice.
So unfortunately, I was helping my mother move some furniture over the Monday before last, and the old back didn't like it. So I was. I had a few scans.
It's funny.
and
It's
stuff.
funny how pulling like 1,000 pounds behind the boat, it's nothing to you, and moving like a 40 pounds box just destroys your back.
Was it bolted to the floor?
It had my parents have like sort of bronze statue on
What?
which my grandmother was an artist.
Okay.
So we have sort of a bronze statue that she did, and I was sort of like moving the table with it on it.
So you live the Downton Abbey lifestyle with statues and.
Yeah, we have a lot of statues. It's funny because for a very non-artistic family, we have a lot of statues. But my grandmother has statues all over London. Actually, I visited them this week. Actually, in the Strand, a place that you know, Tony.
Yes, of course.
In front of St Clement Danes. If you ever see 2 9-foot statues standing, about 10 meters apart, that was my grandmother. Bomber Harris and Lord Dowding. I'm sure Tony could give you the full backstory of these two individuals.
Yes, they were the chief of staff for the RAF during World War II, Dowding, and Bomber Harris, the head of Bomber Command, who advocated for basically a scorched earth policy against the Nazis.
So basically, a passion that was picked up decades ago to hurt your back.
That's right.
Recently.
Yeah.
How are you
now?
now?
My grandmother. Yeah, no, I'm fine. It was pretty bad for a few days, but I'm kind of getting better. Like I say, the doctor said 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Next on Monday it'll be 2 weeks, so I think I can ski next week. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have a look at it. But anyway, enough about me. Happy to be here and happy to be the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am. I've been at 7 of them, I think. This will be the first one I haven't skied. I missed one because I was injured with a ankle problem.
Did you ski the first one? Or were you
I
not?
won the first one. I think I won the first 2. I think I came 3rd in 2016, 17 I didn't ski, 18 I won, 19 second, 20 didn't happen, 21 I came 4th. I was hurt. I dropped out.
It was a hit and a miss.
Yeah,
a hit and a miss.
And then
let's hope this is a hit.
Well, I'm not sure what I'm going to hit. Maybe I could be a hit on the commentary. Maybe I'll win the commentary. I don't know.
We'll have you here all day long.
Okay.
With your precious pearls.
Maybe Tony will share some of his Just Giving.
You will get the announcer of the day trophy.
Oh, we can work it out.
Of course, for those of you that are watching via our comments section, there is an icon at the bottom that has like a $sign on it. Maybe.
Oh well, there you go. There you go.
So can we have your precious insights while commenting Florian Path starting at 13 meters.
Starting at 13, and probably his first pro event?
He skied Madrid last week.
He skied at Madrid last week. Yeah, sorry, I missed some of that. Yeah, okay. But
so relatively young and relatively new to the whole concept of professional water skiing.
He skied in the junior division up until last year. He skied masters this year. He won jump. He can jump up until 60 meters. So he's a talented jumper.
So I know him a little bit because of the connection through Matteo, and I saw him this year, and I said to him, "Wow, you're the best slaloming jumper I've ever met." You know what I mean? Like he's like this junior kid who's meant to be
as a junior.
Yeah. I mean he ran in one of the Masters qualifiers. He ran like 5.5 at 10.75 or something. I mean he did something really big.
Yeah, he did really big. But for example, Joel Poland was exceptional at his age as well. But probably he didn't run 39 when he was like junior.
No,
he didn't.
No, I don't think Joel. I mean Joel was good as a junior, but he wasn't like. I mean he wasn't.
He's wrong foot forward in slalom. That's why.
Yeah. No, that's my joke. Is he slaloms left foot forward, he tricks right foot forward, and he jumps both feet forward.
Yes.
It's a good joke. I can tell you look perplexed. That's why it's a good joke.
Because I'm perplexed by the left foot forward in slaloming.
I know. Well, were you not a lefty?
I'm a righty.
You're a righty. But for 1 year you were a lefty.
No, I did like 10 sets with the left foot forward.
Oh, really?
Because I hurt my back, so I thought, well, maybe if I ski with the other foot forward, it's kind of okay with my back, and I can pick it up and ski well. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
I tried it for 2 sets. I was terrible. He likes to get pretty deep here, old Florian. He's an aggressive slalom skier. He's riding a D3 Ion, I believe. Oh. Dropped the shoulder, but he's stayed in there.
Just drops his locks there on that particular turn, and we'll see what happens next. Let's go and check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Nick Parson. It's going to be after Dane on the water. So how are you feeling, Nick?
I'm feeling good. I like the heat sometimes. Even when you're getting ready to ski, it kind of keeps you loose and stuff. And but after skiing, I don't like the heat. But yeah.
Okay, have you practiced here this season so far?
I skied Thursday, yeah.
And how was it? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy the water? Was it as you remember it?
Yeah, it's exactly I remember it. Yeah, I've been here a few times, yeah.
Yeah, I know you've been here a few times. I know you love this place, and we're happy to have you here again. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
You gotta love Nick.
That's great. He is a giant human being.
Yes. And Matteo right there, just trying to spare his blushes, Yeah, Lorenzo actually.
Lorenzo. Nick was here for the first ever San Gervasio. I believe he was the only American to come over for the first San Gervasio Pro Am, which was pretty awesome because it was, at the time, it wasn't a huge event on the calendar. It didn't have a huge cash prize, but Nick came over and supported it, and
he loves Europe. He loves Europe.
He loves Europe.
He did all the Princes, Pro Am, Slalom tournaments.
Yeah, and he had his favorite beer place, his favorite place where he got a beef Wellington. Come on, Florian. Okay.
I remember an amazing story. It was the first Pro Am, like Princess Pro Am in London. Probably it was Nick's first Pro Am as well. And we dared him to do stupid stuff. And one night we were eating in front of the Thames River. It was upstream. It was not really the city.
Yeah, it's in Staines, I would imagine. At the Swan pub, I'd bet you.
And we dared him to swim across the river, like a dinner. He did. There were boats going through, and he swam across the river. They kicked us out of the restaurant eventually, but he did it. That was a super funny story.
What a legend.
He's a legend.
That's probably how he got so big. He's got some sort of radioactive waste and grew an extra foot.
Yeah, that's a good origin story.
Yeah, that's his Marvel character situation. Nick became the Yeti after. He was 4'2" at that time. He swam in the Thames and became the slalom skier we know and love right now.
And taking into account what we know about the Thames River, that's hardly surprising.
No, it's disgusting. It's really not very nice.
Well, I
in some
dared him
places.
to ski in a thong in the head-to-head final.
Yeah.
I almost got him.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
do it, but he didn't.
I've seen someone in the not in the head-to-head final, but at Prince's there was a chap that worked there called Hamish. Okay, we'll get to that afterwards. This is the big pass for Florian. I'm not sure he's ever run this. So he could have done.
He ran 5.
Yeah. Okay, so round 1, drop of the shoulder, over to 2, offside turn. He's pretty good actually. He needs a big 3, but he could go for it. I think he might run this. Over to 4. This is the big. I think he's. Come on, mate. Wow. Let's do it. Oh, come on! Ducking and diving out the exits. What a legend!
Congratulations.
What a guy. That's incredible. And he was pulling a little long to his onside at buoy 5, and he went underwater. And that's got to be the first time he's ever done that. Look how happy he is. That's what you want to see.
Ecstatic.
That's what you want to see.
Right, he's ecstatic, and rightly so.
Could this be the new Benatti?
Yeah, well, that's...
Well, I hope so for him. I mean, he's a great skier. He has to focus on his 1-3-5 turns to keep that left shoulder up.
Yeah.
Especially here at 41. He tends to get too deep with it.
Yeah, too deep. And then, when I was his age, I definitely thought that, the deeper I was out of the turn, the better. But the older I get, the more I realize. But the offside's pretty good, even with all that pressure. But yeah, let's see here. This is going to be a great view. Like, way in front of his feet into...
He pulled off a Michael Schildander turn.
Turn of the day. Good for him.
There you go.
Congratulations.
That's great.
I mean, that's a great result. He's 18 years old.
Yes. They keep getting younger, these guys.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you've got Charlie Ross, like, runs it at age sort of, 12, and now 18 is old. But let's see. He's a lefty, so we could be seeing 2 if he can get the 1, but he needs to not drop his shoulder too much.
He managed to do that, and those are 2.
That's 2 at 10.25.
That's a humongous score.
Humongous.
That's final worthy.
It is. I mean, we've definitely seen there's often that sort of runoff with 2 2s at 10.25 here. I mean, obviously it looks like it's skiing really well today with how well Jamie skied earlier, and there was some good scores there. But that is legit. That is seriously legit.
That's exceptional. Congratulations to Florian.
Yeah. Well, that was worth getting in the commentary booth already.
Yeah.
I mean,
you see him?
You love to see it.
Yeah. How happy he is.
Yeah,
that's refreshing.
That's, I don't know, a man after my own heart. He likes to show that he's happy instead of hiding it inside. I mean,
you have to
brilliant.
express it.
Yeah. And he did an okay job there. I agree with you. I mean, he's getting deep. Great stuff. Great stuff.
Let's go to the dock, to Lorenzo.
And here we are again with Jacob getting ready for his set. So how you feeling, Jacob?
I feel great right now. Looks like everyone's skiing amazing, so really excited to get out there.
All right. So have you been warming up in a particular way today, or you're using your same routine? Talk us through a little bit what you do before the tournament to get pumped.
Not really, just kind of the same what I'm used to do. Just focus about my skiing, maybe stretch my body a little bit, but not anything crazy.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, and also to Jakob Bogner. And well, I'll tell you what, big news right now. Florian Pfaff, 2 at 10.25.
Presumably that's the lead?
It is.
Yeah, and he's gone ahead
of Matteo Letteri.
Yeah, it's sort of the what's the analogy I'm looking for in that sort of. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind.
You're trying to find out.
They did a remake with Jaden Smith, Mr. Miyagi, Karate Kid. Yeah,
he looks like him. He actually looks like what's his name?
Jaden Smith.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he doesn't look like Jaden Smith, but probably the original guy.
Yeah, the original guy.
Yeah. That's good. Well, anyway, so Dane coming up. We didn't see him in Madrid last weekend. I wonder why that was. He's been skiing well. And,
I wanna pick your brain on something. He switched to rubber binding.
Yeah.
To rubber binding. What's your take on it? Because I have a very specific view on the subject.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
But first yours.
I don't know. I mean, Dane, well, I'll give you the simple answer is that Dane was on a Wiley, just a standard Wiley, until, and he ran 2 at 41 in, 2014 with that setup, and then he moved to the hard shell more recently. I think we're going to go to the dock and we'll come back to that, put a pin in it.
All right, welcome back, and we're here with Pat Flo, who just ran an amazing score and is off right now your top seed. How you feel about that score?
Oh, that's amazing. I don't know how I made it, but I made it. For sure, I just didn't let go the handle, so yeah.
Well, perfect. So what about the second round? Are you going to see some improvement? I hope so.
I hope so too. For doing finals, for sure I have to do improvements, I guess.
All right, then go get rested, go get pumped up for the next round, and thank you very much. Back to you, Tony.
All right, continuing right along, we just saw there Florian Paff to it. 10.25 meters, a massive score. And skier on the water right now is Dane Meckler, hoping to produce something along the same lines as the score that he produced in that runoff situation at the World Championships less than a little over a year ago.
Last October?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been skiing really well. That was a famous moment. But yeah, I mean, going back to the bindings, I mean, I don't know. I think that there's got to be something to be said for this boot. It's a boot the same as what Nate's on, but I think there's obviously something good for it. I think there's potentially a safety issue which comes with it. Non-releasable bindings kind of stress me out.
The downside is safety. Yeah, for sure. But what I think is that the angle of attack at the end of the turn of the ski is not as you physically. Usually, when you physically dumb down things, they don't translate well to reality, because the angle of attack is what is the angle of the ski compared to the water flow of the surface of the water. So the higher is the angle of attack, the more drag you have. But usually people think of the angle of attack as one direction, but the angle of attack is a component of two direction, because you're not just going in one direction when you turn, you're actually slightly sliding. So the angle of attack is the component of the two directions. So the angle not only of the length, but also the width. And the rubber binding allows you to have an angle with your lower body, with your legs, that is different from the actual ski, creating less drag. So if you are a strong skier, having a big angle, you can hold it. There is a lot of drag, you can hold it because you are the physical strength to do it. But having a rubber binding, it decreases the drag. So it decreases the strain on your body at the backside of the buoy.
I can completely see that, and I remember thinking when I saw, you saw when Big Dog was a thing a few years ago, and you used to see those guys, they would put these strange self-built mechanisms in that would sort of mean that there was absolutely zero roll, whichever way their leg bone was facing was perpendicular to that. The ski was never able to roll a little bit. I remember thinking that's just so ridiculous.
It is.
And if you want to ski very powerfully and poorly, you'll get somewhere to a point, but you need a bit of roll. And I think that's, I was on Velcro for a while, and I think that gives a little bit. You're not so that, for example, that those good power shells, they are bolted very close to the middle of the boot, so you do get a little bit of roll.
It's a spectrum with hard shells. It's true, they're not the same. There are some that give more than the others. Yeah, but eventually, if you are able to ski with the rubber binding, the trade-off is safety. Yeah, but I deep down think that it's best for maintaining speed out of the turn.
I can definitely see that. I've messed around. I broke my ankle a few years ago, and I'm just not ever going to put a rubber binding on my foot. I want to have longevity in my ski career, and I think the way I ski, I need to be able to come out of the ski. But I have I'm along the same path. I've thought that same thought process. All right, 10.75. Dane Meckler. He's odds on to run it. You want to take us through it, Matteo?
So, that was a good 2. 39 seems like a piece of cake for you guys. I don't want to jinx it for any one of you, but for the top 10 skiers in the world, 39 has become like a formality, like 38 was 10 years ago. So that was very easy. Even if he was a bit on the back of the ski on number 2, he didn't blink.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, like, you know, you'll see the skiers now. We're going to see his boy 2 here. He comes around 1, great shape. He gets a bit of an average 2, a little bit on the tail, but he doesn't think twice about going to 3 and turning it. And he's, you know, 4 was a lot better than 2, and it was very, very easy.
And he has a very forward stance. I mean, his center of gravity is closer to the compared to a lot of other skiers.
Well, I think he can get away with that because he's, you know, people talk about how it's so great to be tall here. I mean, if you know, with Dane being a smaller guy, he actually can get further up on the ski. You can move forward, backward a lot more because your center of mass is not moving around quite so much.
Exactly.
So that sort of tip forward, tip up, tail down makes less of a difference. Chris Parrish has to stay middled all the time because he's so damn big. Same with
that's why it's so easy for him to lose balance.
Yeah,
I mean, because he's so tall.
Exactly. Like the people say, oh well, you know, the shorter guys should get longer handles. I'm like, well, there's definitely a benefit of being shorter in some ways. Look at Regina. Anyway, 10.25. Dane Meckler.
Season best so far, 4 on this same line length of 10.25 meters. Currently 7th in the Pro Tour standings. He's round number 1 and number 2, a little delayed. And crashes into buoy number 3, but it is enough to take the lead away from Florian Path, whether it be 2 1/4 or 2 1/2. Decent skiing there from him. Let's have a look at the gate shot.
What do you give him, Matteo?
Well, I have to see the replay. He didn't get away at
Come
2.
on. Let's get your feeling. Let's not get scientific here. Let's go. Let's
if
go
he
analog.
got it, it was 2 1/4.
You think 2 1/4? Yeah. I might give him a half. I can't see from that angle. I think he's got pressure on the ski on the inside.
Yeah. Wait, if you hold the handle for more than like a couple of meters, 3 meters after the buoy, it's a half. Because at 10.25, it's not physically possible to stay outside of the buoy line.
If you hold the handle and the skis in the water, because of course you can have the people sort of sliding.
Oh yeah.
I think we saw Regina do that in Miami Pro last year in the runoff against Elizabeth Montalban.
Again here.
Ooh.
It's a hard call because it's hard to see.
I would probably give him the benefit of the doubt there. I mean,
as one should.
Anyway, I think 2 1/2. I would say, but yeah, we'll see what the judges give him. But yeah, so I mean, not, you know, he looked frustrated. Obviously, he's probably been skiing a bit better than that. He had the one was a little deep, but I mean, you know, the thing with Dane is if he gets out, he's got such a good onside. If he gets out of 2 in any sort of shape, he's probably getting around 4.
Yeah.
But of course, he knows that full 3 makes a big difference. Oh, 2 confirmed. So they're saying he went inside of it. Interesting.
I'm short-sighted. The screen is too far away from me.
Yeah, we're dealing with a little bit of glare here. Everyone at home, we apologise. We're actually not probably watching in as good conditions as you are with your 50-inch flat screens. Not to dumb down TWBC in the slightest. I mean, this is a amazing setup.
Yeah.
So tying with Florian Path is now Dane Meckler with 2 at 10.25 meters. We're going to get ready for our next competitor to take to water. It is the Yeti himself, Mr. Nick Parsons. And before we take him out, let me tell you about our audience prize, consisting of a chance for you to win either a Conley ski or a D3 ski. And all you'd have to do is go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win either a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. Conley skis are sponsoring the women's prize. They come through with the DV8 and the Carbon V, both skis with the patented versatile feature. ConleySkis.com to find out more. And also D3 Skis, D3Skis.com. They are the sponsor for the men's portion of the audience prize. High performance skis for all 3 events, and their brand new offerings consist of the Neo and the Ion 2. D3Skis.com, and thanking D3 and Conley for their participation in the audience prize. Take it away, gentlemen. Who's our next competitor?
Mr. Nick.
Yeah. Another example was skier that went back to rubber bindings.
Yeah, he did, and I think they're all on the same binding. There's no Wileys here. It's all this D3 T factor.
Yeah.
Shout out to D3, wearing the t-shirt. Yeah, but I mean, again, could we have more of a contrast in terms of style, in terms of sort of the necessary style between Dane and Nick? There is no one way to do this water skiing thing. You look at Dane and Terry Winter, be the two of the smaller guys on the tour, and they get so far forward in a way that Nick and Chris Parrish and the bigger guys, Thomas Gashby, cannot do.
As I said earlier today, there's no one way to ski. Whenever like a coach, somebody tells you to emulate someone, it depends on your physicality, your body type, what ski you ski with, what bindings you ski with. There are so many variables that change how the ski rides in the water and how it's best the ski for it to run in the water. Because for some people, it's better to use just the tail. There are raider skiers that ski just with the tail and ski exceptionally well because the ski is designed in a way to have less drag, ski on a smaller surface area. Even the Denali, the same thing, ski on a smaller surface area so you have less drag. But it doesn't adapt well to all sorts of body types and skiing styles.
Yeah, I think that the way I've always thought about it is like we're all kind of, to use a Formula One analogy, we're all driving our own race cars, but they are individual race cars, but it doesn't come just from the ski we're riding, it's our body.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a top heavy guy, you know, I'm mediumly tall in the slalom field, I'm not very tall, I'm not short, but I'm heavy on you know, in my upper body, so again, the higher center of mass. Nick is just a brute, he's huge. Dane, smaller, you know, these things all make a difference, and we're going to go to the dock now, I think.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Benny, getting ready, as you guys see, washing his hand to get all the grease out. Explain us a little bit what you're doing, why you do this, and what's your routine before a tournament.
Yeah, I guess I never realized you have a routine, but yeah, it might not be like what people think, like running and stretching and all of that. But yeah, I get the grease off the hands, get some grip. I know Bob Molly's been watching, so I've been watching too, man.
All right, good. So how are you feeling? How have you been skiing so far this season? Are you pumped at all for the tournament?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. It's always a great site. It's the 8th edition here. Thanks to Matteo, I think it inspired other people to do tournaments down here in Europe as well that had plans, and seeing that it can happen and people will turn up if you put it on and you have the money. Now we have 5 events, I think, this summer for the first time. And I think this event has a big part of that. So it's just nice to be back.
Oh, yeah, Benny. I'm pretty sure that Matteo put up an amazing tournament and helped this sport grow, and you guys have more pro tournaments also in Europe, which is making much more fun and much more complete. So for now, best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and we've got Nick Parsons on the water, and with respect to for Benjamin Stadelbauer's emulation of Bob Marley, he's only 2/3 the way there because he forgot the brush.
What a video that was. I mean, it was so funny too. I think Marcus probably was editing it, and there was Dane scrubbing his foot. I've never seen it. I didn't realize. He was washing his foot with soap before probably for his rubber binding. You know, you got to get that grip.
Well, it's something like Andy used to wash his hands.
Yeah.
Because the oil that your hands have.
I think we're all guilty of that. I mean, I'm an incessant hand washer. I get really weird. It's so funny. Like I'll wash my hands and then someone will be like, want to shake my hand or whatever, and I'm like, I gotta wash them again. You know?
Yeah. Not only that, it drives me crazy when I see skiers like touching their face after they put the gloves on.
Yeah.
The amount of oil that is in your face.
Yeah.
People don't realize it's a lot of oil.
I went to the Masters one year and popped the hand ladder boy 2 at 10.75, which a lot of people really laughed at me about. Very unceremonious.
I remember that.
It was really unfair actually. But so ever since then I've washed my hands. I've washed my handle.
You better.
I don't know. Yeah, it's and Bob picked up on it, and you know, he made something funny out of it, as he does.
All right, Nick Parsons, 3 passes down. Let's see what he can do on the 4th one, which is 10.75 meters. From a height standpoint, he's more than capable of running it. Let's see what he can do here.
Not only height, I mean, he's done it countless times in the past 20 years.
gotten broken off.
No! No! It breaks my heart.
Yeah, all that
Up until
effort.
number 5 it was easy.
Yeah, relatively straightforward there, and he just tried to get out of that situation round buoy number 6, and unfortunately there was nothing doing there for Nick Parsons. 5 at 10.75 from our perspective.
Pretty brutal. He kind of came out of 4 looking pretty good, I thought. He had a little bit of sort of getting the handle behind him, and let's see here. Even that, he ended up with his mass sort of on the wrong side of his ski right there, and then, but still you wouldn't. Wow. Well, good effort trying to hold on, but I mean you wouldn't have. I think at buoy 6 there, he sort of probably thought he'd done it. So, and funny too, because you'll see that happen. People come into 6 in this crazy ridiculous shape and still manage to hold on, but you kind of come in like okay, but ever so slightly off balance, and you just can't quite find the middle of the ski again. So of course you can't ride away. That's a shame for Nick. He ran around about that score last week in Madrid at the Waterski Pro Am, but that won't do him any favours getting into the final. I think we're going to see a lot of scores here, a lot of good scores, very big scores.
It stings. You've done all the hard work.
Yeah,
working up to there.
It's rough. So Jacob Bogner. So this is a chap who is, he doesn't do too many tournaments outside of Europe. He made I think the final of the Malibu Open last year in Charleston. But I think last year he nearly got Thomas de Gasperi in I think the semi-final, and was so close to turning the buoy 3 that he needed to put Thomas out, going out after him, needing to beat Thomas's score.
He has a very efficient style. He has a very efficient style.
Yeah, and probably one of the better offsides that we're going to see today, I would imagine. I'm friends with Jacob. He's a really good chap. And he'll come and ski with me over in Florida with Thomas Gustafsson, who's a really good friend of his, and it'll be his first set of the year, and I'll be sitting in the boat watching his offside, going, I want to do that.
Yeah. But that's the tricky part. People always want a particular thing from the other skiers. Like I would love to do those onsides, but then you will miss what you're doing on the other side, because one thing leads to the next.
Yeah, it really does.
If you do a great offside or whatever, the next buoy is gonna probably suck if you're not used to doing that.
That's what's so funny. Like when you're coaching someone and they'll get the best buoy one of their whole life. It all clicks. All the things you've been working on for 3 days. They'll get the best buoy 1. They'll fall at buoy 2 because they're way too early, and they go, well, that sucked. Usually I get to 4.
Yeah.
You're like, no, that's not it. You did something great.
That's a tricky thing. Perception of skiers when you coach them, like being in their head and understanding what they're feeling. It's not the same thing as you're seeing, and it's a completely different thing.
Yeah. It's a funny old world with.
That's why I'm a horrible coach.
Oh, really?
I can't relate.
Well, I'm sure that's not true.
No, it's true.
So Jacob, actually, sorry, I'm doing him a disservice here. He came 4th at the Swiss Pro this year, the first Waterski Pro Tour stop of the year. He ran 5.5 at 10.75 in the final there with that weird, awkward tailwind that we had. And yeah, he just finished off the podium, and he did it using a pair of my shorts.
Oh, you deserve some credit then.
I know, because it was.
Did you beat him or? Yeah,
I did just beat. Well, yeah, I was 3rd, so yeah, I can't remember why. I think the shorts didn't fit me or something, so I gave them to him, and then he used them, and he skied really, really well. He was like 2nd seed after the first round.
Did you leave the shirts? Did you?
I hope he's wearing them today.
Okay.
I don't know. I need to ask him. We'll see here.
Well, you can recognize them.
Say again?
You should be able to recognize them.
Yeah, we'll have a look, yeah.
Let's see if Jacob entering at 38 off.
38.
If he's skiing with Freddie's shorts or not.
They could be. They're dark. I can't see. They were definitely dark when I gave them to him. I can't see so well from here. I'll have maybe get a better look later on.
That was a good gate.
That's a good gate. Good one. He says that it's like you said. I was telling him about how much I liked his offside, and he's telling me, well, I need a better onside, and he kind of comes. He said, I come into it on my heels. I can't quite get the balance, but he looks like he's doing really well here.
He's much more centered than he used to be, because he used to have great offside, But going to 2, he used to slide on the tail slowly.
Yeah, move back,
Yeah.
move that ski out in front. Those are the shorts. He's wearing them.
That's why he's skiing good.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's been ever since I gave him those shorts, it's been all uphill. I mean, everything's just lined up for him, you know. I think I really screwed myself by giving away those shorts.
You should know that.
So there's one part of Freddie Winter that's skiing this weekend.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
one way or another.
No way to rub it in, Tony. I haven't heard from you in a minute or two, and then you come in with a dagger to my heart.
What a mean man.
Yeah. Well,
that was easy. That was nice.
Yeah, it's good. I agree. I like the gate. It was he got out there. He wasn't rushed. He hit that apex of the turn. You know, people. I mean, they still underestimate the gate. We're still here in 2022, and people are underestimating how important the gate is. The way. Yeah. But what I saw there was he wasn't going too fast. He wasn't going to turn his slack. He wasn't going too slow to where he had to build speed. He was, you know, he had optimal width and just swung right through, and therefore he got out in front of 1.
It's the hardest part of the slalom course.
Yeah.
Back at 39.
Does he run it? I think he should run it.
I hope so. Well, we were discussing it earlier. How far from the wakes one starts? He starts pretty wide.
Yeah.
On the outside of the foam.
Come on, Jacob. Oh, on the tail there. Didn't like that. Good 3. Oh, did the same thing on 4 as he did at 2, but worse. So yeah, kind of. That's pretty unfortunate there. I mean, look, it was something we mentioned earlier on, and I've got to say I'm surprised because he looked so good, as you were saying, Matteo, the earlier passes, and then you know, 1 was great.
It's hard to see from this angle, but he didn't even fall in the back of the ski in that pool. He was, this was fine.
Just getting a bit.
Oh, yeah, it broke a little bit. The waist there.
But just, yeah, pulling that handle up a little bit, kind of getting a center of mass moving back too quickly, too fast, and too early.
It's like a dance. It's not like you can turn hard, like at the buoy, super early and it's fine. Most of the time it's not fine if you just turn hard. The skier perceives a hard turn and an early turn as a good thing. But most of the time it's not, because he's losing speed in the process.
Yeah.
So you have to find the right balance between the two. Being early, turning well, but at the same time without killing speed.
Continuity is so key, and I think he got the angle on the ski, but he had the handle up so high that the ski was just sliding out in front of him. He's moving more and more to the tail. At that point, you know, your connection point is at a point it's not possible to stay connected to the rope.
So in the water now,
Benny.
It's Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Benny.
Big Benny Stadelbauer.
All right, so from this point onwards, we would have 8 skiers remaining, including Benjamin Stadelbauer. So whoever takes the lead at this point has a pretty good inside track on making it through to the head-to-head competition. Obviously not 100% certain as yet because we've got a second round to come later on this afternoon. But certainly you would do your chance of making it to the head-to-head competition no harm by getting into the top 8 after Benjamin Stadelbauer. Let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with John Traver. How is it going today, John?
Yeah, good. Really nice out.
So you're getting ready for the tournament. Have you been skiing a lot? When did you get into Europe?
Yeah, I went to Botas last weekend, had fun there, and then on Monday we came out here and been skiing here all week. It's been great.
All right, so you're a technical director. So what do you think about the site, the setup, everything? Do you think it's good?
Yeah, look. No wind. The guys homologated the courses. Everything's the same as normal. So it's just time for us to perform what we know what we're doing.
All right, perfect. So I'm going to let you get ready for the tournament. You're going to be the next one in the water. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And coming back in on his next pass, Benjamin Stadelbauer. This is 12 meters. Entrance gates, good start on number 1, keeping everything planted well under control. Looking in pretty good shape, it would seem, and so far so good there for Benjamin Stadelbauer on his what could still be regarded as a warm-up pass. 13 and 12 back-to-back. Let's see what he does on 11.25 meters.
A formality, as you would expect from him. The most epic stash in the pro scene.
Yes. That much we can tell you.
Everyone's trying to get their edge.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to feel good on the water. If you look good, you ski good. Or if you perceive you look good, you ski good. I've been guilty of that in the past, you know.
If you perceive to ski good, you ski good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
it's all about perception.
It is.
Yeah.
You just got to have the confidence.
If you ski bad, but you perceive it as skiing bad, you don't feel good. You don't ski good.
Kind of like the mustache worn by Errol Flynn in Gone with the Wind. Frankly, my dear.
Jeez, I mean that's old.
Yes.
Adjusted for inflation, that is the highest grossing film of all time.
Really?
Yeah, by a distance too.
It beats Avatar?
By miles.
Wow.
Miles and miles and miles. Because everyone just went, because it was the only thing out, so we went to see it like 100 times.
Thanks, J. Powell.
Yep. Yeah, so Benny, rocking the stash, I like it. I mean, he's aerodynamic, I think. That's, he's harnessing, which of the points was it, or was it both from the old days?
Bob used to wear a moustache for quite a while, but Chris went on with a full blown beard, and it wasn't Errol Flynn. It was actually Clark Gable, I believe.
It was kind of killed by the adult industry. The stash,
it killed the vibe.
Yeah, it killed the vibe.
Yeah. I've done it once or twice, but more for a joke. I don't. It doesn't look good on me, a moustache. I don't have the face for it. I think Benny has more of a face for it than I do.
I think it's a thing that you get used to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to get used to it. It's like, yeah, you can get used to anything.
Yeah, of course.
Everything gets familiar after a while.
So now coming back at 39.
Yeah, and Benny, he's been running him. This guy, a little bit of Benny and I are good mates. Like he's a guy that I think. At least half his motivation for being a top level water skier is he wants to ski good scores, but he wants to understand why he skis good scores. Mm-hmm. This guy, he came back from Moomba this year, and I said, I saw him a week and a half later. I said, how you been skiing? He goes, well, I've done 5 sets. I've been on 5 different skis, 5 different fins, and 5 different boots. And I said, so you're probably not skiing that well. He goes, no, but I think I understood something.
So it's something, a comment later after this 39.
Here he comes. Let's see what he's got.
It's a narrow gate, I think. I think he drifted back on that one. I wonder why that is. And it was sort of borne out by his boy 1, but 2 was good. So over to 3, he's forward. Oh. Yeah, that's frustrating for him. He looks annoyed. But, I mean, we'll see on the gate. I think we were talking earlier when Nick was skiing about like that, or Jacob, like that drift back. And I think he's drifting back. I think he's going slower than the boat, a lot slower than the boat as he's turning in. So he gets pulled over the front here. He's down a little bit, lost his hips behind him, so he doesn't have the connection. 2 was good, but again, Matteo, you get that big 2. We talked about the pressure, and then suddenly there's a lot of pressure on your offside turn, and he pushed a lot on the front, the ski bit, and he went over that tip.
I hate to see that. Going back to what you were saying, I think there is an evident trade-off between knowledge and confidence.
Yeah.
The more you seek knowledge, the less confident you are, and it's going to reflect on your skiing. But it's a choice. I mean, some people want to know more about something, but it's at the expense of your confidence in what you do, because you realize more and more that you know nothing.
I think that's incredibly perceptive, because me, I've been running more or less the same scores for, a little while, right?
And it sounds exactly something that Jenny Labar and Marcus Brown would teach as far as the flow point method is concerned.
How he blended
All you need to ski your best. Online coaching and nutritional support. Go to flowpointmethod.com to find out more.
What a segue. That was masterful,
Wow.
Tony. That was beautiful.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so
you were saying that as you skied.
Like I know more about water skiing and about water skis than I did. I'm by no means an expert in terms of ski setup, but I do know a lot more than I used to. But I'm still sort of running the same boys. It's like, hang on a second, this is really annoying. I wish that this extra knowledge that I believe I have would actually translate into a bigger boy count. But you keep learning, you keep trying stuff.
right, so the competitor on the water right now is Jonathan Travers, getting through the opening pass of 13 meters and looking particularly good. Oh, and by the way, we're 7 skiers away from the conclusion of this round of the competition, which means whoever's in first place at the moment, that means that whoever's in the lead right now has an inside tracker making it through to the next round of the competition, and we actually have a tied lead between Florian Paff and Dane Meckler. They currently share the lead right now with 7 skiers remaining, so far from being cut and dry right now. There is your leaderboard. Florian Paff with 2, Dane Meckler also with 2. They currently hold the lead with 7 skiers remaining. There's Matteo Lazzeri with 1.5 at 10.25. Those are your top 3 and the remaining scores that you see in the first half of the leaderboard. Jonathan Travers getting ready to come into the course on 12 meters. Take it away, fellas.
Go ahead, Freddie.
So John coming in here, he's going to be looking to take that lead. I think he ran 2.5 at 10.25 last weekend in Madrid was his best score. He did that unfortunately in his losing runoff against Thomas de Gasperi. But he's been skiing well. He's second at Masters this year, which is, no mean feat. It's very hard to ski there, and he skied well. 2 at 10.25, I believe, in the final there. So he's, and that's on a tricky lake, a rolly lake that's not built for water skiing. This lake was built for water skiing, and I think we're going to see probably a good score from John.
John, one of the few skiers on Mount Olympus of winning Masters, like you did, and running 41 off, like you did. How many are there? 4? 5? Running 41 and winning Masters.
Well, Nate, Will, John, myself, Andy, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie.
Let's see.
It's a very few people.
Did Jeff ever win it? I'm not sure Jeff ever.
No, he never won it.
I don't think Jeff ever.
Okay, so as we continue right along, a quick reminder about Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a skiing injury that you need to shake off, Summit can get you back to your peak again. That is Summit Orthopedic. All right. And also a reminder to vote now for the Play Fuel matchups, bplayfuel.com, bplayfuel.com. Take it away, guys. This is 11.25 meters.
Pulling out 38. Regular gate. Back at two-handed. When did he go back to a two-handed gate?
I don't know. I have to say.
A long time ago?
Yeah, it must have been. I don't remember him doing a one-handed gate too recently.
No.
The thing I'm noticing, I saw his letter is A1. That's an interesting letter, and it's not typical. And I'm sure that's not what he skis with at home. So I think he's been here for a few days practicing, and that's the benefit of turning up and practicing is you can feel your way in with the boat. This is a Malibu boat. There's been a lot of skiing behind Nautique boats. Our first, let's see, so yeah, obviously Swiss Masters Lake 38 for the men, Botas, all Nautique. This is the first tournament that is not with the Nautique this year, so there's a bit of an adjustment. You do, as a pro skier, you ski as much as you can behind the boat that you're skiing your next tournament with. So that's probably why they wanted to come out here a few days early, get some skiing in, dial in the boat, feel out that letter. And I think A1 is, again, it's an odd one. It's an odd one.
It's going to pull a bit longer.
And you get that sort of building pull. So he maybe felt that he was getting a lot of pull early compared to his typical day that he skis with his Nautique at his home site.
You ski with A2, right?
I change with the boats.
Yeah.
Same thing. I tend to stay on 2.
Okay.
But with the Malibu, I've been B3, Mastercraft B2. I mean, I did do B3 with the Malibu last year, but then I didn't ski very well there. So,
Basically, let's see, 39.
39, a bit narrow on the gate, I think. 1, he's out the back a little bit. This 2 is going to be interesting. He's out the back big time at 2, and he's still in it. The thing we know about John is he can sort of safety his offside and then get the big onside. That's not so good, but is he?
Wow, that's a big pull.
Oh, no.
It was impossible to hold.
So 6 at 39.
I'm glad he didn't try.
Yeah, that was weird. I think he was slow on the gate. It's almost the same with Benny. Like, he looked a little slow. He didn't get that nice swing into 1. 1 was fine, if not exceptional. Well, it's pretty good. And then 2, I think he started to get sort of do that sort of tail slide that we saw from Jacob on his onside. John's doing it on his offside. 3 was 3, 4, and 2, 3, 4, and 5 were not good. I sort of impressed that he got around 6, having not really turned a buoy in the back 5/6 of that of the course here.
I'm purely speculating here, but the fact that he changed letter is probably due to the fact that he doesn't have the right balance on the ski. So he's trying to look for it with a different letter, different number.
That's good insight. I mean, it did look like to me when you're finishing on the tail like that, it means the pull's not there through the turn. So maybe, you know, I mean, not to second guess him, and he knows better than me, but I would say if I was to change his letter for him, I'd go, well, maybe he needs a bit more of an earlier pull or constant pull. Because again, on the A is a late pull, B middle, and C early, and then the 1 is like less and then building.
It's like a cap.
Upward graph.
It's like a cap on the reaction of the boat. I once saw the actual numbers behind the algorithm, and I can't recall correctly, but it's the cap on the acceleration.
Yeah.
So it's 0.04 Gs, 0.06 Gs, 0.08 Gs, something like that. I might be wrong with the exact numbers, but basically it puts a cap on the acceleration of the boat.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't accelerate properly, it has to accelerate for longer.
Yep.
So on the water right now, Tony.
It's Sasha Desguns.
Yep.
Making a welcome return back to competitive action here. He's suffered a lot over the last few seasons with injuries and so on and so forth, but it's good to see him back into his competitive best, and with that run at 13 meters to get things started off. I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Freddie Winter, and he is Matteo Yanni, and glad to have them on board.
We need a standing desk here, don't we? Standing desks are very trendy these days.
Yeah, they are. They're better for you.
Yeah,
but I'm actually standing not for health purposes, but for
avoiding the sun.
Avoiding the sun, yeah.
Yeah, I chose the right seat.
Unfortunately, we couldn't get the designers of the studio for Channel 5 News here to make that happen.
Didn't BBC they're sacking everyone, and they're spending 10 million or whatever on a new studio or something ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Outrageous. I think Sasha's on a different ski than he was on last week. I think I saw him on a grey ski, the Connolly GTR. No, I'm getting it wrong. GTR. Yeah, the GTR. And I think I saw him on a yellow ski today, which would be a Connolly GT. So he's made I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe he's made a change in equipment between last week and this week. He's been running, I think last week he ran through it 10.25, a handful of times until it got to the point where in the semi-final, he is on a different ski. I'm certain he's on a different ski to last week. I'm sure I saw him watching the webcast on a grey ski. And skiers do that. Again, though, Matteo, you'll probably agree that no one's changing their ski if they feel really good, right? No. Kind of the same with the letter. Like, no one's going, oh, I feel really, really great. I'm going to change my ski and get better. That's never happened.
Andy changed. He changed. Well, no, he felt great. Nobody changes skiing if you feel great. Nobody does.
Maybe in the off season. I mean, I've done that where I've had a ski that just feels dialed, and I've just put it to one side, saying I don't need to, put hours on this, put miles on this ski, in the off season, and you go on something different. But in the middle of a season, when you're trying to go to tournaments, you're paying tournament entries, you're paying many euros to travel from one country to another. You're trying to get your best performance. I think that that's kind of an interesting thing to see. And of course, they're very different skis. The GTR and the GT. The GT has a very, very thin sidewall with a flat back. This is on the tail of the ski, and then the GTR. I'll put it in simplistic terms, but it's more got a diamond sort of shape at the back. It's got a 45-degree down to a thin sidewall instead of the flat off that sidewall. So they're very different.
I'm not very familiar with those skis. Actually, I've never seen on the boat anybody ski.
Yeah. Well, the girlfriend Manon knows the skis very, very well, and I spent a lot of time. She won the Worlds on a GT on this ski, and the Masters and Moomba actually. So I haven't skied on it, but I've some experience of what it looks like.
Seems to work well.
Yeah.
For Sasha, even if something. It was a constant for me. Skiing at 13 and 12 with a ski had nothing to do with how I skied 38 or 39 with a ski. So sometimes I felt great with a new ski at longer rope length, and then I found out abruptly, like at 38, 39, that the ski was not.
It's the worst. You'd get a new ski and you're like, 13 just feels amazing. This is the one. 12 feels great. You get to 11 and you're still like, oh, wait a minute.
I think there is an intrinsic. There is a big difference between 12 and 11.
Huge.
11.
That's the breaking
11
point.
and 39 have similarities.
Yeah.
The ski rides in a similar way on the water.
Yeah.
13 and 12 are similar, and between 1075 and 1025, it's a humongous leap.
It's a big leap.
Yeah,
it's a big leap. But at the same time, I do think at 1075 you can still get those characteristics. You're gonna feel them out. And. Yeah, the best ski for you at your longest line is not going to be the best.
No.
Ski. It's often not going to be the best.
No.
At a really high level, I think for a lower level, a more intermediate skier, you want something that's going to be pretty balanced.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see this 1075 on the Connolly GT. Sasha Descans. He's not. I don't think he's drifted on the gate like the last two skiers. I think he's going to get a good one here, and he does.
Good.
He's over to 2, and he's a little on the arms, but he's fine. And 3's good. And 4 is fine. He's going to run this pretty easily, I reckon. Little slow turn at 5, but why turn it backwards when you're early? And he's going to have his eye on the lead, which is 2. So to get around, if he gets around 3, he will be
in the lead.
In the lead, and I think he's got around 3 every time in the last few weeks that he's skied at 10.25. He did miss that 10.75 against Thomas in the semi-final, I believe.
He has
Botas.
He has great 135s. I mean, the ski goes around very smoothly, and he's capable of generating a lot of angle because he's unusually strong. We have
gate review.
bad
Drama.
news, yeah, drama. There's a gate review for his 1075.
Well, this will be interesting.
Oh, I want to pick your brain on my rule change.
Okay.
Gate doesn't matter until your second last pass.
Okay. Sure. I think he's going into a bit more detail, and then I'll have to think about it for a second. But I mean, I've heard the idea that if you run the following pass, if you miss the gate and then run the following pass,
that's basically what I'm proposing.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, honestly, like
that would be super interesting for this. It missed the gate 1075. He has to run 41 off. It would make things so.
But
much
I think that gate confirmed. We've just heard. So the caveat would have to be something like, so long as the winning score of that tournament is not on the pass of the gate that you missed or something. I think so. Anyway, well, let's see. Anyway, so he's looking for 2 1/4 or more. Yep. I think he'll definitely be looking. I think he'll be pretty confident he can get to 3 here. Decent one. Turn the hell out of 2, and it is a good one. Over to 2, and he's in good shape.
Wow.
He's going to turn this.
He's going for it.
And he's inside of 3. Inside of 4. Sorry. So that's 3 at 10.25.
Okay, that's fair to say. That's probably a good enough score to be in the top 8.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know how many we have left.
For the here and the now, with 6 competitors remaining, including Sasha Descans. I mean, that's enough to be in the top 8, surely.
Top 8 for this round. I mean, we often see that sort of 3. It could come to a backup. I mean, probably not, but there's a chance that if he gets 2 in the next round, he'll probably be in. But it could be like a 3 and a 1.5, like Matteo Lazzeri or.
You not skiing surely helps lowering the cut.
Well, that's very generous of you.
Come on. Come on.
It's so funny. I packed my ski up yesterday. Obviously I'm coming through here. I'm going to Greece on Monday and hoping I can ski next week.
Did you put an air tag in the bag?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I first thing I check when I go off the plane. Yeah, no, I love that air tag. Everyone should get an air tag if you travel with skis.
We have 17 of them.
Yeah. At my recommendation, I told Vince about it. Didn't I, Vince? Yes, yeah. He's saying yes. And they're invaluable. But yeah, and I was packing up my ski and I'm like, I could ski tomorrow. I maybe just do 1 round and get a 3 and see if I can get in. But no, it's not really a good idea.
It's better to take your time.
Better to take your time, yeah. But you get that emotional thing. You put a ski in a bag. You're like, right, it's time. It's the first time I've ever done it, to turn up somewhere and then not ski. Very strange.
Yeah, the last time you wanted to ski and you didn't have a ski,
Now you have a ski.
Yeah, I have a ski. Yeah. But at the same time, I usually always carry 2 skis, 2 bindings, two of everything. And this time I'm like,
Just
you
like
know what?
me.
I'm just gonna do just the one.
How many pros you know of do that? Like bring like 2 skis, 2 binding.
I don't know. I haven't really. I'm not sure how that conversation with too many people. But I mean, I've always done it, and I think that, and I have like these SP. I don't know if they're a sponsor here, or I saw they've got a stand-up. They do, guys. I mean, anyone that wants to have their ski looked after beautifully during any flight, buy an SP case, because it's one of the best things I own in water skiing. It's molded to a ski.
Oh, it's
So
perfect.
it's a hard case, which is 6 inches wide, and then the length of your ski. It's got sides that go up above the edge of your ski. So I put my ski in that, and I kind of go, it's not going to break on the plane.
No, that's the perfect thing to travel. So on the water,
Rob Hazelwood, my compatriot. And I heard one of 5 Brits, Will, Rob, oh no, Joel's not here, I'm not here, so and Callum. I don't know, where's Tom Poole? Did he ski?
Yeah, he skied earlier.
You've always been omnipresent here in the north of Italy.
Yeah, the Brits abroad. We had at the Swiss Pro this year, I think there was 8 Brits at the Swiss Pro. I think we made up one of the 24. There was 8. 1 in every 3 skiers was British, which is pretty cool for a tournament on the other side of the world to where we come from.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it was very cool.
All right, that was Rob Hazelwood opening past 13 meters, and continuing to roll here. 12 meters coming up next. Manuel doing a fine job at the helm of that towboat as we get set to go in for the final stretch of skiers before ending off round 1 of pros. And then after we get done with round 1 of pros, then we go into the head-to-head competition for the Radar Junior Challenge. We're going to go with junior girls first and then junior boys. All 4 skiers that were in each of one of those categories earlier on this morning will be present. The earlier round was a seeding round, so we'll be intrigued to find out what the pairings will be. All right, Rob Hazelwood getting ready for his next pass, 12 meters.
Yeah, Rob made the final there at Botas last weekend. I think he came somewhere in the bottom half of the top 8, missing 10.75 against, I'm going to say, Brando in the head-to-head. He ran a 4.5.
I really enjoy how he skis.
Yeah, he's got the very distinctive arm up in the air, but what he doesn't do, and this is key, everyone, is he doesn't drop his shoulder. You're talking about Florian's drop of the shoulder. He has his arm super high in the air, which usually leads to them dropping the shoulder. I call it the sort of air guitar move. Yeah. But he doesn't do it. He has it up in the air, and then he keeps his shoulders level and comes back to the handle by not shifting his weight over further to the inside.
You have to look past the actual physical movements of parts of the body and see overall where the center of gravity is on the ski and what the ski does. And he rides the ski very well. Despite the fact that he moved the arm, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't change where he puts the weight on the ski. He puts it in the right spot.
Yeah, at the ski school earlier this year, I had a few people, and I'm like, hey, stop throwing your arm in the air. Oh, but what about Rob Hazelwood? I'm like, I don't care about Rob Hazelwood. We're talking about you here.
Yeah.
And, you're not going to do it like Rob Hazelwood does. He's a better skier than you. So
That's why I've always had problems, especially in Italy. My father coached me and people of his generation, but a lot of coaches still around the world rely on an aesthetic view of slaloming to coach others. And they rely on other good skiers. They look a certain way. So the good way to ski is by looking like them. But no, you have to see at the functional way a ski rides on the water. It has nothing to do with aesthetics.
Really, you should not be looking above the bindings. You should be looking at where the water's breaking it on the ski at any given point.
Yeah.
If the water's always moving, is always on the tail and then suddenly on the tip, Jesus. What on earth?
That is uncharacteristic. I mean, that's so weird. I've never seen him doing anything like that.
It's sort of like when we saw John ski a second ago, and Jacob, like nothing out of the back end of the turn. So he gets a great one. That is a textbook boy one. Comes out here, and I think he just falls out the back. He has it's not a great view there, but we might see from another angle. But I think he just, again, has his weight too far back behind the ski, and too much rollover of the ski, as you were talking about earlier. So he was kind of just super loaded. You won't see a better one at 11 all day. You won't see a better one, and this is very strange. He did slightly drop his shoulder there, and then he didn't want to hold on to that because he would have exploded. I mean, there was a 1 in 10 chance he would have, if he'd have held on, he'd have got around 3. And
it was impossible to get away from it.
Yeah. Well, that's a shock. I mean, Rob's kind of had a bit of a rough time, I think, this year. Like I think he had some sort of equipment malfunction happened right before the critical time, before the last Masters qualifier, and then I don't know. He's been close, but not so close to the top where he kind of was last year. He was doing so well last year.
He ran 3 at 41 over and over and over.
Yeah, like I skied like against him in a head-to-head like 10 times we went again and again and again at the final of the California Pro Am, and he kept getting 3, and then he found that button, like just get 3, and that's huge. I mean, if you can do that, then you're really in the mix.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's pretty far away from that on that round. He's gonna, like I said, I think backup scores could play a role today. Be it, it could be 2 2s to get into the final. I think that really is probably what we're looking at. Maybe looking at the score of 3 being in the lead right now. But I think
this year, I mean, Rob's probably going through a consolidation kind of part.
Yeah.
You first, you improve a lot, and then knowledge comes second.
Yeah.
And with knowledge comes doubts.
Yeah.
And with doubts comes uncertainty, and you're not certain about what you're going to do when you ski a bit worse. But from there, you can build more.
Absolutely. And I think also, and interested to hear about your career, but like when you probably had a time where you just suddenly got right there amongst all the top guys, and then probably after that you had 6 months later, whatever. It's kind of like what we're saying with Rob. Like you had a little dip, and then you start doubting.
Yeah.
And you kind of go, well, I did have it, and now I don't. What's the difference? Oh my God, I don't have any knowledge to fall back on in terms of I'm not saying he doesn't know anything about Waterski. I'm saying like what he maybe doesn't know exactly what he did to reach that next level, so he can't recreate it.
That's a great segue to our next year with Brando. Brando is really good at not thinking while he skis. I mean, I'm not implying anything. I'm implying the fact that he's really good at being in the moment.
Yeah.
Like just skiing, he's not speculating in his head about what the next movement has to be. He has muscle memory. Going to the dock.
And welcome back to Dockside. Here we're here with Nate Smead. So how you doing, Nate?
I'm good. Just happy to be here.
Okay. Have you been skiing good lately?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. A lot of travel. I was in France a couple weeks ago and now here. So we'll just see how it goes today.
Okay. Have you practiced at all on the lake, or I know it's not the first time that you've been here, but have you practiced so far this year?
I've not been here yet. I did ski yesterday in Trento at Thomas de Gaspery's place, and that was really nice. So no, I haven't skied here yet.
Okay, perfect. So I'm guessing we're gonna see the first few passes to get figured out the boat, the water, and everything, and then we're gonna see you attacking, right?
Yeah, we'll try to. I mean, there's a few big scores out there, and the conditions are perfect, so it won't be anything weird, I don't think.
All right, perfect. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, continuing right along, our skier on the water is Brando Caruso.
Kind of, Nate talked about the big scores. I'm not so sure. I would have imagined we would have seen a couple of 3s at this point, and maybe more too. So, I'm sure Brando will be in good shape to take us there, and we do have a handful of scores, skiers left to come. But I mean, there's not the scores as yet, especially when you consider the women. I mean, everyone skied really quite well. I think Ali Nicholson ran 2.5, Jamie ran 10.75, Ali Garcia ran 38, ran 11. There were some good scores, so I was kind of waiting to see something massive happen, and maybe something massive will happen. But yeah, like I don't think we're really at the stage where we're surprised by how good the scores are.
It's kind of psychological. You see a lot of tournaments. Usually happens at big tournaments like Worlds and Europeans. Like the first skiers set the rhythm for the others. So if you get a big score, it happens at Masters as well. If somebody runs 39, like this first skier runs 39, everybody's going to run 39. If everybody struggles at 3 with the rollers there, everybody's going to be super careful on that number 3.
Yeah.
And so it's a constant. So if the first skiers ski great, the next are gonna exceed that. Going back to Brando, I think Brando is one of the most talented skiers I've ever seen. I mean, he has a feel of the boat, despite his many movements on the ski. He feels the boat, he has the right speed at the right time, and he hasn't skied much in these past few years.
No, and it was cool. He came to America last year, and I think probably most of those guys over in America wouldn't have heard of him too much because he doesn't ski many tournaments apart from here. And then he came to do Worlds, Mastercraft Pro. I think he did Miami, and he did well.
Oh, he's an exceptional skier.
He's rearing up just a little bit on that onside, which I'm not sure he's going to love too much. But maybe I haven't seen Brando ski that much, so maybe that's just kind of how he skis.
He skis a bit like that, but some skiers take advantage of using a small portion of the ski because it allows you to accelerate better. Because if you use a small portion, there's less drag, and some skiers are able to take advantage of that, even if it's not an optimal position to turn the ski properly.
Yeah, and he's a guy who, I mean, he really can turn it on. I like at Europeans a few years ago, he went out before me and ran a 4 at 41, and I was like, oh. And I went out there and it felt horrible, and I was like, how did he do that? That was pretty damn good skiing.
He's great. Oh yeah. So Vince has reminded me that Brando's top performance in the tournament, he was top seed of the Worlds in Paris.
I was
the one you won.
I was watching him ski. He was the last skier. I was in the lead. It's the World Championship. It's my dream of my whole life. I'm watching him skiing, and I'm going, this is the biggest pass of my life. He runs this 10.75, and I'm not even skiing it. And he went down, and
yeah.
Anyway, all right, watching him back on 10.75 again. Less pressure on me at this time, I think. All right, good gate, pretty loaded. Not his best one of all time, maybe. On the tail at 2, his shoulder's really in the water, but he's still in it. 3 was good. And then I think he'll squeak this one out, but it's not his most beautiful pass.
That was good.
But he did it.
Yeah.
Interested to see, like, out of 2, he kind of finished a little bit on the tail, then really got his shoulder down to the water.
Yeah.
Into his buoy 3 there. And I was kind of like, wow, he was kind of on the edge of maybe over-leaning. But he got because of course when you over-lean, the boat kind of peels you back. You actually end up narrower. But he got a great 3.
He has a great feel where his body should be.
He does get pretty low going towards that right-hand side. He skis, watch the shoulder here, very low. But he kept it going, and then this was his best turn of the whole pass. And really the foundation of his whole pass was that buoy 3. If he hadn't got the good 3 there, he would have struggled, because 4 was not it. And 5 was okay, but not really, fairly safe, but not what he exactly wanted.
Yeah.
All right, rolling right along, and just enough time to tell you about the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, who are working hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining the halls of fame at both the US and IWWF levels and providing scholarships to promising young athletes. It's USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. Find them online. All right, skier on the water right now, it is Brandon Caruso.
Lead is 3, second is 2. He's going to have a big 1, probably. Not his best 1. Over to 2, S-turn, and take the 2. So, yeah.
He's kind of struggling with his gate. He got back to a two-handed gate very recently. This is actually the first season he does it. He did a very odd one-handed gate before. What's your insight? What do you think? If you have to put your finger on something in this gate.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lefty, a two-handed gate is, you see like Dane does a really nice one, like Joel Poland does a really nice one. I think there's I didn't look at it in too great detail, but I think there was some really good stuff there. It looked like he was maybe a little slow, and he was sort of leaning against the rope when he probably wanted to be a bit more neutral, and so he had to kind of roll from one edge to the other.
Especially the left foot 4, you want to be a bit faster there compared to what it was there.
Yeah, and I think he got to 1 and he just pulled that handle in really early. He was trying to get the load earlier than he was able to, and so he kind of didn't get the ski through. Again, finishing a little bit on the tail. But 2's decent. So it's Sasha with 3, and then it's Brando. and Dane and Florian in a good spot for a final. We've got Nate, Thomas, and Will left. Nate, Will, and Thomas in that order. Is that right?
Yeah.
So Florian will finish in the top 8 of this round. I think next round's gonna be big for him. Do
you think he's gonna need a backup?
I think he'll need a backup. I think there'll be a lot of 2s. You know, look at the guys that have gone down, like John Travers, who got 6 at 10.75, I think, and Rob Hazelwood.
Oh yeah.
Like Jacob. There's a lot of Benny, Carlo. There's a lot of guys that can all get to
Nick.
at 10.25. So I think we're going to see some of those guys do it. Of course, you know, if Rob gets 2, then his backup score is very average. Rob's going to really need to get a piece of 3, I think, to get himself into that final. When you fall on 11 in a 2-round, qualifying tournament, you're taking your life into your own hands a little bit there.
I totally agree. Next on the water, it's none other than Nate Smith.
All right, skier on the water right now, Nate Smith, with 3 skiers remaining on to get out onto the water, including Nate Smith, meaning that the top 5 so far provisionally have an inside track of making it through to the head-to-head matchups. Obviously, by no means certain, because we've yet to get our second round of men's slalom in. Those 5 names consist of Matteo Letteri, Lauren Bath, Dane Meckler, Brandon Caruso, and Sasha Deska. And whilst you stew on that for a few moments, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, we're here with Brando. Just got done skiing. He posted a very good score on the board. Talk us through about your set. How was it? How did you feel out there?
I mean, the late feels great. Both feels great, but I wasn't my best. Hopefully, I'm gonna do better later.
Yeah, we heard a little scream after the 10.75. What was that about?
I was just not happy about the timing, but yeah,
Well, you pull it home. You got 2 buoys at 10.25, posted another good score on the board. Ready for next round?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Brando. Catch your breath. Get ready for next round, and back to you, Tony.
Tony, you christened Wade's Insights on the Dock as Wade's World.
Yes.
Are we going to do Lorenzo Land? What do we got?
I like that. I like this.
Lorenzo's Land. That sounds like something that should appear on like Saturday morning children's TV.
Yeah, or it's a Nintendo game.
Yes.
Luigi's Mansion 2, Lorenzo's Land.
We need to get him a hat for that.
Yeah.
Coming back at 12.
And Nate's been starting at 12 quite frequently this year. We've seen it happen. I think he did it at Swiss a few times, like in the rounds that you didn't have to. And I think maybe at Lake 38 he started at 12. He also started at 11 one of the rounds.
Do you like starting at 35?
No, I mean I can totally understand. If he likes starting at 35, I can understand why he's starting at 32 or 13 meters to get used to it. I don't mind starting at 12. I mean, there was a period last year when I was skiing really, really good, in practice at least, towards the end of the year, and I was starting at 35 a lot, and I was, running great scores. It gets you in the mood a little quicker, and also I do quite like, like at Swiss early this year, you're sort of forced to go out at 35, and you just get ready. It's all action. There's not really.
There's a deep water start less.
There's
it's strain on your body.
I know. Yeah.
Isn't it? I hated it.
You hated the deep water start?
Oh yeah. I wish there was a dock on both sides.
That's funny. What, dock starts both ends? Yeah. No, I've never really. On Tuesday or Wednesday when I ski again, I might tell you different, but I've never really been so bothered by the start.
With the other foot in front, it's virtually impossible to deep water start.
Yeah. You just got to. I tried it in lockdown. You got to sort of almost roll over, as far as you can.
Impossible. So coming back at 38.
38 off, and I think no one's particularly worried about Nate Smith and his 38. He's at 82, which I believe is the same as what kind of everyone rides with the Nautique. So consistency there. Again, probably hasn't had that much time to practice. I think he would have skied with the Malibu yesterday over at Thomas de Gaspery's place in Trento. So a bit of practice there.
If you had to summarize the best qualities that make up Nate's style and what make him such a good skier, what would you say?
He's very consistent. But his consistency obviously comes from something. Watch here. Watch his edge. My favorite thing about his skiing is his edge change into his offside.
Yeah.
He gets way over the middle of the ski, and then whereas the rest of us, when we're skiing badly, we're moving.
The back leg collapses. His back leg is almost straight all the time.
Yeah. And as he comes through the back end of the turn, he's moving backwards. He's moving to the tail of the ski. So he's just controlling that fin where it is in the water and controlling that roll. Whereas you'll see a lot of the other guys, myself included, when we're not skiing well, we're jumping forward to try and get the ski to smear more.
But I think it's something that a skier your size and your weight wouldn't be able to do even if you tried. Because there is a relationship between his weight and the surface area of the ski that create the conditions, the hydrodynamic conditions for him to ski this way.
Yeah.
And you don't have that privilege.
If I was to jump on the front, me being a heavy, front foot heavy, if I get too front foot heavy, the ski's going to bite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Coming back at 39.
39. Looking pretty easy. It's over to 2. Little tip rise, but nothing crazy. 3's really, really good. His offside's looking really, really good today. And 5. Not his best 5 all time, but again, we're not worried about Nate Smith running, missing 10.75 in flat conditions.
That was obviously super smooth. But that's the thing. What I was saying is that he has a particular weight to surface area relationship that allows him to be a bit higher on the water, and the drag is not as pronounced as yours.
Yeah.
Whatever the ski does.
And a lower center of mass. With his weight being lower down and it being quite a lot. Oh, we've got a gate review. Drama. Wow. Second one after Sashes. Although Sashes, of course, was given, so good chance this one will be 2.
My rule would have been super interesting. You have to run 41.
Yeah, he has to run 41. Yeah, exactly. Well, you could write a submission, dude. There's athlete reps that'll hear it. This would be really interesting. This would mean that Nate would have all the pressure on his second round. And it has happened before here. I think he's come here twice before, maybe once before, but gate confirmed. So he did not, in the first round, he did not get a good score. And in those old days, I think there was an inferior format where they took the top 4 from the first round and then the top 4 from the second round. And it kind of screwed up all the brackets. So, all right, so 3 1/4 for the lead. He's got a bit of a slow gate, I think. And 1's decent, but he's a little on the tail, but he's going to turn 2 and he's over to 3 and he's going to take an S-turn. Surprised to see that.
Yeah. It wasn't a bad start, but it wasn't a great start.
Yeah, but you've seen him. That's probably just familiarity with the boat, with the lake, with all that sort of stuff. Because I didn't love his gait, but at the end, it came out of 1 just a little. It kind of had the hand a little high, but over to 2, and often the thing that he'll do that's interesting is. So a little loose line, but nothing crazy. And then you'll see him, get an okay 2 and really drop the shoulder and get going. And I was expecting him to be kind of, nice and wide and early, but I guess he just suddenly felt that he wasn't wide enough to really go, attack it and turn for 3. But I am very surprised. Not often you see him do an S-turn at 3 there.
That was a very conservative approach.
And that puts him on level turns with Sasha Deska and with the same score at 3 at 10.25 meters, and Florian Paff and Dane Meckler both tying with 2 at 10.25 meters alongside Brando Caruso. And even in 6th place right now with 2 skiers remaining, Matteo Luzzeri might have an outside chance of advancing through to the head-to-head round of the competition.
Well, I think Matteo's going to have a big second round to back that up. I think, a 1.5 and a 1.5 could do it. If he can get a 2, I think he'll be in. So here we see our 2 finalists from last weekend at Waterski. Will was top seed going into that, but he didn't quite manage to do it. They tied and then went to a runoff. And so Will gave away the lead of the tour in that moment. He is the leader of the tour, given results earlier in the year at Swiss. And he and he's going to be going just before Thomas here. Thomas took the win last weekend. Thomas he has, in the last 2 years, there have been 2 European Pro Tour events, and he's won both of them. So he's looking for 3 on the bounce, including to back up his win here last year.
It's nice to see them back on the dock. I'm enjoying the bromance. Have you seen the video?
I know, it's strange, isn't it?
It's nice.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
Did you see Will holding Thomas's hand before the?
Beautiful.
I mean, I shed a tear. I mean, it was gorgeous. But
it was so funny.
2 guys that have, probably fair to say, have had their strong rivalries and differences over the years.
More than 20 years.
Yeah. So really good to see that they're coming to a good understanding as they. I mean, they're the 2 guys who are at the very top, who are over 40.
Yeah.
So they're in it together. I love it. Yeah, the bromance. That's right. So Will skiing on an A1.
That's strange.
Same as John Travis. They're really good mates. They travel together. They're both HO guys.
And Will usually skis A2.
And I'm sure I would be amazed if John didn't ski A2 usually. Yeah. So that's a similar situation. Interestingly, we were maybe unfairly, maybe not, sort of critiquing the A1 use from John, and we were saying maybe his, he was
not necessarily. I wasn't critiquing. I was saying probably he chose it because he has to find the right pull, and he probably hasn't found it yet. Probably A1 is not it yet.
Yeah. Just gonna go to the dock quickly for Lorenzo Land.
All right, welcome back here. We're here, Nate. You just posted another good score on the board. You did 3, right?
I did.
So you're tied right now with Sasha for top seed, and everybody else is behind you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 2 guys, Will and T-Gas, going off the dock that can put up big scores as well. But, it's all about surviving to the next round. So we have another round today, and we'll see how that plays out.
All right, perfect. How did the water feel? I guess it's a bit warmer compared to Trento, where you've been skiing the past few days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was, up there, the water was nice and refreshing. It's just a little warmer here, but, it felt fine. It felt great out there.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Nate. Catch your breath, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, continuing to work our way along this competition. We're down to 1 final skier after Will Asher is done out there on the water. Will Asher came out on 13 meters. He's going to come back and 12 meters to continue on with his campaign of making it through to the next round of the competition, the final round of the competition. 12 meters, good hard snap of the line, round buoy number 1, and maintains his posture out there, Freddie.
Yeah, and Will was he got his best score of last weekend in the first round. He went out around 5:41 and actually was really close to running it, really, really close. So he's a guy that's on fire right now. Yeah, I mean, I guess what I was getting at there, Matteo, was we talked about, John, maybe he went A1, but he was didn't look like he had lots of rope out of the turn, looked like he was kind of struggling a little bit. But then he didn't pop, maybe Will didn't change his approach because of that. So maybe John didn't feel that was anything to do with the letter and just more to do with...
Definitely believes that if he goes out with A1. Well, Will, I think, is the only one that is striking what we were talking about before, between knowledge and confidence. He's one of the only people that are striking a good balance. I mean, he's incredibly knowledgeable about how a ski rides on the water, how a fin has to be set, where the bindings, how a ski has to be designed, what he has to do on the water to ski well, but at the same time is producing incredible results. So he's found the right balance.
And better and better, really. That's kind of, 2018 onwards, he's had a better 4 years than he did between, notwithstanding an injury year in 2020, a better 4 years than he did from sort of 2014 to 2018. So I think, that knowledge and, you don't expect people to be 40 years old and to be the very, very best in the world, which, Will is really, he lays a claim to that every weekend that he skis.
He's cruising through 38 off, and his style, if you watch videos of him 12 years ago, 13 years ago, before zero off was introduced, his style was drastically different.
A lot more moving parts, a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, so he was able to adapt, late in his 20s, his style to the new system And, well, kudos to him. I mean, he's found an amazing balance on this game.
Well, and I think there was one, I don't remember this personally, I wasn't involved, but there was someone telling me the other day that there was a year that there was some tournaments with perfect pass or Stargaze, like the old version, and then some with zero off. So zero off, to anyone that doesn't know, is the cruise control, which is, you know, times you down to, you know, a 100th of a second, whereas the old version was kind of a bit more, it was based on revs, less accurate, less hard on you, I guess. It was a bit more give. And Will would win every single one with zero off that year, but then he didn't do so well with the perfect pass. But there was a suggestion to, I forget who was telling me, that he realized where the future was.
Yeah.
So he's like, you know, I don't care. So he just went, I'm a zero off guy now, and that set him up for like years of dominance thereafter.
No, he adapted very well. Coming back at 39 off.
Wouldn't expect him to miss this. He's going to run it almost certainly.
We don't want to jinx it, but number 2 is good. Wobble at 3.
He's on the tail there at 2-4. He's finishing, you know, a little open, little back-footed. But again, pretty easy, but nothing. Not his best 39 that we've seen him run. He was knocking them out of the park last week.
Yeah, but still, there was not a point in this pass where I said, okay, he's probably falling. It was consistent.
But that's kind. I mean, you watch Will Asher at 10.75, and you're not really going, oh, he's going to miss it. You kind of, even when he's in the water. There was a time at like Masters 2 years ago when he was sitting on the back of the ski, you know, huge tailwind, rollers, wind, awful, you know, and he still kind of got around 5. So I mean, yeah, this, like you said, this guy's striking a balance. You see, he's just not quite finishing with continuity out of that turn there. He's losing speed. He's finishing on the tail, on the onside, but
he's more interested in his next pass.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, then just enough time to tell you about 2U nutritional bars and a variety of different flavors. They are the official Skier of the Day sponsor, and they're available online and at great local stores throughout the Sunshine State of Florida. Also, give me a few moments to tell you about La Guapa, which is a luxury villa resort with all-inclusive amenities, including water skiing, located in Tegucigalpa, which is a few hours south of Mexico City. That is La Guapa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is 10.25 meters. This is Will Asher. Take it away, guys.
3 1/4 for the lead. 3 will be a tie. That's not the best one, but he's okay, and he's going to turn 2, and he's actually in pretty good shape here coming into 3, and I think he's going to get around 4. And actually, he's going to. He's around.
No.
That's the 5.
That's a great result.
Good skiing, and not his best one.
Not his best one. But he keeps the ski running.
Yeah.
Even if he breaks at his waist on 135, as long as he keeps the ski running, he's fine, because the boat is not there yet. With A, the boat is not there yet, so he has time to put himself in an upright position to lean in and get the right speed to get to number 2
and
4.
Such a better 2 than he had on his 10.75. He moved through it. He had tight line, and you know, you don't get around boy 5 at 10.25 by tailing, you know, boy 2, and he did a hell of a job there. And actually, bit of a mirror of last week. He came straight out the gates with 5 at 10.25 with the top seed. The second best score of that round was 3 at 10.25. Right. So we're looking at some duality, some consistency.
Let's hope for him it doesn't end up like the other tournament where he didn't ski 5 again. Let's hope he runs it. Let's hope we'll see more for once.
Yeah.
So dropping the proverbial gauntlet in front of Thomas de Gasperi with that score deep into 10.25 meters. I believe that was 5, wouldn't you say?
I'd give that 5. Oh, yeah. And I think that what's great about it is that he's taken a 2-buoy lead over the rest of the field. And I mean, really, you can't really point to anyone. It's a full field.
Yeah.
It's a full field.
It's a full field. Apart from you? Yeah.
Thank you. So Thomas has been knocking out the 3s at 10.25. He's been getting very consistently 3. I think he got 3 every round last weekend.
He got 5 at the LCQ and at Jag. So he's skiing very well.
And again, I think he's 41.
41 years old.
41 years old. He took the lead took the record last year, I should say, for the oldest winner of a pro event.
Really?
Yeah, it was like 40 years and 155 days or whatever when he won here. He's obviously since updated that. Last weekend he won a pro event again at 41 years and whatever.
It's amazing. It's refreshing. I ski with him. I actually don't ski, but he skis. So we go often at his lake in the United States, and it's refreshing how much he enjoys skiing.
Yeah.
It would be like November or December. He would ski after a whole season, and he would stay after a pass. Oh, water skiing is so great at every pass. Coming back at 32 off, C2, which is different from most of you guys.
Yeah,
the majority skis now with A, more or less. Well, before answering that, let's go to the dock.
Okay, here we are with Will, who just posted an amazing score on the board. So how did you feel out there?
I felt great. It felt as good, if not better, than practice. And we've been here a couple of days this week. And Matteo, he cooked us up an amazing dinner last night at the local restaurant, and that just kind of set the tone for the weekend. Such a good vibe. So great to be here. Everyone's so lovely and nice. So it feels good to go out there and put a score up first round. I mean, it'll be awesome if 8 other guys want to beat that. That'll just be a fantastic day of skiing. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay, perfect. So what are your plans now for the second round, starting from the point that you posted an amazing score?
Yeah, so I tried a bunch of different stuff this week with fins and bindings and just trying, playing around. So I just went back to my baseline, and that's what we're doing. Probably going to stick with that for the weekend.
All right, perfect. So catch your breath. We'll see you next round, and back to you, Tony.
All right, on with the next pass for Thomas de Gasperi there. And
I would bet my right arm he sticks with the same settings for the weekend. I mean, he'd be mad not to.
Yeah, your arm is safe.
Here we go, 12 meters, second pass. Thomas de Gasperi, the defending champion. That's why he's wearing the blue bib as the defending champ.
Thomas, you say how much he loves it. You've got to love it to be 41 years old and to, it's an intense life to do this. I always kind of laugh about it. It's the hardest way to make an easy living. Nothing is
given to you.
Nothing is given to you. You've got to earn everything. You've got to, you're not sitting in an office for 10 hours a day, but at the same time you can't switch off. There's diet, there's no booze, there's let's not stay up late, let's let the body recover, all these sorts of things.
And year in and year out. I mean, he ended 4th at the Worlds in 2001.
Yeah.
Just think of that.
That's a long time ago.
For how long he's been dominant.
I'm pretty old in the field of water skiers. I'm 32 years old and I was 11.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah.
And he's one of the most talented skiers
he
ever.
Is. He really is. And he hasn't really had a wobble year. I'd probably look at I remember a year when he sort of was not quite skiing so well, was in 13 or something like that. Like you and I were competing against him at the Greek Europeans in Ioannina in 13, and Thomas missed 10.75 in the final, and it was a surprise, But maybe apart from that, he's been so consistent. He's won tournaments more or less every year. He's always on the podium, and he's a superstar in water skiing.
And he's found the right balance. He's on that ski. It works great for him. He doesn't doubt it. His skis is in the zone whenever he's in the water.
I was having a conversation with a fellow pro who's actually here the other day, or last year actually, and they were saying, "Oh, don't you just think it's a bit silly that someone would get on a ski and then just stay on that same ski for years on end and not really change it and not really sort of try and do anything different?" I said, no, I mean, it's kind of the dream. You're happy with what you're on.
Yeah.
We're seeing skiers changing their ski between tournaments. Thomas is not changing his ski between tournaments. He knows what he's going to have. He knows what he's going to have next year and the following year and the following year.
Yeah.
It gives him so much confidence just to work on his own technique, his strength, all the things that he needs. And,
just take a variable away.
And that's so useful. I wish I was a bit better at doing that. I mean, I'm not to the extreme that some people are, but I mean, I like to mess with stuff. It's part of the fun of water skiing. I had actually Dave, I'm going to get this wrong, but Dave Good a few years ago, he told me that there's 4 things in water skiing. There's mind, your mental ability. Yeah. There's your strength, there's your technique, and there's your equipment. And Thomas obviously has 3 of those, and then he's not worrying about his equipment. It just works.
Worry at all. Just once a year when he has to change ski.
Yeah.
He makes sure the flex is right, and then
he goes.
Coming back at 39.
All right, here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi, 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got. Good stout pull out. Good tight line, gentlemen.
Good one. Seeing some typical tip rise around buoy 2 from that end, but that's all right. 4 is okay, and
whoa, that's so weird.
Do you know what? I'm flabbergasted, frankly.
I was about to say the same thing.
Of all the, I've been watching Thomas a fair bit this year, and his offside looks better than I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
His onside maybe looks, he's getting a little bit of tip rise here and there, which is why we've seen him get great starts at 41 and not finish them. But that was very odd. It looked like he came off the handle maybe a little bit early, got pulled.
It's still a walk in the park. So it's so odd.
It's
I
very
hate
odd
to see that. I don't know. He missed less than 2% of his 39s in pro events.
Yeah, he just moved. His shoulders were moving towards the boat through that edge change there. So he kind of, he does get a little forward, but he was kind of really rolling onto the inside of that ski. So the ski was kind of behind him, and he couldn't bring it through.
All right then. So let's have a look at our leaderboard right now. As it stands right now, the not confirmed with the skiers making it through to the head-to-head final, but we won't know that until after the second round. But here are your top 12 at the very least. Will Asher with 5 at 10.25 meters, your leader by 2 buoys ahead of Sasha Deska with 3 at 10.25 meters. That's a 2-way tie for second with Nate Smith. Florian Paff and Dane Meckler and Brandon Caruso, all of them tied with 2 at 10.25 meters, and there was the rest of the field. All right, then. This is the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by Santo Dassault, and we will continue on with our next event, which is going to be the Radar Junior Challenge for girls and for boys, right after these.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, continuing on with this competition, the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented to you by San Gervasio. Next event is going to be the girls head-to-head challenge, sponsored by Radar. The junior challenge will feature these two pairings. Based upon their seeding from previous round, we have Philippa Antonsen versus Neely Allah. Both of those competitors scored 2 at 12. And then Alexis Mischler, who scored 1.5 on 12, will do battle against the number 1 seed, and that is Elena Jones. In the water right now is Elena Jones. We anticipate her matchup being against Alexis Mischler. I believe the line is attached to the boat. She's ready to go, so this would be pairing number 1. Number 1 versus number 4.
This is very likely going to be their head-to-head baptism.
Yep, I haven't really seen any of our competitors in this head-to-head battle ski in this format before, so this will be a new tester for them going forwards.
They're all starting at 28 off, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. So we'll...
or 22.
Yeah, so either way, the line length is going to be the same between the two competitors that will go in this pairing. And judging by the length of that line, how far the skier is away from the boat, I would surmise that is 22 off. So there we go, Elena Jones from Scott in Louisiana, which is a little ways outside Lafayette. And there you go, a 6-buoy count. Nicely done there for Elena Jones.
She skied really well earlier. She said it was a PB for her of 2.
Yes, it was actually 2 at 38 off.
38 off.
And she took the top seed?
Yes, she did.
Wow, good for her. That's the way to do it. It's nice that she doesn't live too close to Lafayette. Hey, Tony, wouldn't want to be too close to the Raging Cajuns.
All right, then, second skier in this pairing.
Got to say,
he took it well.
Yeah, he's trying to move on. Fighting losing battle.
Well, the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette have won the last 2 team titles. How many of your...
29.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You did ask the wrong question there, Tony, to be fair. If we're talking about magnitude, then the Cajuns are not doing that well.
Not really.
Anyway.
I was about to say in the last 2 years.
Oh, that's very selective process.
That's very selective. Come on.
All right, so anyway, I remember a few years ago, Matteo, the tournament organizer, not Matteo Lazzeri, was telling me that he had this dream of bringing the prestige of something like the Masters when you get selected to come and to ski on an invitational basis to Europe, and I think he's succeeded. I mean, I saw Lucas Cornell is here from Australia. We've got Elena here from America. Very international field, and it's obviously a massive privilege to be invited here as a junior skier. And it just shows the San Gervasio Pro Am. It's really, in my opinion, it's more than a pro tournament. It's the whole genesis of this event was that it would be a feeder for the future. It started on the pro end as a small event that was going to grow, and it has grown to the size that it is now, which is great. It's an event people travel around the world to come to, but also adding in these elements of the junior head-to-head, it's an incredible thing to have to get young skiers excited to be out on their water ski, to be competitive in an outdoor activity, and not just sort of wanting to be some sort of a weird TikTok influencer. I think it's a wonderful thing.
It was supposed to be a feeder, and it fed. I mean, all these tournaments happening in Europe, 1 week after the other. I mean, it generates like a purpose for American skiers to fly over here and stay for a month and do all these pro events. It's a beautiful thing.
You can stay for 31 days in Europe and compete in 5 pro tournaments. That's 5 tour events. It's just incredible.
And the spots are kind of good. I mean, you can go to Venice from here, then you go in Norway in Oslo, and then you go in Greece or Lacanau. I mean, it's gorgeous places.
You tactfully missed out the UK there. That's very upsetting.
Of course. I mean, the rivalry between Italy and...
Because he doesn't believe that UK is in Europe.
It's not.
It's on the continent. It's not part of the European Union. Anyway, let's not talk politics here. It's going to get messy.
Coming back at 13, I guess, because they started at 20.
Yes, indeed.
Off.
13 meters, 32 off.
Skiing
Decent
really
start.
well. Very, very balanced out of the offside. The approach to the wake out of the offside there, out of 1, 3, and 5, is excellent. Really, advanced over the ski, middle of the ski, generating speed really efficiently, and setting herself up for a really nice edge change into the onside.
Yeah, I really like how she skis.
Just look at this gate approach. Purposeful. Good track outside the buoy. 30 meters.
Shades of Rob Hazelwood on that offside turn with the hand in the air.
Yeah.
But again, not dropping the shoulder too much, so you kind of get away with it.
And she's super light.
Yeah, riding that ski really well. And again, we touched on it earlier, Matteo, about how you don't really have to look at. It's not about what you look like on the ski. It's about really where the water's breaking. Is your weight moving forward, backward? Is it erratic? Is it continuous? Are you accelerating in the right place? Are you decelerating in the right place? Are you overleaning? She looks very, very good on top of the ski, but the ski's also working very well.
Camilo Espinal, you know Camilo, right? We have differing opinions on how one should slalom, but he says something really cool. I think it's important for kids to learn. Kids should learn how to ski thinking in their heads they're skiing on a very, very shallow lake, that if they are on the back of the ski, they touch the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, I think that's really, really good. Yeah, you don't want to be just kicking that tail in the water.
Exactly. So you always have to have in your mind.
Oh, wow. Needs a big turn here. It's going to be a...
Oh, she?
Brilliant.
She's fine.
Brilliant. Yeah, I just really struggled with that buoy for that offside turn and looked like she was maybe dead in the water, but got around 5, over to 6.
She skied 1.5 at 12 in the first round.
Yep, she did.
I'm not familiar with her personal best. Let me look it up. If she's capable of running 35 off and challenge Alina Jones. No, my connection is terrible. I can't look it up. We'll know soon enough.
All right, looking here and seeing Alexis Mishler get round all 6 buoys on the second pass of 13 meters. All right, here we go, 12 meters, Alina Jones. So in this head-to-head competition, the second skier out must beat the first in order to advance. So it's up to the first skier.
Still in it at 3, turns 4, a bit down course there.
Wow.
She runs it.
Yeah, all right.
She kind of managed it quite well.
Yeah,
the course.
That's pretty good. Yeah, like you said, course management, and that's something that tends to come with more advanced years and more time on the ski. So that's she's sort of wise beyond her years there. Funny, she struggled with the onside. I thought 135 were all pretty good, and like I said before, I really like that approach to the wakes out of 135. But here she's finishing on the tail. That water breaking behind her back foot, that's no good, and I really wasn't.
Broke a bit at the waist, so she couldn't pull properly going to 3. And she never panicked. She just went on and on like this.
Yeah, the offside, the MVP here, I mean, it was really good, the offside.
And
congratulations.
No worries, and within 2 buoys of her personal best. Let's not forget her PB is 2 at 11.25 meters, which she did in the round previous to this one. But let's focus in on Alexis Mishler, whose task now is to match that in order to keep this pairing intact.
And probably the first head-to-head that these girls have been involved in. I mean, it's not too often that you see them. I mean, only really at pro level. That's why this is so cool. It gives them, you know, even at the Masters, you don't see any of this. So not usually. So okay, needs to run it. It's around 1. And she gets around 2, and she's kind of struggling, but we saw her do okay. Yeah, that handle's getting higher and higher, and it's not to be. So
she improved the score in the previous round, but it's definitely not enough to advance to the final.
But I wonder. Yeah, it's a shame for her. I mean, she actually had a pretty good one. I thought the handle just a little high. 2 wasn't it. But again, we saw her get she's just too aggressive with her upper body there, trying to move too much with her upper body, and then that's not it. And probably a good thing to let go there, because she could have really gone over the front. But I think we'll see. Was it Elena who's going to come back? She'll probably come back and have a go at a PB. I would imagine.
Absolutely.
They'd be heartless to stop her.
Why not? Why not have a go?
Even just for seeding purposes.
You're only in Europe for a few days, and you fly back within the next few days after this. So make all the opportunities count.
And she'll want to have this title under her belt, but also hopefully a new PB. We're going to see right here.
She needs a piece of 3 to make that happen.
Piece of 3, and we've seen how good her offside is.
Yeah.
If she can get maybe a little bit slower onto the handle, let the ski do the work a bit more than her upper body at 2, then she's gonna have a good chance. Pulls out from very wide. She's wide on that boat as she pulls out.
Yeah.
Here she comes, Helena Jones. Round number 1.
Good one.
Oh, good
right, slow with the hands, and then she's gonna.
Oh, come on!
Yeah.
2 boys.
Not so far away.
About the pulling out, where to pull out? Where do you pull out? Where do you think people should pull out? Do you have an opinion about it? Whether they should pull out outside of the foam, inside of the foam, in the middle of the foam of the boat?
Me, I'm kind of... So there's generally a trough to the left of the wakes, well, to both sides of the wakes, but I pull out 6 inches from that trough to the left. To me, I mean, the wider
the whole foam on the left, on your left, you leave it there. You don't step on it.
No. I mean, like I'm maybe just a little bit in the foam. But for me, it's kind of if you pull out from too wide, it's actually very hard to start moving.
Exactly.
People get that wrong. I mean, you kind of want to start from the middle to get that swing going. If you start from too wide, you can't move.
That was what I was saying this morning to Tony. I think being narrow, being behind the boat there allows you to get freer from the boat and approach the turn for the gate in a better position, a better speed. Because if you pull out from wider, you never get free from the boat.
Yeah, you can't get any speed.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of, I don't want to be in the trough to where I'm kind of battling that first little bump. That's miserable. Yeah. It's like pulling out for your gates at Moonborough. As you know, you've got all these bumps. You don't want them. They're very disruptive. Yeah. So you go for me, it's just to the left of that little bump, that little trough, sorry. Then you've got the maximum kind of swing, but without having to go over that bump.
You have people starting from the foam. I mean, you see all pros, a lot of pros that actually start in different spots.
Yeah.
Nate starts very far behind, like in the trough almost.
Yeah. They're very much in the trough, actually. Yeah. So we've seen one pairing go through, and that was our number 1 and number 4 seed, presumably?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to see 2 and 3, and
Attensam
Philippa, yeah.
And Neely Allard.
Right, so I just had a conversation with Philippa's mum, and she said that she'd be listening very carefully to what I was saying about her daughter. I've got to be very complimentary. Yeah, they're listening up on the bank. They're all here, of course. So let's be nice.
We will.
We were going to be mean, of course. Just because we're like
it's
that.
in our nature.
Yeah. So let's be nice to them, and this will be great. Such an experience for these girls to be able to go out there, and we've got is it Nelly first?
Yep, this is Neely Allard.
Neely Allard, okay.
Coming into the course.
Pulling out from the trough. And we're on 14.25 or 28 off, I would imagine.
Yep, 28 off.
Yeah. And would this be a relation of Dodo?
I believe so, actually.
Who's the jumper? Jumped at Masters, I believe, this year. Yeah, and it's good skiing. It's good skiing. Lefty, good onside turn. Is that a red ski? Would that be a Connolly? I think it's a Connolly. I think it's a Connolly DV8.
It's a very different approach from Elena. I mean, she digs a bit deeper.
Yep.
She's a bit stronger, so she creates speed by going against the boat, and she doesn't really rely on running flat with the ski flat on the water to maintain speed. She just creates it out of thin air. Some people prefer that, ski that way.
Yep. And another red ski coming up, the D3 Ion. It's cool, you see all the variation. There was a good before, we got Connolly, we got D3, we got an HO, we got all the big brands represented. And that's great. It's when you see the juniors, you know, they're all choosing their skis on different things. I remember when I was a junior, it was like, you know, I wanted to be on the one that my favorite skier was on. But my parents wouldn't buy me the Connolly of James Bouchain, so I had to get it good.
They wouldn't? Why not?
I don't know. We were a good family. It worked out. I was happy. It's fine.
It worked out well for you, actually.
Yeah.
But you never tried the F1?
No.
I tried. I tried back in the days. It was actually the only. I tried all the skis. It was 2005. All the skis. The only one I had a hard time was the F1.
Oh really? Yeah.
So coming in.
All right, Philippa.
28 off.
28 off, and let's see how we go on the D3 Ion. Beautiful boy, one turn.
Yep.
And we saw the last couple of girls that there's, you know, battling the wake a little bit. You know, that 14-meter line is a little bit trickier sometimes, but they're dealing. You know, Philippa's dealing with it really, really well. Caroline on the bank, being happy with my compliments so far. Hopefully,
just keep up. Keep at it.
You won't have a tongue left.
So, no, they are, well, they both skied 2 at 35 off in the first round, so it's going to be very interesting.
It's going to be very tight.
Yeah, we remind the fact that the second skier has to exceed the score of the first one to advance. So
very key that, because you know the first skier kind of knows that if I can ski to par, then the other person's going to have to, especially if they're the same level, then the other person's going to ski beyond par. And they'll be down the other end of the lake to us right now, and they're not used to seeing another boat in the water so close to them. They're not used to seeing another skier. So there's that kind of, you know, for the first time they're looking at the other skier. They're awkwardly thinking, do I talk to them? Do I ignore them? What's the etiquette here?
And the awkward timing as well, because you used to get it. To start again, you stop, you drop, you shorten the rope, and you ski again immediately. You wait a bit.
Okay, just a little bit of time to tell you about Wrap Skis, built by Jody Fisher, built in Cyprus. Try one at Jody Ski School in Lake Gifford in Central Florida. Also check out their gate system, Wrap Skis. Here we go, Nelly Allard.
Looking good.
Yeah, it's very strong.
It is strong. The offside's maybe just a touch slow, but the onside and on the 135 and the approach to the wakes there is very balanced. She is aggressive, like you said, but that's, you know, sometimes you see that aggression, especially for the girls. You know, Regina Jaquist, probably the best water skier we've ever seen on the girls' side, is super aggressive. So, you know, we could see that as the line gets shorter, this could get better and better.
It's also, in my, this is pure speculation, because you should run actually the numbers, the simulations to actually say that it's true or not. But I think at 55, the water is different. So
it's way different.
So you're able to do things that probably at 58 you are not able to.
I'm 100% certain. I mean, I've watched you know, Manon, I know her skiing very well, and I watch her and I see the moves she makes. I'm like, well, if I do that, I'm so much higher on the water, the tail blows out. Like it doesn't work, you know. So, and I think that's something that a lot of guys that go from 36 down to 34 and they start running extra buoys, they notice that. They can go, well, I can just kind of stand where I want and push it. So I think aggression is probably a better thing to have on the female side at 34 miles an hour, 55 Ks.
I agree. I totally agree.
So a must-run pass here. If she doesn't run it, then she's not going to make the final tomorrow. But I think she's good. She looked really good on the first pass. And let's see how we go here.
A very different approach.
Very different.
Look at that. She's
decent to the tip's rearing just a little bit, but she's managing it well. Pulled a little long there, and she's around 6. Maybe not her favorite pass of all time, but I mean, at the end of the day, she got round 6 buoys. It's not how you do it. And the thing is, like you said, she's got 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the end to figure out what her game plan for the next pass. So I think in a head-to-head, more than, on a kind of typical slalom tournament set where you've got to just, you shorten the rope and go again, like here you can actually really formulate another plan. Okay, what did I do wrong? What do I need to do better? Where's the improvement?
Your routine is out the window here.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is not good, because sometimes you run such a good pass, you're like, okay, I've got to wait 3 minutes. I'm on a roll. Like, no, you can use it to your benefit for sure.
All right, then, as we continue to maneuver our way down these passes for the junior girls between Neely Allah and Philippa Antonsen, let me tell you about Drew Ross Realtor. If you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check in with Drew Ross at drewrossrealtor.com. All right, down to the third pass. It's 12 meters for both of our skiers. Let's see what Neely Allah can produce right here. Gentlemen.
Things are going to be decided here. This kid, both 2 at 12 in the previous round. Let's see if they can do any more than that. Number 1 is not great.
Ooh.
Bit on the back of the ski again, and she doesn't hold the handle out of 2. It's going to be 1.5 for her.
A little bit dicey across there into 2. I was a little worried it could be that she could have fallen, but she made it. 1.5, kind of. It's a bit of a shame. If she got out the exit gates there, she would have made Philippa have to get around Boy. Oh, look at that separation, bouncing all over the place. If she could have and over the front there, you saw the fin nearly release. If she'd have got the full 2, then Philippa would have had to get to 3. As it is, Philippa has to get a full 2. At the same time, Philippa's coming in. She's thinking, okay, I've just got to get 2, but she's still got to attack.
Yeah.
You can't take it easy. She needs to go as if she's going to run 6.
You have to. She left the window wide open.
Yeah.
But you still have to run. Well, turn number 1.
Yeah. We saw Will in the head-to-head against Brando last weekend. He left the window open. He ran 2 at 41, and Brando was going out after him, so I had to beat him. So I need to get a piece of 3, but there was definitely, a window there, and Brando, unfortunately for him, was not able to take it. But this is not quite the same situation. A full 2, which we know she's capable of. I think her previous round score was 2 here, but there's going to be nerves. When you've got the feeling that you could really do it, when it's right there in front of you, you've got to go and do it. So let's see what she does. I hope she gets a wide gate. That's going to be crucial.
It's going to be her offside. So. Number 1.
Good one.
Nice and easy.
Now stop.
She didn't stop. She went for it.
Good job. All right. Well, she's improved her score. So, yeah. So I'm thinking tactically. She's like, screw it. I'm going to go as big as I can. Let's go get a good score. And she did. So she's through into the next round. I think the lower seed, was that right? She was the lower seed. So we've got, of the 4, we've got in the final, we've got the top seed, Alana there, with going up against the lowest seed of the 4, Philippa.
Yeah.
So Caroline, Philippa's mother on the bank, will be very happy. And
it was all because of your compliments. That's why she skied well.
Yeah.
So
well, you guys are giving me a lot of credit here.
Kudos to you.
Just influencing skiing somehow from over here, just with words.
Checks in the mail.
That's good. I mean, it was a good gate. And actually one, I was worried that, offside she might kind of safety it, but she didn't. She attacked, and that was kind of, you mentioned Brando Caruso just kind of goes for it earlier, like he doesn't think too much, and that's definitely a good thing. That's you got to let it flow, and you look at the greats of sport, you don't ever go, he was really thinking at that time. No, he was just going for it. He was in the flow point, as Marcus Brown would call it.
It's the beauty of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Of the what?
Dunning-Kruger effect.
Okay, what's the Dunning-Kruger effect?
You're super confident when you don't know much.
Yeah.
And your level of confidence decreases the more you know something about.
We've talked about that a fair bit today. We put a name to it, though. This is great. I'm going to read the Wikipedia page on this hard-to-spell Dunning-Kruger effect. Well, good. So we've presumably got the guys coming up now in the head-to-head. And
so the boys now, the girls' final is going to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah. Now we have, based on previous scores, so in the lead we have Marino Vincenzo with 2 2 at 10.75. Then we have Filaretov Damir from Ukraine, who scored 1 at 10.75, if I remember correctly. Then Cornale Lucas scored 1.5 at 11, and Palomino Jaime, who fell early, unfortunately, in the previous round. But thankfully, it's just a seeding matter at the moment. He'll ski against Marino Vincenzo right now.
And I think, did Jaime not win it last year? I believe he did. I don't know if we'll have confirmation on that, but I think it was him and Nicky Attomson who went out, and Nicky didn't quite make it. I think Jaime's the champion, and also an uncharacteristically low score for him. He's a very good skier who you often see getting to 10.75 and actually halfway down and maybe even further. So in that way, the seeding is a little bit interesting, because one of the guys that can really get maybe some of the bigger scores is sitting there in fourth spot, at a disadvantage, obviously, with the second has to beat first rule. So did I see this as Vincenzo?
Vincenzo is first at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming. He's going out first, and he'll be against Jaime, I presume.
Yeah.
All right. So both skiers that can run 11 and get into 10. Although Jaime will maybe be disappointed with how he skied this morning, and will be trying to make up for it.
Vincenzo skis like Joe Poland. 1 for 4 in one event and 1 for 4 in the other.
I think we're going to see a lot of kids come up doing that.
Yeah.
But Joel's a freak, though, so I don't know if that's really the way to go.
Oh, there is a coach in Sicily. All his students, right foot forward in treks, and left foot forward in slalom. That's I think because that's the skis he uses at the club.
That's
like
a
hard shell.
Oh, really? That's fine.
Like he has only a left foot hard shell. I don't know.
So starting at 13, that's a pretty hard starting speed, I think, for these guys. I would imagine they probably would start at 14 usually.
Yeah, they do.
So starting at 13, maybe their first head-to-head in some cases, and they're kind of having to...
When did you start starting at 13, like for good? Like in your skiing career?
Probably... God, hard to remember, actually. Hard to remember. I think probably somewhere... Yeah, when I was running deep 10.7 maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong. I flip-flopped for a little bit. And I remember I had a coach, like Dimitri Karounis in Portahelli, and he told me one day, he said, "Fred, never again 14, never again." And I don't think I've ever really done it. I think I took him at his word, and I believed in him, and he believed in me. So it was
an ominous warning.
It was, yeah. Yeah, I've done it at the occasional event.
Do you still have it on your rope?
Only because often I don't like to cut. It feels wrong to cut a rope with scissors, and often you can unthread up to 14. But I have to. But yeah, I mean, I don't. In practice, I haven't used 14 in many years. Yeah.
So
here we go.
So needless to say, a must-run pass, and this will be Jaime, I presume.
Yes, it's Jaime Palomino.
A2.
Skiing for Mexico. I believe his mum is Spanish.
They moved to Mexico, and now they're living in Florida.
Yeah, they're in Florida, yeah. God, that poor chap living in Florida, it's going to be terrible for his skiing.
Terrible.
I don't know how he's going to manage that.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for his career.
Yeah, well, he's a really good skier. He skis at Swiss a fair bit. I see him over there sometimes. What binding is he using? He's using a rubber binding, is he not?
I think so. So going back to our conversation, I
was talking to Jeff Rogers about the bindings, and we had the same situation, the same conversation that you and I had. This was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's like, hard shells, they don't work.
Didn't work.
He's like, they don't work. They you
need a man of few words.
You need a rubber binding, and I'm like, I mean, I can't argue with you, Jeff, but...
Well, surely if Jeff skied with the hard binding, he would have broken his spine, he would have broken boats.
Yeah.
He broke handles.
No.
He would have broken more of them.
Absolute animal. There was a chap who I know, a friend of mine, who turned up with a Rogers Drilling T-shirt, and I was like, I want that. It's from the family business. Very, very cool. All right, so Vincenzo, pass number 2, 12 meters. He's the typical commentator thing to say. He's going to want to run this.
Of
Course he will.
It was a bit further back than usual in that gate, but it's hard to tell from this perspective.
Bit of a Tony Lightfoot's patented aerial edge change there into buoy 4, I think, and it was pretty easy pass, but you know, there was a mistake in there or two.
He moves around a lot.
Yeah,
that's. I mean, he's a great skier, but he moves a lot. He's working on that, I know.
Is this the chap that went to Masters this year in the juniors?
Yeah,
and he had the crash like at 6 at 11.
Probably yes.
Yeah,
He
had a hell of a crash.
He does it. He had a hell of a crash, like the year before at 12.
Yeah,
like at 6.
Oh
like, a big time fall.
Yeah, well, sometimes
he doesn't shy away from danger.
Passion outstrips ability sometimes.
Sicilians are passionate.
Oh, he's a Sicilian?
Yeah, he's Sicilian.
Good for him.
All right, so as we continue to work right along, let me tell you about Play Fuel. Go vote for your favorite matches during the event and register to upload your own at bplayfuel.com. That is bplayfuel.com. And we continue to roll through these pairings, and I certainly have a little bit of input with the hard shell bindings as well. I'll tell you a little story about that in a moment. But who's coming into the course next, guys?
It's Jaime, 12. That was a great one. Number 2 doesn't disappoint. He's right in his element. This is actually better than Marino.
Yeah, he looks really, really good. He looks on it.
Really good, yeah. I hope Marino got a wake-up call with that 35 and steps it up for the 38.
And what did Jaime do earlier? He did 1.5 at 12 or something?
Yeah, he fell at 12.
Very strange. I mean, it looks like he would really struggle to miss that.
That was super easy.
It was very smooth. I noticed Vincenzo sitting on the back of the boat there during the at the end of the boat end of the
Did you do
lake.
that?
No, only when it's cold. Yeah, but some people do. Some people love it. But I'm a Waterski. I don't mind it being wet, so I can just sort of sit in the water, hang out.
You're Brit. It's unusual. When you're cold, what do you mean by that?
No, I moved to Florida for a reason. I get cold very easily. Pathetic, really. All right, so I mean, easy pass there, and using the angles. You see how early he is. He's just cranking turns out of the buoys. He's getting himself balanced over his ski, and he's accelerating towards the wakes, which spits him out in front of the next buoy, and he's in good shape.
So continuing right along, Jaime Palomino, our first skier out, and first skier on this pass coming in. He's gone through 13 and 12. Now it's 11.25 meters.
And this is actually a big pass because, I think, was he the only one to run it earlier with a score of 10.75?
No, 2 skiers ran it.
Okay, but I think...
This is Vincenzo.
Vincenzo, number 2.
It's looking good.
Number 3 is still early.
Broke over the front.
You see? You always jinx it. Whenever you say he's skiing good, that's why I hate to talk through a pass, because you always jinx it.
Well,
nothing much you can say about
I can only apologize.
No. I was talking about myself. It was I would general you. I jinxed it because I said it was good.
But it's true. I mean, he's all good here. He's moving through. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. He's a little deep there at 3, but watch here. He must have jumped on the front because the ski bit and he went behind him. So, yeah, he had his weight moving forward as the ski was kind of arcing back through. And of course, what happens then is you sort of almost jackknife. The ski catches, you end up with your weight on the wrong side of the ski and you just can't continue. So that's what happened there. I think they probably gave him 4.
We have to see it better now.
It would be rough to give him 3.5, but you've seen it happen.
Number 1 was great.
It was really good.
Not much upper body movement.
No.
Unlike the 35 off.
Yeah,
Number 3 was still good.
He's a little deep, but I mean, he's in good shape. I mean, I think he's...
Look at that.
just over the front there.
Yeah, those are 4.
Yeah,
Full 4 boys.
That's a 4, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Jaime Palomino.
4 1/4 to make it through. If he gets 4, he's out. So pretty interesting. And that's an okay 1. 2 is going to be always... And he's separated. He's really separated. And he's going to have his work cut out here. Over to 4. He needs a piece of 5. And I think he'll get it.
Does it.
And actually...
Runs the pass.
Actually runs it fairly easily for a couple of sort of misplaced turns there. And he's very happy.
Just a hiccup at number 2. But apart from that, it was easy.
And let's think about that from his perspective. He's come out of 2... His butt's back, his handle's away from him, and he's got to turn 3. He commits to it, and it worked out. I mean, that was ballsy skiing.
Knowing that he has to get a piece of 5.
Yeah. Oh, see the tail nearly popped out there. Wow, and he's pulling all the way to 3 to have a chance to get his body back in line, and over to 4.
Great skiing.
And Jaime Palomino advancing through to the next round of the competition, the head-to-head finals, but he's still got one more pass available to him if he wants to feel frisky enough to try it.
I think he ran, I don't know what his PB is, but I think he ran 3 at 10.75 at the Swiss Pro earlier this year, which would probably be around his PB. Or PR if you're that way inclined, and wrong. So anyway, he's coming back in, I presume. And he's going to, we can see he's going to pull out for his gates.
39 off.
Oh, that's not a good gate. That's not what you want to see. He did not pull out anywhere near wide enough. And because of that, he took the shallow angle from his gates into 1, and then he just didn't have the rope at the end of the turn. But he still skied very well there, and he's made his way into the final, and he will presumably keep his seeding. I doubt they'll reseed based on score. They don't usually in a head-to-head, but yeah, no, that's not it.
He had the worst seeding coming into this.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so he'll presumably be bottom seed tomorrow because he's below the 2nd and 3rd pairing that's coming next. And who do we have coming next?
Coming next, we have Damir Filaretov.
Yep.
And Cornelius Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas Cornell.
Lucas Cornell, yeah.
So as we get ready for that pairing, we saw Jaime Palomino there with the regular bindings, and yeah, certainly have a story a little bit about that one, because I mean everyone thinks that the hard shell bindings have been around for a while, and they have. They've been around since about the mid-1990s. As a matter of fact, I remember a time when someone came into the British Nationals one year and skied with them in both tricks and slalom, and almost upon sight, almost got laughed off sight, but he managed to get a few more buoys, more than his PB in that tournament to Church Wiln and Trick Driver respectively, you know?
Well, hard shell.
Who was that skier?
Me.
That was you. You teed it up. And where did you pick that up?
I was the first ever person to run with a hard shell binding at the British Nationals.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Pioneer.
Well, Tony, we are just forever in your wakes.
Yes.
We're just trailing you. You were the forefather of
I was
ski
the first ever.
technology.
I was also the first ever British collegiate water skier.
Really?
Wow. Yes, for Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah, but are you really like a water skier if you're skiing for Lafayette?
Yeah, are you?
Yeah. I'm not going to dignify that with response.
So,
all right. So here we go. We've got Damir. I'm not familiar with him, but let's have a look at his style. He's going to be
He ran 11 in the first round.
That's pretty great. I mean, it's a great scene they have over there in Ukraine water skiing. Obviously, going through some troubles right now, I imagine. But you know, between Danilo, who was probably the guy that was the first product of that group, and then Alex Samoilov following him, and then this chap looks fantastic. Beautiful offside there. Anyone will be proud of that. And probably, you know, for those watching at home, I would imagine he's the somewhat the favourite, just given probably the situation he's had back home this year. I mean, I can't even. I'll maybe get to have a chat with him later and love to hear his story. I mean, it's incredible that he's here.
It's a great thing that he's here, being able to focus on something else, skiing.
Yes, indeed. As we continue to go right along, let me tell you about Pro Gear gloves, the original slalom gloves, created by Clint Stadelbauer and now led by Alice Bagnoli. You can find out more about them. You can buy them at skiprogear.com, skiprogear.com. All right, skiing next, out there on the water, should be Lucas Cornell from Brisbane in Queensland, Australia.
So I actually coached Lucas when I was in Australia in, I think, 2016.
Oh, so you can give us some more insights.
Yeah, he's a super nice kid. Well, maybe kid is disrespectful. He's a super nice guy. His family are here. I coached his dad too, who ran 4 at 10.75 earlier in the amateurs.
Wow.
And that guy can ski too. A beautiful skier. They all are, actually. He's a really good guy, Lucas. I turned up earlier this year at Moomba, a little bit obviously stressed, having flown across the other side of the world, and I turned up and walked down to the Yarra and was obviously a little bit stressed, having to ski a couple of days later on this very intimidating river, as you know. I mean, you've been there, right? And I saw a few skiers and they all looked terrible in the juniors, and I saw Lucas and he ran. I can't remember what he ran, but I remember he looked good, and I went, "Oh, okay, I'm going to be fine." He's, I've just seen a good skier go out there and look good, and it doesn't look so hard. I'm going to be fine. And so he actually played a big role in settling my nerves during Moomba this year.
Yeah, I skied at Moomba only once, horribly. I stayed there for a month. I was like 18. I was February, top form. I was skiing great the whole month. Like I'm gonna kill it. I did 0 buoys.
Missed the gate?
No.
You fell on the way to one or inside of one?
I hit number 1.
No.
It hurt my ankle.
Oh man, that's rough. That's terrible.
I was almost going to say, did you hit the pillar on the Swan River?
All right, so our friend Amir is coming back at 12 meters, and I'm impressed. I really am. I mean, you look at some of the pro men earlier. I mean, they didn't look as good as this at their earlier passes, and this looks easy. He's sort of a little bit of a throw of the arm at the last minute, maybe, which maybe is going to put him a bit off balance. You don't want to be moving too quickly when you're sort of on the edge of your ski.
That looks incredibly stable. There are some skiers that you watch and go like, "What, they're moving all over the place," and it's like random what they're going to do the next buoy. He's super stable.
He's very stable. No, he's very stable. He keeps his head up well. He's not looking down at the buoy. It looks like he's on the offside, especially. He keeps his vision up, and that's good skiing. That's good skiing.
Okay, just enough time to tell you about New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando, trusted by pros such as T-Gas, Alice Bagnoli, Freddie Kruger, Whitney McClintock Greeny, and Paige Greeny. With online training and nutritional programs, it is the place to be to get a new edge on your fitness and nutrition. New Dimensions, located just outside the Millennium Mall in Orlando. And just to clarify what I said, it was supposed to say Swan Street rather than Swan River, because they ski on the Yarra River in Melbourne, isn't that right?
It is the Yarra River. That's right, as Lucas well knows. And he's coming up here. I'll leave it to you, Matteo.
Getting in number 1, looks good. 2 is still early. He's still early. No problem on 3. I don't want to jinx it like I did before, but that was effortless.
Yeah, that was effortless. He I think he made the second day at Moomba this year. I think he ran 3 at 11.
There?
On the Yarra River, yeah.
Which Moomba? That's great.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a young guy. He must be 17. Good trick skier as well. I don't know if he jumps, but I think he made the trick final or at least the semi-final. But he's pretty technical, I feel like. He sits pretty far back on the ski. You mentioned, he doesn't use all of the skis, using that little platform at the back. But in terms of he's he's pretty upright, but I mean he looks great on a water ski.
What is he skiing on?
Connolly.
Yeah.
He's good mates with Joel Howley, so no choice there.
Oh well, of course.
On that DV8 with the Versatile.
Presumably, yeah. I don't know. I mean, Joel's always got something going on, so I don't know if it's a stock ski or not. But yeah, it's funny. If you're from Australia, you're either on a Connolly because you're a Joel guy, or you're on an HO because you're a Nick guy.
Well, the same thing applies here. The beginning of the 2000, all the people in the Italian team were skiing with good, and everybody in Italy started skiing with a good. So it's at least in these countries, it happens that way. So coming back from Ukraine, Damir turning in for a gate, that's a respectable one. Ooh, it's rough too, but still it's still in it.
Here.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
4.
That's good skiing.
He
and out the
runs it.
exits.
Yeah. Congratulations to Damir.
Yeah, look at that.
That was great.
And he didn't even throw the fist. He just he pushed his palm to the sky and said, "That's me. There I am. I did it. I ran 11. Bathe in my majesty."
Yes.
No, it was really good skiing. He's the way he moves his head, it reminds me of Rob Hazelwood. Like that sort of on the offside, like he kind of low shoulder.
He still has to master at the end of the turn. He has to move his weight a bit further front, to take advantage of the speed he has, because he slows down a bit on that 2 and 4.
Oh, yeah. He just nearly got his weight a bit too far forward there and caught the ski, but that's good. And he's put the pressure on. So Lucas ran 1 at 11 earlier, I believe.
Yep.
And I know he's good for more. I mean, he really is. I'm sure he's run 11 a handful of times at least. So I think he'll be looking to run this, stating the obvious, of course. But he'll be confident that he can. Whether he will, let's see.
Not only he has to run this, he has to ski more than Damir at 1075.
So let's see what Lucas has.
Decent one. 2's good. I think he's in this. And then 3's good. Come on, buddy. Quick edge change into 4, and it's put him off balance. But can he get the turn at 5 he needs? And he's over to 5, and he's done it. Good for him.
Good.
Congrats. So we've got a showdown at 10.75. Our second and third seed are excelling beyond themselves and giving us the show that this wonderful addition to the San Gervasio Pro Am deserves.
I'm getting some Roscoe's vibes. Chris Rossi.
Yeah, the long hair. Yeah, exactly.
Like the using just a part of the ski.
Yeah.
Not the front part. I mean,
nice little offside.
Yeah.
The chin upright.
Skiing really good.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a really easy 3. His edge change I didn't like into 4. He got a good 3, but he kind of threw his edge change, put himself off balance, and that's what everyone maybe forgets. That the quicker you move on a water ski, the slower you end up going. If you do a nice balanced and slower edge change from an earlier point, that's what you want to be doing instead of throwing it all last minute, and that'll always change your direction as well as putting you off balance. It's not what you want.
So it's gonna be about 39.
What were the score? What did our friend Damir get on this morning?
1 at 10.75.
1. So okay, he's going to probably want to get, especially with Lucas's offside turn looking so tasty. He's going to want to get at least 2, I would say, and he might not throw it, dude. No.
He's trying to sell it.
No, there's no chance.
It's going to be 1.
I'm going to say 1, but
yeah, me too. But at least he didn't leave the door open with a half. You still have to turn 1 and get to number 2.
And again, that's an offside for him as well. So
yeah.
Lucas has to turn 1. He has to get 1 1/4. I think he could have thrown this, especially into an offside turn or an onside turn. Yeah, no.
Well, there is a genetic predisposition to try to save yourself that you don't have. And
yeah, but I mean,
people don't throw themselves.
But look at John Travers. Look at Adam Caldwell last year.
Yeah,
I mean, and Adam Caldwell is 39 or 40, and John Travers is a year older than me. I mean, they both threw themselves and got back up, which I've never done. So they're way cooler than I am.
Yeah, but still, you throw yourself out there more than anybody else.
Yeah. Well, not very good at moving furniture though. So.
More like throwing you back.
Yeah. Well. Hopefully better back before too long. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in here with you, Tony.
For the next tournaments.
Yeah.
Come on. When do you plan on doing a set? Like to feel it out?
Probably Wednesday.
Wednesday?
I'll give it a go, yeah. We'll see. All right, anyway, enough about me. So Lucas is coming back in. He needs 1 1/4. This is a hell of a show we've got here. I unfortunately don't have the stats on his best ever score, but I bet he's got two or three here. Probably his first trip to Europe, you'd probably imagine, and probably his first head-to-head, or at least serious one, and certainly on webcast. Let's see how we go. He's going to get it. He's going to get himself around
2. Yeah,
2, and
he's won.
will he get 3?
He goes to 3.
He's still there.
He's going for it. He doesn't reach number 4.
Oh, he nearly died there. He was very close to going out the front. Very, very close. But there we go. So 3 at 10.75, which is the best score of the day in the junior division.
It's a huge result.
It's huge, yeah, isn't it? I mean, he's safe, not that safe at 1, and then 2. Pulled a little long to 2, and
he was in it.
Yeah. So okay. He is the higher seed now. Oh no.
Yeah, no matter what. It was a higher seed than Jamie.
Sorry.
It was a higher seed than Jaime.
So we've had numbers 3 and 4 who of the seeds have gone through into the final. So it's going to be 3 versus 4 in the final, and Lucas will be the top seed.
Mm-hmm.
So the defending champion against the upstart from Australia, who actually has the superior score team. So it's going to be very interesting.
All right, then, and that concludes this semi-final round of the Radar Junior Challenge for today. The finals for the Junior Challenge will take place, I believe, tomorrow. So we're going to go into the second round of the women's and the men's pro slalom. This is the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented by Santos Dassault, and we will return right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Tell everyone you can have anything
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Denali. No hype, just science.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
We're returning to action here at the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented to you by San Gervasio. let's have a look at the starting list for the Pro Women, which is our next event. And we're going to have Celine Detry take to the water first, followed by Brooke Baldwin, then Alicia Bagnoli, and Beatricia Yanni. This is reseeded, by the way, in accordance to the results that were posted earlier in the competition. Number 5 skier is Gina Kruger, followed by Ali Garcia, then Paige Reaney, then Ali Nicholson, and then finally Jamie Paul, our 9th and final skier. So 8 skiers advance through to the pro head-to-head portion of the competition, which will commence tomorrow. So it's a case for our ladies not to finish in dead last place in order for the 8 above to advance through to the next round. So, Pro Women round 2. So, best score of 2 rounds. 8 women advance through to the head-to-head competition. So it could come down to a backup score, potentially, if there is a multiple-way tie for a particular score. We'll see what transpires when our first skiers take to the water, starting off with Celine Detry. Okay, change of driver now from Manuel Domini to Nathan McGarry.
And Nathan driving his first pro event, I think. He's someone I've known for a very long time. He was one of my co-workers at Thought Waterski in England, where I worked for many years, and he did 3 or 4 summers. And Nathan's always been a fantastic driver, and he's I can tell you he's very excited to be skiing and to be driving his first pro event today.
I bet Battle Day gave him a hard time.
Battle Day gives everyone a hard time.
Yeah.
Actually, probably Nathan less than Nathan's about the most agreeable chap in the world. I'm sure Battle Day's ire was not thrown at him too much.
Guys, I have to make an announcement for the people here in English and in Italian. People who have the car parked on the north side of the lake should move it. That's what Matteo Uzzeri is telling me. Gente che ha la macchina parcheggiata nel lato nord del lago è pregata di spostarla. Grazie.
All right, that taken care of. We will proceed on. Celine Detry, 14.25 meter start.
You sounded so much more official in Italian there.
Yeah, it's the thing with the Italian language.
You're assertive.
You are more assertive in Italian. And angrier. It sounds angrier.
Yeah, that's true.
Not as angry as Greek.
No. Yeah, that's harsh.
Yeah.
So Celine, I didn't see what she scored earlier, but presumably it wasn't. It was, I think Brooke ran 3 at 11, so it would have been something less than that.
3.
Celine is, she runs Namur.
She ran 3 as well.
She ran 3 as well, okay. So Brooke getting on count back. And they're fighting for the last spot. She must improve on 3, to be safe, and then otherwise it's her and Brooke fighting on a countback score. So that's not where you want to be. Celine, she held a pro event in her lake in 2019, the Malibu Magic Cup, which was a great event. Poor weather, as I recall. It was cold, which is weird. I mean, I guess north of France. Kind of like London.
It's not that weird.
Yeah, I guess not. And I think maybe holding French nationals there this year. I can't remember. But so she's here, and it's great to see her skiing in the pro events. And, women skiing, I say it every time I'm commentating, so probably really boring, but it is on the rise. It's so great to see the standard going up. We saw Jamie Ball earlier running 10.75. That was... it's been happening in the US for a few years. Regina and Whitney have been doing that for 10 years, but it's spread around a bit more. There's people that are doing it more and more.
There are so many now that are capable of running into 39 off.
Yep.
Was that just like you could count them on the fingers of one hand? Now
there are many.
Yeah, now there's many. And, Brooke Baldwin, who we're going to see next, she ran 39 last year at, let's see, where did she do that? She did it in America at the Stillwater's Pro. No, Stillwater Ski Pro. Ski Stillwater's Pro in the second weekend of July, I believe. Yeah, she ran it, and then there's Jamie Ball running it quite a lot. We're seeing a high level, and that was a pretty no dramas pass there. They're just warming up, doesn't look too hard. Skiing on a Good.
Yep.
Good has a new logo these days.
Yes, they've refreshed their branding for this season.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks kind of, I skied on Goods for many years actually, and it was always a variation of the same logo. It looks very strange to me. Not in a bad way, but it's slightly strange to the eye to see a Good that's not got the sort of typical square Good logo.
Yeah, it's different. What did you start at 13 or 14?
14.
14.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see quite a few people starting at 14. Brooke, what does Brooke start at? Usually 13. So maybe I know Ali and Jamie always start at 13. Ali Nicholson, that is.
All right, let's have a look here. Celine Detry now getting ready on top of the water. 14 and 13 under her belt. This is now 12 meters, a pass that she knows that she has to run. And then beyond that, if she can get past halfway on 11.25 meters, then it will definitely be game on.
That's a good 2. A bit on the back there on number 3. Lost a bit of space. Oh, also on number 5, but she manages to run it.
Okay, so here's the scenario as it continues to be played out with Celine Detry. She currently has a tie for 8th place with 3 at 11.25 meters.
Yep.
So it's going to be a bit of a battle between those two because they're both tied for the one remaining spot to make it through. So essentially, whoever scores less between those two competitors will essentially be eliminated because every competitor that comes after them has already scored more than 3 buoys 11.25 meters before this round.
Apologies, what's the 7th score right now?
7th score is 4.
4.
Okay, so Celine, if she gets a 4 or a 5, she could put herself way up, but she really must get 3 at least, otherwise she's waiting on Brooke Baldwin to kind of screw up, quietly hoping that she doesn't get the score above her score this round.
Those could be very vain hopes.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Brooke looks relaxed. She's just chilling out on the dock. All right, so 11 meters is kind of a big pass. She really must get at least 3, but hopefully 4 for her. It's not the best one, but she's coming into her onside and she can turn it. That's a no, but that's strange because I'm sort of looking at it going, okay, that's a good turn. She got the ski engaged, the nose was down, but not sort of pushing too much water.
She didn't have the right speed to reconnect with the boat. So unless Brooke skis less than 1.5, Celine is going to be the skier out of the final. So the door is wide open for Brooke.
So I think at this stage, the only skier that could go out of this final is Brooke, and everyone else has made it in. So that would be, you'll have the list, but
yeah,
starting with Alice and
everyone
Ali.
else skied more than 4.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, and the other skiers to whom we're referring to is Alice Bea, Gina, Ali Garcia, Paige, Ali Nicholson, and obviously Jamie Bull.
The rest of the tournament, the rest of this round is basically a seeding game. You want to be seated as high as possible. You don't want to ski against Jamie. You don't want to ski against Ali. You want to be 3rd or 4th. So all the other girls right now want to be in the top 4.
That is the thing. You start looking at the tactical side. If there's, based on today's scores, there's one skier you do not want to ski against. You do not want to get Jamie Bull. So if you're in 8th spot, after this round, you're going to get assuming she stays top, which I'm going to put money that she probably will.
It's a fair assumption.
Then the person in 8th spot will meet Jamie. Then it's the person in 4th and 5th spot who will battle it out for that to meet Jamie in the semi-final. So if you kind of want to go on to the final and you don't really want to hit Jamie before the final, we obviously
almost
must
overlooked. Big turn on number one, and not in a good way.
Yeah, you'll sort of see that with Brooke sometimes. Like I've seen her do that. Like first round, the Ski Stillwater Pro last year, she ran 10.75, and then I think in the final there, she on 12 or something, she sort of fell over out of one. Can happen. We're going to go to the dock and see what Lorenzo has to say.
All right, we're back on the dock with Beatrice and Alice. So how's your day going so far?
It's doing great. We're both in the final, so really can't wait for tomorrow. Let's see what we're going to do right now for the seeding for tomorrow.
All right, and are you thinking about going out, changing some stuff, doing something different, or trying to improve better on your score to have a better seeding, or you're just going to take it easy, take kind of a practice set and just enjoy the set?
Definitely the seeding is going to be an important thing. I do not really want to go against Jamie tomorrow, so I'm going to try my best to improve my score, but heat is coming up quite high, so it's quite warm, getting a little tired, so I'm just going to try to get a better score even though I'm a little tired.
All right, perfect. So I'll let you get ready, Alice and Beatrice, and good luck on this second round, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. And we've got on the water right now Brooke Baldwin running through 14, and this now is 13 meters. Would almost seem to be a formality, but you never know.
That's better. That's a better one. Yeah. She didn't drop the shoulder. She's learned. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to get a little mistake on your first pass. It'll just remind you, hey, don't do that. Hey, that's a little pointer. And so, potentially from now on, we're going to see her get better buoy ones. That onside turn, she's going to think, right, shoulders more level. Let's not grab with the handle. Let's move with the lower body and not the left shoulder.
Of all the skiers out there, female or male, she's the one that resembles Nate's style the most.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And gets all the way up over the ski, throws the ski out last minute. Tries to bring that ski through pretty snappily on the way back through. Absolutely, I'd agree with you there.
I wonder if she ever tried a rubber binding. I don't know. She's probably the generation that started with a hard shell.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting. It's my pure speculation. I think it would be very, very interesting
to see her on a hard shell.
On a
rubber binding, yeah.
Well, the only situation where she'd be with a rubber binding is when she jumps.
Yeah. She probably tried it. She's, like you say, she resembles Nate. She's on a D3. Probably she's had a go.
Probably. I don't know. I would like to ask her.
I think it's hard once you've been on a release or binding to go back.
So hard.
To just the thought process of I'm not going to release here. It's terrifying.
Yeah. So a pass needed to be run. The current world women's overall champion in the under 21s and the new women's world under 21 record holder. This is Brooke Baldwin, showing us her slalom credentials out there on the water with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters.
Yeah, that was easy.
That she makes it look so easy.
That was really easy. And I think that poor old Celine's going to be looking at that going, well, I'm probably going to bet on her going past 2 at 38 that Brooke needs to make the final. Very cool. Another example of Brooke, of an American coming over and supporting these European tournaments. The sport is so USA based, or it has been traditionally, but the San Gervasio Pro Am has done such a great job of bringing European skiing back to Europe, and therefore many other pro tournaments happening around the place.
She learned how to drive stick in the process of coming here.
Well, there we go.
Yeah,
that's good for her.
All right, let's have a look at potential targets. Okay. More than 1.5 would get her through to the next round and stave off elimination. Anything more than 2, anything more than 4 will move her up to the next possible position. Anything more than 5.5 would basically put her in the upper half of the draw.
She's going for the 6 buoys, obviously.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see what she could do on 11.
Looks like a good gate, I'd have said.
Oh,
no way!
No, that's crazy.
And that gifts. Christmas has come early for Celine Detry.
That's just nuts. I mean, I'm so surprised by that. That is just, you know, this is very surprising. She's such a great skier. She's a skier that's won a lot. She came second at the junior under 21 Europeans last year. Under 21 Worlds last year. Just missing out with Jamie, just beating her by a quarter of a buoy in the final.
She has such an efficient style on the water. She skis so well.
Yeah, that's confusing, and I feel bad for her there. I mean, she's many miles from home. She's, obviously to fund a trip to Europe, it's not easy. I bumped into her in performance ski and surf in Orlando last month. Actually, just a couple of days before I was leaving, I said, "Oh, you coming to Europe?" And she's like, "No, probably not. There's a lot goes into it." And then I saw her name start being added to the list, and I'm like, "Oh, that's really nice. Really cool." I'm sad for her that she hasn't made it into the final here. It's very surprising, very confusing. But going back to the technique of it, she looks great. But then here she just moved back to the tail too much, and then she just couldn't stay on a ski. Like
it's so weird.
All right then. So, and by contrast, I'm sure that Celine Detry was trudging away along the shoreline, heading back to base, and thinking that she had been eliminated or was close to being eliminated. Now finds herself potentially in a matchup, if nothing changes, with the champion of the world, Jamie Bull.
Well, whatever happens, Celine Detry is going to face someone who today runs 10.75.
Yep.
So if Jamie is to not be number one tomorrow, then whoever is going to get top seed runs 10.75. So I think it's great. She'll be very happy to be in the final, but then that her reward is to face the top seed. I'm just blown away by Brooke. I mean, it seems very strange. She looks so good early on. She looks so good on her previous pass. Poor her. That's rough. That's really rough. But again, she'll be back. She's competing in a bunch of these tournaments. She'll do.
She'll stay here for the whole thing, right?
She's
Until
doing
Norway.
No, she's doing the duel. I think she entered the duel in the UK. You know what the duel is, right? It's two boats side by side, 4-buoy course.
Yeah.
Going to be very cool. Very cool.
That's cool.
Well, okay, so we go to seeding. So this would be Alice, is it? Or is it Bayer?
Alice comes up next.
Yeah.
Coming in at 14.
So that means that Alice is going to be in 7th spot no matter what happened. Well, at least 7th spot. So she can obviously move up.
It's unlikely that they'll get the same score, Beatrice and her, the second time. So it's all going to be either the score or the backup.
So in essence, this becomes a head-to-head battle unless that the score that each of them comes away with actually betters 5.5 on that pass of 11.25 meters, and that's vaults them into another ranking bracket.
Yeah. Funny seeing Nathan in the boat there. So like I said, we worked together in 2010, 11, 12 at Thorpe Lakes in the UK, and the other driver was Glenn Martin, who drove the World Championships final in 19. He drives the men's slalom at Moomba nearly every year. So I was by far and away the worst driver of the three. But I mean by far and away, there was Glenn and Nathan, both very, very, very good. And then people would see me in the boat and they're like, "Oh no, not that guy again. Oh, can't I have the good drivers today?"
The guy's too heavy.
I get that all the time. Anyway, so let me tell you about Wake House, the online water sports pro show. Find the products to suit your water sports needs by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. All right, skier on the water, Alicia Bagnoli, 13 meters.
Yep. As we said this morning, a very aggressive style, which works very well for her. She didn't have the best of the starts of the season this year. She didn't ski great at Swiss and the tournaments after that, but she looked good in the first round.
It was one of the most embarrassing moments of my year. Actually, was let's say that the USA live scoring system. I don't think it's quite as good as the European live scoring system.
That's to put it mildly.
I don't want to offend anyone, but let's. So anyway,
well, I'm not in the sport in general, so I can if you want.
Yeah. Well, so the live scoring comes up for the third Masters qualifier.
Yep.
For Alice, and it says 2.5 or 3.5 at 39, which would have been a 1.5 boy PB, and I'm texting her. Congrats, Alice. It's, I'm friends with Alice. I'm like, congrats, Alice. It's so great. You're going to Masters. This is amazing. And then I don't hear back. And then I text Vince. I'm like, oh, it's so great about Alice. And then I get a text back, an hour later saying, what the hell is wrong with you? And I'm like, what? It turns out that they'd misscored her, and it was 3.5 at 12. And I'm sending her all these congratulation messages. It was awful. Yeah, so I said to her, I said, Alicia, I'm very sorry. I promise you I was trying to be a supporter, not trying to like rub her nose in the dirt.
Not being an heel.
Yeah.
So, back at 12, big deep on number 1 and 2, but that's how she skis, and that she's still early. Number 5 is in time and perfect. After Wolf was on the K-Pass.
All right, then, continuing right along, Hobe Lake Ski Club, created by Ed Hickey and located close to Jupiter in South Florida. They claim that they can cancel winter. You can find out for yourself by going to Hobe Lake Ski Club online. Find out more about that ski club in South Florida, Hobe Lake Ski Club. And Alicia Bagnoli getting through the first 3 passes, 14, 13, and now 12 meters. She definitely would love to have a good start on 11.25 meters and indeed run the pass. Has said that she hasn't exactly been on top form with slalom in the last few weeks and months. So. Looking for a spark or a catalyst to achieve a higher score and a higher total here.
All these girls, starting from Alicia, are capable of running 38. So they're all capable of being in the top 4. It's going to be very interesting. Pulling out. She was a bit slow at that gate. She didn't get the speed that she wanted. A bit late.
Oh. So it's a straight shootout now. So Bayer, if Bayer gets more, if Bayer gets more than 2.5, then she gets the higher seeding over Alice.
Yeah.
If she gets less, then Alice will go above Bayer into 6.
Yeah.
So as the scores stand at this time, based upon their positioning, if nothing was to change and Alice would take the 7th seed, then she would match up against Ali Nicholson. If Alice's score happens to be better than Bayer's in this round, then she moves up a seeding and would go up against Pedrini as it stands at this time.
Always a good battle between Alice and her boyfriend Vince, who they've tied. So Alice got 4 and 2.5, and Vince did exactly the same. Vince, he's most people wouldn't maybe know him from the webcast, but he's the guy behind the scenes running the whole thing. So we can thank him. Manages to find some time to ski and ski quite decently,
especially after his back injury. He hasn't skied in like a month or a month and a half.
Yeah.
And he almost died here last year after taking on a gluten hit.
Yeah.
So Bayer has to beat Alice, and if she can, she will get the superior seed. Of course, she will also could move up infinitely. If she runs her PB of a few boys, then she could take out Jamie. Top speed, but I mean Jamie's probably sitting pretty, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, she skied 2 at 39. Well, before going into that to the dock to Lorenzo.
Okay, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Gina. So Gina, when was the last pro event that you skied apart from Worlds?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. It was 2019 before COVID. but I don't remember which tournament.
And how does it feel to be back on the pro dock?
Yeah, really good. I train here all the time with Claudio, Matteo, and the crew, and it's great, and it's kind of my home site right now, so nice to have a pro event here.
So you're feeling a little more the pressure of the home side, right?
Yeah, but you know, it's you know it, so I know what to expect, and yeah, no, it's good. I'm excited.
All right, perfect. So go keep on getting ready. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then.
I think we're going to have to sack Lorenzo, no? I mean, he's psyching out the skiers on the dock, piling the pressure on. Yes. Outrageous. No, Gina, what a lovely person. I was at her wedding a few weeks ago. She's come over here with her new husband, Thomas. We had a very good time over there. We stayed up quite late. All right. Bea, 32 off, 13 meters. And it looks all pretty easy.
Yeah. She was a bit slow at the gate.
Yeah.
I would say.
It's when you watch a pass and you're kind of like, oh, I've got to find something. There's got to be something I can say.
There's something I can
say. But no, that's good. So she's skiing. She's skiing well, and she's going to obviously. She's in the finals, but she's going to want to put her seed as high as possible.
You want to avoid Jamie, which she did already.
Yep.
Pretty score. But avoiding Ellie's.
That's a good idea as well.
That's a good idea as well.
Okay. We had 4 girls into 10.75, or 4 ladies, I should say, into 10.75 earlier.
That's right.
Yeah. So
in order for Bea to improve her seeding right now, she's got to score more than 2.5 on the pass after this one. And I want to ask you, Freddie, you like shooting?
Shooting? What do you mean?
Guns.
It's not my favourite thing to do.
What about go-karting?
Oh, I'm terrible at that. I see where you're going with this now.
And how about
slalom? I was like, what's going on? Do I like slalom skiing? Yes.
Well, make sure you sign up for the Travis Grand Prix on October the 7th and 8th, broadcast by TWBC. Get your entry in quick for this unique event, the Travis Grand Prix, on October 7th and 8th of this season. So let's pick up Bea
12
on 12 meters.
Appear like a slightly better gate.
This is looking good. Little quick edge change there, maybe a little bit too quick into buoy 3, but then I mean this is easy, this is cake, no worries.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, the Travis Grand Prix is a hell of an event. It really is. It's sort of somewhat akin to they had a Grand Prix in England, Wigan a few years ago in 2009 and 10, but we might see John there in a minute actually. But yeah, he puts on the Travis Grand Prix, and it's definitely different. You're in a team. You're feeling like sort of the team pressure,
like Princess Pro Am, like back in the day.
Similar to that, yeah, exactly. I think there's two people paired with one pro, and they really, they make it an event. Fun. It's not, you don't just, most tournaments. The problem with a lot of tournaments, you sort of turn up and you just wait to ski, and then you don't ski well.
You're not part of a team. That's why collegiate water skiing is it's fun.
Yeah, it is. Unless you're part of the Raging Cajuns. It's a bit too serious there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've heard that.
Well, moving on, we've got Bea Iani on the water right there, getting through 12 meters. Now, anything more than 2.5 on this next pass will see her move clear of Alicia Bagnoli so far as seeding is concerned.
It would give her 6th spot?
Yes.
6th spot, but she's going to need to get over 4 to improve beyond that, right?
Well, she needs 6 to...
Oh, really? It's full 6 to get ahead, but to get above Gina.
Gina got 5.5.
Narrow gate, I feel like.
Yeah.
Can't bear it. That's okay.
She manages to turn 3.
Can't bear.
Come on.
Secure better.
Come on.
Come on. No. Oh, so close, but yet so far. That's a shame. That's a real shame. But
she's not going to be super excited with the score, but at least she secured a 6th spot for the final head-to-head, which means if scores don't change from here, she'll ski against Paige.
Absolutely.
You didn't declare your interest in this in our skier Bea here, no? I mean, this is your sister.
She's my sister, yeah.
Yeah. Wow,
I'm a very fair commentator.
Very fair, yeah. I ridiculously didn't put that together until about boy 2 there. I'm like, wait a second, we got a Yanni in the booth.
After 5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, took me long enough. Well, anyway, that's good. So I mean, I think so. You would know her skiing extremely well, presumably.
Yeah. She improved a lot in the past 2 years.
She really did.
She really did.
She had a raw deal at Worlds last year, no? Because didn't she like get to boy 5 at 38 and the tail blew or something? Something strange happened.
Like what happened to Tigas today.
Yeah, just
very
strange.
similar. Out of the blue, she blew the tail.
Yeah, I watched her. I was watching the time. I was just like, that didn't make sense because she was in it. You know, she was in good shape, but she also ran. She ran 38 for the first time all year at Swiss this year.
And then she ran 2 at 39 at the Madrid tournament last week.
Yeah. And finished 4th.
In practice, she reached number 4.
No way.
So she's skiing really good.
Yeah. Okay.
So in the water right now, Gina
Kruger. Newly married. This is sort of part of her honeymoon, I guess. Husband Thomas is on site. Very, very lovely couple. Lovely couple. They had a nice. Yeah, we're gonna go to the dock.
Okay, we're back on the dock here with Ali Garcia. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How was your first set today? Did you ski good? Did you expect something more, or was it okay?
Oh, I was actually really happy with how I skied this morning. Felt really solid. Felt like it was doable again. So hopefully I can be consistent and try and run 11 again. See how it goes.
All right, perfect. And you've been here last year. So how is it compared to last year? Same place, same feeling, same everything, or it changed a bit?
I mean, it all feels great. The lake feels just as amazing as I remember. The ice cream's just as good. So everything's awesome.
All right, perfect. Okay, keep on getting ready. Good, best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Excellent stuff from 2 legendary Raging Cajuns.
Well, very good, Tony. You finally got me back. You weren't really reacting. Ali, one of my heroes, coming from America, sort of with Brooke and Ali, supporting the tour over on this side of the Atlantic. It's great that you're coming over and doing all the tournaments and coming off her first ever pro podium, I would imagine, and a huge pro podium. Second at the Waterski Pro Am, took on Jamie Bull in the final there and skied really well throughout. But funny enough, I mean, she was consistent. She was consistently sort of 3-4 at 38, but she did not go past that. She already has done that today, so she must feel pretty good.
All right then, so a great effort there from Gina Kruger, top banana there with that pass of 12 meters. And let's go back dockside and check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, we're back with Paige here. That she skied great in the first round. 2 at 10.75. How'd that score?
It felt amazing out there. I ran 38 and I said go for it at 39. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, perfect. So you're planning on doing something better?
Yeah, my goal is to run 39. That's always my goal every time I ski. So the closer I get to that goal, the happier I'll be.
All right, perfect. I feel that you're very pumped, very ready for the next round. So best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much there, Lorenzo, and just enough time to tell you about Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters, jumpsuits for the more discerning water ski jumping athletes. Find out more by going to waterswetsuits.com. All right, Gina Kruger, this is 12 meters.
So Gina, a bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2015 in Mexico. She earned that, I think, with a runoff against Clem Lucene. So that was kind of her last hurrah in some ways as a pro skier. Being the main focus of her life. She moved back to Europe shortly after that, and she's been skiing on the weekend. She lives in Switzerland.
She struggled with an injury.
Yep, she did. She struggled with, I think, a neck injury last year. But you couldn't meet a nicer person than Gina. And you're a very unbiased commentator, Matteo. I'm not. I'm pulling for Gina.
There we go, Gina Kruger, with less than 30 seconds to go before she's brought back into the course, looking at the instant replay. Very, very aggressive at the end of each turns here, Matteo.
This is clean. She's incredibly consistent throughout the years. Like deep 38 or running 38, that was a given anytime she skied.
Yeah, and she, you know, she can't have much time on the water. I mean, it's not warm where she is. There's no local lake. It's like the only time she's going to ski is when she comes down here. She skis here. Yeah, this is kind of our home lake, which is when your home lake is
4 hours,
3 or 4 hours away from where you live. That means you're not skiing very much, or you're in the car a hell of a lot.
And you're cramming all your sets together, which is not for your health. It's not good for your body because you're trying to ski as much as possible.
Well, it's not like if you're skiing. I mean, you know, you do 5 sets in a weekend. You're not getting much value out of the last 3.
No.
All right, so top score of this round is 5 with Bayer. She ran 5.5 last round. That's a decent one. 2 is okay. Come on, Gina. It's a little slow. She's going to need a big 4, and it could. No, it's over the front at 4. And come on, Gina. Come on, you can do it. Oh, is that a 5.5 again? Come on. Yeah, she's done it.
She did it.
She did it. Wonderful. I've got to say, I didn't think that she was going to make it after 4, but that's seriously good skiing. That's athletic.
That is great.
And to take that hit out of the exits and keep the balance, I mean, that was fantastic skiing. I'm really happy for her.
And she's within a 4 buoy count of the next pass from taking the 4th seed away from Ali Garcia as it stands with the current high scores that we've seen thus far.
Score under review. Well, I think she got it. I mean, we've got good camera angle here. It's a very wide view. We definitely got the skier coming into the buoy, and we're going to see if she went around it. Did she submerge it? No, she's around that. She's around. And that's a phenomenal little S-turn there. And out the exits, I think she gets 7 for that. 7 at 11 meters.
2 at 39 without even getting in 30.
Yeah, that was supreme skiing.
In Eurovision scoring, that would be 500 points.
That's right. Good for her. Really happy for her. I mean, we should sort of state again that was extremely athletic to be that out of balance, that fast, be able to slow down, get out the exit gate, because of course it's for nothing if you don't get the exit gate, and then stay on the ski.
Getting out of 6, it's an art.
Yeah, it is, especially as a lefty. Let's see Gina come through here. 1. Can she get around 2? It's going to be tight. I don't think so, but 1, yeah.
And for the moment, she takes away 4th seed away from Ali Garcia.
So Ali needs to run a full 6 at 38 to get the top seed. In fact, if she runs 5.5, because she probably came in as a higher seed based on her points from last week, she will take the seed. So if she ties, she will take the seed. We saw that last weekend with Thomas, De Gasperi, and Sasha Descans, where they.
But that wouldn't change much in the head-to-head because they would ski against each other.
Yeah, but one of them would have.
Yeah, the advantage of.
But it was really interesting last week because it was the same. I think Thomas and Sasha were. I know that's not true. That's not true. They one ended up 2nd seed, and one ended up 3rd. But would be pretty rough. I mean, we're thinking in unlikelihoods here, but if Ali were to get 5.5 here, then they would go against each other. But one, having scored the exact same scores, one would be the higher seed, and they could even tie again. And the person who it would go back to seeding. Anyway, hopefully that doesn't happen. I hope there's a definitive winner. So, see, they're thinking about it on the dock. They're figuring it out.
The human mind is so predictable.
I know. Yeah, we're all thinking about the same stuff. All right, so Ali, the headline is if she runs 11, she is in the final above Gina, and if she runs 2, we'll be waiting on other results. Just remind me, we've got Ali Nicholson ran 2.5.
2.5.
Yes.
And Jamie won.
Okay, so Ali is 3rd to last.
Yeah.
Oh no, we got Paige. Paige had 2.
Paige got 2.
Okay. All right. Okay, sorry. Got to rely on the webcast for the excellent leaderboard. Yeah. So Gina putting herself up and doing a good job there. That was seriously good skiing. That was really exciting.
Number 6 was amazing.
Number 6 was amazing. Yeah.
It's an art. When you're super late, do you wiggle the handle?
No.
You don't?
Not like JT.
You don't wiggle?
No.
Why don't you?
I fold. Nice joke. No, that was a Gen Z joke. If anyone doesn't get that. Anyway, no, I don't wiggle. I just kind of take the hit. You know, I've done it a handful of times this year, and you just sometimes.
But the wiggle has some physical, some physics that backs it up.
Sure, but I also think that you while you're doing it, you're screwing up a few other things.
Oh yeah, you might, but at least the rope is not in the water, which is additional drag, you know, because it snaps back into place. If the water is in the water, when you get the hit, you get a bigger hit because it snaps tight. If you keep it out of the water, it's a softer hit.
Is that why they do it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I really got to say I haven't thought about it.
All right, then let's pay attention now to Ali Garcia on an opening pass of 14.25 meters.
I just always see those guys with the wiggle. It seems that the wiggle is the first consideration, and then like you know the stopping and slowing down is the second. So they kind of end up taking a huge hit.
They take a huge hit, but the water is not in the water. The rope is not in the water.
Okay.
It makes a little difference. It doesn't make a big difference.
Yeah.
It makes a little difference, and it's almost instinctive. They probably don't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
It's not like they think, oh, I don't want the rope in the water, but it helps.
Okay. Maybe. I'll think about it next time.
Think about it.
All right, then, just enough time to tell you about Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community with 5 lakes, 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites, and it's based close to Palm City in South Florida. That is Pantalago. You can find more about them by going to pantalago.com. So, Ali Garcia, knowing full well what she needs to do, essentially run this next pass, the pass after, and the pass after that, in order to maintain her receding above Gina Kruger at this time.
But she's still sort of sitting pretty. She's sitting in the top half. Again, if she ends up fourth, she's in fourth and fifth spot. She really wants to get that third spot, so she doesn't meet the top seeded skier until the final. But she's looking good. Great skier, Ali, and a you know really a hell of a story. Someone that was not. I don't mean this negatively. She was not all that good until a handful of years ago. I mean, like 4 years ago. I mean, she was a decent junior. She's still very young, but she you wouldn't have predicted 5 years ago that she was going to be making a pro podium. I mean, you really wouldn't have thought that. And then she just turned it on. She decided that she wanted to do it, and she made the Masters this year. I sent her a text. I said, "Hey, congrats going to Masters. You know, not as your brother's +1, but on your own merit. You know, that was a huge moment for her."
She's skiing incredibly. She's light on the line. She's skiing properly good.
Yeah.
I would put her in the tier together with Brooke, the skiers that are taller on the ski, that use the boat properly.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, uncommon.
Yeah, and for me, like, I love that offside turn that she does. She comes into it, she gets her weight. You know, we talked about it earlier. The lighter people, you can get your weight further over the front. It's not going to bite. So she gets it, you know, her weight over the front. She gets her vision across early, kind of that, you know, Whitney McClintock early vision around the offside, and the ski just comes through really, really well.
Coming back at 12, 35 off.
Here we go, 35 off. Good start required here in order to maintain her form and posture enough to go through the run. Decent number 3.
Montage's looking great here, actually. It's good. We're going to call for the Americans and Canadians. We're going to call it 35 off, and for the Europeans, we're going to say it's 12 meters.
Let's use the Spanish way. That was the quinto recorte.
What's that? Is that just translated?
The fifth.
Oh, really?
Rope cut.
Oh, the Spanish do it that way, do they?
How about 2 metre?
Yeah.
How about 2 meter?
I think if we can, I mean, we've got 3 different ways of doing it. Let's make it even more confusing. Can people just like write in and come up with even more convoluted ways to
say 12 meters?
Right in the comment section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about 40 feet of line?
Yeah, well, that's the one we should be using, I think. I mean, certainly in America. That's what someone asked me, what's your best? And I said, oh, it's 1.5 at 32. And they're like, 32 off? I'm like, no, 32 on. Yeah. I mean, it's what it is. And they did for a while.
We are European, so we are biased, but it really doesn't make sense, the off thing.
No, but I don't know. Like if someone asks me how tall I am, I'm going to say, well, I'm not going to say, well, I'm about 4 feet less than 10.
I'm a foot off Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, exactly.
2 feet off.
2 feet off Shaquille O'Neal. All right, 11. She'll be looking to run this. She needs to run it to improve her seeding, which she's
on the back.
Not going to be so good. Good, decent. I don't know. She's still in it. That's not it. So she'll be disappointed there. It just didn't look like she had it together from the start. It wasn't her best run of all time.
Yeah.
But you know what?
The ski was slipping forward a bit too much on 1-3.
Yeah.
So she loses a seeding coming into the women's head-to-head battles. So she relinquishes a 4th seed to Gina Kruger, which means that Gina would have ultimately the option of whether to go first and choice of boat.
Yeah, so I think, Ali there is going to be up against this person that's been the most consistent so far in Gina as we go to the dock to see
Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Ali. So, Ali, you did a good scoring, very good scoring in round 1, but tell us a little more about what happened after you fell.
Yeah, so I had a very unfortunate fall. The tip of my ski ended up actually in the V of my handle, and so when it pulled, it broke the ski. So this set we're on a different ski, so luckily we have the second round, a good score to fall back on. Just going to go out there and fill it out for tomorrow.
All right, so you're just going to try and fill off the ski if the setup is correct. Well, you were telling me that this ski is a new ski, but it's an old ski, so you're used to the ski. You just got to find the perfect setup for you right now. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it's the ski that I skied on most of last year and the beginning of this year, so I'm feeling pretty confident going back to it.
All right, perfect. We'll let you get you ready because Paige is already in the water. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. As we welcome Paige Rini out on the water.
Tercero recorte.
14.25 meters.
We had a suggestion come in saying it should be the angle on the boat. I'm going to ski it 22 degrees off center.
Oh yeah. It makes sense. It depends on your height.
Or how about the yellow loop?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. God, so Ali Nicholson has snapped her ski at a pro tournament. That is absolutely miserable. So the good thing for her is that she won. It's a 2-round tournament. So and she'd already sort of put herself into a spot where she's going to make the final 2. This is a seeding round. She already has a high seeding. She's second. Someone's going to have to do pretty damn well to get around 3 at 39 to put her down a spot.
At least she has a practice set now.
She now has a practice set. So, let's be analytical here. What do you think? I mean, if it was the best ski that she loved the most of all time, do you think she'd still be on it, or do you think she would have moved off it? I think we're probably looking at maybe she's moving back to a ski that she doesn't. Maybe the ski that she's just broken.
Yeah, of course.
Probably was the favoured one, but I mean.
Or she brought it and it's a new ski that she's never tried.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We should ask her later.
No, she said in the interview that she was on it end of last year and the start of this year. So
okay, I didn't get that. No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably it's not her favorite ski. It's safe to assume.
But she's a good enough skier to make it work. And here we have 12, 35 off for Paige Rini. Paige skiing very well. I watched her run 3 at 39 at the Masters qualifier in Drew Ross's place, Winter Garden, earlier this year. It was a PB, and she skied really well. But it was really funny because she came in, she runs a PB, she comes in, and I think she needed 3 1/4 or 3 1/2 to get in the sort of Masters qualifying places, and she looked really upset. And I'm like, isn't that a PB? And she's like, yeah, but I want to be in. I want to go to Masters, and I'm like, well, that's a winner's attitude. That's legit.
That's the right attitude.
That's legit, yeah.
Oh, looks like we got her bloke messaging in.
Her bloke. Oh, we got Bobby.
Yes.
Robert Pagozzi. Yeah, he's at the games in
the Bolivarian Games.
Bolivarian Games. Yeah, okay. Well, good luck to him there. I'm not sure what that entails, honestly. The Bolivarian Games. Any idea, Tony?
It's a games organised for the South American countries, and I don't know whether it's any different from the Odessor Games, but yeah, it's.
The difference is that they use the recortes to count the buoys.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming back at 38. So we started at 32, now that was 35, and this is 38 off. Her one-ended gait looked fine.
Looking good.
Come on, Paige. Onside turn coming out. She'll need a big one, and she'll get it. That's really good.
That was really good.
Oh, that was a little bit dodgy actually at the end. She sort of reversed Gina Kruger. She kind of had it, and then she nearly didn't have it.
That was really good. She's skiing amazing. The first round was great. This one was really good.
I'd say that's probably the first back-to-back 38 she's run in a while, like 2 rounds. The thing that I like is that what I'm seeing more and more is that she often will sort of finish on the tail with a tip up on 135, but she looks better, and and look at that drive towards the wake.
Well, that's
beautiful.
That's a characteristic, I think, of the ski as well. That ski, if you don't submerge it all, you use just the back part of the ski, it accelerates better.
Yeah,
because there is less drag.
Yeah. Yeah, shallow concave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Running a little down course off 5.
But let's see here, because she nearly kind of lost. Maybe not. Maybe it's just our angle. Good for her. So I said that Gina was the consistent one, but actually Paige is the consistent one, because she's run 38 twice out of 2. The first lady to do so, with 2 remaining. Is that right?
Yes, she needs 3.
She needs a full 3 to unseat Ali. Well, she could do a 2.5 and then see about Ali's backup score. So let's see what happens. 3 is a PB. It's not her best one. She could turn 2 here though. She's fine. And then will she throw it? No. Dual 2s. So really consistent. 2 and 2, and she's cemented that 3rd spot all for herself. So she'll be going up against Ali Nicholson, presuming Ali doesn't beat 1 at 41.
So after starting on 13 meters and getting as far as 10.75 meters, she records 2 buoys, as you plainly see her do.
So I don't want to go ahead of ourselves, but it looks like it's going to be something like Jamie against Celine Detree.
Yep.
Ali against Alicia. Paige against Beatrice. And then Gina against Ali
Garcia.
Yeah.
Unless our next skier can run 10.75
that
meters,
would be exceptional.
And go into 41 off.
That with a new ski, with another ski, that would be exceptional.
Exceptional is the word. Unlikely, probably also. Sorry, I mean, like,
yeah.
I'm
an optimist.
Great if she could. I mean, I'm really interested to see. I mean, I feel awful for her that she's going out and skiing on a ski that she hasn't been on in a while. Again, at least she has a.
You're a true Brit. You're a pessimist. You're a true Brit.
Let's see this. This is very interesting, actually, to see her. She's kind of bouncing on the wakes a little bit. I wonder if it's the same exact model or if it's a different, because they do the Alpha, Omega. What's the Pro? They have a few different models in the HO quiver.
Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, we're back on the dock here with Jamie, our last seed, top seed after round 1 with an amazing score, 1:10.2. So what are you thinking about doing in the second round? Are you gonna push hard still, or you're just gonna feel out a bit better, I think, to get ready for tomorrow's final?
I think I'm gonna try and feel things out a bit. Try and just make sure that I'm comfortable for tomorrow, and then I'm gonna push and try and get some consistent scores, hopefully.
All right, perfect. So we'll let you get ready because you're about to start again, and back to you, Tony.
All right then, and just to address optimism among the nations in Europe, guess which country has the highest per capita ownership of convertible vehicles in Europe?
That's not optimism. That's bragging.
No, it's the UK.
Is it probably? Is it really?
It's the UK, considering our weather.
Yeah, everyone's got their Beamer convertible. Yeah. Well, for that one day of the year, it's idiocy.
Is it optimism though?
Yeah. All right, Ali Nicholson, different ski to what she's on the first round. Pretty cool. It would be great if she could get a great score here. She looks good, actually. I mean, she's making this work. Very consistent, very symmetrical turns.
She's skiing fine.
She's skiing fine. This shows character. I mean, like, I can only speak for myself, but I mean, I'm so scared of my ski getting busted up. Like I said, I have that SP skis hard case thing, and I wrap my ski up, and I just, the last thing you want when you're going to a tournament, you're already nervous, you're already stressed out. You're trying to make your investment of whatever it is, flight, hotel, car, all that sort of stuff worth it, entry fee, all that sort of stuff worth it. You don't want your equipment to break. And so rough that she had that bad luck hitting the handle in the first round.
It was my worst nightmare.
Yeah. Oh, miserable.
Is your second ski already set up?
Usually, no, I didn't bring a second ski this time, but usually I do. Okay. I didn't want to carry a heavy bag around airports. So,
yeah.
But I was at the Masters in 20. Anyway, I won one 2 years ago. Well, last year it was, and I had two skis that were exactly the same. Even the stickers were the same. Like, I had them in the set up with the same.
And do you sometimes ski on one and then the other?
Yeah,
I used to do that. Yeah.
Not that frequently, but I do. I mean, I'll ski on one for like a couple of weeks, and then I'll move to the other one.
That's smart. Coming back at 12. So you see, she usually starts at 13, but given the fact that this is another ski, it's not the ski she skied in the first round, she wanted that extra pass.
Yeah, good call. I've never seen her start at 14. That's why she was bouncing on the wake so much. Yeah. Very good catch. Yeah, now I mean, she's doing well, and this is 12, and this is as easy as it could be. Yeah. God, wouldn't it be sweet if she did, run a really big score.
1 at 41.
Yeah,
with this.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
It would be amazing.
Because it is funny sometimes. Maybe it's happened to you, but sometimes you get on a ski and then you're on it for a couple of weeks and you start skiing amazing, and you're like, oh wow, this ski's incredible. Then something. The ski I was on at the start of the year that I was really excited about, I went to a photo shoot and killed it on a rock, a submerged rock when I was dropping in. So I was like literally borderline in tears. So I had to change my ski, and I was like, oh, actually, it's not a ski, it's me. I'm actually just skiing quite well, Like I was really happy.
Changing ski, sometimes you get unstuck by changing ski.
Yeah.
My father used, when I got stuck in skiing, he got me another ski, and it worked all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really interesting. That's not something I've tried.
Because sometimes you just focus on your skiing and just have to go with the flow. Try something new, and you
but also take the pressure off. I feel like when you change your ski, you're almost, unless your tournament's happening like in a week or a few days, you can if you've got a few weeks, you
the
can
pressure
just take
off.
it. Oh yeah, well, hey, if I get my standard score, it doesn't matter. All right.
11.25 meters now.
I'd love for her to run this. It would be so great, because we've seen what 3 run so far. Come on, Ali.
A bit long to one, but
a little late. Come on, Ali. That's not so good, but she'll get a big 3 hopefully. No, not it.
It's a very similar fall to her 39 fall.
Yeah, well, you can see how the nose of the ski could go through the handle there.
Yeah.
Well, that's rough, because now, so, she's, the good news for her is she's in second seed, so she got the advantage over, who is it, Alice?
Paige. Well, she has to ski against Alice, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow, but at the same time, she's on a ski that she doesn't, that she's not unfamiliar with. Not saying she doesn't like it, but she's unfamiliar with it. Of course, she'd have got a lot more familiar with it, and she'll look at this video.
Still, this round wasn't a confidence builder.
No, it wasn't, and she's not gone out here and gone, oh wow, here I am, I've come home. She's probably a little bit more stressed tomorrow. And how rough, because also she's come to Europe, she's here for another few weeks. I'm sure the guys at HO will get her another ski, but when you're traveling between sites every week, it's not that easy to dial stuff in. We heard Will Asher earlier talking about how he changed his fin or changed his whatever, and it's not easy when you're changing boats every week, obviously often changing drivers, to feel the variables that you would do on your home site.
And also as well, let's not forget the whole aviation industry as well, because, I mean, when you think of cancelled flights, you're thinking about passenger flights, but what about finding pilots and staff to deal with those cargo planes from UPS and FedEx? I mean, it could be another day or two before she sees another ski, even if they rush it to her second day out.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the good folks at HO she's been on the phone to them probably. I mean, because at the very least she needs another backup, because who's to say that won't happen again? Anyway, Jamie Bull, the woman of the hour, 2021 champion of the tour. She's won. She didn't have a good showing at Masters, but she's won her last. Well, she won the last tour event, which was in Spain. She won the last tour event that she entered before that, which was the World Championships. She came second at the previous one to that, which was the Malibu Open, where she just lost in the final against Whitney, having more or less hit boy 3 at 41 in the round in the final before the runoff. So she's obviously doing incredibly well. Had a bit of a maybe an odd start to the season. She didn't compete in a tournament, I don't think, until the Masters, and it didn't go her way. I think she missed a Gates, which was unfortunate. But she's back. She's winning, and that she ran 3 at 39 3 times last weekend at Botas, and I think in the final she only needed to run 35. So she's back to winning ways, and then you can see the confidence that she has. She went out today and ran a fantastic 39, like a really good one.
I remember her seeing the first time skiing. I was with Marina. She was coaching a couple of girls the Worlds in 2017, I want to say, in Chile. And Jamie won slalom.
Yeah.
Before that tournament, she wasn't even on the map as the best skier.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
That tournament was a huge confidence builder.
The coming out tournament, and then she became the back-to-back under-21 world champion, and then of course she's now the Open world champion. She's had an unbelievable few years leading up to it, but last year was really sort of the coming out year. She started the year off by winning the Masters, and doing so, with a good score, but not a spectacular score. But then the following weekend, she turns up at the Lake 38 and runs 2 at 41, a PB, a Canadian record, a tied Canadian record.
She's.
So here we have the brackets. Look at these fancy graphics.
Wow.
TWBC just blowing me away once again. So yeah, no change in the running order from the last few skiers after Gina and Ali swap places. They are going against each other. I'd say the most interesting here is probably Ali versus Alice, because, like I say, Alice, she's going to run. She can run 38, of course, but she's consistently running mid 38. Ali's on a ski that she's not super familiar with. She's not allowed, since the tournament started, to ski between now and then in a practice, unless she can find another place somewhere in Milan. Not saying that she would necessarily want to do that, but that's the pick for me. That's going to be an interesting one.
It's definitely going to be.
All right, then, here we go.
38.
11.25.
11.25 meters.
Or
11 meter van Sank.
And the first one to take it from that end, or from this end, I should say, where we are, and it's not the most smooth of passes. There's a few sort of ragged edges there, but that's okay. She's through it, and the top score of this round was 2. I believe that was Paige. So it's going to be interesting to see here what she does. She's definitely going to want to just to dominate the round. She dominated the last one. She got the best score by 4.5 boys, and she's going to want to dominate here. And if she gets the top score by 4.5 boys again, it means she's run 39. And frankly, I hope she does.
Recently graduated from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns, as a biomechanical engineer, and wanting to spend at least the remaining months of this season and all of next season concentrating purely on skiing before she goes into her vocational field of choice.
She. Yeah, I remember actually very well when I was watching on the webcast for the Collegiate Nationals in 19 when she ran 5.5 at 39, and everyone was kind of like, whoa, that wasn't necessarily expected. She was, running 3s and 4s in pro tournaments, then she went to Collegiate Nationals and did that, and it was just incredible to set the record. Here we go. 1, she's over the front a little bit, but she's so strong and she's so technically good that she's able to get away with it, and I think she's going to run 4 maybe. Could she turn 4? Yeah, no, that's 3.5. Still good skiing. It's still better if we look at it, you could say that she might be disappointed compared to earlier, where she just skied phenomenally, but it's still her second best score of the season, I would say. I think at the Masters qualifier she was kind of running 3s at 39, and then she ran 3 a bunch of times last year. So the first time she turned 3 and over to 4 was this morning, and she's done it again. So it's all moving in the right direction on average.
Don't you feel like when in situations like this, let's say you are skiing open men, you run 41 off, and then there's a second round, but it doesn't really matter because you already qualified in your first whatever, and you miss 41 off. Don't you sometimes feel like relieved, going like, oh, I'm glad I missed it now, so it's less likely to run it 3 times in a row than it is to run it once and then miss it once.
I did that at my last event. I ran 41 first round, I ran like 2.5 in the second round. I wasn't relieved. I was very, very upset.
Really?
Yeah, and then I didn't do so well in the final. But
okay.
I believe, well, she's still got the best score of the round by 1.5. By 1.5 boys, so she's still dominating. I think it was kind of funny there. I think it almost looked like the tail slid, and she almost got away with that one.
So the best of round 1 and round 2. Let's have a look at the leaderboard one more time before we put a button on the elimination round for the women's competition. Jamie Ball, your leader with 1.25 at 10 with 1 at 10.25 meters. Then we've got Nicholson, Rini, Kruger, Garcia, Patrizia Yanni, Alicia Bagnoli, Celine Detry, and Brooke Baldwin.
Poor Brooke Baldwin. No, that's a real shame. I mean, it's great that she's come over here supporting the sport, supporting the tournaments. I would have liked to have seen her in the final, but unfortunately, maybe she'll be commentating. Maybe we could coach her into doing some commentating tomorrow. That would be really good fun.
That would be nice, but it'll be a stretch because she doesn't like being interviewed all that much.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well. We can ask her nicely. We'll see.
All right.
Maybe a cameo appearance.
Maybe. Okay, we'll go to the men's competition right after these messages. This is the 8th San Gervasio Pro Am, sponsored by Santo de So, and we will continue on right after these.
a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right, returning to action. This is the men's slalom second round. The second elimination round for the men's slalom skiing in this, the San Gervasio Pro Am, the 8th edition, presented by Santa Dassault. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and I'll be joined in just a moment by Matteo Yanni. We'll have a look at the running order in just a moment, if we can get that flashed up on the screen. Yes, Robert Hazelwood will be our first competitor out, followed by Thomas Paul, then Corey Vaughn, Nicholas Nelson, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Eduardo Morenzi, Nicholas Benatti, Aaron Davies, Jakob Bonia, Niklaus Antonsen, Callum Heath, Thomas de Gasperi, and then move into the last half, going on to a second page where we will see Carlo Elias, Alex Baroni, Nick Parsons, Jonathan Travers, Matteo Luzzeri, Brando Caruso, Dane Meckler, Florian Paff, Nate Smith, Sasha Deska, and the number one skier out of the previous round, it's Will Asher. So, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things can happen. But one thing we do know, the top 8 scores, taking into consideration the raw score in this round and how it stacks up as either a backup or the primary score, the best combination will advance through to the next round of the competition. It's typically the best score, and it still is. But having that viable backup is also critical. All right, stepping up to the plate, it is none other than Great Britain's Rob Hazelwood.
1 minute, try to get quick. A very unusual fall in the first round. He's been skiing sensationally in the past 2 years. But it wasn't like he fell because he made a major mistake. He fell because he was probably digging too deep and wanted too much out of that buoy.
Right, so getting connected onto that syndicate line, the official tow ropes of this, the 8th edition of the San Gervasio Pro Am, presented by Santa Dassault.
So, we have the results of the first round here. we can say for now that the 8th best result is 6 at 1075. So you have to run 39 off now to have a shot of being in the final.
All right, let's take a look. Robert Hazelwood, he's got his work cut out for him. He can't rely upon a superior backup unless things really start to get out of hand with the remaining skiers. For now, he's just got to go all out and conjure up a score that will put him in at least the top 4 skiers in this competition in order to stand any chance at all of advancing out of this round.
So my hot take is you need 2 buoys. You need 2 buoys and a backup, something that Rob doesn't have. That means to be sure to be in the final, he needs a piece of 3. 2 1/4 would do the job for him.
Right you are. Getting messages in from all over the world on our live chat here.
What are they saying, Tony?
A lot of those messages actually came from Zane Nicholson, commenting on Ali Nicholson's slalom skiing.
Oh, nice.
Telling us a little bit about the ski. It's an older pro model, and she looks like she did on the other ski, which is reassuring, considering that Zane Nicholson is on the other side of the pond, is able to appreciate what Ali Nicholson did on that relatively unfamiliar ski. Well, I say unfamiliar, but it is an older ski, but thankfully she had it with her at her disposal.
Coming back at 12. Rob Hazelwood.
Let's have a look. 12 meters. It's cleared 13. Now 12 meters. Obviously staying focused, looking to use the lessons learned from the previous round to effect a better score this time around, which he needs to conjure up. Let's see how high he can climb.
He can easily climb up to 3 buoys at 41 up easily, as he's done many, well, actually countless times last season and this season.
So, behind the Malibu towboat, the Malibu TXI. A boat that he's quite familiar with, having skied behind that boat over at his gaff at Hazelwood Ski World in Lincoln in England, where they are the dealership for Malibu towboats. So let's see what's about to occur with Robert Hazelwood.
I wouldn't think that the result from the previous round got in his head. That was an odd thing. Happened once. I'm confident it didn't get in his head. Number 1 was very good.
Well, here's where things turned pear-shaped last round, and
number 2.
He's gone past that point.
Wow, look at that angle.
And he's skiing like a man possessed.
That was easy.
Oh yeah, 611.25 meters. Now here's where the rubber meets the road for Robert Hazelwood. 10.75 meters and beyond.
Look at the control he has of the line throughout the change of edge, throughout the turn, and reconnects perfectly with the boat at the end of the turn.
All right, skiing very nicely indeed. A lot more control. Was kind of got ahead of the rope in the previous round and resulting in his score of I believe 2 at 11.25 meters, which explains why he is first off the dock of 23 competitors. 8 will advance through to the head-to-head portion, which will represent our final slalom event tomorrow. I'm Tony Leifert. He's Matteo Yanni, and rocking into the course with Robert Hazelwood, 10.75 meters.
That looked like a good gate. A bit narrow on that too. Oh, bit of a trouble number 3.
He's still there.
But he's still there.
He's still there. And he's very much there with a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters. He continues to rock out in a big way. Robert Hazelwood.
He recovered very easily. Had a bit of trouble on number 2, but recovered. On 4, it was early.
And he just did not panic. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Just looking at this pass once again, you'll see that he had a brilliant number 1. Didn't have the best of number 2s despite being right foot forward. A little bit of a hiccup there. But then he just got behind the boat, did the work that was required.
And here, it was already early.
Yes, indeed. Recovered all of the distance lost on number 2 with that superb number 4 or a turn. And just got everything he wanted to on that run. So now, let's have a look at the potential targets, because he is in that space now.
He doesn't want all the shenanigans of needing backup score or whatever. So he needs a piece of 3.
Yes,
he
indeed.
wants a piece of 3.
He's already vaulted himself up into 8th spot by the sheer fact that he ran that pass. If he can get more than 1.5, then we could start talking about where he puts himself potentially in the seedings. But that's all speculation at this point. Here we go. Robert round number 1. It's half a buoy.
That's not good. He's 8th. At the moment, if all the other scores remain like this, he's 8th. And he's in the final. But it's highly unlikely that no one is going to better their performance. Especially after some of the bad performances we saw compared to the abilities of the skiers in the first round.
So with that score of half at 10.25 meters, it essentially means that Robert Hazelwood is going to have to wait a while to find out if he's potentially made it through to the next run. Obviously, if anyone skis more than that performance of half at 10.25, then he's done for.
I'll tell you just a few names of people that are very easily capable of bettering themselves. Corey Vaughn. He skied half at 39. He can run deep 41. We have Benny, who ran 2.5 at 39. He can run 3 at 41 any day. And who else? Jacob Boing can ski better. Tigas. Oh, there's a lot of names. So I'd say this is probably not enough to get in the final.
Robert Hazelwood doesn't have the luxury of a backup score in any way, shape, or form that could supersede anyone else's. Next skier to take to water from Great Britain. This is Thomas Paul. Here he comes, Tom Paul, opening past 13 meters. 13 is the minimum starting line length for all of our pro men competitors. makes light work at 13 meters, as you have to expect from all of our pro men skiers at this juncture. Tom Paul being driven by Mario Pagozzi.
This is one of the few tournaments that Mario can drive in the men's division.
Yeah, obviously, because there's no conflict of interest by having his son Robert Pagozzi in a similar situation. Robert Pagozzi, for his part, is currently competing in the Bolivarian Games, which are taking place in Colombia. That explains his absence from this competition, and thus means that Mario is free to pull any division, including the men's, and especially the pros.
I'm sure this division is delighted that Mario can finally drive them. He's such a good driver.
All right, here we go. This is on the water at this time, Tom Paul.
Wow, that happens sometimes.
Well, yeah, I actually stopped counting.
So he's falling slightly on the back of the ski, going to 2 and 4. In the change of edge, he's slightly going back, and he's wasting a bit of time that it's precious to then move back on top of the ski in order to turn the 2 and 4. So we'll see how he skis now in this 38 off.
38 feet off the standard 75-foot line, 37 feet to get around all 6 buoys on the slalom course. The measure's 37.5 feet wide. Those are American dimensions. Otherwise known as 11.25 meters on a course that is 11.5 meters wide.
38 off.
Absolutely. Here we go. This is Tom Paul. Skis over at the Oxford Waterski Wakeboard Club.
That was a good gate. Got better going to do. Oh, that's smoother.
Looking smooth, looking in very fine form.
That was an easy 38.
Oh yeah. Certainly a lot better than his previous round, a score of 3.5. So now he's got those jitterbugs out of the way. We'll see if he can push harder and try and get through 10.75 meters and may even post up a better than average score at 41 off or 10.25 meters. But it's all on him. It's all on his shoulders. He's just got to execute.
He has to work on moving with the ski more at the end of the turn. You don't want to get stuck there. You don't want to overshoot with the turn. You want to keep on going towards the wakes. So you make the most of the speed you have to cover as much distance as possible. That's why Charlie's so good. You know, even when he doesn't have the line, Charlie Ross, even when he doesn't have the line, he travels towards the wakes and covers as much space possible before reconnecting with the boat, and that's key to his great slaloming.
All right, yes, indeed. We mentioned Charlie Ross, one of the top juniors in the world, has made numerous excursions into 41 off and just not getting the balance really on.
He tried
10.75 meters and ends up with 2 1/2 for his final score. That pretty much eliminates him from future contention. Got the start, but then handle came up high, and then he was just off balance into number 3, and then tried to make it up with some change of position, and just wasn't quite working out for him. That was Tom Paul with 2.5 on 10.75 meters.
Now we'll have Corey Vaughn. Unusually low in the seating.
But he could be a wild card here, providing that he can get through the some of the earlier passes necessary to challenge the top scorers right now. He's certainly capable of it.
He can easily run into deep 41.
All right, so looking at our leaderboard there briefly, let's have a look and see what Corey Vaughn can do. Rolls in, coming to us out of Bumpus in Virginia in the United States, running through 13 meters. Has placed on the podium at a number of Waterski Pro Tour events in the past season or so, and doing a great job there. Haven't seen too much of him in the early part of this Waterski Pro Tour season. A lot of commitments have come his way that needs his attention, such as the one-year-old offspring, the running of the ski score, and all that entails. So working our way through this event. And Tony Leifert, he's Matteo Yanni.
Nice to be here with you, Tony.
Indeed, indeed. In this beautiful, beautiful weather here in northern part of Italy, in the region of Lombardy.
Slightly too hot at the moment. Uncomfortably so.
Well, it was about 120 degrees, 112 degrees where I came from in Louisiana. So this is, I wouldn't say cooler, just a little milder.
Yeah, but I'm Italian. I'm softer, so I'm not used to that.
Okay, we'll leave that as it is. We've got 12 meters for Corey Vaughn, which should be an easy enough pass for him to get situated with. And nicely done. Round all 6 buoys.
That was a walk in the park.
A walk in the park, indeed, for Corey Vaughn.
He's one of those skiers that have higher stance on the ski compared to others in this field. He never really goes down on his legs in the change of edge. He tries to maintain his upper stance and use that to get shot up by the boat. Going to the next buoy. As we said before, he ran 41 off. He's capable, at least in, but he has the potential, he has the capabilities of running 6 buoys of 41. Our best score now is 5 at 41 by Will.
All right, let's see what we've got here. Corey Vaughn.
38 off.
Indeed, you are right. This is 38 off, 11.25 meters. A little bit behind the ski off number 1 and number 2, but managing to compensate by staying on the line a little bit longer into the turns.
That was easy.
For the remainder of that pass. So 11.25 meters. In pretty darn good shape there. That is Corey Vaughn.
Tony, I have a renewed respect for you. I've been here for how long? 6 hours, 7 hours?
Something like that, yeah.
I'm dying. I mean, the heat, like sitting, my ankles are swollen, it's too hot. You are superhuman. I'm really uncomfortable.
Oh, don't
I'm not.
give me
I'm not
that.
used to. I cannot talk for this long. My head is foggy. And you keep at it for hours and hours. Hours and hours for days. It's unbelievable.
Oh, don't give me that. It's embarrassing.
Congratulations, dude. I mean, you're superhuman. I kind of lost my will to live at the moment. I'll try. I need something to eat.
Okay, all right, then
sugar.
grab yourself something to eat. Freddie's going to step in here for a little bit. Yeah, okay. Shirt. Yeah, put your shirt on. Go on there, Freddie. Come on.
Come on. Don't be shy.
All right, then. So, whilst Matteo takes a little bit of time out to eat and hits the microphone switch, we've got Corey Vaughan at 10.75 meters. Oh, horrid number 1. Now let's see if he can make up for that lost ground on number 2. Yes, he can on buoy number 3. He's good to go round number 4. And I tell you what, even though he's out of practice, he certainly stays in shape and continues to roll at 10.75 meters. The man they call Mr. Peace, Love, and Water Skiing. It is Corey Vaughan. Joining me here in the announcing booth is Freddie Winter, and getting through 10.75 meters, Corey Vaughan, not the least bit surprising.
No, but you said he had a bad one. I was just putting
like
my
that.
shirt on at that time. It's not awful.
It's not awful, but it was not perfect either.
No. He's missing a bit of line out of the turns. Like he's not, he's not quite hooking up with the boat. Like when you get a good turn, it's that sort of seamless segue as you've been doing all morning with your announcements. From turn to lean, and he didn't quite have that. But still, he's in good shape, and he's into this. He needs 2, I imagine. Apologies, I didn't. What was the score we saw just a second ago?
So we've had scores from Thomas Paul with 2.5 at 10.75. He's eliminated. Robert Hazelwood got half at 10.25 meters. He's barely hanging on.
So he's put himself into a spot where if Corey gets a full 1 here, then Rob is out.
Yeah.
So in fact, a half would do. Whoa!
Wow. Is he getting in?
And just skiing.
That is amazing.
That was great.
That is amazing.
And he just shrugged that off.
I wonder if we're going to see that from a better angle, because I think the key part is something that the camera missed was the S-turn. I mean, he was nearly dying, and onside he's a righty. Onside S-turns are very, very hard.
He risked his life in this pool.
This is a guy that he doesn't mess around. Look at that, he's in trouble. Outside of Roy, that's a great S-turn, and he's took a hit, and he's put himself in the nice spots. He's up there with Florian, Brando, Dane.
As you said, probably those are worth 2 extra buoys.
Yeah.
That is worth at least 2 extra buoys.
So
4?
From 3rd to last.
Up to 2nd. No, sorry, 3rd.
4th.
Yes, sorry. 3rd best score, yeah, absolutely.
Look at that.
Now let's have a look and see if he actually gets the full 3.
No, he did 100%.
Of course he did.
Yeah, there you go, 100%.
By a foot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Or by 9 feet less than 10.
Or 30 centimeters.
Yeah. Well, are we doing skier of the day yet? Are we talking about that yet? Is that inappropriate? Because I mean,
that's appropriate.
Corey, that was a heroic S-turn, and then Gina had hers. I think those are the 2 people so far I would pick out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ski of the day actually starts tomorrow. But if you seriously want Corey Vaughan to be part of that equation, yeah, by all means.
He's a candidate with this.
Yes. And don't forget, we've got opportunities for you to win a slalom ski, courtesy of D3 or Connolly, which the entries for that have closed, unfortunately. But if your entries are already in, just make sure you stay tuned tomorrow to see if you've won that D3 or Connolly slalom ski.
I had a text 2 days ago from a chap I know from Vermont, and he told me, he's like, right, no pressure, but I've got you on the podium this weekend, so you need to win me a ski. And I said, I'm sorry, my friend, but you've already lost that. So, yeah, poor him. I wonder, you can't enter twice, can you, either? So he really ruined his chances.
You can kind of insider trade this.
Yeah.
You could tell him not to bet on you because you weren't skiing.
Yeah.
There's a way to game it.
Well, that's obviously my aim here, is to just to screw up the audience prize, you know. So yeah. Unfortunately,
you're in cahoots with someone who's gonna win a ski because you're not skiing.
And whoever wins is someone that didn't think I would get the podium. So so not happy with them.
They don't deserve a ski, actually.
All right, then, fourth skier out, Nicholas Nelson.
Nicholas Nelson is a great skier and a very nice chap, but unfortunately he's a Liverpool fan.
What?
Yeah, fan of Liverpool. He told me that, and I was...
Seriously?
Yeah, I was appalled. Sorry. We watched it was at a tournament earlier this year. He and I were watching he and I were watching the FA Cup final between Chelsea and Liverpool. And unfortunately Liverpool won that. Well, that was sort of a lesser of two evils kind of thing. I mean, that was pick your poison. Anyway.
West Ham had a good season.
Probably. I don't really remember. Oh, David Moyes. Anyway.
Yes, indeed.
Football talk.
I have no idea what you're talking about, guys.
Soccer.
Well, let's talk about football, shall we?
Soccer. So, Nicholas, what did he run in the first round? I'm sorry, I don't have the score in front of me.
Okay, the score that he produced earlier on today is 2 at 10.75 meters.
2 at 10.7. So, I guess, I think we didn't mention it, but Rob Hazelwood is out of the tournament.
That's correct.
Corey put him out. So that's rough for him. But Corey will be happy, of course, to
to have a shot, because it's not given.
No, for sure. But I mean, he's up there in the places. I mean, and he flew in from another continent this week, and this is a worldwide sport, and it's a big deal to make these trips. They're expensive. You're really putting a lot of money on the line and time away from work. He runs a very successful ski school up there in Virginia. I've been there a number of times. It's fantastic. I'm happy. I do like to see the people that make the effort. It's like when you see Bayer go over for the Swiss Pro. You're always happy to see people that made the effort to go across. You don't want, you feel bad for them to have their trip in vain. So I was very happy to see her do well in the Swiss Pro earlier this year. And Corey is staying around. He'll do Greece next weekend. He's, I think, doing Norway the weekend after.
So he's staying for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
nice.
So and that we are so grateful as skiers to all the people that put on tournaments. It's amazing. Hard work. You don't get much love, really. Yeah. Matteo is this weekend. George Hadzis next weekend. Lars Ola the following weekend. He's here, actually. I haven't seen him yet.
Not only the tournaments, everything that is around it. Just the dinner last night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Such a big event.
It's the coolest dinner of the year, actually. Yeah. I was sad to miss that.
You'll be here next year.
I hope so. All right. Nicholas Nelson, 11 meters. He does run this. He ran 2 at 10.75 earlier, and I think he's he can definitely do it. He's a good skier, lefty, in a rubber boot, I think. Is that right? Our screen's a little bit.
Yep, rubber boot
overshadowed. But yeah, I mean it's funny. You see these. It's Nicholas he'd be 18, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And
he could ski in the junior division. He probably decided to ski in the pro division.
Yeah, and then you've got Jaime, also skiing a rubber boot. So
there is a resurgence.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's a resurgence.
Skiers.
Yeah, probably the legacy of Nate kind of skiing on it for so long, and it does seem that all the rubber boots are, they're D3 boots.
There's something to it. I mean, with rubber boots, you feel the ski with the bottom of your foot.
Yeah.
With hard shells, it's more of a feel with the side of your foot. It's
with your ankle more,
with your ankle, with your shin, and it's different. When I tried to go back and ski rubber, I really couldn't. I felt naked. I couldn't run 46 kilometers an hour at 18 meters.
That's really funny. With which type of boot?
With the rubber one.
With was a D3 was a Wiley.
It was a D3, yeah.
Funny. Well, let's watch him at 10.75 here.
First at the 10.75.
Father Arturo, I don't know if he's here actually. Really nice chap. I've gone over and skied with him before in Mexico. Let's see. 1. That's a good 1. Let's see about 2. He's not in the best shape, but he should get around 3. No, doesn't look super happy.
Probably tying his score from the second round with 2.
Yeah, but you get the impression that he was kind of... I mean, it was a good 1. A little slow on the gate. What do you think?
Well, I cannot see from here. Is there a spot on our screen, or it's
yeah,
just
there's
on my
something
eyes?
funny going on.
Okay,
Maybe it's overheating in the Italian sun.
No, he didn't get it.
No.
So again 2, like in the previous round, which is an amazing score.
Yeah, it's a great score
for a skier his age. I mean, he's an amazing skier.
And I think, again, I remember when Matteo first was putting on this tournament, it was in 2014. Benny Stadelbauer and I were sitting in, I think, a Buffalo Wild Wings in Canada for the Canadian Open or the Mastercraft Shootout, whatever it was called at that time, sometime in July. And Matteo was like, so are you guys coming to the San Gervasio Pro Am? And I said, well, I've got university. And he looked at me and he said, Freddie, I know you don't care about university, and I know you care about water skiing, so come and support my tournament. So of course, I can't remember if I changed my flight or if I hadn't booked one yet, but I missed the first week of school back in Monroe and came to the tournament. But I remember at that time when he was pitching the tournament to me, he said, this is not just for you, this is not for the current crop of skiers, it's for the next generation. He said, we've got great skiers coming up. This was in 2014, so 8 years ago. Nicholas is an example of that. From those days, Brando started doing that tournament. Robert Pagozzi, who's now kind of a big name. So Nicholas Nelson, Jaime Palomino, and the junior head-to-head there's a lot coming through, which I think we're not seeing at other tournaments in the same way. It was really cool. Botas last week had women for the first time.
Yeah.
Had tricks.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all expanding.
It's expanding.
Yeah. So Benny. What did Benny do? He fell around 3 at 39 in the first round. Yeah, I remember that. It was a bit strange.
2.5 at 39 off.
Yeah. I think he had a slightly weird result at Botas last week.
In the last few tournaments.
He ran like 2 at 41 in the first round, and then so missed 11 in the second round there. But
he falls in that category of people I was saying, people that want to know more, so they fool around, they try new things, they think a lot about their technique, and it's hard to ski that way. It's more fulfilling, one might say, because understanding what you're doing is crucial to enjoy what you do.
Well, and I think sometimes also there's an itch you want to scratch. Like what if that's the magic bullet? What if that's the thing? And so you put your fin on backwards and then cut your ski in half and it doesn't work, and you go, well, okay, back to the drawing board.
Back at 35 off.
35 off. 12 meters. Benny looking good. There was a very pretty video I saw of him skiing the other day with the sun setting behind. We're going to be getting into this evening. There's going to start being a sun issue going down this lake. We are facing towards the west as we go down the lake. So we have seen in the past, controversially, there was a rerun given for sun for one person, and then it wasn't given for the next person when presumably the sun was lower. So
theoretically, it could make sense. Just like on paper, it could make sense because the sun, moved. So
it moved with the clouds or something like that. But I mean, I think that I've never seen one given apart from that time. I think there was a few ruffled feathers on the dock. We won't name any names.
If you want, I can. I'm a free spirit.
Yeah. Maybe.
But I wasn't there. I don't remember. If I did, I would have named name.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because the next skier goes out and doesn't do so well and asks for a reride and is not given it, and it was just like, well, hang on a second, what's going on here?
One, I understand. Yeah, that's bad.
All right, Benjamin Stadelbauer, 3 passes in right now. His third pass coming up. 11.25 meters, critical to any hopes of participating in the head-to-head portion of the competition. Here he comes.
He's a very narrow start.
Yeah, he kind of gets out there on the gate and he glides for quite a while, but sometimes drifts back. We saw that. That's why I think he went wrong in the first round, right? We saw his narrow gate, which kind of ended up with a bad one. But that's a good pass.
That's something Andy did. He kind of had quite narrow gates sometimes.
And then you can see, I mean, how much Benny's style has been influenced by Andy. I mean, that low handle, the sort of, the drop of the shoulder.
The offside pull resembles him a lot.
Yeah.
Resembles him a lot. Even Will fooled around with narrow gates for a bit.
Yeah. I've never fooled around with a narrow gate. Well, I did a one-hand gate for a while, so I guess it was probably narrower than most. But
you were influenced by us doing the shitty one-handed gates in the beginning of the 2000s.
I've run a lot of my best scores with the one-handed gate. I've got to say, I think there's space for it.
But by the end of your career with a one-handed gate, you weren't actually doing a one-handed gate. It wasn't like a late start, like you at the pre-gate pulling out. It was more like
back of the boat pre-gates.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was somewhat of a hybrid, but it was
a hybrid. Yeah. The hardcore one-handed gates. I pulled out when I was the pre-gate.
Yeah, no, crazy. I saw Marcus Brown posted his video when he won the US Open a few years ago, pitch black, Disney, four-boy course, and he's pulling out and he was like, what on earth is going on? It just looks so rushed and crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Benny must run this. He's going to want a wide gate. Does he get one? He didn't get it last time.
This is a must pass.
A little slow again, I feel like.
It can work, though.
Okay. He's around 2, and that's a lot better. He's in way better shape now than he was before. He's over the front a little bit, but I think he should be all right. Come on, Benny. Big 4. Great 4. A lot of speed out of that.
Good.
Come on, mate.
Good.
Good hook up there.
Okay. All right, so who's in danger? Matteo Lazzeri, presumably. Matteo is now in 8th. So with 1.5. So Benny needs 1.5. Well, he really needs 2, because if he gets 1.5, then Matteo's really got to screw up in this next round to get a worse backup score. So really, Benny needs 2, and of course that'll put him in a tie for 4th. But Benny, unfortunately, he doesn't have a good backup. His 2.5 at 39 is not a good backup. It's not a safe backup at all. So ideally, he gets around 3.
Let's not forget we have Tigas.
Yeah, Thomas. There's very. I mean, a lot of those kind of like Rob, Corey,
Jacob.
Yeah, exactly, Jacob. That was a strange one from him. A lot of good skiers. John Travers. Did 6. Parsons.
Well, Travers would.
He was 6th. He got 6 at 39.
6 at 39.
Yeah. So he's. I mean, you put money on him running. A handful of those guys running 39 next round. So Benny's got to get a full 2 here, I reckon, to be in with a shout, and even that's not for sure. Again, we talked about the backups. It could come down to 2 with a backup.
Yeah.
Is that what we're going to see? Anyway, big fan of Benny, so hopefully see how he goes. It's a good one.
Okay.
Come on, turn the hell out of it.
Has to manage it. And he's in.
That will be 2.
I give that a 2.
Yeah, that's a 2.
So he got around the 2. He was probably well aware that he didn't get the best of starts, including having to stay wide on the gates prior to number 1.
But a lot better than Corey Vaughan's start.
Absolutely.
And actually, he was later out the exercise than Corey Vaughan.
Figured that the gig was up around about here, so the best he could do was an S-turn. And
the S-turn is hard on the onside. I mean, he definitely got it, I would say, but
it's not hard. Why do some people think it's hard? It's not hard.
My offside S-turn is disgusting. My onside S-turn. My offside S-turn is good. I would put that up against most people's, but my onside S-turn is.
Marina says the same thing.
Yeah.
That's the onside one is harder.
She sounds smart.
Well, you got me there. I cannot say that she's not, because it'd be a terrible evening for me if I do.
Yeah, you're definitely playing above your weight on that one.
That's what's good about these big torpedo boys, the ones that go straight up. You can really see if the skier goes inside of it or not. So 2 confirmed, so he's in equal 4th. An interesting one. So that puts Matteo provisionally out unless he improves.
Exactly.
just had a text from my dear friend Steve Glanfield telling me that he definitely didn't put me on the podium. So, thanks, mate. Rough stuff.
I know. I wonder who he has on the podium then.
I don't know. He's obviously a man of poor taste, so.
Well.
So Benny is tied for fourth. He'll be happy with that. Yeah, I mean he didn't look so good in the first round, but here he's tightened it up and he's done maybe not what he needed to do to make it safe, but what he needed to do to have a shout. So we're gonna see who comes next. It's Edo Morenzi next.
Edo Morenzi, yes.
Yeah. And he probably, I think it's fair to probably say that he probably skied more to his level, whereas Benny was below it. So, you know, like I said, we've had a few, you know, Rob Hazelwood, obviously, Corey Vaughan, Benny. These guys have skied below their level in the first round. They've kind of skied close to their level or more at their level in the second round. So, yeah.
So, Eduardo Morenzi, a member of the all-conquering two-time back-to-back NCWSA National Collegiate Team Champions, the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette.
8 times champions, is that right?
Yeah, more than that, I believe.
8, or maybe 9.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Against?
There.
20?
29.
29, okay.
29 is quite a lot more than 9, isn't it?
I have to run the numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we're doing it less than 100, it would be like... I got 91 off.
Notwithstanding all of that, we've got Eduardo Morenzi through the opening pass. 6 buoys there on 13 meters.
Quarto di corte.
I remember I sat here last year with you guys and watched Edo for the first time. You know, certainly in any detail. And I remember thinking, wow, this guy can really slalom ski. I think he's sort of more known as a trick skier.
Yeah. And moreover, as an overall competitor as well, because, I mean, he placed on the podium at the U21 Worlds.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Matej, because, I mean, I remember just being impressed. I mean, he had a couple things that he could do different, but I thought the basis was, you know, was very, very good.
He's very light.
Yeah.
So he can get away with things that you probably wouldn't be able to get away with.
What are you saying?
He gets deep in the turn on 1-3. Well, on both sides actually.
Yeah.
At the end of the turn, you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you're too heavy for that. You have to pay attention.
Brutal.
Well, I'm not dismissing your abilities. I'm just stating physical facts.
He's being realistic.
Yeah. I'm not insulting you. I'm just describing you.
Biological field notes.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty deep.
I mean, you cannot turn like that hard. Not that you want to.
No. But he's pretty organised through the wakes. I like his edge changes.
Yeah.
But you can see the sun. Again, I'm not sure if she starts screen, but you can see the sun's coming down behind. The guys at the end who are potentially going to be chasing the 3s and 4s at 10.25, or even the guys that the Matteo Lazzeri, who now needs to move into get his full 2 at 10.25 to have a chance. He's going to have some sun. Ironically, the organizer is the scheduler is going to was it hoisted by his own petard? Is that what you?
Well, if he asks for a runoff, that's going to cascade.
Yeah.
Like a lot of run. Well, sorry, I'm asking for a rewrite. That's going to cascade a lot of rewrite.
I know. He'll just go in and be like, listen, guys, I'm just going to say I'm paying for your hotel rooms, and it's refundable. So, I mean, if you want to stay somewhere tonight.
Actually, that's one of my favourite songs from the Beatles, from John Lennon. Here Comes the Sun.
Here comes the sun.
Do-do-do-do.
Yeah. We got to that point.
Yeah.
We've started singing, guys. The heat's getting to us.
You weren't here. I was just saying that I'm astonished by Tony's abilities to stay here like for days on
unbelievable
hours and hours.
World Championships did like 7 straight days. It was never ending.
That's insane. Eduardo Morenzi back at 38. That was deep on one.
Needed a big old shovel to get himself out of that hole.
And he's riding that Neo. It's a great ski. I spent some time on it earlier this year, but it's aggressive. You know, the nose comes through pretty aggressive. So he's gonna get those big turns. And if that's what he likes, that's why he's on that ski.
Yeah.
All right, continuing to roll right along. Because I've done the sponsors 4 times for each of the days that we've done tournaments for so far.
All right, so Edo has run his 13, his run is 12, and his run is 11. He's coming in at 10.75 or 39 off. He ran 2.5
in the first round, yes.
2.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting that he was seated above Benny if they had the same score. Funny enough.
That's weird.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Anyway. All right, let's see. He's going to come in at 10.75, and he's going to probably get a big one, I would imagine.
Where
it is a pretty big one.
That was good.
Oh, he's going to get his big 3. Come on, mate.
Come on.
Oh. S turns 4. And that's probably about par for him, I would imagine.
That's a good result. I mean,
Yeah.
he's capable of running 39, but that's a good result. Yeah,
I believe you, but he's probably, yeah. We're hearing it might be a PB.
I don't speculate on this. I don't know. It could be.
You only speak in truths, in 100%.
What is truth?
And there was a bit.
So we've got 2 people in the booth in the back office, telling the admin staff telling us that we've got a PB. That's good. That's great. Well, I mean, that's what the San Gervasio Pro Am is for. You know, if he's not going to make it in the final, he might as well get a PB. So congratulations to him. That's probably pushed him up a little bit. A little shrug of the shoulders there, pretty nonchalant. I mean, he's like, that's a PB.
Yeah, like
whatevs.
Whatevs. He's part of the all-conquering Raging Cajuns. He's used to winning. So I mean, he's just not
for 2 full years.
Yeah, for 2 whole years. He's not. He's not used to like not making finals or whatever. You know, the Raging Cajuns.
All we do is win, win, win.
Yeah. Well, all you do is win, win.
Yeah.
There's no third win. You got to earn that third win, Tony. You got to be able to. You got to go back and do it another one.
Well, I was actually referring to the events rather than the actual team overall title within that context.
All right. So our skier of the day from last year, Nicholas Benatti, he was an absolute hero. He came second in the San Gervasio Pro Am 2021, the only event in Europe that year. And he famously, it was him versus Benny Stadelbauer in a head-to-head, and Benny ran 5. It was a sort of strange one with Benny. Like he kind of came into 5, and was sort of in decent shape, and then Nicholas got close to a PB or right at his PB. He ran a 5.5. It was incredible.
And you know what? In amongst all of this, and we've been asking for comments and reaction to the skiing on the water, but you know what's had the most comments and reaction so far?
Is it everyone saying how great the Warhawks are compared to the Raging Cajuns?
No, not even close. It's about my reference to "Here Comes the Sun." It was actually written by George Harrison instead of John Lennon.
The best Beatle.
Yeah, I bet indeed.
Yeah, I was having that argument. No one says that. Not one person says that. Yeah, everyone was going on about Paul McCartney last week, and I'm like, why would I want to see the 3rd best Beatle at Glastonbury? I mean, it's not interesting.
Anyway. Yeah, he courted a bit of controversy last week, didn't he?
Did he?
I think so, from what I heard. Anyway.
Coming back at 12.
Oh wow, he did the same thing last year. I remember. God, he's prone to doing that, just sort of dropping that shoulder. But that's better. He gave a great interview last year because it was the day after Switzerland had beaten. It was the week that Switzerland had beaten France in the Euro Cup last year, and he said something like, You know, I'm not the best slalom skier in the world, but as we saw this, I'm a football fan. As we saw this week that Switzerland can beat France, and today I'm Switzerland. Yeah, it was a wonderful moment actually.
Today I'm Switzerland. He's a super cool dude.
Yeah, another organizer here, right?
Yeah.
He got a very good view of his bindings there around one ball.
Yeah, his head was nearly underwater.
He had to check them. You know.
Yeah, just check the screws.
Check the screws.
What tightness is my reflex binding on?
Yeah. Is it on 8?
Oh, 8.
8 is too hard.
8's
a little soft.
No. I don't. I'm on like 5 and a bit.
Yeah, 5 and a bit.
Yeah.
You want to make sure it releases.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday.
Otherwise, you might as well just have a rubber binding, as we've talked about all day.
Yeah, it's true. Coming back at 38 off. Bit of sun.
Yeah, it's going to have some glare. I wonder how bad it is out there for the boys. It's actually not so bad looking at it down the lake. Maybe the camera makes it look a touch worse, but there will be something, and it's certainly. Oh, wow, is that the same thing?
Drops in. It's kind of the same problem Florian Barth has.
Aggressive,
especially in that 135, which is offside for Nicholas in the onside.
And definitely doesn't want to be a flash in the pan, No.
But a student, he told me, he was at Gina's wedding a couple of weeks ago, and we were over dinner and a few beers. He was analysing. Wow, look at that!
The
That's
fin
incredible.
was out of the water.
The whole ski was out of the water. It's incredible. I feel like he did that last year as well. He was analysing my performance at Swiss versus my performance at Lake 38, and he's telling me, like, the nose of the ski was doing this coming in at Swiss, but it wasn't doing this, and you should, you were better at Swiss. And I was like, wow, this guy watches. He doesn't sort of just. It's not in the background. He's watching it.
Not only him, his father is a great coach.
Yeah.
And he analyzes.
Yeah.
Like ad nauseam every tournament.
Which probably why he's a successful trick skier, because you've got to be that analytical.
Yeah.
I mean, that would. I get sick of analysing 6 boys. I mean, imagine like the infinite tricks you can do. God.
And I'm slowly coming to the realization that I'm doing the podcast on the wrong subject. I'm still getting messages through about the Beatles.
Presumably everyone's agreeing that George Harrison's the best Beatle.
Yeah.
Right?
39.
Anyway, 39 off, 10.75.
Let's have a look and see Nicholas Bonatti.
The only
that
time,
was good.
Much better one. Come on, Nicholas. He's actually doing well here. Come on, mate. Come on. Big turn. He's got to
blade on 4.
Come on, outside of 5.
He's trying to get.
I'm not sure he got that. He's let go.
Probably is going to be 4.
4. Did he run 4 in the previous round?
He ran 2.5.
Oh, 2.5. Okay.
Yeah, there were quite a few with 2.5. No, this is not going to be useful to advance into the final. So, unfortunately, it was a hard thing to do for him, especially because after recovering with his shoulder injury, he didn't ski much.
No, that was very sad. He's like I say,
very sad last year. Didn't do worlds,
and you especially as a trick skier. It's kind of what I always say. Like for me as a slalom skier, I can train and I can justify training. I train really hard and I work really hard, and we all do. But you have this year 17 events.
Yeah.
Like that.
And tricks, you don't have that many.
2,
yeah.
2, 3. So if to miss one of them is such a huge percentage of my, like I'm missing this tournament. I missed last weekend. That's okay. It sucks. It's going to be 15% of my season. But there's going to be more.
Yeah.
And I'll enjoy those. But I mean, you miss one event as a trick skier, you've missed a third of your season. It's just not right.
Pity, yeah.
Which, funny enough, and that's something I can't get my head around is, why? Because trick skiing is the easiest event to put on. And I believe it's because the trick scoring is so convoluted, and the fact there's nothing really happening until 40 minutes after the thing finishes.
I think they're kind of fixing it. They're trying with the new app that basically allows the judges to basically say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, and have a score ready at the end of the run.
But then you still have the 40 minutes of trick sheets, whatever you want to call it, where there's no. I mean, I watched
the 30-minute scoring period.
Yeah, the bit when like all the trick skiers run in with their aunts,
Entourage.
their dog walker, their hairdresser, and they all shout, and it just seems a bit unnecessary. So I mean, like, that takes, you wouldn't have a football match where it's like, oh, okay, guys, we're gonna wait here for 30 minutes and then decide who won. I mean, it takes all the interest out. So I think trick skiing it's underappreciated right now. It's such an interesting event.
It's so difficult
So
to
difficult.
learn those things. I mean, it's underappreciated. You're right.
And look at like Joel Poland and Pato and these guys.
It's
they're
amazing
doing
what they do.
insane things, and it's not seeing enough. It was cool, really cool. They did it at Botas last week. I think there's a big future in trick skiing, but they need to get the format right because 2 20-second runs of like awesome tricks is great. But it's not.
My other controversial take. One was the gate. The other is going back to sheets.
Yeah.
Going back to sheets makes everything simpler.
You've
Judging.
thought of that for longer than I can think of it
Or you
now.
can provide more sheets, like 2-3 different.
You mean having a definitive run ahead of time?
So, and you tell right before you start which one you're going to do. And that makes it so much faster and easier
For the judges?
to judge.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Aaron Davies.
12 meters.
12 meters, yeah. A British skier.
On the Raging Cajun Waterski team.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, he's also a champion in that he won the British Nationals last year. He at his home site, I think it's still his home site of Oxford in England. Steve Glanfield is watching, who runs that place. They had a Nationals there, and Aaron had been working there all summer.
He comes from the beautiful city of Bolton.
That's right. And he went out, and Rob Hazelwood had run 1 at 10.25, and Aaron went out, ran 3.
Wow.
And was like apparently crushing. Like 1 and 2 were 10 out of 10 out of 10, and took the British title with an equal PB.
Wow.
A lot of people were very happy to see that. He's a good guy. His dad's here. His dad's homologating, funny enough.
Really?
Yep.
And Aaron Davies, he's a member of Team Top Banana.
Team Top Banana.
What's this Top Banana thing?
Oh yes, it's a collection of skiers who have.
It's not like an NFT.
No, no.
It's just a saying. If you say something's good, you're like, oh, Top Banana. It's like
Banana?
it's sort of a knowingly nerdy thing to say.
It's a slang term.
Yeah.
Top Banana.
Yeah. Who else is on Team Top Banana, Tony?
Well, Aaron Davies. We got a couple of folks at Bennett's who are definitely a part of that realm.
What does being in Team Top Banana entail? Would you put a banana skin on your head, for instance?
No, you just eat a banana, I guess.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Not a high
I'm doing it wrong.
entry.
I'm doing it wrong then.
You're doing it wrong. For those that can't see, Matteo has a banana on his head. That is not a good boy 3-turn, sorry, but he's going to make it work.
It's fine, it's fine.
He's dropping the shoulder. He came to ski with me last year and a half ago or something like that, and he does sort of have that slightly Benny Stadelbauer-esque like sort of rotation of the head and the inside shoulder quite aggressively around the back end of 1, 3, and 5. So just watch this here, and I think you'll see it. He comes in, and then it's like, the head almost over-rotates.
Over-rotates.
Yeah.
He's not looking at 2, he's looking like at the gate.
Yeah. He's turning backwards, and I think that probably puts him a little bit off balance.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an interesting move.
Have you ever tried changing where you look at?
Yeah,
in
it's
the turn?
very hard. I actually try it every winter because I know that I want to get my vision across earlier.
I tried. It's impossible. Yeah, to me, it was impossible.
It's very hard because you just
like forcing myself to look at something that I wasn't used to.
Yeah,
it was impossible.
Yeah, it's hard work, but really important. I mean, like that, and that's where you'll see some of the skiers. I'm thinking, Whitney McClintock, Britt Baldwin, Nate Smith, Taylor Garcia, and Dorian Llewellyn, like kind of freaky. Like they look so early in front of their offside. So they know, and that just there's no way it doesn't give you better vision. I think this is 10.75 coming into the course, and Aaron Davies must run this to have a chance.
Kind of slow in that gate.
1's not bad. 2's good. He's in good shape here. Come on, Aaron. He might change edge a little bit quickly there, but he's going to pull long to 4 and turn big, and I think he's going to be in good shape at 5. And will he get it? Big, strong guy.
Kind of wiggled. Slightly.
You've seen issues with that, but I think he got it.
Yeah.
And you know what that deserves? Top Banana.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly, look at that.
We understood. Whatever. Yeah.
So, I mean, he was in it all the way, and I think he hasn't run too many 10.75s. And yeah, see that really quick edge change. You don't want to be doing that because it just puts you off balance. But he got away with it, pulled really long to 4, and he's strong. I mean, this guy's Knox. Big 4, and then 5 was not so good, but he made it work. Let's see, did he get around it? That's probably going to be a thing that.
Well, if you can tell,
I can't tell from
You
here.
should give it.
Hopefully there's a good video of it somewhere.
All right, continue to roll along. We've got Aaron Davies getting ready for 41 off 10.25 meters, realistically needing to get at least 2 and then maybe a little bit more to put himself in a position where he could potentially advance out of this round through to the head-to-head matchups.
This is going to be an interesting one, actually, because I mean, I can't see. This screen is slightly in the sun, so we don't have the best view of it. But
and looks like we had a flash up there that says a score under review right now. That's why the boat's taking a while before it gets back into the course.
Just waiting for that sun to set a little bit.
Yeah. Tony Lightfoot here with Freddie Winter and Matteo Yanni, providing commentary right here at San Gervasio.
I wonder if we'll probably just pull up a replay here in a second. I think that the judges are looking at this one very closely because, of course, it makes a big difference. I mean, Aaron's capable of getting 2 at 10, always capable of getting 3. He has done it before, so this is a big call, actually, in the context of the tournament. Of course, you know, it's not just final places we're talking about here. There's points. Points go down to 12th spot. So I think, you know, if he gets the 6 at 10.75 and then is able to get on to 10.2, whatever he does, he'll be in the points. So I wonder what's going to happen here. I think it's going to be tight. Final score of 5, apparently.
5?
Yeah, he's going to be pretty upset there, I think.
Hey, if they've taken that long to decide, then there's. Oh.
Probably meant room for formal protest.
I mean, he's able to.
Dad, get your cash out.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
Controversy.
Yeah.
Dan, get your cash out. Well.
Yeah, we're going to be here for
That'll be interesting because, yeah, I mean, of course, if they change the score, then it gets really awkward. I think they'll run skiers until, you know, because the score has been officially given. So they'll keep running skiers,
yeah.
And then he might be able to go. The problem is the pressure is on the judges here to not give the score because it changes so much. Then he has to go back out. Presumably the review, even if it's successful, will take 20 minutes. Then he's entitled to a warm-up pass. So he'll be able to do a warm-up pass. They'll drive him up the far end of the lake. They'll drive him back towards us at any line length he wants. He doesn't have to run it. And then he'll be able to have his shot at 10.25. So he's at a massive disadvantage, even if it's a successful protest. But also the judges don't want that to happen because it's going to waste time. They're up against daylight and all sort of stuff. So it's going to be an interesting call. Hard for us to tell if he got around it or not. That, like I say, our view is not perfect.
Skier on the water now from Sweden is Jakob Bonja.
Jacob with my shorts. He's my representative today.
We talked extensively about how good his skis.
Yeah, no, he's really good. It was a strange old deal. In the first round, he was kind of in it, like looked really good through 11, and then had a bit of a duff boy too. Couldn't really make it work. He was sort of just falling out the back on his onside.
He managed to fix his pool going to 2 and 4. I remember Thomas sending me videos like a few years back, definitely not recently, and saying, yeah, what can we do about Jacob's offside? And it's probably something he talked to you about as well, because he felt like he didn't pull properly going to 2 and 4.
Yeah, I think he was sort of just he said that he just felt like he always had his feet out in front. He was kind of like, you know, loading a little bit through the wrong arm. So I think he's just got his pressure more on the left arm going towards his left.
Yeah.
So he's kind of, you know, riding more in the middle of the ski, so he can kind of stay over it through the edge change. But he's really improved, and he's really enjoyed the ski he's on. I saw him his first few sets on that ski, the white radar, which is one of the better looking skis ever probably, and he wasn't, you know, he took him a little while, but then he came back about a week later and he's like, my God, this thing is awesome. So he's a radar guy. He's a great skier.
Okay, and it looks like Aaron Davies is about to file a formal protest with the officials. He's going down to the tower right now.
He got the money out.
He got the money out, yeah. Well, he was obviously very certain that he'd done it. It's just rough. I mean, you know, but the good thing is there's good video of it, so there should be something definitive, and you know, even if he didn't get it, there's obviously a reason they didn't give it to him, so they'll be able to show him why they didn't give it to him, and so he should end up satisfied.
But it's kind of tricky with getting inside or outside, especially in lighting conditions like this, because if you don't see the buoy and you see nothing, you go like, well, you don't see anything, so we might as well give it to the skier. But if you get inside the buoy, you're not supposed to see anything.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it is tricky, but that's why TWBC, all the camera angles, good high quality video.
Yeah, that makes a big difference.
It makes a huge difference. And we saw it at Swiss. You know, there was various scores at Swiss which were like would never have been changed a few years ago. Like I think
usually the cameras on the boat from the judging, they're not as high quality as this. So this can be the discriminating evidence between getting the fair scoring or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jacob, 11 meters. Super nice guy, Jacob. Quite good at darts. Played him at darts a few times with our friend Thomas Gustafsson. Yeah, he's decent. He'll win the odd game here and there.
He has long arms.
Yeah, he does. Long arms and coordination.
That was easy.
That was very easy. Yeah, like I say, I mean, I'm unafraid to be biased because, you know, there's some people I want to go through, and I'm a big fan of Jacob. He's a good guy, and I hope he runs this next pass.
Yeah, me too. He's a really nice guy.
He's going to Greece next weekend, so he'll be, you know, he's doing a few of these tournaments. I'm not sure. I don't think he made it to Botas last weekend, but I
don't think he wasn't. I think he wasn't there.
Yeah, but he's going to Greece, and he's going to go to the World Games actually to represent Sweden.
Oh, nice.
In Alabama.
Hosting an international event like the World Games.
The World Games, yeah. It's crazy, right?
It's like an oxymoron.
Why is that? You want to explain that?
Without offending the whole of the entire state of Alabama.
No, I'm not. Great people in Alabama, but you know, it's a locals state. It's
a fairly insular state. All right, let's see this. Okay, so come on, Jacob. It's an okay one. He's a little bit he tripped over his feet a little bit. 2's good. Come on, mate. 3. I think he's doing all right here. I think he'll get it if he gets the 4. 5. Come on, buddy. And that's it. And that's enough. And that's a definitive 6, I would say. No controversy there. So again, we're looking at a guy who's got a pretty good offside. So I reckon he'll get 2. I think he can get 2.
It's on the light. I mean, looking back, doesn't seem that bad, but we are not looking through the same angle.
Yeah, we're not looking down the lake. I mean, we're not looking across the lake, I guess.
Across the lake with the same angle that they actually do.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the upshot is if he gets 2, then his backup score is a 3.5. So I mean, he's, you know, that you'd think that the guys that have 2 so far will probably beat that. But I'd say, you know, he definitely wants a 2. If he can get a 2.25, that's definitely what he should do.
You have Tigas, you have Nick Parsons, you have John, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
Matteo, Carlo. So you have a lot of great skiers able to run 2 or 3.
here we go.
Come on, Jacob. The sun is right in his eyes, it looks like. I mean, look at that white Swedish skin being hit with that sun. Come on, mate, let's see it. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks.
Let's see at the replay exactly what.
I think did you think he jumped on the front? Looked to me like he was a little slow. He got out there maybe a little narrow and he jumped on the front and the tail popped out. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, he came so far.
That's, you hate to see it. I mean,
so what's the final score there? Half a buoy at 10-2?
That's a half, yeah.
At 10-2-5?
Yeah, so he moves above Rob Hazelwood, probably Rob's in 10th or 11th. Yeah. Well, that sucks. I was pulling for Jacob, one of the sports good guys for sure. Who do we have next?
So next on the water is going to be Nikolaus Attensen.
Oh, Nicky Asmussen, yeah. Well, one of the really good young guys in the sport.
Yeah.
This guy, he came he came third at the Junior World Championships last year. He ran like 2.5 or 3 at 39 to get in to get third. There was a runoff between Blaze Grubbs and Federico Jaramillo for the win. But yeah, Nicky, I mean, that was he's kind of had it rough a little bit. Like out here, he kind of dominated through the junior head-to-head until the final last year, and then didn't quite get it done. I feel like there was another time at like a Europeans or something that didn't quite go his way, but he's a good guy. I stayed with the Attensens last year in Austria, in Vienna. Mm-hmm. They have a ski lake out there, and we had a great tournament there. Good people, really nice family. We saw Philippa ski earlier in the head-to-head, and she's made the final tomorrow. Yeah. So, and Nicky, I mean, he's 18. I think he might just have turned 19, and he ran 4 at 39. I think he's going to be one of those guys. I mean, I remember a few years ago I met. I didn't meet them in Greece, but they were in Greece, and I was watching him ski, and I'm like, wow, this guy
skis good.
Yeah. And it was funny. He was on like a Maple T3, like just as they were like, and he couldn't get off of it. Loved it, and they obviously weren't making any more. Kind of in the same way that Philippos Kyprios, same thing. Like just loved that ski, couldn't get off of it, and they've obviously had to make a move.
It's tough when that happens. It's tough,
especially when they don't make any more. Yeah. I mean, I had that before once. You got a ski you love, and then it just stops being made. It's miserable. But
it most often happens with bindings. Like I couldn't change bindings.
What, you on Fogmans?
No, I was on PowerShell.
Oh, PowerShells.
Yeah.
And you?
I lost many tournaments because of the Velcro.
Oh yeah. Well, but I mean, yeah. I was on the. I mean, I love those PowerShells too. They're still.
Oh, your PowerShells released in the deep water start.
Yes.
At the Europeans in 2012.
They did, and Tony was commentating, and he was laughing his head off. As I recall, yeah, it was all a bit rough. Yeah, it was 2012, and I think I needed something like 2 at 10.75 to get my first like senior moment, in the Open to kind of get a medal, and they released. Nick Laforestier wrote on my Instagram a year or two back, and he said it was the funniest thing that he's ever seen in water skiing. And I was like, that's harsh.
He was very mean.
He
probably still is.
He's a mean man.
He's a mean man.
I don't never
mean big man.
These trickers, they've got to be intense.
Yeah, yeah, the new trickers are not that intense. They're fun to hang out with.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny with the current trickers. I mean, the Masters final this year was like all 26 and under. Joel Dorian, Pato, and Louis Duplan-Fribourg. I mean, these guys are.
And it looks like they're having fun.
Yeah.
Nick didn't look like he was having fun.
Really?
Well, come on.
I didn't follow trick skiing.
Tricking, he was parting the waters every time he was landing a ski line.
Really? Yeah. So they called him Moses.
Basically, yes.
Well, yeah. So we've still got the review going on. It's taking a while, and funny. We mentioned that Pete Davies is the homologator, so he's sort of helping his son protest potentially against the judges.
They probably have the money up there.
I think he's been recused from this discussion.
Probably. Yeah. And that would be fair enough. Aaron's fighting his own battles. Confirmed 5 we're hearing. I wonder how happy Aaron is with that. I hope that he's,
He parted with money.
Yeah, that's rough. But I mean, it's one of those things like you want to, even if you realize you didn't get it, you want to see it. You know what I mean? Like, and at least he can leave going, okay, I didn't get it. And I mean, at least hopefully it's not a contentious thing where he has to like beat himself up and get upset about it going forward.
All right then. So Aaron Davies, his final score of 5 at 10.75 meters, essentially eliminating him from further contention. Now our next competitor on the order.
Is this Big Nick Parsons? No, sorry, it's Nicky Attenson.
Nicholas Attenson from Austria.
13. A2.
Very typical, it seems like. This guy is so funny. I mean, I met him. He was never a little kid for his age, but I mean, he's turned into to a big chap, a big strong guy. I guess I hadn't seen him. I saw him last year in Austria, and you know, through COVID, I guess he'd grown a foot and filled out. I was like, what happened to that little kid? Come on.
And it changes the way you stand on the ski. I mean, growing very, very quickly usually changes the dynamics on the ski.
Big time, big time. Yeah, I mean, you look at, you know, some of the good juniors, and you kind of go, well, okay, that's great, but that's not working when you're heavy. No, you know, if you ever get heavy. So like it's
like in jumping, you know, you see great kids jumping at 51 Ks, like jumping 60 meters, and you go like, yeah, but that's not going to translate well.
Not going to work. Not going to work.
All right, on Doc's side, getting ready for his turn.
Heath Callum.
It'll be Callum Heath.
Another Brit.
Yes, indeed.
Another Brit.
We're being invaded.
So Philippa Attomson on the comments throwing her weight behind Nikki Attomson.
Well, she's been very successful on this course today, so she'll know. She's probably given him some choice words, which is funny when you're the younger sister going, hey, come on, just do this. I got it. Like, I'm kind of the pro today. I did a head-to-head, and I'm sure Nikki's like, yeah, all right, leave me alone.
Well, he needs a piece. Well, he needs a piece of 3 to share the stage with his sister tomorrow, and be in the head-to-head as well.
Piece of 3, yeah. I wonder what his PB is. I'm not sure he's run 10.75. I think he's probably run, 5 I think was his best. But again, I could be wrong. I'm not up to date with scores in Europe this year.
What's your take on the handle guard, like the triangle thing? I have mixed feelings about it.
Well, so this winter in December, I had a crash. And I went out the front, and I managed to, I literally went straight out the front, the ski bit, and then I managed to get 2 hands on the handle. I managed to sort of punch myself up the face, and I've still got a scar on one side of my nose and then on my cheek. It was very, very scary. It took me a little while to get over it, but it made me. I actually in the end I tied some string in my handle, so it wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to put my head through, but I mean,
Let's talk about this pass, and then we'll expand a bit more.
11 meters, narrow gate, I thought, but he's making it work, and he's pretty deep. He's way out the back. But this is good course management. Come on, mate, let's see it. And he's really sort of getting some tail slide around 2.4, and he's finishing way on the back.
He's probably struggling with the sun there.
Could well be. Yeah. Could well be. One of us should go do a recce and check it out.
Yeah, we should.
We can get like a first-hand view of it.
So the thing is, yes, I might want something like in the middle of the handle, but I wouldn't want something fixed that wouldn't allow my arm to get away if it ever got stuck there, because it feels like if that thing right there doesn't break and your arm gets stuck, your arm is stuck. That's not getting out of it.
I know.
Yeah, it's safe for your head. Yeah, for catastrophic, life-threatening falls, it's great. But I would never want my arm to get in that.
Well, of course, I mean, your arm can go through a normal handle. I mean, it's got more chance of coming out, but
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
unfortunately,
it's not getting out of it.
Yeah.
Like this.
Unfortunately, you know, we're holding onto a triangle that's going down a lake being pulled by a very powerful boat, so there is just that inherent danger. I don't really know what the result is. I think the best thing, of course,
tape. You put just a piece of tape. Your head will not get through because it's a piece of
and
tape.
it'll rip.
And it will rip if you put your arm in.
Yeah.
So,
all right, 10.75.
10.75.
He'll be confident that he can get to the second half of it. Whether he can run it or not, who knows? Let's have a look. Decent one, very good one actually. Let's see 2. Big 2. He's finishing a little on the tail, but he's in pretty good shape here. Come on, mate.
Come on.
I think he's going to run it. Come on, dude.
No!
Well, curse the commentator. Sorry, Nicky. I know. Still pretty good. That's still good skiing. And for a young chap, again, you know.
He was in it. I mean, he was running it. He was early.
He's smiling. I like that.
Yeah.
Seeing the funny side. But, you know, again, there's so many pro tournaments that happen in the States that have always happened in the States where it's just kind of your young skiers have a chance to go if they want to and build from there. Yeah. But now with what we have here, all these tournaments across Europe, the young kids can travel to them. And okay, they're not expecting to go to the final, but they can stand on the dock with Thomas de Gasperi.
It's a great experience.
And John Travers and you know, Will Asher, whatever. And yeah, it's rough. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, good job, Nicky. What do you think of this? With the handle guard,
yeah,
I think that there's a drag issue. Because, you know, when you have like a really long, rope guard, what do you call it? Like the thing that stops the rope coiling?
Yeah.
If that's poking out the side of the boat, whenever I ski and it's too long, I can feel it like kind of pulling back towards the center.
Yeah.
So I think that when you're skiing with one of those handle guards, you're coming off the second wake and you're getting out to the buoy line, your hand's being dragged back.
I think you have a point. I didn't go through the numbers and physics of it and how much of a drag that is. It makes sense that there is some. I don't know how much it is. Like the jumpers, there were some jumpers that were trying like kind of wings under their arms and between the legs. They tried that to have some additional lift when they jumped. There might be some drag actually, yeah.
I mean, I think it would be quite significant. Because you've got some of them where, I don't know who makes it, but it's a tight mesh. So it'll let something through, but for sure it's going to catch. And I mean, like, you know, the technique might be that you come into the turn with the handle at 90 degrees, at 0 degrees to the water. And the guys that have it at 90 degrees are going to have it pulled back.
So you can pull up to the buoy.
Yeah. You kind of want to have it like flat. I don't know, but I that's the reason I haven't gone for one of those sort of types of handle guards, because they just kind of, it just looks to me like it's going to be, just my hands are going to be behind me, and you don't want that.
You remember Paris with sunglasses on the cameras?
So about to come back into the course on his second pass is Callum Heath. Went out on 30 meters and ran that successfully. Skier out of Amersham in Buckinghamshire. Not too far outside of London. Right on the end of the Met line.
Doesn't he come from Sandwich?
Sandwich?
Like the Earl of Sandwich?
Yeah. Yeah, he comes. Doesn't he come from Sandwich? Like that's where the Earl of Sandwich. Like it's like a place. It's a place, and the Earl of Sandwich was the first guy that ever had a sandwich. He asked for meat between two pieces of bread, and that's where the word sandwich came from.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. English history.
Fascinating English history. Culinary English history.
Which is a bit of an oxymoron.
Yes.
Tony, you're such an American. Oh my God. Got some of the best food in the world.
Well,
I had devil kidneys last week. I went to the Guinea Grill in Mayfair. It was wonderful.
What's devil kidneys?
So kidneys, and it's like they cook
from
it.
What animal?
From
humans?
From a kidney plant. I've no idea. I mean, like, but it's kidneys, and they cook it in a pan with
black market. Where do you get kidneys?
I went to a restaurant, and it was amazing. Like, it's cooked in like mustard and some spices, a little bit. It's just wonderful on toast. Just wonderful.
You don't know what animal?
I don't care.
Like humans.
I'm not. if it was a human, then it was
Tasty.
very
Worth it.
tasty. Yeah, it's lovely, wonderful. Yeah, yeah. Devil kidneys, Tony. I mean, you can't. That's proper food.
Well, I don't go to all those highfalutin places.
Well, neither do I actually. But it's just
I'm not
one
chipping
place.
in. I mean, you're doing the heavy lifting of bashing the English cuisine, Tony. I
mean, it winds me up. Like England
What?
has good cuisine.
No,
it does. Well, okay, not compared to Italy probably, but nowhere does. All right,
coming back.
11 meters.
38.
Callum. Ooh,
Wow, on the back of the ski.
super high. He's really struggling here.
On 3.
That's
still
better.
on the
Maybe
back.
not. Come on, Callum.
Oh, come on.
Come on, mate.
That's going to be a big hit. He held it like a man.
Talking of doing the heavy lifting, that was hard work. I wonder if he got it. I mean, to me, it looked a lot like Aaron Davies' 6, honestly.
Let's have a look at this to find out.
I think you're right, by the way. I think the sun's, just
Bothering
that,
them,
that critical time as you're coming into the buoy, you can't see it, and I think it's a real struggle. Yeah, there you go, score under review.
What if the judges are just keep on giving 5 buoys to get money for the protest, and then keep on not giving them the buoy, so they just cash in?
What are they going to do with the money, would you say?
Drink tonight?
Yeah.
What did they do with
Go
it?
to a nice
Well, let's
restaurant
take a
in
look at
Mayfair.
this.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. I'd like to see that again, actually.
Can we see that again? No, we're seeing ourselves now.
And I think it's gonna the score is gonna be under review on the basis of what we saw.
You can see the life draining out of Mario.
Yeah, Mario's just the sun on his back. It's hot here.
It's hot.
It's hot.
It's really hot.
Hotter than Hades.
I think Callum's dad's here. So
yeah,
or maybe he's going next weekend. But it'd be interesting to hear him go, "Dad, get the cash out."
Again. No.
5 confirmed.
Come on.
Brutal. Yeah, to be fair, I think I'm going to say that's the fair call.
Probably.
You can see where the water wraps around the buoy.
Yeah.
Which, if that happens at when you're actually at the buoy, obviously there's going to be spray behind you, but that's
it's a fair call.
Yeah, I think it's a fair call. So fuel break, and time for Mario to probably have a swim in the water.
Better.
All right, let's take a look at the current leaderboard, taking into account scores that were posted in the previous round and the latest scores from this round, showing us that Will Asher still in the lead with 5 at 10.25 meters. He has yet to ski. So to our Sasha Deskern, Nate Smith, Benjamin Stadelbauer, who scored a little bit earlier in the second round, as did Corey Vaughan, Florian Paff, who's yet to ski, Dave Meckler yet to ski, Brando Caruso yet to ski, also Matteo Lazzeri, Jakob Bonia has skied, Robert Hazelwood has skied, and Jonathan Travers yet to ski. So those are the scores so far. We're going to go in with the remainder of our male skiers in this second elimination round in the San Gervasio Pro Am presented by Santos Dassault, and we will be back right after these.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
You can have anything you want.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
All right, next gear on the water is Thomas de Gasperi, the defending champion here at the San Gervasio Pro Am. Quick fuel break, as quick as we could make it. And coming through with the opening pass of 13 meters. He's got a lot of ground to make up. Skied in the previous round and gotten 4.5 at 10.75 meters. So realistically needing to get deep into 10.25 meters to stand any chance at all of defending his title. So a lot of moving parts here, a lot of controversy as well. Calls on at least a couple of skiers are definitely contentious, but we continue to roll anyhow. There's Mario Pagozzi with the sun behind him, getting ready to bring in the defending San Gervasio slalom champion from the 2021 season. It is Thomas de Gasperi. Yep, getting work done there with that particular pass. That is Thomas de Gasperi. That was the second pass, and that was 12 meters, making that look pretty immaculate.
Guys, can I tell you something? You know what I've just discovered? I read it on Instagram. Go ahead.
You're not having one of these Jeremy Clarkson epiphanies like you went on the internet and I found this.
No, but this is legit. Today is the 100th anniversary of water skiing. The first ever water ski ride was on the 2nd of July.
Shut the front
1922, yeah.
Really?
We can thank Radar Ski's Instagram for putting that out there. So it's Ralph Samuelson, I believe the guy's name was.
Yes.
Ralph
Is it
Samuelson.
documented? Is one of those things like, yeah, Jesus was born that day, but eventually it wasn't really that day. Is it exactly
I
this
refuse
day?
to talk about religion on TV.
Well,
no, apparently it was exactly that day, and I don't know if he was set up for it or whatever, but I mean, the USA Water Ski have been doing a thing about 100 years of water skiing this year.
That is...
And it's today, so presumably it was a 4th of July celebration, and they had it was a stunt or something, and so we can celebrate that. So cheers, guys, we made it, 100 years.
That's very important.
Here's to the next 100.
Indeed.
Thomas Gaspari, 11.25. And yeah, not the best one he's ever run.
Yeah, but still no issues.
No, I mean, but again, I mean, it's hard. It's like we see someone else run that, and you say, okay, good. But when it's Thomas de Gasperi, who's a many time pro tournament champion and the winner of last week's pro tournament, it maybe wasn't. I mean, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, I take it.
Many years going back and forth between himself and Will Asher for World Championship supremacy.
Yeah, they flip-flopped for 4 consecutive World Championships, right? 2005 was Will, 2007 was Thomas, 2009 was Will, and 2011 was Thomas. Yeah, and I think there were times that Will won, Thomas came second, or at least one of the times.
Yeah. So we're hearing that the protest is still going on, so we still don't have a definitive answer to the question, was 6 or wasn't 6?
Well, Thomas Gaspari, 10.75, he must run this, and there's a little degree of pressure because not only has he got to run it, he's probably got to run and get around 3 on the next pass to cement it. He's got to run this, so let's see this. That's a good one. That's a really good one actually, and he was looking really good until buoy 5 on his first round, and this is
looking great up until here.
Yeah,
so
and then
number 5.
It's easy.
Where the odd thing happened. That was
yeah,
easy.
and that's the thing. It's like the previous pass was his previous round. Sorry, was a freak, and so normality returns.
Yeah.
Thomas de Gasperi runs 10.75 on a flat lake. That's so about a given.
I'm advising somebody good with a computer with Photoshop to do a meme with Brits with Winston Churchill. We'll fight on the beaches for the 6th buoy.
I have nothing to say about that.
We will never surrender.
We will never surrender.
I have nothing.
We will get that 6th.
I have nothing.
6th buoy.
I have nothing to give but blood, sweat, tears, and my protest money.
And that's already getting some reaction here on our comments.
Oh, really? Okay, so Thomas, 2. If he gets 2, I don't have access to the scores right now, but there's a bunch of 2s. I think all the way down to 8th place. So I think we're going to start looking at backup scores, and Thomas's 4.5 is not that high. So with that in mind, Thomas really does want to get a piece of 3. I'd say probably safe with a piece of 3, or certainly safer. But 2 might not do it. 2 could mean that he's out. But again, Thomas is a guy that's been getting 3 all year long, and that's kind of his bread and butter score. Let's see.
Let's not jinx it.
Yeah, no, he's in good shape here. Let's see this.
Number 2,
could turn this, frankly.
He got 3, turns it.
Wow.
He's in it.
No,
that's 3.
Inside a 4, and barring any protests, but he's frustrated seemingly, but at the same time he's probably just put himself into the final. He's got the second best score of the day, along with Nate Smith and Sash Descuns. Good one. Didn't seem particularly like the sun bothered him. I mean, man, it was a good start, really good start. And you kind of maybe he just sort of got a bit forward and on the inside into buoy 3. And there you go, yeah, plainly inside of 4. But again, why does he? I don't quite know why he's bothered, because it's. I guess he wants to get higher in the seeding, and I guess he
wants to be higher. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if even if everyone stays the same, he's going to be 4th seed, because presumably Sasha and Nate are going to run 10.75.
You don't want to work hard in your first head-to-head.
No.
You want it to be easy.
No, you certainly don't. Yeah, I think he just changed edge too quick and got over the front, so he was moving down the lake as opposed to across it. You got to maximise that cross course direction and speed. And when you change your edge too quickly, you change it down course, and that's obviously counterproductive.
Who's next? It's going to be Carlo.
Carlo. Back-to-back Italians.
Yeah. We used to see each other eye to eye, the Brits and the Italians, when we were like a lot of Italian slalomers. Now it's, we're a handful.
What do you mean eye to eye? You mean you'd match in terms of numbers?
Numbers and
we did
capabilities.
see eye to eye with each other when we invaded Sicily.
Well,
it's probably going back quite a few years now.
That's quite a few years.
Yeah, Operation Mincemeat.
Well, the Spanish did it as well. That longer time ago. So Carlo got 5 at 39.
Yeah, 5 at 39.
Definitely capable of running it and running 1 or 2 at 10.25, but is too enough with a backup score of 5. Yeah, it still is.
But presumably those other guys on 2 can push them down.
Yeah, of course.
How many do we have to go until there's 8 left? Like, how many until Matteo? Matteo is the
Carlo, Alexis, Nick, and then John.
Okay. Yeah, 5 with Matteo. That's going to be after Matteo. Everyone's going to know if they're in or not.
Okay.
Carlo riding a good, I saw. He's changed back to good. I remember for many years he was riding a 9800 good, and he couldn't get off of it.
Those were great skis.
Yeah.
And the only problem they had, they snapped very easily.
Yeah. You loved that ski. Were you not on one of those?
No, I was in 90s. I quit skiing when the 97 was out.
Okay.
98 wasn't out yet.
Okay.
And I loved the 97.
97 was a great ski. I was on one of those.
But we'll go for a second to Lorenzo's land.
There we go.
All right, everybody, we're here with Thomas that just got done with his second round. How was your skiing the second round?
Much better than the first one. Yeah, I don't know what happened this morning. Maybe a little nervous, but nerves shouldn't be the problem. Just made the rookie mistake this morning, and I was just trying to focus on how my stand is on the ski and timing, and my 10.7 was pretty good in my opinion, and the start at 41 was pretty good. So recover a little bit of energy now, and we'll see what's tomorrow.
All right, and what about the glare? From here we can see that the glare looks bad, but no?
No, actually right now there's a little bit of clouds that covers it, but even when I ski from here it looked really bad, but then you get out there, it's pretty good, and it's not going to get better, but if the clouds rolls in, I think the guys are going to be fine.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Thomas. Recover, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, then, excellent stuff. Although I noticed that Lorenzo wasn't exactly standing on a fuel can or anything like that.
No. I told Lorenzo that Lorenzo land was now his kingdom, and he was quite pumped about it. He's pretty happy. All right, so Carlo, 12 meters. Offside looks really good, actually. He's a guy that comes in. His chest is so high. He's very proud. Yeah. Very much his key characteristic. His trademark.
It's always been, yeah.
Yeah, Carlo, a guy who's big history in pro water skiing. I'm pretty sure he made the Masters once or twice. Used to, really be not that he's not anymore, but I mean, he was a guy that was always in the final, and you always had to watch out for him.
World junior champion.
Yep.
Back in the days.
Yep. That was his email address for a while.
It's true.
It was World Tramp 2000 or something. Yeah,
it's true. No, a great skier.
To all you 15-year-olds, an email address it's like a TikTok message, but it's sort of more formal and you use it for work.
And there's this strange, character in the middle, like a strange letter. It looks like an A.
It's like an A. It's like an at. It's like what you do with your TikTok handle.
Okay.
When you're trying to get clout.
Exactly. Well.
Or when you're trying to get employed.
Yeah. Who needs employment when you've got thousands of followers and you can just be a TikTok guy?
All right.
Do you have an account? TikTok account?
No, but I get sent them by friends of mine. I'm embarrassed by having friends that send me TikTok links.
11.
Let's see. I think he looks great. I think he looks as good as I've seen him in a very long time, actually. I think that ski is working really well for him. The offside looks good. He's getting very centered over his ski through the wake, so he's just very efficient.
Very even turns.
Yeah,
he usually relies on 2 and 4 a lot.
Yeah.
He wasn't in this pass. Look at this. This is the distinctive, chest forward pose.
He's sort of puffed up like someone trying to impress a room.
There must be some evolutionary reasons.
Or standing to attention in the opening scene of a Full Metal Jacket.
That's right. All those chaps at Buckingham Palace.
Maybe.
That was a good 38, though.
That was a very good 38. I like that a lot. Yep, he'll be certainly wanting to run it, and he can. We've seen Carlo run 10.75 hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Of course, if he does run it, then he's going to need the 2, and the 2 will put Benny out. We're looking at Florian, Dane, and Brando, but they are yet to come. So it's Benny with the inferior backup score, followed by Corey, who are the ones who are sort of, they don't have their fate in their own hands, as it were. So let's see, 10.75. He'll need the start. Oh, he looked narrow, but it's a good one.
That was good. Good too.
I think he's in good shape here.
He's in it.
He's definitely. He's pulled long and he's in trouble.
Too long.
5. Let's see.
Come on, Carl.
Oh no. God, you hate to see that. The little fin blow, it's so annoying because he was capable of keeping on skiing. We're going to see this again on the replay, but you'll see the fin popped out and popped back in. The whole ski was out of the water. The reason that happens is because he had his weight too far forward at the critical time, and so the ski kind of seesawed. The nose went down, the tail went up. But this was good. It seemed like something happened between 3 and 4. What do you think, Matteo?
Why he pulled a bit too long going to 4?
Because he was in good shape. But I wondered if there was something happened at
because
3.
Look here. This was a good 3,
really good.
But he was kind of static.
Didn't trust himself.
He didn't increase intensity going to number 4.
Yeah.
That meant that he had to pull a bit longer. And pulling long.
Yeah, suddenly put a lot of pressure on that boy 4, and he got away with it. But then boy 5 came into the picture, and so he finishes with a 5 and a 4.5, and that's kind of rough. And now we've got Alexi Baroni,
who skied.
He did 5 in the first round, I think.
5 on the first round. No, 5 on the first round. Yeah, exactly like.
And he's running a good 2. That's funny. Both him and.
What was he skiing with? Monte Carlo?
Yeah, him and Carlo both the same, and they're both on goods.
.32 off. Starting in the middle of the foam, actually a bit on the outer side of the foam.
Yeah. Oh, big one. I always find that the first one of the year when you ski with a different boat, you do the whole winter tends to be with the boat that you your home lake, and you go ski somewhere else and you're I don't know where to stand. The foam's weird.
The foam, yeah, it's true.
All right, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
If you want, huh? If you don't want, it's fine.
Oh, I want it.
Okay, it's fine. All right, we're here with Nick, getting ready for his next round, his next one off the dock. So talk us through a little bit what happened on your first round today.
My 10.75 was pretty good, and then I just got out a weird 6-ball where I kind of got high centered and kind of took a little lazy or something, thinking that I had already made the pass, and then you just kind of get off balance and do weird stuff. I don't know. Lost concentration or something.
All right, but I guess I see you really focused. I see you really concentrated on this next round. I'm pretty sure everything is going to go your way. How do you feel about this next round?
It's good. Yeah, I had a couple espressos. I feel all right.
All right, perfect. Best of luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
A couple. I should be flying after those.
Got to be careful. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I understand the Italian coffee is quite strong.
The Italian coffee is quite strong, and I think there is a religious aspect to it.
You mean people like get into a religious state when they're drinking it?
No, Catholics feel guilty about pleasure.
Okay.
So we don't want to enjoy stuff for long, so we have the shortest coffees in the world because we just have a sip and that's it. We don't want to have a long coffee.
This is the espresso.
The espresso, yeah. We feel guilt whenever we.
I've never understood the Catholic guilt thing.
It's a thing. It's a real thing.
What do you feel guilty for?
I'm not Catholic, but yeah.
What did they feel guilty for?
Any sort of pleasure.
But what started the guilt? What are they making up for?
Well, you have to feel guilty.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what they've been told to. Okay,
yeah.
So it's an existential thing.
Yeah.
Ask Dan Brown.
So,
was that a Da Vinci Code joke?
Yes.
Okay. I've seen that film. I actually read the book. Many moons
I
ago.
know. That's why I
it's
told
rubbish. It's rubbish. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that
was a bad book.
Airport literature.
Yes.
The film was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not a big fan of Tom Hanks' haircut in that movie.
I'm just not a fan of Tom Hanks.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on.
He's a national treasure.
Not my nation.
Yeah.
I mean, he's okay, but did good in Forrest Gump. But all right, so 11, right?
Coming back at 11, he's a skier that uses a lot of force and power.
It looks like that cloud cover is coming into play now.
Yeah, he's been fortunate there because it could have been pretty bad, but I guess it means it's a level playing field. Oh man, he's done the same thing there as he did on. Wow, he's so deep.
Oh, good lord!
Oh, I hope he's.
That was something. Is he fine? Yeah,
he's good.
Fine.
Wow, so that's Alex Baroni there, and that was 11.25 meters and going down early and all, but eliminating him from contention to the next round of the competition.
It's a bit like what Rob did in the first round, but he held on to it.
Yeah, that could have
tried.
Oof. Not a millimeter too soon did he let go of that, because I mean, any longer and he's going straight down his face. Yes, strange actually. As we see the replay here, comes through, seems like he's doing okay, but then the tail just slides. So everything seems all right, and then suddenly the tail of the ski just kind of digs into the water, and so he's so deep, and he's kind of moved to the tail already. And yeah, no, that's.
Are you longest shallow or
long
deep?
Long shallow.
Shallow.
Always have been. Well, when I talking about actually the best example of like not knowing anything and sort of being a dumb happy idiot. I don't know what when I was riding good back in 2014, and I got World Championship medal on a good and ran 10.25 on a good, and I've no idea what my fin numbers were. I didn't know at the time. I got them out of the box when they sent them to me, so I don't know what I was then. But yeah, ever since I've been long and shallow.
Yeah, it was a.
So who do we have coming up now?
The Yeti. Nick Parsons.
Okay, so actually, a correction. We should just clarify here. Corey had half at 10.75 in the first round. He has a 2 at 10.25 in this round. So he's actually a lower seed than Benny because Benny's backup score is 2.5. So as it stands, the reason the leaderboard is actually correct, it's just that the Corey and Benny go ahead because they have a backup score, whereas the other guys will get a backup score.
We don't know which
and we don't know what it'll be, but they have their lives in their hands, as it were.
All right.
But Corey, the most nervous of those twos. Benny has one guy between him and being out of the final. Parsons, the big, strong, famously named Yeti, who's on his own ski, which is really cool. The Parsons project, the Pineapple as he calls it, I think it's into its 3rd season now, and he came 3rd here last year, I believe.
Yeah.
He came 3rd and ran a bunch of 39s and was really on form, looking really strong the whole way through this event last year.
He's actually skiing very well.
He is. He's a brute. I mean, talk about someone with strength.
Yeah, he's strong.
And he's one of those guys, like along with Will and like in terms of the guys that kind of still ski in pro tournaments of that sort of 40+ age. It's Thomas and Will. It's Parsons. and it's Parrish.
The Parrish as well, yes.
So those
Parrish
guys.
is a bit older than they are.
Parrish is probably 43.
Yeah, it's a bit older than they are.
Yeah.
Because I competed with them at the under 21 Worlds, so they are probably like 4 or 5 years. They are 4 or 5 years older than I am. But Chris was definitely older.
Definitely older, yeah.
It was like he's at least 3 years older than they are.
Yeah. And still going, and still running 39s, and
he was skiing amazing at.
He did a Hilltop. He looked good.
Hilltop, yeah.
Sorry, not Hilltop. Hilltop, yes, and then he did Lake 38 this year.
I meant like 38.
Yeah.
Coming back at 12.
That cloud cover working out pretty good. That's good. That's good stuff
for us as well.
So Nick Parsons is coming in again on his own ski with his business partner Carl, who was here last year competing as an amateur. He's not here this year, but that was pretty cool to have the whole of the Parsons project team here competing at San Gervasio. And yes, I mean, you were telling stories earlier. Nick, one of the more interesting and another good egg. Is he team top banana?
He's top banana.
He's a top banana man. If maybe he's not in the team.
The toppest.
He's team pineapple.
Okay, well, that's fair play. There we go.
He's really fun to hang out with.
And he's a baker's son.
He's a baker's son.
He's a baker himself.
He's himself a baker. I remember really well my first pro tournament when I was like 19. It was actually the Wigan Grand Prix. It was actually my second pro tournament because there was 2 that week, one in England, one in the south, one in the north, and there was a go-karting aspect to it. Mm-hmm. And I still am terrible at go-karting, but every time I was nervous. I didn't know anyone. I was the young guy, and it was all a bit embarrassing and awkward. But every time Nick went past me, he'd turn around and give me the finger, and I was like, all right, this guy's cool.
Like Mario Kart.
Yeah, it wasn't really. It was. It was. If he had a Bowser shell, he'd have thrown it at me. Banana skin.
Coming back at 38. What? Look at him ski right now. I don't know if it's the rubber binding, if it's the new ski. He's able to move far forward on the ski with more ease than he used to.
And look, that's a really good point, and especially if someone that's so tall and so top heavy. And I mean, if you look at where he's come from, he used to ride, I think, double power shells.
Yeah, double power shells.
So and the transformation from being a guy that runs double power shells to a single front rubber binding, crazy.
He's unusually forward with his body for a guy that tall.
Yeah, exactly. He can get away with that, I guess. Are we allowed to? I mean, I wonder how detailed we can get with story time with Nick. But
come on.
He famously, I wonder if I'm allowed to say this, but he famously,
of course you are.
he, he won the I don't know, Malaysia World Cup stop, which was the only tournament of that year.
Yeah.
I'm here. This is secondhand, by the way, so if I get details wrong, then forgive me. But it was,
it's good enough.
The only World Cup tournament that year. So then he won the World Cup cash prize, and he was so happy that he won. He got just blitzed, got just wasted, and then by all accounts, that he went up and French kissed the president of the International Federation, like on the mouth, at the closing ceremony, and he had to have like a talking to, and like there was sort of an intervention. Nick, you can't act like this. This is not okay. Apparently, it was a very shocking moment, but very Nick, very wonderful.
I imagine it as a hangover for movie type of thing.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Coming back at 39.
Come on, Nick. It'd be great for him to see him get through this. He kind of deserved to do it in the first round. He had a very strange one. Come on, Nick. He needs the big four, which he should get. And it's not worked. He's blowing the tail. Rough stuff. Rough stuff.
I'm notoriously unbiased, but I was kind of rooting for Nick.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think everyone was. Everyone's friend Nick. And a guy who's really supported European pro tournaments. He's always come out here whenever there's been a tournament. He's gone to all of them, and he was in Madrid.
And he looks disarmingly good in the Austrian outfit. You know, the Austrian thing.
Yeah. I think he bought an expensive one.
Yeah,
was there a Worlds in 07?
When he's here, he has it all the time.
Yes, there was a Worlds in 07 in Austria.
And I think he bought it then, spent a bunch of money, and then and now he wears it. Yeah.
He wears it every time he comes here.
What a guy.
What a legend.
If you're going to French kiss an official at a tournament who absolutely wasted, then I think you sort of go down in history.
Especially when it's a bloke.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Less funny if it was the other way around, I think.
No, it would not have been funny at all.
But as it was.
Imagine the courses he would have to go through online before competing in any tournament.
Yeah. So hang on. I guess what we've missed here is that one of the twos is on the bowl. Am I wrong? Because Matteo's down in 10th on that leaderboard.
Okay,
so it means that
this is what I'm showing right now. In 7th place, it shows Brandon Caruso tied with Dane Meckler and also Florian Path.
Okay, so it's definitely gonna. So Corey's in a very precarious position. It's basically if any of them get past, if all of them get past half at 10.75, then Corey is out.
Yes.
So it's going to go to back up on the twos.
Essentially, yes, and that has to replicate itself at least a couple of times for that to happen, because every time that a person scores more than half a buoy, then it places them another rung down, so on and so forth, until they are removed from the top 8.
Yeah. So I think Corey's. I'm going to say, unfortunately for Corey, he's with John coming up here, and then all those skiers, they're probably going to, John could well, and I'm going to say, is likely to get the 2 he needs here that would put him above Corey. But again, it would also put him above Benny because he ran a 6. Yeah. So for John to make the final, 100% he needs to run 2.
Yeah.
That's where we are with this skier at least. And it gets a little bit more complicated thereafter. But Corey definitely in trouble, and Benny potentially in trouble too. He has a 2.5, so it's a little bit harder to get, but you'd imagine all the rest of the skiers would probably manage that.
So skiers that we have remaining, we've got Jonathan Travers out in the water. We've got Matteo Lizzeri, Florian Path, Dane Meckler, Brando Caruso, Nate Smith, Sasha Disker, and also finally Will Asher. A lot of moving parts. Let's have a look and see what JT can do with them on this second pass. This is 12 meters.
A little on the tail through the gates there, I feel like. But maybe it's kind of more of a lefty thing. Getting that ski through, if you don't quite get it through, then it's easier to be on the tail, maybe.
It's much easier for a lefty.
And let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Matteo. Matteo, you're the second skier as of right now that knows what's the cut to get in the final. So talk us through your strategy going into the second round.
Well, I have to change it a bit. Early on in these 2 weeks of training, I thought 3 was going to be the cut. Turns out it's going to be a 2 buoys with a solid backup score. So the goal is 2.
Right, perfect. Pretty straightforward. You got to do 2. Well, I'll let you get ready. I'll let you get focused. Good luck to you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, and state of play. It's very, very fluid right now. Currently in 5th spot with 2.5 at 10.75 and 2 at 10.25 is Benjamin Stadelbauer. Currently line in 6. We're also with 2 at 10.25 meters, but having an inferior backup with half at 10.75 is Corey Vaughan. That is 5th and 6th respectively between Stadelbauer and Vaughan. And surrounding those scores and those positions, there are skiers that have yet to get out on the water. So very, very much up in the air so far as place in the top 8 right now.
Coming back at 38 off.
So John and Matteo, they each know, they've got the backup score, and they each know that a full 2 at 10.25, 41 off, will do it. That's a better gate. I like that better. That's good. The sun coming out a little bit. I don't know quite how bad it is, but we can see just that there's long shadows in our little point from the tent. So, but obviously not causing any issues whatsoever. That was easy. And he'll be looking to run 10.75. And again, you know, John's one of those guys, like, he's run it 100,000 times, and you'd be surprised to see him, very surprised to see him miss it twice in a row.
The lake is east-west, and the unusual part is that a bit later, it's their 135s that are going to be in direct line with the sun,
which is probably worse for the righties and the lefties, right?
Yeah.
You're better to be unsighted on your onside than your offside.
Yeah. But there are some clouds, so there's hope.
Yeah.
It's not. Are you a fan of the beard?
Of Matteo's beard?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's his signature.
I wish you sided with me.
You think you should get rid of it?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I first got to know him. Probably, well, definitely in 2000. Well, let's watch this. Okay, 10.75. John Travers, he needs to run it. For any chance, he needs to run it. He did a good job and skied well last weekend, made it all the way deep into the final, and then I think he's looking good here. He's looking very good here, actually. And this is much more the John that we know, and that's easy, and he should get through 5, and that's a lot better. A lot better.
That was easy.
And you kind of look at that and you go, well, okay, you know, should be no dramas. He needs 2, but if he wants to go for 3, you know, he looks like that. Whereas on the previous round, it was like, well, it didn't look like he was kind of in the form to go for much more than 2, maybe.
He very well knows that he needs a full 2.
Yeah. So big onside turn, yeah. and then.
He doesn't care about the 3.
No, he doesn't. He just wants to make that final.
That was easy. That 39 was easy.
Isn't it funny too? I mean, like you see skiers, and one round to the next, very little variables. I mean, I guess the boat is different, the driver is different, but it's the same lake, it's the same temperature, it's same ski and all that sort of stuff. And you kind of think, well, what's the difference? And sometimes you can just, you just get that start and you just get on a roll and your head's slightly better and you just keep going. And he did. I mean, it was so easy. He couldn't run an easier 39 than that. It's one of the best we've seen of the day, I'd say.
And the countless time he ran it exactly the same over and over again, perfectly all the time. And sometimes I hiccup like Tigas before.
Yeah. Out of nowhere. Right, guys, he must get 2. He was confirmed with 2 into the final, and he'll push Corey Vaughan out, I believe. So we'll have to do a bit of calculations, but for sure he'll be in with 2. So he's a lefty. He should be able to get a nice onside turn. He will, and he'll get over to 2. That's
go back.
Yeah.
Boom, and he does.
Yeah.
He's in the final.
Yeah, but he looks annoyed. But at the same time, I mean,
he's in the final.
But he shouldn't. It's one of those things. I mean, you come into your offside turn, and I mean, I've actually seen him do it. Funny enough, there was a tournament in France a few years ago where he needed like a full 3 to make the final or whatever, and he tried to turn 3 and fell, and it pushed him out. There was some weird rules going around.
You don't want to be that guy.
No,
you
no.
don't want to do that.
No,
So
and he was livid, and you know, the rules were really weird.
He's not
but
happy with the result, but you know.
Hey, he's in the final. That's what he came here to do, and that's good.
Well, excellent skiing there from Jonathan Travers. That vaults him into 5th place right now.
So he's the superior too, I would imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he has the same maximum score of 2 buoys at 10.25 meters as Benjamin Stadelbauer and Corey has, but he has the superior backup, having scored
So does
6 buoys.
that puts Corey out presumably?
Yeah.
Actually drops him down a further place, but by our estimations with the skiers to come, it's probably best to assume that Corey may not survive this round.
Okay. Oh yeah, because Corey's So assuming all the skiers ahead run more than half at 10.75, they'll go through.
Yeah.
So next on the water, Matteo Lazzeri, the tournament organizer, the guy that started this whole thing. Of course, he's had huge help, and you know his dad Fidele and Claudio and Nicholas and all the guys around here. But you can probably fairly say this tournament, this whole deal. The reason we're all here every year is because of Matteo. This is his brainchild. So we always want to see him in the finals. He'll make the finals. Maybe not every year, but it'll be, we want to see him in this year.
Imagine like the work he has to put in to organize this whole thing, the stress, the training of everybody skiing here, being in the boat for 10 hours a day, and then having to go out and try to get in the final. It's a lot of work, a lot of stress.
A huge amount. Well, I mean, and skiing being such a mental sport, similar to golf. I mean, like I kind of joke about it and say it's like golf but with adrenaline, because you're actually moving. It's
like
so,
golf but fun.
Yeah. All the skier golfers watching raging right now, but
I don't care. It's fine.
But I mean, to have. He has had at least half of his mind, and mostly all of it, most likely, on this event, on this day, for the last 6 months at least.
Yeah.
And obviously increasingly more and more and more. In the last 5 or 6 days, he's done his fundraising. That's a really hard part, but he's getting the site ready. He's putting up a tent. He's building, presumably, this beautiful place for us to sit and all this sort of thing. So it's really hard to train in that situation. So, I mean, let alone, maybe on the day he tells the rest of the guys, hey, listen, I'm just going to focus on my own skiing, which is fair. It's exactly what should happen. But he hasn't had the training, the time on the water without being distracted. No doubt, yes, he lives here, but no doubt every time he's been on the water, he's felt like he should be getting off it as soon as possible to kind of get things organized for this event.
Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back here with JT. You just got done skiing, so we just saw your score 2:10.25. How do you feel about the score, knowing how many people already at 2 and knowing your backup score?
Yeah, that's a problem. I just felt really good. I'm kind of bummed with myself because I finally got a good start at 39 and 41, and I just kind of chickened out there at 2. But I kind of had a goal to go out there and just feel comfortable, get a good start at 41, and see where it ended up. And I kind of let go a little early and just got scared.
Well, that happens sometimes. Maybe you were a little nervous knowing what the score was going to be, because also you know what the score was going to be. But we'll see what everybody else does, and let's keep fingers crossed for you.
Thanks, buddy.
No worries. Back to you, Tony.
There's not much finger crossing to go. I mean, he's pretty much in.
Are we sure of that? Because I'm sure he's probably the person that's most concerned with it, and he doesn't seem certain. So I mean, I feel like he's in. I mean, I guess so. There's
Tigas did 3, so he was 8th before.
And Jonathan Travers currently now is in 5th spot. So 3 people have to score more than him.
Yeah.
at least 2 buoys with a superior backup to Jonathan Travers in order.
But all the guys remaining
down one spot each time.
All the guys remaining, apart from Matteo, have a 2, so they all have to beat his backup score, right?
Yeah, he's in.
He's in. We can say that definitively. You're the brain amongst us.
No, I mean, it's been 10 hours here, so
Yeah.
my brain is not functioning well.
Yeah.
That Vince is here for this. Vince knows all. Is omniscient, omnipotent, and will. John is in. So yeah, even God says John is in.
It's so funny. I mean, you'll watch at home and you're like, how do these guys not get it? You know, how ridiculous do you have to be? I mean, you know, they're so unprofessional. Like, I mean, I've done it before. I'm
so many, countless times.
And then,
like,
but actually, when you're up here, you've got a few things going on. But let's count it. So we've got Will in the lead.
We don't have the results. Like, let me see the results. Like on the screen.
We've got Will in the lead with 5. We've got Nate, Sasha, Thomas. That's 4. So we got that's top 4. Then John. So then, how many 2s do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, but 2 of them have already got an inferior score. So I'm going to say John. So John's in 5th, and there's Florian. I mean, I guess he's not in, because I guess if Matteo beats him.
Not yet. Anyway, he still has to find out what those competitors have do in their particular performance.
Yeah, if Matteo beats him. Yeah, if Matteo beats him. Is
pretty good 11 here, I'd say. Pretty good 11. And Matteo moved back here to Italy midway through the coronavirus situation, and I remember kind of at the time, it was when we really didn't know what was going on with this COVID thing, and it was all a bit scary, and he was he's like, oh, I'm going back to Italy, and it was when Italy was like the center of the world, and he was down in Orlando, and we were just like, dude, is that a good idea? But anyway, he's come back here. And he's really, you know, having trained at Lake 38 for many years during his studies in Tallahassee, he's really kept up and actually in a lot of ways improved his skiing since getting back here. I mean, yes, he lives next to a lake, but you know, as anyone that's worked in a ski school knows, as soon as you sort of take on a job in a ski school, it gets a little bit harder to.
Your skiing gets worse.
It tends to get worse.
Yeah.
It tends to get worse. It's not. It's, you know, you're no longer skiing. No longer becomes your release. It becomes your job. It's you have to deal with a lot of other people skiing before your own, and especially somewhere that's very busy like here. And I think, you know, through the COVID situation, they were crazy busy here. So he's had a lot of.
And I'll say something controversial. If you're a pro athlete, a pro skier, and you watch a lot of bad skiers, it's not good for you.
I don't think it's that controversial.
It's not?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, you do watch a lot of bad skiing, and it's time to think about it, but at the same time, you kind of get dragged down. All right, Matteo Lazzeri, 10.75. He must run it. Come on, dude. It's not the best one. He'll get a big 2, I would imagine, and that's not it. Oh, it's rough. Blew the tail. It's funny because he blew the tail on that 10.25 in the first round around buoy 2, and then here he's blown the tail again. On an onside, it's confusing. He must just be loading the tip of that ski a lot.
So we can confirm now that John is in the final.
Oh, man, that's just crazy to see. You see, I mean, from that replay we just saw, the tail of the ski just was moving so quickly, the water couldn't hold it. It popped up, path of least resistance. Cranking it. So I make that. We've got 4 guys with 3 or better, so let's just deal with the 2. So John has a 2 and a 6 at 10.75, and then so he's above Corey and Benny, and then to come we have Florian, Brando, and Dane. So he's 5th. So Florian, Brando, and Dane with the 2s who could push John down. So 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
It's very, very simple. John was 8th.
Yeah.
Getting in this round.
Yeah.
Only Tigges did better than he did. And Matteo did worse. So he's still 8th at the moment.
Yeah. Well,
Tigges did better.
Yeah, but then so did Corey and so did Benny.
Yeah, but they have a worse backup score.
They have a worse backup score, yeah. Sorry, guys, long day.
It was a long day and hot.
Okay, so that score from Matteo Lazzeri keeps him in 11th place and out of contention for one of the 8 spots in the men's head-to-head competition. Here comes Brando Caruso. Now Brando Caruso can improve upon his current 8th spot at this time by scoring more than half a buoy at 10.75 meters. That would vault him above Corey Vaughan. If he scores more than 2.5 at 10.75 meters, that will vault him up above Benjamin Stadelbauer for 6. If he was to run that pass and get more than 6 buoys at 10.75 meters, that would vault our current skier into 5th place, and that would be above Jonathan Travers. So our skier on the water, just to remind us all, that is Brando Caruso, and looking for a score of at least half a buoy at 10.75 meters to move up in the standings from where he is in 8th spot right now.
Best of the 2, and then you look at the backup.
And the scoreboard right now currently shows Brando Caruso currently in a 3-way tie for 8th.
So I make it that anyone one of the next 3 that wants to get in needs to run more than 2.5 at 39. 39. Yeah. Is that right? Is that what you just said?
Exactly.
Sorry. Am I behind the times?
Still 5 more skiers to go, including Dane Meckler, Florian Paff, Nate Smith, Sasha Deska, and Will Asher.
And it just shows how crucial, like Dane Meckler probably was feeling fairly aggrieved that he didn't get the full, or get a round 3, or was judged not to have got round 3. So, you know, he whereas we've seen Corey, Benny, John less so, but still, you know, kind of going through the exit gates. And then there's Dane who flew all the way across and was, you know, a gnat's hair away.
You always know in these tournaments, 2 is crowded.
2 is crowded, yeah.
You need a piece of 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Mario leaning towards the water, probably.
In longing.
Yes.
He's like, please get me in that. I've been in this boat for 3 hours. Probably him and Brando know each other quite well from over the years. Maybe they're just catching up.
Oh, probably. Coming back at 11. These are better gates than the ones he used to do with one hand.
Yeah, it's funny, I didn't remember it before, but I do remember now. He sort of had that sort of lazy drop of the hand. It was
weird.
It was a bit weird, yeah.
It was very weird. That was easy.
That was very easy.
Tony, what say you?
I'm actually thinking about what you said by dropping the hand coming in, because it's you know, I don't know how much that affects him out there on the water. I mean, it's like doing free throws in basketball. You try and stabilize one hand with the other, and if you let that hand drop as you launch the ball, then you end up missing the basket most of the time. But if you keep the hand up and support the other hand,
I think you're overanalyzing this.
Maybe, but it's that time of day.
It's what we're here for.
We're bogged down in
like bordering hallucinations.
Yeah. But we're supremely highly paid analysts.
But yeah, we are.
That's our job. So if we're not doing it, we're not trying, then we're failing.
That's why we're focused.
If you're not moving your head, you're falling behind.
So the men,
I think he needs
directing us is saying that
2.
Brando needs 3 to get into final.
3. Yeah, I think 3. Yeah, anything past 2.5.
Puppet Master.
Which would
just
put
said
him
3.
above Benjamin Stadelbauer with that score of 2 1/2. So trying to vault himself from his current state right now, which is currently 8th, to try and get above, to try and get 6 and above.
That's good.
Here we
Safe.
go, 10.75.
Wow.
It's round number 2.
Risky on 2.
Okay, he's got
Great
3.
three,
Gets
wow.
him above Benjamin Stadelbauer. Here
He's
he
in the
comes
final.
round number 4. Attacks 5 and number 6.
Easy.
And he doesn't want, and he's just gone above John Travers too, probably based on seeding.
Yes, he does. He actually moves Jonathan Travers down to 6th, Benjamin Stadelbauer down to 7th, and Corey Vaughan down to 8th.
So, and presumably, well, he wants to get as big of a score here as possible so that he can get as high up in the rankings as he can. He does not want to end up with a
Nate or Will.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets 3, then he's going to be sitting pretty in the top half. There's only 4 with a score of 3 or better.
So he skied 3 last week, right?
He did, yeah, he did. He did it in the head-to-head against, who was against in the first round? Maybe Rob Hazelwood, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
But he looked good for it too, and he pulled for 4 at that time, I think.
I mean, if he fixes the gate, he's capable of running it or going deep in 41 hours.
It's the thing with the lefties here. You get a good one. You should get a good one on onside. You get over to 2. If you can turn that, and you come to 3, and then that's the thing. I mean, for a lefty, it's very interesting. Okay, the gate is supposedly harder. I don't personally, having done a gate from the other side a fair bit, I don't think it's that much harder. But if you can get to 4 with 1 offside turn. So
it's true, but the gate is tricky though. You don't agree with me, I know. I think you think lefties have it easier. 10.25.
Decent gate, I think. Oh,
wow. 2. Yeah, but that's not gonna. Oh, did he get number 3?
I wonder.
Yeah, that's going to be under review. I think I would surmise.
Doesn't even stop to think and just starts swimming. Yes, that's a sign of frustration. He wasn't even slowed down. He was still going at 10 miles an hour from the ski, and then he's swimming in. Good one.
So far as his positioning goes, as we see that score under review.
Yeah, just didn't quite get the 2 he needed.
He is currently in 5th place right now.
He's around it. Where did he let go of the handle? That's the question.
After.
He did?
All right, we're going to have to
so
go
that's
frame
going to be
by
big.
frame.
That's pushed him at the top. So now
it's going to be
now Dane and Florian
5th. He's going to be 5th with that result.
We reckon that's 2.5.
I don't know.
Even if it isn't 2.5, it still puts him in 5th place.
2.5, 2.25.
I'm going with 2.25.
They're going to have to go slow motion replay.
Based upon what I've seen today from our officials, it wouldn't surprise me if
it's
that
going
was
to be
2.
5. It's going to be 5.
They've given him 2. Are you joking? Is that what she's saying?
Yeah.
No. Can we see? Okay. It's going to be 2.25. Come on.
Or the boat judge either said 2 or gave us an obscene gesture.
Maybe the radio's broken and the judge is signaling to the tower. 2.
I called it. I called 2.25.
I mean, I think he went around the buoy, I have to say.
It seemed quite clear, at least from our perspective. Probably from the tower, they have a different camera angle.
Anyway, the score is under review, so I'm going to say from here, extremely unofficially.
Yeah.
Okay, we got an official 2.25. Official 2.25. So it's just huge. It's a huge move. It puts him above John, which he already was above actually. But the best thing about it for him is it's solidified his position. He can. I don't think he can be any lower than. Well, he's above John, so he's lowest 7th. But depending on what Florian and Dane do here,
depending on what Dane does, it's going to be interesting because it's very likely going to be Tigges against Brando first bracket.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the situation as it stands right now. Brando Caruso has just placed himself in 5th. Jonathan Travers currently lying in 6th. Benjamin Stadelbauer in 7th. Corey Vaughan on the bubble in 8th. And the skier that's in 9th spot right now, taking to the water, is Dane Meckler.
He needs 3 buoys. 3 full buoys to advance to the next round, to the head-to-head.
In 4 passes. In 4 passes.
In 4, yeah.
He's like coming in at 13. He needs 3 boys at 13. Not
3
quite.
boys at 10.75.
3 at 10.75. That's right. That's right. And I mean, he's good for that. It blows me away actually that you see these guys with the single bindings. They pull their foot out.
Yeah,
it's an interesting one because I mean, for me, like I'm always like I don't want to move my feet once they're in. They're in.
I think you are. I reason quite in a similar way to you. You bring 2 skis around